Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 3 of What If I Was Reincarnated in the Naruto verse as Orochimaru's human experiment. Let the tale begin. Chapter 41, The Next Steps. A cold wind blew past as Naruto and I stood in the ruins of the paper tree that held Konan and Nagato previously. We stared cautiously at the masked Akatsuki member in the distance as he sat there nonchalantly on a tree branch. "You! What the hell did you do?" Naruto said with a scowl. "Ha ha ha. Well, I came to retrieve Nagato. After all, with Sasuke out of the Akatsuki, it is best for me to secure as much power as I possibly can," Tobi said. "What do you mean?" Naruto asked. Tobi took a glance at Naruto before answering, "There's no need for you to know. For now at least." He then turned to me and said, "You sure placed some intricate seals and barriers around the body of Uchiha Itachi. Even I can't get through without paying some consequences. The third Hokage must place a great deal of trust in your judgment." I furrowed my brow and said, "So, you went after Itachi's corpse after all? Still planning to use that as leverage to win over Sasuke? Ha ha ha. Well, it doesn't hurt to try. But it seems I will have to give up on that avenue. In my current state, I am not strong enough to bear the consequences of those protective seals on his body for now. I never imagined that Itachi would tell Sasuke the truth. I'm curious what Itachi showed Sasuke that he would be willing to put aside that heart of vengeance of his. I was quite confident in Nagato's ability to capture the Nine Tails, but apparently I thought too highly of him. "You also intrigue me, Karasuma Izaya," Tobi said. "Why so interested?" I asked. "What is it you desire?" "I could use a man of your talents," Tobi replied. "Unfortunately, I'm not interested," I said. "Oh? I assure you there are many things I can offer you that Konoha cannot," Tobi said, testing the waters. I ignored his offer and said, "What I'm more curious about is that you actually visited Itachi's corpse, meaning you bypassed Konoha's barrier without being detected. Itachi called you Uchiha Madara. I find that hard to believe, however, after so many years." "Uchiha Madara? Who is that? And why did he visit Itachi's corpse? What the hell is going on? And what did you do with Nagato and Konan?" Naruto asked in frustration. This one has no patience, I see. "I took away Nagato's corpse. I also took away Konan. She'd end up as a thorn in my side after Nagato's death. I'm impressed that you both managed to convince Nagato to revive your fallen comrades in Konoha by sacrificing his life for theirs. What did you say to him to make him change his mind?" Tobi asked. "Give Nagato and Konan back," Naruto shouted. "Ha ha ha. After I just grabbed them, of course I won't just hand them back." "Well, if you're not going to talk, then that's fine. I was just slightly curious, but since Nagato has failed, I have many things left to prepare. Farewell," Tobi said as he vanished into thin air. "That bastard," Naruto fumed. I let out a sigh. This didn't happen before. Events are definitely changing. I had at the very least wanted for Konan to join our side. I turned to Naruto and said, "Naruto. He's gone. There isn't anything we can do for right now. Let's return to the village first and help repair what damage was done." "Tisk, damn it," Naruto said as he clenched his fist. "Fwish! Oh, Naruto, you're back," Kakashi said. "Min," Naruto said with a complicated look on his face. He looked around at the devastation of the leaf but let out a soft sigh of relief as he realized that Nagato had indeed revived the fallen. He then recalled the things Nagato had said and how he suffered and how he came to his answer. He thought about what he would have done if they had traded places and what he would do continuing forward. A large crowd soon gathered by Naruto as sounds of cheers could be heard when they saw Naruto walk out from the forest. Naruto had a confused look on his face. Kakashi smiled and said, "They're cheering for you, Naruto." Tsunade smiled as well before saying, "Where did you go?" The villagers that had died were miraculously revived. I assume you did something right? By the way, have you seen Izaya anywhere? Naruto looked around for Izaya with confusion but couldn't find him. Just as he was about to say something, I flew to Tsunade's location and said, "I'm here." "Izaya? Where did you go? Do you know what's happening?" Tsunade asked. I nodded my head and said, "I followed Naruto to meet the original pain, Nagato. With his sage mode and my sensory skills we found where he was. After speaking with him we were able to come to understand his perspective of the world. He was different than the other members of the Akatsuki. After coming to an understanding he sacrificed his life to revive those that had fallen in Konoha. If anyone should be thanked it should be Naruto." Tsunade closed her eyes for a moment to take in what I said while Naruto was majorly confused. He hadn't done much at all except get frustrated, sad, melancholy, furious, pained. He had a roller coaster of emotions going on inside of him during the entire time they were speaking to Nagato. He didn't understand what Izaya meant with the explanation he gave Tsunade. Naruto looked at me with an expression that showed he was contemplating something really hard. He then said, "Izaya, do you really think that there isn't any way to obtain world peace?" I paused in silence for a moment, deciding how I should respond. Then, an answer surfaced in my mind. I looked at Naruto and said, "Does there absolutely have to be one? If you want my honest opinion, then the truth is, I don't believe there is any way to obtain world peace for everyone. But, just because there isn't a guideline or one absolute way to obtain world peace, that doesn't mean that you or I or anyone else has to stop searching for the answer. In a way, when people constantly search for the answer to world peace they are able to do good in the process. It's only when people look for an easier way out to obtain peace or give up and decide to forget about trying to make the world a better place, that is when the world falls into chaos. So continue looking for the answer. Even if you never find the answer, I'm sure that in the process you will be able to do a lot of good and affect the lives of many people in a positive way. Just like Lord Jiraiya. And you know what? I don't think anyone will ever find the answer, and I don't think that's a bad thing. Why? Because once you have an answer for what world peace is, then what? Do you just stop thinking about how to continue making the world a better place? Essentially, once you have an answer, you are prone to just stop at that point with no way to further improve. If we never find the answer to world peace, then that means that we'll just have to work harder and keep thinking on how to help improve and better the lives of people. I believe that world peace is a journey. And one that's never ending. However, I believe that you can definitely find an answer to your own personal peace. Just as Naruto was about to speak up, I interrupted and said, "Naruto, you are Nagato's junior disciple. In the end, Jiraiya left his hopes and dreams with you. Nagato also decided to believe in you. His junior disciple. Kakashi also believes that you will one day surpass the fourth Hokage. Tell me, what is your ninja way?" Naruto stared at me for a moment before saying, "Never give up. Never go back on my word." After listening to what Izaya said and reaffirming his resolve, he had a brighter look in his eyes as I nodded in approval, saying, "Amen, good. Always look forward, Naruto, no matter how difficult the path you tread may be. Stand proud before the villagers. You deserve this much." But what about you?" Naruto questioned. I simply dragged him over in front of the villagers and whispered in his ear, "Naruto, you'll have to bear this burden for the both of us. Have fun!" "But, you are the dash." Naruto started before I cut him off and pushed him towards the villagers. They proceeded to cheer and raise him in the air. I watched on silently. I recalled that I once told Yamada-sensei how I wanted to leave my mark upon the world. Whether that means gaining public recognition and approval, I'm not sure yet. I was always used to never obtaining fame or glory in my past life for any of my missions that I completed. Perhaps my habit of doing things behind the scenes just suits me better, I pondered silently. Tsunade and Hiruzen walked over to me as they asked, "Izaya, if you went with Naruto to meet Nagato, where is his body?" I frowned at this moment and whispered back to them. The masked man of the Akatsuki appeared out of nowhere and bombed the place we were at. Before we could take any countermeasures, he successfully abducted Nagato. What? TSK. It appears we truly have to hold a 5 Kage Summit meeting soon. Tsunade said with gritted teeth. Min. You should send out a letter, Tsunade. Hiruzen commented. Tsunade let out a sigh as she watched Naruto in the cheering crowd and said, that Naruto. He's truly grown up. By the way, Izaya, what did Naruto say to convince Nagato to revive the villagers? In fact, what kind of technique even is it? I paused for a moment before replying. He chose to believe in Naruto. He used a technique of the Rinnegan trading his own life for theirs. I see. Tsunade said as she recalled how she also chose to bet on Naruto. All the while Naruto continued to be thrown in the air by the cheering crowd, not even getting a chance to say anything or having a chance to tell everyone about Izaya's part in all of this. Sasuke walked by me at this moment and said, the village is in shambles. I shook my head and said, the buildings are material things. Easily replaceable. People are not. They survived. The village lives on. It just looks a bit messy. What are your plans? Sasuke took a moment to take in what I said. The village lives on through its people. Then what of a clan? Sasuke snapped out of his thoughts and looked up at Izaya, replying, pain is defeated. I'll leave to find Danzo. Wait 3 days. I'll go with you. Give me a chance to help the village get a basic foundation going. I said. Sasuke paused for a moment before nodding. All right. 3 days. Tap. 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 I looked to my left at Yamato and said, are you ready, Yamato-sensei? He nodded and said, Min, let's do this. Both Yamato and I weaved the signs of dog, ram, snake and said, wood-style row of houses jutsu. Fwish fwish fwish. After we both performed our jutsu, Yamato turned and stared at me with a look that said unfair as I just smirked. Looks like I win again, Yamato-sensei. You made 8 houses while I made 16. Yamato's eyes widened in shock and said, D-double? You created twice as many houses as I did? Before you only won by 1 or lost by 1. You played me, didn't you? I just laughed and said, Yamato-sensei, you clearly don't gamble much. You always have to give your opponent a bit of hope before you go all in. Yamato just sighed and said, you grew up so fast. That's cheating, Izaya-kun. I stretched my arms and said with a smile, well, how about instead of money we'll do it like this. You owe me 1 meal to ramen, 1 meal to yakiniku Q, some ninja tools, and a few tickets to the hot springs. Yamato just face-palmed and said, don't you think that it'd be okay to just choose one of those things? I mean, many of those places aren't even up and running yet. Heh. Yamato-sensei, you need to learn that when debt is owed, then debt must be collected. Unless of course you are Lord Fifth. Then I don't have anything to say about gambling. I'll just come collect at a later point in time. I said proudly. Yamato just shook his head bemused. As I walked around town, I took note of all the villagers working together to properly rebuild and help each other out in this time of difficulty. Poof! A cloud of white smoke appeared on the outskirts of the village, revealing one Yuki Haku. I'm finally back. Now I'll be ready to face pain, he said as he took a step forward and looked at the village, only to stop in his tracks the next moment in a daze. What happened? No! Was I too late? Haku questioned as he ran as fast as he could towards the village. As he stood there in the middle of all the construction, he had a look of shock. Haku? Kimimaro said as he walked around the corner. Maro? Maro! What happened? Don't tell me I was too late? Haku exclaimed. Kimimaro nodded and said, pain attacked a few days ago. But don't worry. It was handled. I know the village looks like it's in terrible shape right now, but none of the villagers died. But, really? Nothing bad happened to any of the villagers? Haku asked suspiciously as he saw the state the village was in. Kimimaro just sighed as he proceeded to retell Haku of the events. After taking a look around the town, I ended up packing everything I needed to leave on my journey with Sasuke to find Danzo. The 3-day wait is up. I'll meet Sasuke outside the village, I noted as I started my walk out. I stopped around the corner as I saw that Haku was back beside Kimimaro. Both of them were walking and stopped outside the Hyuga residence as they started talking to Hanabi. I smiled at the scene of the 3 closest people to my heart getting along. "Hey," I said as I walked towards them. "Big brother," Haku exclaimed as he jogged towards me. I feel ashamed. I left to go train under Mazu so I'd be strong enough to help out against pain, but I didn't even make it in time, he said. I poked his forehead and said, "There are greater enemies out there than just pain. Don't stop training, Haku. Don't get me wrong, we would have been glad if you were with us, but things turned out alright in the end. Don't beat yourself up over it." "Min." Haku nodded. "Izaya." Hanabi smiled at me. "My lady," I replied teasingly as I bowed. "HMPF. Always joking around." She pouted. I smiled and said seriously, "It's actually a good thing the 3 of you are together. I have something to tell you all." The 3 of them focused their attention on me after the words left my mouth. I turned to look at Hanabi as I said, "I told you that if I were ever to leave for an extended period of time again, then I'd let you know first." After she heard me say that, her heartbeat quickened. She and her father ended up delaying the trip to the Take-Torai clan due to the attack, and she hoped she could spend some extra time with Izaya before she had to leave for the trip, but it turns out Izaya was leading first. "Where are you going exactly?" "Haku and I will accompany you," Kimimaro said. "Big brother, although I just got back, I'm ready to go anytime," Haku said. I shook my head and replied, "I'm leading on a journey with Sasuke. I'm not sure how long it'll take. Could be a week. Could be a year. This is a journey that Sasuke and I have to do on our own. It's personal. Please understand. TSK. I feel like you keep leading Maro and I out of things." Haku grumbled. Kimimaro nodded in agreement and said, "Right. We still haven't forgotten the Itachi incident when you just up and left." I smiled saying, "That's because we're brothers. There's no need for too many words between us." Kimimaro and Haku just sighed defeated. It was their weak spot. Of course, no matter what Izaya did, as sworn brothers they would always choose to believe in the decisions of their brother in the end, even though they may end up not liking it. I walked up to Haku and Kimimaro and pulled them into a tight hug and said, "Please don't worry about me. Just 'cause I'm not taking you guys with me doesn't mean I won't see you guys at all. You carry my special kunai after all. Keep training and become stronger. Remember all those years ago during the Chunin exams in the Forest of Death? What did I tell you both?" Both Kimimaro and Haku looked at me seriously as they recalled that memory and said at the same time, "We should always remember that the 3 of us are sworn brothers and will be there for each other forever. But we also need to realize that in order to grow stronger, sometimes we need to walk certain paths alone. As long as we do not forget where our heart is supposed to be, we will never lose our way." I nodded in approval and said, "Haku, you are already beginning to find your path, and in the end you are becoming stronger and stronger, yet you never forget about us. You left to train and even came back as soon as you could. Continue doing what you are doing. You're on the right track." I turned to Kimimaro and said, "Maro, with the pain incident over, I assume Haku might return and continue his training from before. Take this time to find out how you'll develop your own ninja way. I'll be awaiting to see both of your progress the next we meet. Men, send for us if you need our help at any time then," Kimimaro and Haku said. I nodded as I turned to look at Hanabi, who had a frustrated look on her face. "Hanabi," I said softly. "You idiot," she replied. I smiled at her as I said, "I'm sorry." She pouted and turned her head away. "No. Stop saying that. You're always apologizing to me, it doesn't sound genuine anymore." After a moment of silence she sighed and said, I know I can't keep you here. You're a shinobi and have a lot of things you need to do. I've always trained hard because I am the next in line as the Hyuga head, but I feel like I'm lagging too far behind you. Heh. Don't worry, Hanabi. We also feel like we're being thrown away. Haku said jokingly as Kimimaro nodded in agreement. Ha ha ha. I laughed awkwardly as I thought, Haku and Kimimaro are going to keep using the Itachi incident as a way to guilt-trip me for a long time, aren't they? In that moment Hanabi stepped out and embraced me in a tight hug. Don't forget about me. I'm gonna train even harder now. Just you wait, next time we see each other I'll beat you to a pulp. I wrapped my arms around her as we embraced for a few moments before we let go. I took off my necklace that had a small flying thunder god ornament on it and placed it around Hanabi's neck. Hold on to this. I'll be back for it, I said as I disappeared. HMPF. I said this before and I'll say this again. That guy really just demands stuff and then just disappears. She huffed before a smile graced her lips. She lightly touched the necklace and then turned to Kimimaro saying, Maro. If Haku is going to train again, then how about you and I train? I heard that you have a knack for taijutsu. Fwish! Sasuke turned at this moment and saw Izaya. I was beginning to think you decided not to come. Sasuke said. Sorry, I had some things to take care of first. Did you finish your goodbyes? I asked. Sasuke paused for a moment as he recalled his incredibly super long goodbye to Naruto and Sakura. Flashback. Sasuke, you just got back to the village. At least stay a while first. Naruto protested. Sakura momentarily paused in silence and in deep thought before saying, Sasuke-kun, at least, let me come with you. I can help. Sasuke took a look at Sakura as he thought about it. It was true that Sakura wasn't that weak little girl she was in the past. He didn't really know what helped her change so much, but when he secretly watched her training the other day he was actually a bit shocked at her progress. Not only did she possess a monstrously overwhelming strength, but her taijutsu skills were also above average. She could even perform some above-average jinjutsu, and her medical ninjutsu was even better than all of those. In fact, what shocked Sasuke the most was that her fine control over chakra was even better than his own. But in the end, Sasuke shook his head and said, I appreciate the offer. But no! This journey of mine is personal. I need some time to think about what I want to do. I need to sort out my thoughts. Until I figure out my own feelings, I think it's best for me to be away from the village for a while. I'll travel with Izaya for a bit since we both have a debt to settle with Danzo. But, TSK. Then let me come too. I'll clobber Danzo. I can't believe the things he's done, Naruto said through gritted teeth. Sasuke just sighed as he thought to himself, didn't he just hear what I said? I told him it was personal. Sakura wanted to protest but held back. She looked up and said, Sasuke. I've always believed in you. I'll believe in you this time too. I actually thought this might happen. Sasuke was surprised at how accommodating Sakura was being right now. Sakura pulled out a box and handed it over to Sasuke. What's this? He asked as he grabbed the box. These are soldier pills. If you find yourself in a bind, then use these. They can help replenish your chakra and stamina. A few are enough to last you 3 days and nights without rest. But make sure you find a safe place within those 3 days, as you'll be exhausted after the effect wears off. She replied. Sasuke was surprised that Sakura predicted their parting and had prepared in advance. Naruto stared suspiciously at the pill box as he recalled eating some of Sakura's soldier pills before and remembered how terrible they tasted. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead, but he elected not to say anything. Poof! White smoke appeared in the room as Kakashi appeared. Yo! He said. Kakashi. Sasuke said. So you're going after Danzo, eh? He commented. So you knew? Sasuke replied. Well, it wasn't that hard to guess. Izaya is going with you, isn't he? Kakashi replied. He is. Sasuke once again replied with short sentences. Kakashi let out a sigh and said, I understand. Sasuke. Be careful. Don't try to do everything on your own. Team 7 will wait for your return. Sasuke paused in silence for a few moments before nodding his head and walked towards the door. Sasuke! Naruto shouted, prompting Sasuke to stop and turn around. What is it? He asked. Naruto put on a big goofy smile as he threw Sasuke's old leaf forehead protector to him and said, Heh, don't slack off. Sasuke caught his forehead protector that had a scratch through the leaf symbol and recalled his old rivalry with Naruto before smirking and saying, Heh. Right back at you. Sakura walked over to Sasuke with the best smile she could muster despite feeling dejected and said, Sasuke-kun, be careful. Sasuke stared in silence at Sakura for a moment before he poked her forehead and said, sorry. Maybe next time. He then disappeared in a puff of smoke. End flashback. I stared at Sasuke for a long while as he seemed lost in thought. Guess it was quite a long goodbye, I mentally noted. Ahem. Well, seems like it went well. Shall we? I said, snapping Sasuke out of his thoughts. Ah, let's go. Sasuke replied as we both dashed off looking for any clues of Danzo's whereabouts. Chapter 42, Moving Forward. Tap. 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 The sounds of a cane tapping the floor resounded in the dimly lit hallway as Danzo walked through the area before coming to a stop and sighed to himself. Him. It appears he's not here either. He commented to no one in particular. Swish! Torian appeared before Danzo at this moment and said, reporting Lord Danzo. There is no sign of Yakushi Kabuto. It appears he has not been in this base for quite a while. Danzo stared at Torian for a moment before replying, Him. I see. He most likely knows of my deep past connection with Orochimaru, so he must also have data regarding the Sharingan and the Uchiha clan. I need another eye to replace the one that I lost to Izaya. Danzo gritted his teeth and clenched his fist in anger at the thought of Izaya. Just thinking about Izaya made him angry beyond comparison. He never thought he could hate someone so much before. He lost so many of his elite root members. He lost Shirsui's eye to him. And he was removed from his position as an elder. What he couldn't understand was that even with the many preparations he prepared and the elite Umbu he sent, Izaya still survived whilst none of his root members returned from that battle. This was completely unfathomable to him. If he reversed the role and put himself in that situation, even with the forbidden Izanagi technique which could grant him a total of 10 minutes of invincibility, his chances of survival against the onslaught of the root members assigned the task would be extremely slim. He doubted whether he could have survived at all, so he was baffled at the fact that not only did Izaya survive, but he had even successfully killed all the members he sent after him. Swish! At this moment Yamanaka-fu arrived. He had miraculously survived the attack from Kimimaro way back then, although he felt a lingering hint of fear at the ability Kimimaro had displayed and at how easily Kimimaro had incapacitated him. Reporting Lord Danzo. Konoha was attacked by the Akatsuki leader known as Pain. He was defeated by the collective might of Tsunade, Hiruzen, Kakashi, Kimimaro, Naruto, Sasuke, and Izaya. The village was extensively damaged, but miraculously none of the villagers had died. Tsunade was going to send a letter to call for a 5-Kage summit meeting, however, it appears that the 4th Raikage had already sent a letter out calling for a meeting first. Apparently not long before the attack on Konoha, the village hidden in the clouds was attacked by 2 members of the Akatsuki. They were Hoshigaki Kisame and Momochi Zabuza, 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. They nearly succeeded in capturing the 8 tails, however, the Raikage was able to make it in time to save the Jinchuriki. Fu said, finishing his report. Danzo frowned. TSK. I knew Tsunade and Hiruzen were too soft. Even if none of the villagers died in that attack, to let such a disaster fall onto the Leaf Village. They don't have what it takes to properly lead the village. It's unfortunate that Tsunade and Hiruzen didn't pass away in that attack. If they did, I could return and convince Hamura and Koharu to reinstate my position and leave the village as its Hokage. Danzo lamented. What are your orders, Lord Danzo? Torian asked. HMPF, Sai has elected to betray me. He no longer sends me reports on the village and Uzumaki Naruto. It's a good thing that I placed a seal on his tongue preventing him from speaking about me. Let us return to our hideout for the time being while we wait for things to stir up a bit. I feel a change in the winds. Perhaps we will be dealt a better hand in the near future. Danzo replied. Yes. Torian and Fu responded as all three of them disappeared from the cave corridor. 888. Sage Art Rasengan. Naruto shouted as he dashed towards Haku. Haku jumped back and dashed to his side only to be surprised seeing more than 10 of Naruto's shadow clones. They quickly pounced on him, prompting Haku to dodge left and right, up and down as he avoided punches, kicks, elbow jabs, and grapples. At this moment a Naruto appeared in the air above Haku and smashed a Rasengan into his back. Ku! Haku exclaimed as he spit out some blood from the force of the impact. However, in the next moment he turned into nothing but a pile of water. Water clone? Naruto exclaimed. Haku appeared by the riverside at this moment and weaved the hand signs of the water dragon jutsu, clapping his hands in the end, changing the elemental nature to ice, and said, Sage Art Ice Style Ice Dragon Jutsu. Crap! Naruto exclaimed as a ferocious beast of an ice dragon with wings crashed into him and all the clones at that moment. A large amount of white smoke puffed into the air as all the clones were destroyed upon impact with the dragon. All that was left in that spot was a large crystalline wall of ice. The real Naruto appeared high above the air as it fell down towards Haku as he said, Sage Art Big Ball Rasengan. Haku quickly formed the hand signs of bird, horse, ram, bird, and said, Sage Art Wind Style Gale Force Jutsu. Before Naruto could descend too far, a huge stream of wind swept Naruto away and into the river a few dozen meters away from Haku, causing his attack to create a large wave of water to spring into the air before it fell back down. Haku then formed the signs of tiger, bird, boar, rat, and clapped his hands saying, Sage Art Wind Style Air Cannon Jutsu. He then took a deep breath and exhaled an extremely powerful blast of air at Naruto. Naruto jumped out of the water at this moment, only to be met with a cannon of air. Shit! Naruto exclaimed. He formed the clone hand sign and said, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Thousands upon thousands of Naruto clones appeared in front of him as they took on the brunt of the air cannon while one of the clones successfully pulled Naruto out of the way. The air cannon fueled by natural energy was powerful enough to destroy more than half of the thousands of clones. Huff. 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 Naruto stood on the opposite side of the river panting at the close call. He had a yellow/orange coloration surrounded his eyes and a horizontal pupil as proof of his mastery over Sage Mode. He stared at Haku trying to catch his breath. Haku nodded in approval at Naruto's excellent counter to his technique as he stood there with the tattoos of blue-colored waves printed on his left and right cheeks, the tattoo of two blue small carps chasing each other on his forehead and with a light blue coloration around his eyes. This was proof of Haku's mastery over his own Sage Mode. On a tree branch not far from where Naruto and Haku were training stood Kakashi with a book in his hand as he commented to himself, these kids sure have gotten a lot stronger. Apparently, after learning that they both could use Sage Mode, they decided to test their skills against each other. I know they asked me to watch over their training, but I'm not sure I would even have a chance to intervene at this point. Bang! Boom! Swish! Bang! Bang! Swish! Skid! Skid! Huff! 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 Again! Hanabi shouted as she panted and resumed a fighting stance. Kimimaro resumed a defensive stance and said, very well. Come. Hanabi dashed forward with a palm strike prompting Kimimaro to block with his own palm. Hanabi performed several attacking movements striking, sweeping, kicking, throwing, jabbing, punching, kneeing, slashing, and thrusting. Kimimaro was secretly surprised at Hanabi's taijutsu skills as he recognized many of the techniques she employed as he thought, her strikes and movements are similar to Izaya's. He must have trained her in some taijutsu before in the past. Although her skills are still unrefined, it's a good start to a strong foundation. No wonder she asked me to help train her. Many of my own foundational taijutsu skills were passed on to me from Izaya as well. After gaining a good foundation, Izaya left the task of perfecting the taijutsu skills he began creating up to me, such as the 8 extreme fists, the 3 sovereign hands, and the 9 dragons breathing technique. Kimimaro dodged to his side and blocked against Hanabi's jab before stopping his fist just an inch away from her face, prompting them both to pause. Huff. 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 I can keep going, Hanabi said as she tried to catch her breath. Kimimaro shook his head. No. This is good enough. We've been sparring for more than a few hours already. Take this time to meditate on the fight and try to glean some insight from it. Tomorrow I will pass on to you the techniques Izaya taught me to build a strong foundation. You will improve rapidly. I can tell you already practiced some of the basic movements of Izaya's taijutsu. Although you are skillful in taijutsu, you shouldn't neglect your ninjutsu training. Hanabi nodded and said, all right, thanks for helping me train Maro. He nodded and said, I'm curious though. When did Izaya have the time to help you train? From the way you fought, it definitely wasn't just a day or two's worth of training. Heh. It was back when you were still recuperating from your disease. I'd visit Izaya at the training field sometimes. On those days, he would set aside his own personal training just to hang out with me. I asked him one day to jokingly help me practice my taijutsu, but he took it seriously. I knew he was strong since my cousin Niji told me he was, but you never really believe it until you see it with your own eyes. I prided myself in my taijutsu skills, but that day I realized the true meaning of the saying that there is always a man beyond the man, and skies beyond the sky. Although he said he'd help continue watching my training, in the end he still disappeared without saying anything for more than 2 years. Hanabi said as she reminisced about those days and then grumbled at the end. Kimimaro turned to look at Hanabi and smiled, saying, You once asked me if you could be my big sister. But rather than big sister, I think it'd be more appropriate to say that you'd be my little sister-in-law. Hanabi's face turned a shade of red at his comment. What do you mean? Izaya and I aren't, I mean. He hasn't said anything to me like that yet, unless, did he say something about me to you? Kimimaro shook his head in response. No. He hasn't said anything. But he gave you his necklace. Doesn't that mean something? And he even hugged you. Well, I suppose he hugged Haku and I too before he left. Maybe I overthought it. HMPF. I got my hopes up for nothing. Hanabi mumbled to herself. What was that? I didn't hear. Kimimaro said. Nothing. If there's nothing else for today, then I'll head back first. Hanabi said. Min. Kimimaro nodded. Hanabi walked off back to the Hyuga residence as she clutched the necklace Izaya gave her. You better be all right, she whispered to herself. Knock knock. Creak. Hiruzen walked into the Hokage office which Tsunade was currently in. Sarutobi-sensei. What are you doing here? Tsunade asked. Have you decided who you are taking with you to the 5 Kage summit? Hiruzen inquired. Tsunade thought for a moment before saying, I'm guessing you aren't tagging along, eh? Ha ha ha. Well, while it would be nice to see the old faces of some of the Kage not during war between villages, I am not the current Hokage. Also, if both you and I attend, then that would be a show of too much force and disrespect with 2 Kages attending from Konoha. While you attend the Kage summit, I will remain here in Konoha to ensure nothing goes awry. Hiruzen replied. Tsunade just let out a sigh and said, It's going to be a pain. I feel like the other Kages are much too serious for their own good. Ha ha ha. Well, perhaps the Tsuchikage Inoki will be a bit tough to crack. The Reikage is a bit hot-tempered and the Mizukage is quite new, so I've yet to officially meet her in person. You already know the Kazekage. So, Who are you taking? You need capable bodyguards. At most, you should take 2. The summit is being held in the Land of Iron with Mifune, the samurai, acting as moderator. Hiruzen commented. Ha yeah. Tsunade let out a sigh as she racked her brains about who she would take. Should I take Shizune or not? I would have liked to take Izaya, but he left with Sasuke to search for Danzo. TSK, I forgot to tell him that he was a Jonin now. Haku will be leaving to continue his training soon. With Naruto's personality, he's a no-go. Oh, Kakashi then. Min, Yamato, Guy, and Asuma are highly skilled Jonin with a lot of experience. Should anything go wrong, they'll be able to help the old man. I'll have Shizune stay in Konoha as well just in case. Then, other than Kakashi, I'll take Kimimaro. He's proven that he's just as capable of a shinobi as Kakashi. Tsunade looked up at Hiruzen and said, then I'll take Kakashi and Kimimaro. Oh? Min. Yes, excellent choices. With them by your side, then nothing untoward should happen. And even if something does happen, you should be able to face just about any dangerous situation without worry. Hiruzen contemplated and noted. Then we'll set out in 2 days. Shizune, go inform Kakashi and Kimimaro. Tsunade said. Yes. Shizune replied. 2 days later. Fwish! Dash! Whoosh! 3 figures dashed across the snowy forest through the Land of Iron as the cold wind blew past their faces. Ah, so cold! Kakashi lamented as he followed behind Tsunade. Heh, we're almost there. No complaining. I'd also prefer being in a warm cozy hot spring right now. Tsunade replied. So this is the Land of Iron. I was expecting a place full of rocky mountains, not snow. Kimimaro commented, seemingly unperturbed by the cold. Kakashi glanced over at him and wondered to himself, is it because of his Kekii Genkai and bones being as tough as steel that he doesn't feel that cold? He then responded to Kimimaro's comments saying, the Land of Iron is unique as it's a place ruled by samurai. I see. How interesting. I wonder what the other Kage are like. Kimimaro said. Fwoosh! All 3 of them landed at this moment in front of a large building where the summit was being held. In front of them were samurai guards and an old man with his head wrapped in bandages awaiting them. Lord Hokage. Welcome, we have been expecting your presence. Mifune said. Min. After you, Mifune. Tsunade replied. You must be weary from the cold and the journey. We have prepared some hot tea to help warm you all up. Mifune said as he led the 3 into the building. It's quite large inside. Kimimaro noted. After they were settled in, it wasn't long before the rest of the Kages arrived. They didn't have to wait long before all 5 Kage and their bodyguards and advisors arrived and stood before the semicircular table by their respective seats as Mifune, the head of the neutral faction, stood by the table in front of the others. After Mifune took his seat, the 4th Raikage A took his seat as his companions Darui and C took a seat behind the curtains. The 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki took his seat next as his companions Akatsuchi and Kuratsuchi took their seats behind the curtain. As the 5th Hokage, Tsunade took her seat afterwards as Kimimaro and Kakashi took their seats. Gaara, the 5th Kazekage and his companions Kankuro and Temari took their seats, followed by the 5th Mizukage Mei and her companions Ao and Chojuro. Well then. Now that we have all settled, and I hereby declare the start of the 5 Kage Summit meeting. I shall serve as your moderators and as the representative for the neutral factions. Mifune said. Inoki turned to Tsunade at this moment and commented, Heh. If it isn't the Slug Princess Tsunade. I see that the old man Hiruzen didn't come. Tsunade sighed inwardly as she took note of the old rock geezer. She smiled and said, ha ha, he may be getting on his years now, but his back is still quite good. Guh. Inoki coughed out as he felt an ache at Tsunade's hidden joke about his back. Kuratsuchi just facepalmed behind the curtains at Inoki's attempt to rile up Tsunade. Let's get on with the main subject. I called for the 5 Kage Summit so as to discuss the Akatsuki. They have gotten out of hand. Not only did they manage to abduct Yujito, the Jinchuriki of the two tails, from us, but they even had the nerve to attack my younger brother B. They nearly succeeded in capturing him and ended up seriously injuring him. If I didn't make it in time, he could have died. Said. The Akatsuki, indeed something needs to be done about them, however, we don't have much information on their organization. What is their strength? Where are they currently stationed? What is their purpose? Gaara said. I heard that there is a possibility of the true leader behind Akatsuki being Uchiha Madara. Tsunade said. What? The other Kages exclaimed. Isn't he supposed to be dead? Inoki asked in disbelief. Are you sure about this? Is he immortal? Replied. Perhaps he truly is a monster. Inoki said as he felt cold sweat drip behind his back. Madara, one of the founders of Konoha and a man said to rival Senju Hashirama. Gaara said in contemplation. If it is Madara, what could he possibly be planning? Mei said aloud. There was a moment of silence between all of the Kage, including Mifune, in the room before they continued their discussion. Swish! Dash! Two figures dashed through the forest before they stopped a few miles out from a cave entrance. This must be it, Sasuke said to Izaya. Izaya nodded his head and said, Seems like it. After 2 weeks of searching, we finally got a good lead. We'll have to be careful. We don't know what kind of traps Danzo might have prepared beforehand. As they walked into the cave entrance, Izaya focused his senses to search for the possibility of there being traps as he searched for Danzo. He furrowed his brow as he turned to Sasuke and whispered, This will be tougher than I thought. What is it? Sasuke whispered back. I can't be 100% certain if Danzo is here or not. There are multiple signatures, but they all give off a similar aura. It can fool an amateur into thinking it is just one person using the shadow clone technique, but I'm not easy to fool. I can tell they are different. The thing is, even though I can tell they are different, I can't tell which one is Danzo. Must be a high-level and complicated disguising technique Danzo set up for extra precaution. Take this, Izaya said as he handed Sasuke a special kunai. If I find Danzo, I'll fly to your location and bring you to him. We'll split up from this point to cover more ground and search individually. You should know how Danzo looks like from what Itachi showed you, right? Izaya asked. Sasuke nodded. Good. Be careful not to make a ruckus until you actually find Danzo, or else we'll risk him escaping. Izaya reminded. You too, Sasuke said before they dashed off in different directions. Tap. 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 Izaya laid in wait around the corner, hidden in the shadows, as he heard the footsteps of someone approach his destination. Just as they turned the corner, he struck with his right hand straight at their windpipe to prevent them shouting and quickly knocked them out before slowly dragging their body to the floor and into the shadows. After confirming that no one else was approaching within the vicinity, he removed his blindfold and opened the eye of the unconscious Root Umbu, using the powers of my Sharingan to search through his memories. After a few moments passed, he placed his blindfold back on and killed him. So, Danzo is on the floor below this one. It also appears that they've been searching for Kabuto so Danzo could obtain a Sharingan replacement for his right eye. After that, he wants to kill Kabuto to keep his mouth shut. It seems Danzo is waiting for something drastic to happen in the outside world first before he decides on his next moves. Izaya whispered to himself as he continued navigating the area while thinking to himself, I'm sure Sasuke has found similar information if he used the same tactic I did. While he moves to find Danzo, there's another piece of interesting information I got from that Root Umbu. Apparently, some of the Root Umbu outgathering data from various countries stumbled upon a region of intense murderous aura, and all signs of life were void in that area. I'll check out the room that has more info first before heading down to Danzo. Just as Izaya was about to turn a corner, he quickly stopped and jumped up on the ceiling. 3 Umbu walked past the spot he was just at as they discussed amongst themselves. Apparently Sai is now on the list of traitors and targets to be eliminated. Well, we suspected as such. What a shame. His skills were quite valuable to Root. An order is an order. What I'm more concerned about is that guy Karasuma Izaya. I know we were ordered to kill him, but how did he even manage to survive after the last assassination attempt? Even Lord Danzo wouldn't have been able to survive an attack like that. Who knows? Let's not think about it further for now. A few of our Umbu went to check out that region of intense murderous aura, but none of them came back. I wonder what the hell that place is. Forget it, let's just worry about our current mission. Izaya stood hidden on the ceiling as he listened to their voices get farther and farther away until they were finally out of earshot. He dropped back down without a noise with a thoughtful look as he got more interested in this strange region that they discovered. He dashed past a dimly lit corridor and arrived in front of a stone door marked with a sealing formula to keep others out that don't know the key to the sealing formula. He stretched his arms and cracked his knuckles as he smirked. Only good enough to keep amateurs out. He commented to himself. Izaya formed the signs of rat, ox, horse, bird, dragon, tiger, boar, dog, snake, hare, ram, and said, "Reverse lock unsealing jutsu." He placed his hand over the seal as a dim blue light seeped into the seal on the door, bypassing the original specific unsealing formula and deactivated the sealing mechanism. He smiled and thought, worked like a charm. I suppose Danzo can't make the seal too difficult or these amateur Root Umbu would never be able to get in. He walked in the door and closed it behind him. He was met with a dimly lit room and a large table with a bunch of books, scrolls, and paper lying around with tons of information on them. "Now then, Danzo, let's take a look at what you've been up to," he said, voicing his thoughts. Chapter 43, 5 Kage Summit. Kimimaro and Kakashi sat in complete silence and boredom along with the other guards and advisors of the other great villages while the 5 Kage continued their talks. The Reikage spoke at this moment. "When Mizukage, you should be ashamed. There are rumors going around that Akatsuki was founded in your village." Mei sighed with an apologetic face as she said, "Well, now that we've come to this point, there's no point in trying to hide it. There were rumors going around that the 4th Mizukage Yagura was being manipulated in the shadows by the Akatsuki. Under his rule, the village hidden in the mist became even more cruel and corrupt. We in the resistance fought hard and eventually regained control. We wanted to suppress the rumors going around so as to try and rebuild the reputation for the hidden mist village and stabilize the situation." Continued to shout in frustration. "HMPF, Konoha, IWA, Suna, Kiri, Akatsuki was mainly formed from missing ninja of your villages. And now we learn that it might be Uchiha Madara behind the Akatsuki. Not only that. Mizukage, it was 2 shinobi of the 7 swordsmen of the mist that attacked my brother B. Momochi Zabuza and Hoshigaki Kisame. Those bastards managed to escape. I still haven't paid them back for what they did. And Inoki, you even used and hired the Akatsuki in the past." Inoki sat in his seat with a look of annoyance before glancing at us saying, "TSK. And whose fault is that? If only Kumogakure had stuck to the previous agreement for each nation to reduce their military might, we would not have had to resort to using the mercenary group known as Akatsuki. Instead of honoring the agreement, Kumo instead secretly expanded their military and stole secret information from other villages." "What did you say?" I exclaimed with a glare while smashing his fist on the table in front of him. Gaara let out a sigh before speaking. "We have all suffered at the hands of the Akatsuki. They have brought ruin, destruction, and pain to all of us. Orochimaru killed the 4th Kazekage and attacked Konoha. Pain destroyed much of Konoha's foundation. Deidara destroyed many of Iwagakure's foundations as well. Kisame and Zabuza have dealt a heavy blow to Kumogakure, and the 4th Mizukage was even manipulated by the Akatsuki. They have collected and extracted many of the tailed beasts for unknown reasons. We know that their power reaches far, but we don't know how far. What do they plan to do with the power of the tailed beasts? And if it is truly Uchiha Madara behind the Akatsuki, then it is all the more reason that we need to decide how we shall proceed forward. It will be too much for any one nation to handle on their own." Inoki smirked as he glanced at Gaara and then at a heh. Kazekage, you are still a youngling. You gave a good summary and have an optimistic outlook, but even if you mean well, you have not had the chance to experience the hidden dangers of political agreements amongst nations. As you can see, even if we come to an agreement here, it does not mean that others will uphold their end of the deal. The Reikage clenched his fist as a thick vein popped out of his forehead in annoyance and anger while he stared at Inoki's underlying meaning. Tsunade and Mei just watched in silence as the Tsuchikage and Reikage argued with each other for a bit. TSK. A stubborn old rock and a hot-tempered muscle head. Tsunade clicked her tongue as she silently mumbled to herself. Gaara closed his eyes in deep contemplation before speaking once more. In the end, we cannot trust each other. If that is how humanity looks at the world, then we have no future. Inoki raised his eyebrow at Gaara. HM? What is it you want to say? Gaara paused momentarily in silence before looking straight at him. Obstructing ourselves from understanding and trusting each other will only breed a world of fear. To submit oneself with no regard for what is right is something I find difficult to accept. Inoki had a look of indifference as he responded, You speak of such difficult matters as if it were easy. What does a brat that's still ignorant in governing his own village know? Feel free to take this opportunity to ask anything you'd like. Your elders here will be more than happy to answer any questions you may have. Then let me ask you this. Gaara replied. Sure, I'll answer anything you'd like, kiddo. Inoki said with an air of arrogance. When was it that you gave up on yourselves? Inoki was taken aback by Gaara's question. Mei smiled as she thought, what a pure-hearted boy. Tsunade also laughed inwardly and smiled thinking, good job Kazekage, putting that old stone in his place. Mifune noticed that the tension in the room finally died down a bit, and so he chose this time to speak up. Ahem. Well, as the representative of the neutral factions and as moderator for the summit, I propose that we form an allied shinobi alliance until the Akatsuki is dealt with. Allied shinobi alliance? Mei whispered aloud as she contemplated the prospect. Boom! All the Kages let out a surprised expression as they felt the building shake. All the bodyguards and advisors jumped out to protect their respective Kage at this moment. Swish swish. Kakashi and Kimimaro immediately appeared beside Tsunade in a battle-ready stance. What's happening? A questioned. Ao, one of Mei's bodyguards, turned towards the direction of the commotion and activated his Byakugan. It seems we are under attack. What monstrous chakra? It's the Akatsuki. 2 members. Momochi Zabuza and Hoshigaki Kisame. Ao said as he relayed to everyone what he was seeing. Hearing the names Zabuza and Kisame, A became immediately incensed and shouted, What? As he recalled how Zabuza and Kisame nearly captured B. He quickly disappeared from the room and charged out. Mei frowned as she felt partly responsible since both of the Akatsuki members attacking were from Kirigakure. She stood up and said, Ao, Chojuro, follow me. They are missing ninja from our village and it is our responsibility to get rid of them. Yes. Ao and Chojuro acknowledged as they rushed out with her. What now, Gaara? Temari asked while Kankuro waited on standby. Gaara paused, thinking momentarily to himself before saying, Let's go take a look. If things turn bad, we shall lend a helping hand. Temari and Kankuro nodded as they all left as well. Kuratsuchi looked at Inoki before asking, Well, what should we do? HMPF. The Reikage, Mizukage, and Kazekage went to deal with the matter already. There's no need for us to move. Besides, what if my back acts up again? Tsunade scowled. Tisk, Kimimaro, Kakashi, come with me. I'll go in case there are any injuries. Yes. Kimimaro and Kakashi nodded as they followed her out, leaving only Inoki and Mifune in the room. Swish! Splash! Whoosh! Tsunade, Kakashi, and Kimimaro stood still as they saw the Reikage fight against the intruders in the giant hall they walked through just earlier in the day, as it was completely filled with water like it were a giant lake. Kakashi stood there and marveled at the amount of water in the room. To create so much water and fill up this giant hall requires not only an incredibly skilled water style user but also an enormous amount of chakra. Boom! Splish! Splash! Ting! Bang! TSK. You Akatsuki bastards! A shouted as he stood atop the water after exchanging some moves with them. He, the rakeage sure is fast. Kisame commented as he stood atop the water with Samahana in his hand. Zabuza stood beside Kisame with his executioner's blade in hand as he commented, HMPF. Let's just kill one of them and be done with it. Even with the both of us it'd be a tall order to take on all 5 Kage at once. Mei frowned as she said, since you've both delivered yourself to our doorstep you can forget about leading alive. She quickly formed the hand signs of dog, boar, tiger, ox, rat, bird and said, lava-style lava monster jutsu. A large murky acidic fluid shot forth covering a wide area as she attempted to heavily injure both Kisame and Zabuza. Kisame quickly clapped his hands together, formed the snake hand sign, and placed his hands in the shape of a shark opening its mouth as he said, water-style super shark bomb jutsu. A gigantic shark made of water shot forth as it gobbled up the acidic fluid filled with chakra. The corrosive nature of the lava melted away the shark, however, the shark's absorption of chakra from the lava allowed it to repair itself and grow, causing both techniques to cancel each other out in the end. Mei raised her eyebrows in surprise that Kisame was able to stop her technique. At this moment the Raikage cloaked in his lightning armor dashed over to Kisame and struck with his fist, prompting Zabuza to slash horizontally with his executioner's blade. I was inwardly surprised that Zabuza would slash at him like this since he was already so close to Kisame, prompting a quick thought to flash past his mind, HM? If he doesn't stop his sword swing then it would not only strike me but also cut his partner in half. I raised his left arm that had a giant gold metal armor brace on it to block Zabuza's strike whilst using his right fist and punched straight through Kisame. Push! Cling! A's fist struck right through Kisame's body as his left arm guard successfully defended against Zabuza's sword strike. The force from the sword strike caused the Raikage to fly through the air a few meters away, and it also cut right through Kisame, who turned into nothing but water in that moment. What? A water clone? I remarked with anger. No wonder he didn't care that his sword would cut through his partner, he mentally scowled. While in the distance Mei shouted, water-style water dragon jutsu. Kisame's real body also appeared in the distance as he shouted, water-style water shark bullet jutsu. A water dragon and water shark crashed into each other, causing a large torrent of water to spread outwards. It was at this moment that a bunch of sand appeared up in the air as Gaara said, Sand Hill. Sand attacked Zabuza and Kisame from above, forcing them both to constantly shift their position. Kisame formed the hand sign seal of confrontation and said, water-style 8,000 feeding sharks. A huge wave erupted from the water below into thousands of water sharks, effectively blocking the hail of sand, and rushed towards Gaara, Mei, and A. Before anyone else could make a move, Tsunade jumped down towards the watery battlefield and struck down with her fist on the water as she shouted, Ha-ya. The powerful force behind her punch caused an enormous cavity to appear in the water, which forced extremely powerful waves to rise high in the air all around, disrupting Kisame's technique. As the large wave rushed out from the cavity, it continued to crash down towards Kisame and Zabuza. At this moment Zabuza and Kisame finished reading the same hand signs as they said, water-style great waterfall jutsu. A giant vortex of water kicked up around them and absorbed the incoming wave before shooting back out with even greater force and ferocity towards Tsunade, Mei, Gaara, and A. Kisame and Zabuza also dashed towards them with their swords in hand at the same time. It was also at this moment that Kimimaro, Kakashi, Kankuro, Temari, Chojuro, Ao, Darui, and C chose to intervene. Kakashi appeared in the far distance behind Kisame and Zabuza as he formed the signs of tiger, hare, boar, dog, and said, Earth-style earth wall jutsu. A giant wall of earth rose up from the ground beneath all the water and up above it, blocking Kisame and Zabuza's escape route. Ao jumped in front of the Mizukage Mei, C jumped in front of the Raikage A, Kankuro jumped in front of the Kazekage Gaara, and Kimimaro jumped in front of the Hokage Tsunade as Kimimaro also formed the hand signs of ox, boar, ram and said, skeletal wall frame jutsu. A giant wall made out of bones as hard as steel rose up in front of the double waterfall wave created by Zabuza and Kisame as a large crrrssshhhh sound was heard as the wave crashed into the skeletal wall. Everyone from Kirigakure was instantly shocked when they saw the massive wall of bones appear. Ao instantly recalled an event that happened a long time ago about a clan that was able to manipulate their bones who had attacked the Hidden Mist village and were supposed to have been completely wiped out after that battle. Mei also furrowed her brow as she recalled the same event and turned her head to stare at Kimimaro. Temari unfolded her fan at his moment and said, Wind-style Great Wind Protective Wall Jutsu. A powerful force of wind intercepted Kisame and Zabuza's dashing form and blew them all the way back near the earth wall Kakashi created. It was also at this time that Kisame raised up Samahata in his hand to block a sword strike from Chojuro while Zabuza raised up his executioner's blade to block a sword strike from Darui. Cling! Cling! The sound of Zabuza and Kisame interlocked in a stalemate of sword strikes against Darui and Chojuro could be heard. Well, these guys aren't half bad. Kisame commented as he blocked a sword strike from Chojuro. Tisk, forget the Kages, we've lost the initiative now. Weakening them will have to come at a later date. Zabuza said as he parried a strike from Darui. Splish splash. At this moment Zabuza and Kisame had their backs up against the others as Kisame smirked with a facial expression that showed how much of a pain he thought their situation was. He showed his shark-like teeth and said, well, it can't be helped. Who would have thought that they'd actually be willing to group together and help the other one out so quickly? In normal times they'd usually be thinking of ways to get rid of one another. Anoki and Mifune also arrived at this moment as they felt it was taking too long for the other Kages to come back. Before anyone could do anything else, a swirl of distortion appeared by Kisame and Zabuza, revealing a masked Akatsuki member who then sucked in Zabuza and Kisame, teleporting them away. Everyone furrowed their brows as they stared cautiously at this man in front of them. Yo! Everyone! Toby said as he stood there in the middle of everyone's gaze. What are you doing here? A asked. I had wanted Zabuza and Kisame to assess and weaken the power of the 5 Kage a bit, even possibly capture or kill 1 or 2 of you, but it seems that even for them it was a bit too much to ask. I am here to talk now. Just as Toby finished speaking, the Reikage attacked him only for him to phase right through Toby. I couldn't care less for what the Akatsuki's plans are. A remarked. Anoki slowly floated down by the Reikage side and said, calm down Reikage. Let's at least hear what he has to say. Mei, still off in the distance, looked at Toby and asked, you wanted to take us as hostages? For what? So that my Eye of the Moon plan could be carried out without any complications. Anoki chimed in at this moment, I'm truly surprised that Uchiha Madara is still alive, but why would a man of your caliber choose such an indirect approach? With your strength you could make any plans go the way you wanted to. Toby turned his head to Anoki. The wounds I received from my fight against the first Hokage Hashirama were too deep. Currently I don't possess much power. My existence now is merely a shell of my former self, so to speak. See, a guard of the Reikage stood out and said, then is this your plan to return to your original self? Toby nodded and said, I suppose you could say that, but that isn't all there is to it. Mifune glared at Toby, asking with caution, then what are you planning? What in the world is the Eye of the Moon plan? Walking over to a ledge, Toby sat down in comfort. I want to explain thoroughly, so let me sit down for a bit. In essence, everything will become one with me. A complete being where all is unified. This revelation caused everyone in the room to be shocked with wide eyes. Becoming one? All unified? What do you mean? Anoki asked. Toby narrowed his eyes as he proceeded to tell everyone his story. The Uchiha stone tablet has been passed down for generations. On that tablet is a secret that has been written down by the sage of the 6 paths long ago. In order to read it, one must possess a special ocular power by using the Sharingan, Mangekyo Sharingan, and the Rinnegan. In that order one can decipher it. Inoki scoffed. Your story has gotten more unbelievable. The Sage of the Six Paths? Nothing but a fairy tale. Toby shrugged his shoulders indifferently. This is the truth. He existed and left behind the stone tablet. Tsunade scowled. What the hell does your plan have to do with the Sage of the Six Paths? Toby took a glance at everyone, ensuring he had their attention before saying, Do you know why he became a legend and is regarded as a god among shinobi? That is the connection between the Six Paths and my plan. A long time ago he saved the world from a certain monster. Gaara, a part of the monster was actually once sealed away inside of you. This being was a combination of all the tailed beasts as well as the strongest chakra. The 10 tails. Everyone in the room felt a shiver of coldness run down their spine at the direction this so-called Uchiha Madara's story was going. Toby continued on, the 10 tails was made of Gaara's 1 tails, Shikaku. Niyujito's blazing monster cat, the 2 tails, the previous Mizuki's 3 tails, Rashi of the lava elements 4 tails, Hanabi Wagakure's 5 tails, the missing ninja Utakata's 6 tails, Fu of Takigakure's 7 tails, the Reikich's younger brother Killer Bee's 8 tails, and Konoha's demon fox the 9 tails. All of the tailed beasts are nothing more than beings created from the dispersal of the 10 tails chakra by the hands of the Sage of Six Paths. The Sage of Six Paths created a certain ninjutsu in order to protect the world from the 10 tails, and it is still being passed down in secret. The system of the Jinchuriki sealing technique. You see, the Sage of Six Paths was the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails. To immobilize it, he sealed it into his own body. He was worshipped as a god by the people of the world who were terrorized by this beast. However, when he dies, the seal will break and the wicked chakra of the beast would be released once again. Fearing this, before his death he used the last of his power to split the 10 tails chakra into 9 pieces and spread them throughout the world. He then took the chakraless body of the 10 tails and threw it up in the sky, sealing it into the moon. Mifune frowned. So you are collecting all the tailed beasts to gain this unfathomable power, but what will you do once you have that power? I will resurrect the 10 tails and become its Jinchuriki. By using that power I will strengthen my ocular powers and invoke a certain technique. What technique? What are you planning to do? Inoki asked in wariness. I will activate a great Jinjutsu using the moon to project my eyes. The infinite Tsukiyomi. I will cast a powerful Jinjutsu on all humans in existence. I will control all humans with that Jinjutsu and unite the world. A world with no reserve or dispute. Everything will become one with me. One unity. That is my Eye of the Moon plan. The Reikage was furious as he said, Are you fucking crazy? Like we'd hand over the world to you. Gaara furrowed his brow and said, An illusionary piece is nothing but deception. It will hold no meaning in the real world. Mei also frowned and said, There will be no hopes or dreams, only running in that kind of world. Inoki glared at Toby. Unite the world? It sounds more like you want to make the world your own. Tsunade also clenched her fist and gritted her teeth. You're insane. You're a fool if you think we just gladly step aside and do nothing about it. Toby laughed and laughed some more before saying, Then what have you 5 Kage been able to do? You should be able to understand this the most. There is no such thing as hope. Hope is the same thing as giving up. That is why there is no other way than to make it a deception. Hand over the remaining 8 tails and 9 tails and cooperate with my plans. If you don't, then there will be war. The hell I'll give be over to you, you maniac. Shouted. HMPF. Over my dead body. Tsunade shouted. I won't hand over Naruto to you. Gaara said. I feel the same. Mei commented. Toby sat in silence as he expected this kind of response. Although I myself may not hold much power, I do have the power of all the tailed beasts I've gathered thus far. You won't be able to win. Gaara glared back and said, I will not throw away hope. Toby narrowed his eyes. So be it. I hereby declare the 4th Great Ninja War. The next time we meet will be on the battlefield. He then disappeared in a swirl of darkness in mere moments, leaving behind a very silent and stunned room full of Kages and their guards and advisors. So now what? Anoki said, breaking the silence. We must form the allied shinobi force. It is the only way to match the combative power of seven-tailed beasts. Gaara said. I agree. We can't let the Akatsuki keep doing what they want. Tsunade said. Fine. Let us crush the Akatsuki once and for all. Said. Very well. Anoki also assented before asking, what of the 8 tails and 9 tails? What about them? Questioned. How should we deploy them in battle? Tsunade also chimed in, true, their military might could possibly be capable of helping us turn the war into our favor early on. Shook his head. No. I refuse. Knowing B, he would most likely cause more chaos on the battlefield than be much help. In fact, he doesn't really follow orders well, so, anyways, I propose we hide them for now. Tsunade widened her eyes in disapproval. What? Hide them? But this is Uchiha Madara. If we lose the initiative outright, we won't get a second chance to turn it around. Gaara stepped forward at this time. Calm down, Hokage. I agree with the Reikage. First off, this war that he proposed was most likely to draw out the 9 tails and 8 tails. In the past, the Akatsuki have been quietly capturing the tailed beasts. This time they declared open war. They have caused enough strife and anger amongst the 5 great nations already from their movements and are now an open target, so they elected to just declare war. Their objectives are the 8 and 9 tails. They probably want us to send them to the battlefield and may have some sort of plan or trap to capture them. Also, I may not know the Reikage's younger brother Killer Bee, but I do know Naruto. Naruto is just as likely to do something against orders, and it may cause chaos or confusion on the battlefield. For now, I think we should keep them hidden. I agree. Mei commented. She then turned to Kimimaro and asked, Boy, your technique earlier, are you from the Kagaya clan? Tsunade was about to chime in, but Kimimaro saw no need to hide this fact and replied, Yes. I am the last member of the Kagaya clan. Kakashi felt a bit anxious as to how the Mizukage and her entourage would react, so he walked and stood by Kimimaro just in case. Mei put on a thoughtful look before turning to Tsunade and asked, Exactly what does this mean? Tsunade sighed and said, What does what mean? Kimimaro is a member of the Kagaya clan. Konoha didn't have anything to do with the Kagaya clan's attack on Kiridikure, nor did Konoha plot to steal information and whatnot from Kiridikure. Kimimaro was abandoned as a child and was saved from a life of misfortune by a leaf shinobi of ours. They made their way to Konoha and the third Hokage took them in. He's unaffiliated with Kiridikure. Kimimaro turned to look at Kakashi and asked, Did I cause trouble? Kakashi smiled and said, Don't worry about it. Lord Fifth will handle this. Kimimaro could only nod. Mei and Ao remained silent for a few minutes as they took in what Tsunade said, while Chojuro just stood to the side awkwardly. At this moment Gaara spoke up and said, Is there a problem? Mei and Ao looked at each other with a look of defeat as they simply couldn't find a justified reason enough to pursue the matter. Especially after everything that just happened, so Mei simply shook her head and said, I was just curious. Mifune walked forward as he coughed to grab everyone's attention and said, Ahem. Returning to the main topic at hand. Hiding the 2 remaining Jinchuriki should not have a drastic impact on our collective strength. Remember that this is also the very first ever shinobi alliance between the 5 great nations, and its battle power is also unknown. It is possible that our collective might may be able to contend with and may be greater than the 7-tailed beasts Madara has captured. Tsunade clicked her tongue at the prospect of having to hide Naruto. Tisk, very well. Then where are we sending them? Nodded his head in approval of everyone's consent. Don't worry about that, I already have an idea. A remote place in Kumogakure where B and I used to train. It is very safe there. Also, no Akatsuki members were formed from Kumogakure, so there's little to no chance of there being a spy from Kumo to sell us out. Everyone nodded in assent to this as Mifune said, "Very well. It is decided then. As the leader of the neutral factions and mediator of the summit, I hereby declare the official formation of the first allied shinobi forces of the 5 great nations. As the Kazekage is too young, the Hidden Mist Village has mysterious rumors tied to the Akatsuki, the Hidden Stone Village have utilized the Akatsuki in the past, and Uchiha Madara was a founder of Konoha, that leaves the Raikage, as the best choice for position of Supreme Commander of the Allied Shinobi Forces." Very well. Everyone nodded in agreement. Chapter 44, The End of Danzo. Rustle. Rustle. Thud. Click. Izaya laid down a scroll on the table before him as he read through its contents in the dimly lit room. So the place where all the murderous aura was found is in the Moon Country. That's an island where the village hidden under the moon is located. Using the Fire Country as a reference, it'd be to the far southeast waters between the Kanashi Ocean and the Kaiju Ocean. It's pretty far from here, but should be worth checking out. It seems Danzo had found some interesting information about some sort of weapon that was hidden on that island. I wonder what it could be. After combing through the rest of Danzo's archives in this room, I prepared to leave when I saw an unassuming tattered and worn scroll pushed in the corner under a pile of papers in the room collecting dust. Well, probably isn't anything important, but doesn't hurt to check it out. I picked it up and rolled it out on the table as I took a look at its contents. Not much on here. Looks like this scroll is a remnant from the now lost Uzumaki clan. It's pretty old and the words are nearly illegible. Without the Sharingan, I wouldn't be able to piece together what the words say at all. Something about a relic of the eternal flame and the secrets of the 4 symbols sealing jutsu. Interesting, but seems like the relic of this eternal flame was lost when the Whirlpool Country was destroyed. Apparently this relic was a key component to how the Uzumaki clan was able to develop the 4 symbols sealing jutsu. I wonder what this relic of eternal flame is. The relic is some sort of ancient-looking lantern. Well, since it has to do with the secrets of the 4 symbols sealing jutsu, this might be worth looking into more. I'll hold onto this scroll just in case. Taking one last sweep around the room and finding nothing else of interest, I headed out the door. Just as I walked out and changed my chakra back into sensing mode, I felt a disturbance throughout the entire hideout. Looks like Sasuke found Danzo, I mentally noted as I recognized Sasuke's chakra signature chasing 3 other signatures. I then sensed several other figures chasing Sasuke and noted that they were Root Umbu. I thought I told him to be more careful, but I guess after he found Danzo he just went for the kill. Boom! A loud sound was heard as all those chakra signatures I was tracking on the lower level all of a sudden rose up to the first level before appearing outside the hideout. Guess they charged outside. I brandished my special kunai in my right hand and flew to Sasuke's location. Fwish! Just as I appeared by Sasuke's side, 3 shuriken flew towards us, so I quickly deflected them with my special kunai. Ting ting ting! Danzo widened his eyes in surprise at my sudden appearance by Sasuke's side. Karasuma Izaya? Yo! I replied nonchalantly. Izaya? Sasuke questioned, noting my presence as he stared at Danzo with hatred. I see you found Danzo pretty quickly, but I wish you acted a bit more covertly. All this commotion has attracted the other Root Umbu stationed in this place. I commented. TSK. There was a warning barrier placed on the lower level near his position. It went off before I noticed it. Sasuke replied. Then, I guess that leaves us no choice but to take out everyone. You focus on Danzo. I'll keep the others at bay. You gonna be alright taking on everyone else like that by yourself? Sasuke questioned doubtfully. Well, I doubt he made the necessary preparations to kill me this time, so I shouldn't have a huge problem. At least escaping with my life will be a lot easier this time. And after my experience with the last assassination attempt, I'll know what tricks of his to look out for. We'll watch each other's backs while you focus on Danzo and I focus on the other guys. Fine. Sasuke assented. Swish swish swish. At this moment 20 root Umbu stood around in the vicinity while Fu and Torian stood beside Danzo, who began unwrapping the seal around his right arm filled with Sharingan. Remember about the Izanagi technique I told you about before we found Danzo's hideout? Be mindful of it, I reminded. Got it, Sasuke replied. Danzo however frowned as he heard our conversation, thinking, whatever, even if they know about Izanagi it doesn't mean they'll be able to defeat me. Bang! Sasuke and I dashed towards our respective opponents at this moment. I went to face off against the 20 Umbu in the vicinity as Sasuke engaged Fu and Torian while Danzo hurried to unseal and unwrap his right arm. Swish! Bang! Boom! Ting! Zing! Fwing! Fwoosh! Clank! Schlick! Skid! My feet slid across the ground as I steadied my stance while keeping an eye on the enemy. In less than a few minutes of our first engagement in combat, I had killed 5 of the Umbu, reducing their numbers to 15 instead of 20, which greatly alarmed these Umbu members. No wonder he was able to survive against the last assassination attempt. He's a monster. An Umbu said. Maybe you guys just suck, I taunted with a smirk. I sidestepped and dodged 3 kunai and kicked off a tree, dodging a fire ninjutsu attack before throwing out my special kunai and said, Kunai Shadow Clone Jutsu. More than 100 special kunai flew out in the vicinity while the Umbu members blocked, parried, deflected, and dodged to avoid getting seriously injured. I quickly formed the snake hand sign and said, Wood-style silent strangle jutsu. Large wooden vines quickly entangled 3 Umbu and pulled them next to 3 of the special kunai lying around. I quickly flew to those 3 different locations and slit their throats, killing them before anyone could react. 4 Umbu members jumped out and unleashed a barrage of wind, fire, lightning, and earth ninjutsu, prompting me to fly to a different kunai. Before they could attack again, I flew to another kunai and I continued to fly to several other kunai in quick succession, confusing them and preventing them from acting. I finally stood atop a tree branch at this moment and took a look at my work. Whilst flying to several kunai locations, I had arranged 5 circles made out of 5 kunai each. I quickly activated my traps by forming the hand sign of dragon and tiger before 2 Umbu members appeared, stabbing at my neck and chest with their swords. Dodging one and deflecting the other with a special kunai in my hand, I touched the hands of one Umbu, teleporting him away into one of the 5 circles. I then did a quick turn and touched the arm of the second Umbu, also sending him into the same circle as the first. Ah! They both screamed in agony as they were lit ablaze and incinerated by the flames scorching their bodies. What the heck just happened? An Umbu exclaimed as he watched his 2 comrades get burnt to crisps for a total of 5 seconds before dropping dead. I smiled and said, that is my original technique, combining Fuinjutsu and Ninjutsu. I call it the Fire Element Seal Punishing Array Jutsu. Just as I finished explaining, I flew to several other kunai, confusing the Umbu again as they couldn't predict where I would appear next out of the 100 kunai surrounding the forest. This allowed me to effectively sneak up on 3 other Umbu and sending them into 3 different circles of my unique jutsu. Once they were sent inside, they were either burnt to a crisp from a bombardment of flames or they were electrocuted to death from a storm of lightning. What? Lightning as well? Another Umbu said in shock. Of course. That one is my Lightning Element Seal Punishing Array Jutsu, I said as I disappeared again. I smirked as I continued flying to different locations, watching the panicked reactions of these Umbu. Only 10 left, I noted to myself while also taking a peek at Sasuke. Seems he's in a stalemate against Fu and Torian, and looks like Danzo just finished unsealing his arm. Torian's body is filled with incredibly toxic and poisonous bugs that degrade his opponent's cells. His ability is indeed a bit troublesome to deal with. With Fu being a sensor type, he can sense when Sasuke wants to activate his Amaterasu, letting Fu and Torian dodge and hide in time before they can be hit. At this moment, Sasuke dodged a palm strike from Torian and did a backflip to create some distance, while Fu sneakily appeared behind Sasuke, wanting to use his mind transmission technique to take over Sasuke's body. Noticing this, I quickly threw a special kunai at Fu, forcing him to dodge forward to prevent himself from being hit. This created an opportunity for Sasuke to quickly turn around and slash at Fu's head with his sword. Fu quickly rolled down to the side to dodge Sasuke's sword strike only to end up near one of my special kunai. I quickly flew to that location before anyone could react and placed my hand on Fu, teleporting him to the last of the 5 active arranged circles and said, "Lightning element seal punishing array jutsu." Goa! Fu screamed as he was electrocuted by intense lightning ninjutsu for 5 seconds straight before he dropped dead inside the encirclement of kunai. "No! Fu!" Torian shouted as he rushed towards Sasuke and I, while the 10 remaining Umbu also rushed towards us at the same time. Danzo had also dashed forwards as he weaved the signs of rat, snake, horse, snake, dog, and shouted, "Wind-style vacuum blast barrage." He sucked in a deep breath and then let out a powerful torrent of wind blades aimed at Sasuke and I. Sasuke activated his Susanoo, effectively blocking Danzo's attack while I formed the signs of tiger, snake, and said, "Wood-style deep forest emergence." Before Torian, Danzo, and the 10 remaining Umbu could reach us, giant branches of wood and trees sprouted from the ground, tripping 3 Umbu and ensnaring 4, preventing them from escaping. Torian, Danzo, and the last 3 Umbu successfully dodged backwards and escaped the entrapment of the forest. I then formed the signs of dragon, bird, snake, and said, "Wood-style killing spear jutsu." 4 long and sharp wooden stakes sprung out from the ground and shot forth with incredible speed, impaling the 4 Umbu that had been caught in the deep forest emergence and died. At this moment Torian sneakily appeared from our left side and struck out with his poisonous right palm. Sasuke, noticing him with his Mangekyo Sharingan, used his Susanoo to grab Torian and crushed his body before saying, "Amaterasu." Torian died and was completely incinerated, not leaving a trace of his poisonous body behind. Fuck! How the hell are we supposed to fight these two? One of the remaining 6 Umbu exclaimed. Shit! One has the Mangekyo Sharingan and the other uses the wood style. It's like fighting against the founders of Konoha, Uchiha Madara, and Hashirama Senju. Another Umbu exclaimed. Danzo frowned as he appeared above the trees and weaved the signs of rat, hare, dog, and said, "Wind-style vacuum bullets jutsu." A blast of small and powerful air bullets shot towards Sasuke and I at this moment. Sasuke raised the arm of his Susanoo to defend himself while I flew to a kunai off in the distance to avoid being hit. Sasuke took this opportunity to grab Danzo with one of his Susanoo's hands and crush Danzo, killing him, prompting Danzo to release one of his 10 Sharingan eyes, leaving him with only 9. Due to the deep forest emergence creating a bunch of thick branches and trees, it had picked up many of my special kunai that were spread out in the forest. Hence, when I teleported away to avoid Danzo's air bullets, I had appeared behind 2 of the remaining 6 Umbu without them noticing and said, "Teyugen." 2 golden spheres appeared in my left hand and right hand as I struck out and pierced the bodies of both Umbu, turning them into nothing but ashes in a few seconds. What? How? The remaining 4 Umbu exclaimed as they hadn't noticed my presence. They quickly got in formation and encircled me as 2 Umbu rushed in with their blades, while the other 2 weaved hand signs and unleashed a barrage of wind ninjutsu and lightning ninjutsu. I quickly utilized the body flicker technique to move incredibly fast in the air and hung upside down on a tree branch created from the deep forest emergence technique, effectively dodging their formation attack. Deja vu. Nearly a similar tactic used against me last time, I mentally noted. I quickly formed the snake hand sign and said, "Wood-style silent strangle jutsu." 4 thick wooden vines emerged beneath the feet of all 4 remaining Umbu members, effectively ensnaring and trapping 2 of them whilst the other 2 successfully escaped. Forming the hand signs of dragon, bird, snake, I said, "Wood-style killing spear jutsu." 2 wooden stakes pierced through the bodies of the trapped Umbu, killing them as I also weaved the signs of bird, boar, ox, rat, dog, and snake, causing a slight ripple in the surrounding air before dissipating just as quickly as it appeared. Preparations done, I said to myself. At this moment one of the remaining Umbu dashed out from the side, swinging with his sword at my neck, while the other Umbu threw 5 shuriken from below. Just before the sword and shuriken could hit their mark, I flew back to Sasuke's location, who had just managed to pierce Danzo's body with an arrow from his Susanoo. Danzo once again faded into illusion as his body reappeared in the distance, leaving him with only 5 Sharingan left on his arm. The 2 remaining Umbu also appeared by his side at this moment. Danzo looked on at both Sasuke and Izaya with a look of anger, frustration, and fury as he shouted, "You bastards! Konoha should have never let you both live. Itachi! Do you see this younger brother of yours? He is a disgrace to the Leaf. He is your one and only mistake. And you, Izaya? Who the hell are you? Why can you use with style? You have ruined everything I ever had. If you had just been obedient and joined me from the start, we could have done many great things together. Don't you know that all I ever wanted was to protect the Hidden Leaf? With your power by my side, we could have done so much more. Instead, you both forced me into this kind of situation. If I had known this was how you both were going to turn out, I would have disposed of you both from the very beginning." We both just let Danzo's words go through one ear and out the other as we looked at him with indifference, which infuriated Danzo even more. Danzo turned to the two remaining Umbu and said, "You two back me up. We will get rid of Sasuke first. Izaya's current speed is too great to contend against for the time being. Once we are rid of Sasuke, we will set up a barrier to deal with Izaya." Just as Danzo stepped forward, he felt two sharp pains in his chest. As he looked down, he saw that there were two blades pierced in his chest. "What?" Danzo exclaimed in confusion as he looked at the two Umbu by his side who had stabbed him. Danzo faded from existence and reappeared in the distance as another Sharingan closed its eye, leaving only 4 remaining whilst he stared in disbelief at his own Umbu. "What did you do to them?" Danzo asked as he stared at me. Danzo widened his eyes at what happened next as his remaining 2 Umbu had turned to each other and stabbed one another, effectively committing double suicide. At this moment, both Umbu had finally snapped out of their daze and realized that something was wrong. However, it was already too late as they had both pierced the other's heart. With their dying breath they said, "What the hell did you do to us?" I smirked and said, "Demonic illusion, bewildering jutsu." Both Umbu had a look of disbelief as they coughed up blood, struggling to remember when they had fallen prey to Jinjutsu. As they both closed their eyes forever, the last thing that flashed past their minds was the memory of Izaya performing some hand signs and then feeling a ripple in the air that was too small and slight for one to be concerned about it at all. So that was when they both whispered as they lay dead on the ground. Before Danzo even had a chance to react, Sasuke took a look at him and said, "Amaterasu." "Ah!" Danzo screamed as his body was lit ablaze before his existence faded once more and he reappeared in the distance. He quickly bit his thumb to create some blood and formed the hand signs of boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram, and said, "Summoning jutsu." A large poof of smoke appeared and revealed a giant Baku, a creature that looked like a giant elephant chimera. It opened its mouth and a terrifying suction force was generated as it began to suck everything in the surrounding into its mouth. "Ku!" Sasuke groaned as he struggled to remain grounded whilst protected inside his Susanoo. I placed his hands together in the snake hand sign, creating a thick and strong wooden vine to tie around my waist, keeping me grounded. Danzo began to run around as he attempted to get behind us whilst Sasuke formed the hand signs of snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger, and said, "Fire-style fireball jutsu." The powerful suction force of the Baku enhanced the fireball Sasuke spewed out from his mouth. The heat of the flames quickly engulfed the mouth of the Baku, forcing it to stop its ferocious inhalation of the surrounding area and scream in agony before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Danzo widened his eyes in surprise that Sasuke was able to deal with his Baku so fast. Before Danzo could make a move, I kept my hands in the snake hand sign and caused a wooden vine to entangle Danzo's feet and body, rooting him in place. Sasuke turned towards Danzo at this moment and created a Chidori in his hand before saying, "Chidori sharp spear." His Chidori changed shape into a long spear of lightning and pierced Danzo's heart, killing him, causing Danzo to fade from existence once more as he appeared off to the side while panting heavily. Another one of his Sharingan closed its eyes as he was left with only 2. Huff. 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 "You, huff, bastards." Danzo cursed as he fought to steady his breath, assessing his body as he mentally noted how low his chakra was. He quickly tried to formulate what options he had left as he thought, "I only have 2 minutes left maximum in order to kill these 2 brats. I only have 1 shot, if I can't kill Izaya then I need to at least take out Sasuke. Danzo steadied his breath as he dashed towards us. I narrowed my eyes as I took note of Danzo's sorry state and thought, Danzo is on his last legs. He knows he won't be able to escape now, and he knows that with only 2 Sharingans left he can't hope to do much else in this fight. He'll probably do everything he can to get as close to us as possible and try to take us out with him using the reverse 4 symbols sealing jutsu. Just as Danzo jumped to his left, Sasuke had his Susanoo fire an arrow and pierced Danzo's body, prompting him to lose another Sharingan, which left him with only 1. He continued to dash forward as fast as he could towards us as he weaved the signs of rat, hare, dog, and said, wind-style vacuum bullets jutsu. Small and powerful compressed bullets of air shot forth towards Sasuke, and I prompting Sasuke to place the hand of his Susanoo in front of him while I formed the signs of tiger, hare, boar, dog, and said, earth-style earth wall jutsu. A thick wall of earth appeared and successfully intercepted the bullets of air. It was at this moment that Danzo arrived before both of us. Sasuke quickly used his Susanoo to grab Danzo's body and crushed his frame, killing him. Once again Danzo's body faded from existence as his last Sharingan closed its eye and another Danzo appeared. Danzo quickly removed his upper body clothes as black patterns appeared on his chest as he shouted, reverse 4 symbols sealing jutsu. Black inky liquid quickly poured out of his chest and pooled on the ground at this moment as Danzo's last thoughts flashed past his mind. He remembered the time when he was with Hiruzen and the second Hokage Tobirama. They had been surrounded by an elite group of shinobi from Kumogakure. In order to survive, someone had to act as the decoy while the other members in their team escaped. Although he wanted to volunteer himself, he couldn't bring himself to offer his hand. He shook in uncontrollable fear at the thought of dying and being unable to fulfill his duties. It was at this moment that Hiruzen volunteered himself to be the sacrifice. Before he knew it, Lord Second declared Hiruzen as the 3rd Hokage and remained behind as the decoy. Coward. He knew that he was a coward in the face of actual death. He had always lost to Hiruzen in everything he did. To this day he always wanted to be the one recognized for having accomplished amazing feats for the village. Why did it have to be Hiruzen who was named Hokage? Why did it have to be Hiruzen who had more courage? Why did it have to be Hiruzen who was so skilled in jutsu? Why did it have to be Hiruzen who gained everyone's public acknowledgement? Why was it Hiruzen who was able to train such impressive and skilled shinobi like the legendary Sannin? Why did Yamato choose to remain by Hiruzen's side instead of his? Why did Izaya choose Hiruzen instead of him? Why? 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 Why did he always compare himself to Hiruzen in everything he did? Why couldn't he just accept that Hiruzen was a capable man and shinobi and the things he had were things he deserved? Why did he have to feel so inferior to Hiruzen? Danzo sighed, lamenting to himself as his eyes darkened as his one last thought crossed his mind. Hiruzen, in the end, was I nothing but a failure? For once I had just wanted you to be the one looking at my back as I stood there proudly and tell you not to worry, and then I will be the one to shoulder the responsibility of the village. But I realize now that I was never deserving of such a position. In the end, I wasn't able to become a Hokage. As Danzo's final thought passed in silence, a large black sphere spread outwards and engulfed the surroundings in a 20-meter radius before collapsing in on itself and leaving a seal on Danzo's lifeless corpse. Sasuke and I stood off in the distance near my special kunai as we watched everything play out in safety. We stood unmoving in silence for a while as we just looked at Danzo's lifeless corpse and the destruction he created around him with his last kamikaze attack. He's finally dead, Sasuke said almost inaudibly as he stared with a look of sadness. I glanced at Sasuke knowing that he was thinking about Itachi. It wasn't until the sun began setting in the sky that we returned to Danzo's corpse. Ugh! Sasuke groaned as he clutched his eyes. Side effects of using the Manjikyu Sharingan, I commented. Sasuke nodded his head and said, "You told me before that Itachi wanted you to protect his body and have me transplant his eyes. That would allow me to awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and also prevent the side effects of going blind, correct?" I nodded my head. That's right. I've decided. With Itachi's eyes, I'll take a look at what the world looks like through his eyes. With Itachi's power, I'll see what it is he wanted to protect so much. A village. A clan. Bonds. I'm ready to transplant Itachi's eyes, Sasuke said as he had a look of sadness on his face. There was a moment of silence between us before I said, all right. Then, I'll let you be the one to take care of presenting Danzo's body to the leaf. If you ask Lord Third Hokage, he'll help you with the process of transplanting Itachi's eyes. You are returning to the leaf with me? Sasuke asked. I shook my head, seeing the look of confusion on Sasuke's face. No. After you transplant Itachi's eyes, I reckon you'll leave in search of your companions Suigetsu, Karen, and Yugo. I advise you to at least travel with one other person to help you out just in case. After all, that masked Akatsuki member is still out there, and who knows what tricks he has up his sleeves. As for me, I also have something I'd like to do before returning. For me, I can get around a lot faster and leave a lot faster in tough situations on my own. Plus, I'm not sure what hidden dangers I might face where I'm going, so the more people I bring, the riskier it might get for all of us to make it out alive. At least for me, I'm quite confident in my survival skills. I can't say about others, nor for my ability to make it in time to save others. I see, Sasuke replied. Then, I'll send you off near Konoha. Sasuke nodded. Just before I was going to send them off, Sasuke said, Izaya, it sounds like you'll be going somewhere pretty dangerous. Be careful. I smiled and nodded, saying, I will. I then sent Sasuke and Danzo's body off, teleporting them near Konoha as I took a look around one more time and destroyed Danzo's hidden base before dashing off. Chapter 45, Before the War. A warm breeze passed through the forest as the leaves and grass swayed in the wind. The sun had already begun to set when a dense cluster of bushes began to rustle, revealing a disheveled figure who dragged a dead body along behind him. Ugh! How long has it been since Izaya used this marker of his? The bushes and grass have grown out of control in this area. Sasuke grumbled to himself as he pulled Danzo's dead body out of the thick and entangled bushes. Sasuke bit his thumb and let some blood leak out before forming the hand signs of boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram, and said, summoning jutsu. A giant white cloud of smoke appeared and dissipated, revealing a giant brown hawk called Garuda. It gave a loud and proud screech before folding in its wings and bending down, allowing Sasuke to jump on its back with Danzo's corpse. Not a moment later, Garuda spread its wings and flew into the air towards Konoha. Sasuke looked down from above as he saw the lush green color of the trees below. The blue cool rivers flowing throughout the land. The cool breeze high in the air and the gentle and warm feeling that the orange, yellow, and red-colored sun painted in the sky. His expression softened as he took everything in before him as one thought crossed his mind, so this is the land of fire. This is the territory of the Hidden Leaf. This is all a part of what Big Brother Itachi sacrificed his life for. It wasn't long until the village came into view. The signature image of the Hokage stone faces on the cliffside and the rapidly progressing reconstruction of the village's buildings after Pain's attack. After Garuda circled above in the air around the semi-constructed Hokage's building, it landed on the flat rooftop. He picked up Danzo and went to Hiruzen's quarters. Tap! 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 Sasuke walked through the well-lit hallway that gave off a glow of warmth. He would have felt comfortable walking down the hallway if it wasn't filled with the strong scent of tobacco everywhere. The second he opened the door to Hiruzen's room, he heard him say, Sasuke. Sasuke closed the door behind him as he carried Danzo's lifeless corpse over his shoulder and saw Hiruzen's eyes widened in shock. Without caring for much else, Sasuke dropped Danzo's body on the floor with a plop and said, Danzo's finally dead. Hiruzen let out a long sigh as he closed his eyes, lamenting Danzo's fate. Even if he had agreed that Danzo should be found and turned into Konoha, dead or alive, he had, after all, grew up with Danzo when they were young. No matter how dark and extreme Danzo's actions were, he still lamented Danzo's death in the end. Hiruzen opened his eyes and replied, I see. Did Izaya return with you? Sasuke shook his head and responded, Izaya had something he needed to do, so he sent me ahead. He told me that if I was ready to transplant Itachi's eyes then to speak to you. Hiruzen remained silent for a minute as he took in what Sasuke said and also took in the sight of Danzo's lifeless corpse once more before saying, yes. Please allow me to take care of Danzo's body first. I will then proceed to help you with transplanting Itachi's eyes. I've heard from Izaya already about the matter. Sasuke nodded. Fine. Just as Sasuke was about to head out the door, he paused. I've already learned the entire truth from Itachi. But, just once more, I need to hear it from someone else. Is it true, everything about Itachi? The coup d'etat? The massacre? Danzo's order? My life being spared? Hiruzen stared at Sasuke's back for a moment in silence before nodding his head and said with sorrow, yes. It is true. I see. Sasuke said as he took a moment to commit to memory Hiruzen's affirmation of the truth before disappearing from Hiruzen's office. Naruto walked through the Konoha cemetery as he stopped before Jiraiya's memorialized grave. He bent down and placed a bouquet of flowers next to it as he stood there in silence for a while before speaking. Jiraiya-sensei. I'm not too sure what I'm supposed to do now, but I won't stop searching for the answers. Old Toad Futasaka said that you left everything to me. That you entrusted me with the things you weren't able to accomplish in this life. He said that you believed in me. I trained hard and learned how to use Sage Mode. Futasaka said I was better at it than you since I don't look like a frog after. Naruto smiled as he recalled the things Futasaka told him and recalled the face of his loving master. He then continued, I met Nagato. He said that he wanted to create the peace that you wanted for the world. However, I just couldn't come to accept his version of peace. I couldn't forgive him for what he did. To you, to Gaara, or the village. But you know, after hearing about his own life and how he lived, I think I can understand him too. Just like how I understood the loneliness that Sasuke and Gaara felt. I think I can understand some of Nagato's pain. Even if I can't forgive him for what he's done, I also can't bring myself to truly hate him. I thought I would hate him no matter what, but I know now that hating someone and not forgiving them are different. So even if I don't forgive him, I don't think I hate him. I just wish that I could have been able to help him get through all the pain and suffering he had to go through earlier. In the end, I couldn't stop Nagato. I didn't have an answer for him at all for how I would help bring peace to the world of shinobi. It was actually Izaya who did everything. Izaya was able to stop Nagato. He was able to help Nagato face his pain and come to terms with what happened in his past. Izaya says that he doesn't think world peace exists. But he also said that he thinks finding world peace is a journey and that even if there isn't an answer for what world peace is, that doesn't mean that we should stop searching. After everything that happened, I haven't had a chance to properly thank Izaya. Sensei, in the past you would always talk to me about your search for peace and the hatred that has plagued the world of shinobi. I never understood what you meant, and with you by my side, I never thought that I would one day have to face these difficult topics by myself. I was confused because you suddenly left my life and all the hard problems of the world came knocking on my doorstep at the same time. I was frustrated and angry and sad and I wasn't sure if I would know how to keep moving forward. I faced Nagato and he confronted me on these hard problems of the world that I never even had the time to think about, nor did I ever think I'd have to think so hard about them before. Then Izaya came along and I think I finally understand. I finally had the time to think about everything that you taught me, Sensei. I've also had the time to come to terms with everything Nagato went through and why he chose the path he did. And I've also finally had the time to let everything that Izaya said sink into my mind. Jiraiya-sensei, since you and Nagato have entrusted me with your wills, then I will do my best to search for the answer to peace. I don't know why Izaya didn't tell anyone that it was him who convinced Nagato to revive all the villagers, and I can't believe I missed the best opportunity to tell everyone. I was still too stressed about the situation, I think, but I will never forget that Izaya was the one who not only helped Nagato, but he helped save the villagers and helped guide me. I'll come visit again in the future, Jiraiya-sensei. I will never give up and I will never go back on my word. That is my ninja way. Naruto bowed deeply to Jiraiya's grave before walking off as the sun had completely set at this moment. Poof! Naruto suddenly disappeared at this moment in a puff of white smoke as he was reverse summoned to Mount Maiboku. Eh? Why am I here? Naruto questioned aloud. Ha ha ha, because I reverse summoned you. Fugasaka replied. Toad Gramps, did you need something from me? Naruto asked. Him. Well, not me but the great Toad Elder. He said it is time to give you the 4th Hokage sealing formula key for the Nine-Tails seal and that he would like to speak to you. After that I'll send you back. Fugasaka said. Oh. Alright, lead the way. Tsunade sat in the semi-reconstructed Hokage's office as Narashikaku, Shizune, the elders Koharu and Hamura, and Kakashi sat around a table waiting to begin the 4th Great Ninja War Pre-Preparation Emergency Meeting. Tsunade clicked her tongue as she taped on the table and said, TSK. Where the heck is old man Sarutobi? Koharu had a pensive look on her face before responding, now, there must be a good reason why he's late. Creak. At that moment the door to the meeting room opened revealing Hiruzen who walked in with an apologetic look on his face. Tsunade glared at him and said, Old man, what were you doing? This is an emergency meeting about the 4th Great Ninja War. Hiruzen chuckled awkwardly. Ha ha ha, well you know. My legs don't move as fast as they used to. Tsunade glanced at Kakashi as she also recalled that Kakashi liked to give weird and random excuses for when he was late. Kakashi felt a drop of sweat drip down his forehead as he thought, isn't Lord Third the one who was late, why is she glancing over at me? Hiruzen took his seat at this moment and said, all right. All joking aside, I had a matter that needed attending to. Sasuke has returned and brought back Danzo's body. Everyone in the room was momentarily shocked before they recovered. Danzo is dead then? Koharu and Hamura said in disbelief and sorrow. Yes. Hiruzen replied in lament. Shikaku, Kakashi, and Tsunade all had a look of indifference as she simply said, I see. Shikaku and Kakashi didn't really care about Danzo's death all that much. While they understood that Danzo did the things he did to protect the leaf in his own way, albeit with an extreme manner, even still, there was a line that had to be drawn that shouldn't be crossed and Danzo had crossed that line, hence their lack of remorse for him. It was only Koharu, Hamura, and Hiruzen who felt some sorrow for Danzo's passing as they grew up with him. Tsunade noticed that the room was split between those who lamented Danzo's fate and those who didn't care much, so she attempted to shift the topic away as she coughed and said, Ahem. Izaya left with Sasuke. Did he return as well? Hiruzen snapped out of his thoughts on Danzo and replied, No. Sasuke said that Izaya had something to do and so he has yet to return. What? What could he possibly need to be doing right now? Ugh, and we're about to go to war as well. What bad timing. Tsunade said as she let out a long sigh before continuing on, well, at least Sasuke is back. That is good. Hiruzen rubbed the back of his neck and said, well, he is indeed back, but he won't be able to help out until his eyes have adjusted. Once again Tsunade was flustered. What? What do you mean by that, Sarutobi-sensei? Hiruzen took out his pipe and smoked it quick. Now, calm down. This pertains to a secret of the Sharingan. Once one awakens the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan and uses that power, it will begin to cause their eyes to deteriorate and go blind. To avoid this problem, one can transplant the eyes of a close relative to avoid this side effect and gain something known as the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. It is a Mangekyo Sharingan that will not lose its sight. I helped Sasuke transplant Itachi's eyes. It will take a while for his eyes to evolve and adjust, therefore, Sasuke won't be able to help us in the war. At least not at the very beginning. It'd be better for him to awaken the Eternal Mangekyo earlier and during the beginning of the war than to wait for his eyes to turn for the worse later during the war. I left a note on his bedside table for when he does awaken with details. Tsunade just let out another sigh and clicked her tongue. TSK. Not just Izaya but Sasuke as well. Both of their battle power is invaluable to Konoha. Truly bad timing. Very well, it can't be helped. Then let us get on with the preliminary meeting. First, we need to find Naruto and send him off to the designated hiding location that was discussed during the Kage Summit. We'll send Aoba, Guy, and Yamato as his guards and tell him that he's going on an S-rank mission. Shizune, you'll be in charge of telling them. Yes. Shizune replied. Tsunade then continued, after we send Naruto off, I'll inform the village about the beginning of the Fourth Great Ninja War. We'll need a list of all capable and available shinobi in this village, as well as stocking up and keeping an inventory on food and ninja tools. Hiruzen nodded in agreement. Min. Your plan is sound. Min. Koharu, Hamura, Kakashi, Shikaku, and Shizune also nodded in agreement. Oh, one more thing. Tsunade said. What is it? Hiruzen asked. The breakdown of the allied shinobi forces will be the Commando Division led by Kankuro of Sunagakure, Logistics Support and Medical Division led by Shizune, the Intelligence Division led by Inoichi, whom I will inform later. The Sensor Division led by Ao of Kiridakure. The 1st Division for mid-range combat led by Darui of Kumogakure, the 2nd Division for short-range combat led by Kitsuchi of Iwagakure, the 3rd Division led by Kakashi for short to mid-range combat, the 4th Division for long-range combat led by Gaara, who is also the regimental commander, and finally the 5th Division, which is a special battle division. Tsunade turned to face Hiruzen at this moment and said, Sarutobi-sensei, Mifune will be leading as captain for the 5th Division. Its aim is to provide support to the other divisions. At first I thought that you might want to lead as the 3rd Division captain, but also thought that with your skills and expertise you may want to be a part of the 5th Division's special battle. You would then be able to go and provide support to whichever division is in need. I wanted your opinion on this. Kakashi spoke up at this moment and said, Lord 5th, wouldn't it be best to let Lord 3rd be the captain of the 3rd Division? Lord 3rd should have a position befitting of his title as a Hokage. Tsunade just looked at Kakashi for a second before laughing. Ha ha ha. Kakashi, you can't escape having some real responsibility forever. You have the skills, intelligence, and the right moral personality. You could be Hokage one day yourself. Please don't joke like that, Lord 5th. I'm not really the Hokage type. Kakashi replied. Hiruzen chimed in at this moment with a cheerful laughter. Ha ha ha. Kakashi, I agree with Tsunade. You may not realize it, but if something were to ever happen to Tsunade or myself, the one whom we always thought would replace us first was you. Kakashi remained silent as he simply accepted what Tsunade and Hiruzen said, but a thought crossed his mind and he replied, What about Izaya? After Kakashi spoke, the room turned completely silent as everyone had actually started to deeply contemplate the notion of Izaya as a Hokage. Koharu and Hamura were the first to break the silence as they said, Izaya? Isn't he still much too young? Also, he is currently absent during this time of great need. He would at least need to achieve some sort of merits before he could even be considered a candidate for Hokage. Tsunade chimed in next as she said, Considering age, Gaara is about the same age as Izaya and he was able to become the Kazekage. Even though he is extremely young, he has been managing his village extremely well. Not only that, but despite his young age, he has a Kage-level battle power. I have no doubt about Izaya's battle power being at the Kage level. He was even able to assist us in utilizing the 4 Red Yang barrier technique to help protect the village against pain. In fact, as far as merits go, even though he isn't here right now, he has indeed earned enough of a reputation amongst the shinobi of Konoha to be recognized as extremely capable. He played a significant role in minimizing the damage to the leaf during Orochimaru's attack. He saved Lord 3rd from Orochimaru's entrapment. He completed extremely difficult Umbu missions for the leaf. He recovered Itachi's body and brought back Sasuke to the village. He helped devise the strategy to corner and defeat Pain. He joined with Naruto to help convince Pain to revive the villagers that were killed during the attack. He helped speed up the process of rebuilding the foundations for Konoha after Pain's attack with his wood style. And now he was successful in hunting down Danzo, with Sasuke preventing a potentially huge scandal and underlying problem for the Leaf. Especially since now we're about to go to war. Hiruzen nodded. I agree with you assessment. Izaya has indeed achieved many great feats for the village. Whether or not he will be able to become a Hokage will be left to the future. However, it does not hurt to always have multiple capable candidates for the position of Hokage. Kakashi should remain as the captain of the 3rd Division. This will allow him to gain even more recognition in the world of shinobi and create stronger bonds with other villages. Even though Izaya is not here with us currently, I have no doubt that he will join us as soon as he hears word of the 4th Great Ninja War. As for me, with my skills and experience in battle, I will join the 5th Division's Special Battle Unit. It will allow me more flexibility to aid those which need it most. With Hiruzen's comment bringing the topic back to the war, everyone pushed the topic of Hokage candidates to the back of their minds and refocused on what was currently important. Tsunade nodded at Hiruzen's logic about leading Kakashi as the 3rd Division captain and having Hiruzen himself join the 5th Division. She then proceeded to say, "Is there no way we can somehow contact and inform Izaya of what has happened?" A silence befell the room once more before Kakashi said, "I think we just have to wait for him to return from whatever he left to do. Hopefully it shouldn't take that long." "Haya, he should have left us with a way to contact him." "What bad timing," Tsunade said with a long sigh. Everyone left the office as they finished up the meeting, while Tsunade sat in her chair staring at the beautiful luminescent moon that lit up the sky in a calming aura. 888. However, at this instant Kimimaro was having anything but a calm night. Ugh! He groaned and frowned as he felt his entire body heat up and cool down, repeatedly causing him to feel a pulsing like sensation throb all over him. What's happening to my body? He thought to himself as he continued to shift uncomfortably in his bed. He had passed down the basic taijutsu foundations to Hanabi before he left with Tsunade and Kakashi for the 5 Kage Summit. When he returned, he trained as he normally did and helped guide Hanabi through some taijutsu. She had improved rapidly and even showed him the special fighting style of the Hyuga clan. He had attempted to try it and even let Hanabi strike his Tenketsu points in his body so he could experience firsthand the ability of the technique. After having his Tenketsu points sealed, he continued training using his taijutsu and attempted to use the 9 Dragons breathing method to see if it would work in unsealing his Tenketsu points. He had been able to develop the 9 Dragons breathing method up to the 7th breath so far, and when he circulated the technique after having his Tenketsu points sealed, he felt as if there was some sort of hidden reservoir of power deep within his body. With his Tenketsu points sealed, the 9 Dragons breathing method had stimulated the hidden reservoir of power deep within him instead of unsealing the Tenketsu points. He felt an extreme burst of energy and power in that moment than he normally did when he used the 9 Dragons breathing method in the past. He felt off after using the 9 Dragons breathing method while his Tenketsus were sealed, so he had ended his training with Hanabi early and went home. He even stopped by the hospital to see if anything was wrong, but his results came back as normal. Now, however, for some reason his body continued its cycle of overly heating and rapidly cooling down, and he was starting to feel a sharp piercing pain in his head. His body ached. His bones ached. When even his bones ached, he knew something was definitely wrong. Thump! Kimimaro widened his eyes as they had a bloodshot look in them. He felt incredible pain at this moment and opened his mouth to let out a scream, but no sound came out. He wanted to head to Lord Fifth to see if she could diagnose him, but he couldn't even voluntarily move a finger. He could only squirm in pain and agony. He didn't know when, but at some point he ended up losing consciousness. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Ha! Kimimaro shouted as he sat up in his bed, panting heavily. He looked out the window to see some small birds chirping away as the sun streamed through into his room. He looked down at his hands to find nothing amiss. He turned and got off his bed to look in the mirror, but still, he seemed perfectly normal. Kimimaro flexed his muscles and stretched and moved around, but everything felt fine. In fact, he felt better than fine. He was confused because he was absolutely sure that he was in complete pain and agony just last night. Jinjutsu? He whispered to himself before shaking his head and said, "No. Impossible. There's very few people in Konoha who'd be able to pull a Jinjutsu like that on me without me being able to break out, and those people who could wouldn't do it. There'd also be no benefit for them to attack me like that, and I'm certain it wasn't Jinjutsu. But what was it then? He could only shake his head and put it to the back of his mind for now. As he walked out the door, unbeknownst to him or anyone else, a dark-colored bone stuck in the corner of the room slowly eroded away into nothing but ash and dust in the air, leaving no evidence that it was ever there save for the small puncture left in the wall. Whoosh! Large amounts of wind began to gather in the upper atmosphere as a whirlpool began to form on a large lake. Deep below the depths of that lake, well hidden from the touch of humanity, was an incredibly large palace. The Ryugajo Palace. Within the palace hall was Haku as he sat perfectly still, focusing with all of his might as he attempted to enter Heavenly Sage mode. He's still got a long way to go. Deiko commented on the side in his cute little voice as he stared at Haku's 200th attempt at trying to become a Heavenly Sage. Mazu gave a sideways glance at Deiko, saying, "Tisk. You're one to talk. How long did it take you again to finally learn Heavenly Sage mode? Oh, and even though you can use Heavenly Sage mode now, just how proficient at it are you, HMPF. I was just saying. No need to get so defensive for the kid." Deiko replied. Nate ignored Deiko and commented, "I'm impressed. This is only his 200th attempt, yet he can already create a pseudo-heavenly tribulation to appear. He's progressing quite well. Better than I had thought he would." At this moment Mazu, Nade, and Deiko widened their eyes in shock as they felt the descent of heavenly energy. However, it lasted for less than a fraction of a second before disappearing along with the pseudo-heavenly tribulation generated from Haku. Even though Haku failed in the end, Mazu, Nade, and Deiko still had their eyes wide open in shock because they truly felt the descent of heavenly energy. Haku collapsed on his back and lay on the cool palace floor as he panted heavily in complete exhaustion. It was also at this moment, deep within the core of the Ryugajo Palace, a giant blue-golden colored dragon that was coiled around itself opened up one of its eyes, illuminating the room with bright silver light. This was the true ruler and master of the Ryugajo Palace, the Heavenly Ocean Sage Aotatsumi. The direction it was looking towards was at a young male lying on the floor of the Ryugajo Palace hall, panting and sweating with complete exhaustion. This one has some potential, Aotatsumi said to himself with a deep, powerful, and commanding voice before closing his eyes once more and returning to sleep with no one the wiser. After Haku caught his breath, he sat back up and saw the three palace guardians staring at him with their eyes wide in complete and utter shock. Haku remained silent as he waited for them to recover from their shock, but even after waiting for several minutes they didn't change their facial expression at all, so he tilted his head to the side in confusion and awkwardly said, Did I do something wrong?" Finally, after Haku spoke, the three guardians returned to their normal-looking selves, albeit with a bit of a complicated look in their eyes. Mazu cleared his throat and said, No, not at all. In fact, you did something completely right." "I did?" Haku replied suspiciously. Yes. The reason why we're so shocked is because just now we actually felt you become attuned to the energy of the heavens. It was short, so perhaps you didn't notice, but we did." Deiko replied. I did?" Haku said again, but this time more excitedly. He had been trying to absorb the energy of the heavens according to the methods taught to him by Mazu, Deiko, and Nade, but he hadn't succeeded at all in his past 200 attempts. At least until now, it seems. Absorbing heavenly energy was incredibly difficult compared to absorbing the natural energy of the world. To absorb natural energy, one needs to be completely still and be able to sense the natural energy in the world, absorb it, and balance it with their physical and spiritual energy. Too much natural energy could cause Haku to turn into a stone koi fish. Too little and he wouldn't be able to activate Sage mode. Of course, Haku had already mastered this technique, hence the tattoos that mark his face when he activates Sage mode as proof. According to Mazu, once he completely masters Heavenly Sage mode, the two koi fish tattoo mark on his forehead in regular Sage mode will transform into one and become a dragon. But to absorb heavenly energy, not only did he need to remain completely still, he had to first absorb the natural energy of the world, then he had to balance that energy with his physical and spiritual energy. After that he had to assimilate his physical, spiritual, and natural energy into one. This would allow him to incorporate the uniqueness of his own chakra signature into the natural energy he absorbed from the world. He then had to summon a heavenly tribulation which would baptize him in heavenly energy. To do that he had to empty his mind of all thoughts and distractions and focus solely on the three energies within him that had been assimilated as one. It is because the natural energy of the world is formed from the energy of the heavens that natural energy has a unique imprint of heavenly energy at its origin. When this imprint of heavenly energy that is contained inside natural energy is mixed with a unique chakra signature of an individual and assimilated into one, it will call forth a heavenly tribulation which is essentially heavenly energy, and baptize the person who mixed their three energies together in an attempt to purify those energies back into natural energy. It is at that moment that one would be able to sense the heavenly energy around them and take advantage of this tribulation of heavenly energy and absorb it into themselves. Instead of being destroyed and turning into pure natural energy by the tribulation, one would instead absorb as much heavenly energy as they could, temporarily turning the natural, spiritual, and physical energy inside of them into that of heavenly energy. Once all the other energies inside are temporarily turned into heavenly energy, the tribulation will cease to fall. One would then successfully have entered heavenly sage mode. One of the great perks of heavenly sage mode is that once someone uses up all the heavenly energy inside of them and releases heavenly sage mode, all the energy they gathered inside of them that wasn't originally heavenly energy remains, such as physical, spiritual, and natural energy. This means that once heavenly sage mode wears out, one can still remain in sage mode until sage mode wears out. Still, even though Haku learnt the theory and the method from the three guardians, he continued to struggle with assimilating all three energies within him into one and calling forth the heavenly tribulation, but he was elated to hear the three guardians confirm that he was making great progress and even managed to call forth a heavenly tribulation, even if it was only for an incredibly short time. Chapter 46, Muramasa. Chatter, chatter, chatter. Tap. Tap. Bump. Oi, watch where you're going. Hey, long time no see, how've you been? So the war will begin soon, huh? Hey, what division are you in? Countless voices could be heard at this moment as a gathering of approximately 80,000 shinobi and samurai mixed together, gearing up for war, standing by in their respective divisions. Haku roamed around for a bit until he saw Hanabi, Niji, Hinata, and Kimimaro about to get in line to obtain their new allied shinobi forces forehead protectors. Haku ran up to them waving his hands and said, "Hanabi, Niji, Hinata, Maro." They all turned to see Haku and waved back. Kimimaro spoke up first as he said, "Haku, how did your training at Ryugajo Palace go?" Haku rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. Mazu says I'm making great progress, but I still have a long way to go." "If Mazu says so, then it must be true," Kimimaro replied. Hanabi tilted her head in confusion and asked, "Who's Mazu?" "My summoning partner and friend," Haku replied with a smile. Niji listened to their conversation before finding an opening to join in the conversation and asked, "What division were you placed in, Haku?" "Third division, under Kakashi-senpai. The short and mid-range battle unit." Hanabi nodded in approval. "That makes sense. To be part of that division you have to have abilities that allow you to move quickly in both short and mid-range combat, and that division is made up of shinobi who excel in agility and speed." Haku nodded as he looked at Hanabi with a bit of confusion. By the way, Hanabi, what are you doing here? Aren't you the next head of the Hyuga clan? I thought your father would protest to you being here." Hanabi was silent for a moment before glancing at Niji and Hinata, saying, "My elder sister Hinata and cousin Niji are heading to the battlefield. Why should I be the only one not joining? There are things precious to me that I also wish to protect. My family, my friends, my country, my home. I know everyone here is a capable shinobi, but I am as well. There's no reason for them to risk their lives for me when I am also capable of helping to defend our world. This is me taking fate into my own hands. I will protect the things precious to me with my own two fists. Besides, I'm not that much younger than you guys, and I'm also quite strong, you know. Kimimaro nodded his head and said, "It's true. She has improved rapidly and has become quite strong now. Although, I don't think Izaya would be very happy that you're going to the front lines." Niji commented next. "I don't know what kind of training you put my cousin through, but she has indeed become strong. Her strength is an asset to our division, and since this war concerns the fate of the world, the clan head Hayashi couldn't refuse her participation." Hinata looked around before saying, "Where's Izaya-kun?" Haku looked around confused as well. Big brother didn't come back yet? Does he not know that the war is about to begin? Hanabi's heart sped up as she was hoping to ask Haku if he heard from Izaya, but from what she just heard it seemed like even Haku didn't know where he went. Kimimaro noticed the distraught look on Hanabi's face, so he said, "We don't need to worry about Izaya. Remember all those years ago in the Forest of Death during the Chunin exams? Haku and I were extremely worried for Izaya's safety, but in the end he returned to us. I'm sure he'll show up sooner or later." Haku had a worried and suspicious look on his face and replied, "True, but even if we don't need to worry about Big Brother, he's the kind of guy that does things that makes you worry about him. Who knows what sort of dangerous thing he's doing right now? Remember Maro, even though Big Brother came back to us during the Chunin exams, he had a broken arm and looked war-dash." Before Haku could finish, Kimimaro shook his head and hinted with his eyes that Hanabi was only getting more worried. Haku finally took note of Hanabi's expression and said, "Ahem. Well, Big Brother is the strongest person I know, so he'll be joining us in time." Everyone remained silent for a moment as Hanabi clutched the necklace Izaya gave her as she attempted to cheer herself up and said, "Amen. You're right. He's the type to just demand things of you and then disappear just as fast. But that means he'll also appear when you least expect it." Hinata held onto Hanabi's hand and squeezed it in a comforting manner. Next, the shinobi handing out the allied shinobi forces forehead protectors said, "That's us," Niji commented. Soon after they all received their forehead protectors as Haku asked, "So what unit are you guys in anyways?" Hanabi smirked and said, "Niji, Hinata, Maro, and I are all in the 2nd Division specializing in close combat." Haku widened his eyes and said, "Ihai. All of you?" Kimimaro nodded his head, confirming what Hanabi said. "That's right, so Haku, take care of yourself and don't do anything reckless." With a defeated look on Haku's face he grumbled, "If only Big Brother were here, I'm sure he'd also be in my division." Everyone had finally received their allied shinobi forces forehead protector and stood in their respective divisions as the captain of the 1st Division Darui, the captain of the 2nd Division Kitsuchi, the captain of the 3rd Division Kakashi, the captain of the 5th Division Mifune, and lastly the captain of the 4th Division and regimental commander of all divisions Gaara stood forth in front of everyone, prompting loud cheers and battle cries to be heard. Meanwhile, in a dark cave stood two figures. They were Tobi and Kabuto. As Kabuto commented, "It's just about time to begin." "Indeed," Tobi replied as he stood there with a new mask with one Rinnegan and one Sharingan. Kabuto licked his lips and said, "It's too bad that Zabuza and Kisame failed to obtain the 8 tails on their second attempt. Instead, Zabuza was killed by the wreckage. Kisame ended up discovered on that giant island turtle that held Killer Bee and Naruto and committed suicide to prevent information leakage. But, I suppose it wasn't all bad. Thanks to Zabuza and Kisame's efforts, you were able to obtain a large piece of the 8 Tails chakra, and I was able to capture Yamato and use his power to strengthen the White Zetsu army. HMPF. Their deaths don't mean much. Take these." Tobi replied. Kabuto looked at the 2 vials in Tobi's hands before asking suspiciously, "And what are these for?" Tobi looked at Kabuto indifferently. "There are too many variables in war. These 2 vials contain the blood of Zabuza and Kisame. I want you to revive them. I'll lend you 2 white Zetsus for the sacrifice." Kabuto furrowed his brow in wariness. "You could have given them to me earlier. I assume there is something you want?" Tobi nodded. "Send Zabuza and Kisame to the place where we were going to station the Gold and Silver Brothers Kinkaku and Ginkaku. I will use the chakra they absorbed from the 9 tails to help move along my plans." Kabuto frowned but shrugged his shoulders in the end and said, "All right. That should be fine." He took the vials containing Zabuza and Kisame's blood and used 2 white zetsus for the sacrifice as he formed the signs of tiger, snake, dog, dragon and clapped his hands together saying, summoning jutsu reanimation. Flutters of dirt and white paper stuck onto the 2 zetsu sacrifices before revealing a reanimated Zabuza and Kisame. Kabuto then said, "Now then, time to summon the others." He clapped his hands once more and said, summoning jutsu reanimation. The ground trembled slightly as many wooden coffins rose from the ground with the cover falling, revealing many powerful shinobi. Kabuto smiled as he looked at all of his reanimated shinobi, introducing some of them to Tobi. First, the former members of the Akatsuki, not only Zabuza and Kisame, but Itachi, Sasori, Deidara, Kakazu, Nagato, and Konan. Tobi glanced at Kabuto with narrowed eyes and said, "When did you manage to obtain the DNA of Itachi?" Kabuto smiled. "During Sasuke and Itachi's battle. Itachi was injured in that fight and left quite a lot of his blood pooling around the area. With my skills, it isn't hard to extract his DNA." He then continued on. Next, the former Jinchuriki. The 2 tails Yujito, 3 tails Yagura, 4 tails Rashi, 5 tails Han, 6 tails Yudakata, and 7 tails Fu. Next the former 5 Kage, the 2nd Tsuchikage Mu, the 3rd Reikage A, the 4th Kazekage Raza, and the 2nd Mizukage Jinjetsu. At this point Kabuto let out a small and sinister laugh as Tobi's eyes widened in surprise before he narrowed his eyes and secretly glanced in wariness at Kabuto as he returned his attention to the coffin next to the 4 Kage Kabuto had revived. Tobi continued to stare at that reanimated corpse for a few moments longer but elected not to say anything. Instead he secretly thought to himself, "Damn that Kabuto. He truly is a crafty bastard." Kabuto licked his lips as he also admired the shinobi resurrected in the coffin beside the 4 Kage. Kabuto fixed his glasses. Continuing on. There is also the explosion Kekiai Jinkai user Gari, Hanzo of the Salamander, Granny Chio of Sunagakure, the former 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Konoha's Dan, Hyuga Hizashi, and even Uchiha Kagami, who was a former member under the 2nd Hokage and an old comrade of the 3rd Hokage's. He also happens to be an old relative of Uchiha Shirsue's. Other than the ones I've introduced, there's also a whole host of other notable shinobi. Tobi closed his eyes for a moment, taking everything in before turning around and walking out saying, "Let's go. The 4th Great Ninja War begins." Kabuto licked his lips and gave a sinister smile under his hood as he thought to himself, "With Tobi's White Zetsu army and my reanimated shinobi, we should be able to defeat the 5 great nations. In the end, I'll secure the body of both Uchiha Sasuke and Karasuma Izaya." Back to Izaya. Why a year? A cold wind blew past my head as I trekked up a barren mountain landscape. My hair swaying in whichever direction the wind blew as a whistling sound hissed by my ears. The temperature was cold, but still manageable. It was rather the completely desolate scenery before me that oozed off dense murderous aura which creeped me out. Taking a moment to look all round me, I thought, so this is the area of the murderous aura Danzo's root found in the moon country. There certainly seems to be no life around. Even with my senses, I'm picking up nothing but bloodlust and killing intent. It's so potent that it's messing up my sense of direction and sense of time. I'm honestly not even sure what day it is anymore or how long I've been on this island, but it couldn't have been more than a few days, I think. I quickly turned my head to the side of the mountain's peak as I sensed the densest amount of murderous aura coming from there. That must be the source of where all this murderous aura is coming from. It might also be the place where the weapon Danzo was interested in currently is. I said to myself as I walked towards the cave entrance on the mountainside. I spread out and focused my senses as much as I could, but even then I picked up nothing but the aura of death. Seems really shady and probably a bad idea for me to go in it alone, but I've already come this far. I'll just check it out quick. I mumbled to myself as I narrowed my eyes and slowly and quietly walked inside. Dark and creepy, I noted as I continued to walk in further. I continued down the path until I finally reached a large cavity of the cave with a huge amount of open space with 3 dark tunnels around the sides. As I stood there in the large open cavern wondering which tunnel to enter, I felt a sense of danger descend upon my neck, prompting me to dash forward in a roll at my fastest speed before spinning around to face my attacker. The second I turned around to see who attacked me, my eyes widened in shock as I stared at the monster before me. Standing before me was a large 3-meter-tall Tengu with a long nose and gray hair with a long gray beard. Its eyes were completely bloodshot red and its wings were worn and tattered. It was covered in bloodstains and had sharp fangs and claws as a dense, thick aura of death emanated from its body. However, what shocked me the most was the sheathed weapon by its side that seemed to be the source of all the aura of death and murder in the area. I narrowed my eyes in wariness. I didn't even sense its presence until right at the last moment. In fact, as I focused my senses at this moment, I couldn't even tell if it was right in front of me. I could only sense the aura of death all around me. It was as if this being had merged as one with death and escaped all manners of detection. The only thing that helped me make out its form and whereabouts was my Sharingan. A drop of cold sweat rolled off my forehead as I unraveled my blindfold to reveal my Mangekyo Sharingan as I stared at this monster of a Tengu. With the Sharingan, I noted that the chakra of this monster in front of me was no less than that of a tailed beast's. I dropped my blindfold on the floor and said, "You must be Sajobo, the last remaining member of the 5 ancient Tengu. And that blade in your hand must be the weapon you used to kill the other 4. It stared at me with its bloodshot eyes as dark pulsing veins emerged all over its body, and it spoke in a voice that echoed itself that sounded both sinister and dark. Ha ha ha. Sajobo? No, Sajobo is no more. While this body once belonged to him, I had destroyed his spirit long ago. I am Muramasa." I widened my eyes in alarm and said, "What do you mean?" Muramasa smiled and stuck out the sheathed katana in its hand, saying, "I am this weapon, and this weapon is I. I am the spirit weapon Muramasa." This fool Sajobo sought power, and like the idiot he became easily swayed by my words. Over time I was able to weaken his mind and eventually consume his spirit, taking his body for myself. It is my vessel now. The more I kill, the more powerful I become. It is a bit cumbersome to kill small fry and also incredibly boring to do so, hence I have searched for strong individuals to kill and absorb their power. It is faster and more efficient that way. I sense that you have a formidable amount of power in you. You'll make a perfect sacrificial lamb. I frowned and furrowed my brow, not letting down my guard. So that is why you killed the other ancient Tengus. You seem quite confident in being able to kill me. Muramasa smiled sinisterly and almost playfully. There has yet to be an individual capable of escaping me. I scowled and attempted to fly out of the moon country, only to widen my eyes in shock as I exclaimed to myself, "Impossible. I can't teleport out of the moon country? What is this place?" Muramasa smirked as he noticed that I had attempted to do something and said, "I told you that you can't escape. My aura is all around us. I have had a long time to set this place up and erect an incredibly powerful barrier with many powerful seals. It is easy to enter, but not so easy to leave. The barrier and seals create powerful temporal distortions in space and time. None of my prey will be allowed to escape. You won't be able to undo my barrier and seals that took me 5 years to create. Give up and accept your death." I gritted my teeth and pulled out a special kunai as I prepared for a grueling fight. "Guess I'll just have to kill you first." Muramasa laughed as he unsheathed his katana, which released a boundless amount of sharp killing aura, causing me to involuntarily shiver. Muramasa stared at me with great interest, like a predator staking claim on its prey. "Very good, very good. Those with weak wills and weak minds are easily consumed and killed just from the unsheathing of the blade, but you survived and remain intact with even the will left to fight. I have now drawn the blade. It cannot be sheathed until it has killed. That means you must die." Muramasa charged forth at me with an incredible speed. His katana slashed down as I attempted to deflect his blade with my special kunai, only to widen my eyes in shock at what happened next. Muramasa's katana sliced through my special kunai like it was cutting butter. Just before it could cut my right arm, I focused my left Mangekyo Sharingan on the blade and activated the technique Kuninoto Kotachi, making the katana incredibly small. So small that it was no longer long enough to reach my body, which allowed me to jump back and distance myself from Muramasa. I let out a deep breath as my back was drenched in cold sweat and a bit of fear from our first initial exchange. Muramasa, on the other hand, was also just as surprised that I had actually managed to escape his reach. Soon after, his katana returned to its normal size. "What an interesting ability you have," Muramasa commented as he licked his lips in anticipation. I, however, wasn't thrilled as I thought. This doesn't look good for me. I took out another special kunai and threw it at Muramasa and said, "Kunai Shadow Clone Jutsu." More than 1,000 special kunai flew out towards Muramasa, who smiled and expertly swung his katana, deflecting and slicing through the ones flying towards his body. I used this moment to create a Teogen in my right hand and flew next to a kunai on the ground by Muramasa as I thrust out my attack at his side. Just as my attack was going to reach him, he raised his katana just in time to block with the flat of his blade. As the golden sun sphere and the murderous blade came in contact, a loud screeching sound emanated from the katana before both Muramasa and I were thrusted through the air from the recoil. I did a backflip in the air to steady myself before landing back on the ground, while Muramasa spun once and steadied himself. I didn't even have time to let out a sound as I realized something was wrong and ducked down as the whistling of the wind flew past my head. I dashed to the side and rolled on the ground before steadying myself once more and saw another Muramasa where I was at previously. I turned and saw the Muramasa I was fighting earlier dissipate into nothing but murderous aura and energy. "Some sort of clone technique," I said as I narrowed my eyes. "Correct," Muramasa replied before dashing out once more at me. I quickly dodged his blade and blocked one of his kicks before backflipping away from him. Muramasa followed my movements and appeared behind me as he stabbed at my chest. I quickly flew to one of my kunai lying around and avoided his attack. I placed my hand in the tiger sign and said, "Fire style art of the dragon flame jutsu." Several large flame bullets in the shape of a dragon flew out towards Muramasa, only for him to cut through each one with his katana as he rushed at me. I narrowed my eyes as I thought, "My weapons are no good, neither is ninjutsu. I'll try taijutsu." I dodged a sword strike from him, and just as Muramasa's katana was about to slash my left arm, I activated my Mangekyo and shrunk his sword size once more, preventing his blade from reaching me. I took this opportunity to grab his arm holding his blade and said, "Wushu-style southern movement, taming tiger." My hands glowed in a silver light as I grappled his wrist and broke it, prompting him to drop his katana. I kicked his katana out of the way and broke his arm next before saying, "Wushu-style southern movement, floundering fish." I held onto his arm, marking him with my flying thunder god seal, and flung him on the ground multiple times before throwing him in the air and appearing by his side once more, saying, "Wushu-style 8 extreme fists, 8th fist of moving." My right arm glowed in a bright golden light as I struck Muramasa right in the face, sending him flying through the air and crashing into the wall of the cavern, causing cracks to appear. In the next instant I appeared in front of him and said, "7th fist of splitting." The golden light from my right arm shifted to my left arm as I struck Muramasa right in the chest, causing the cavern wall to completely shatter, sending Muramasa flying into another large cavern hall. Once again I appeared in front of Muramasa and said, "6th fist of elevation." The golden light shifted once more from my left arm to my right arm as I struck him in the chin, sending him flying and crashing into the ceiling of the large cavern hall. I let out a deep breath as I stared at Muramasa and thought, after these many years, Maro and I have been able to perfect the 8th, 7th, 6th, and 5th fists of the 8 extreme fists. Maro might have perfected even more of the 8 extreme fists by now, though. I can use up to the 6th without incurring any major injuries. If I go further than that, however, then I'd end up like I did in the Chunin exams. Muramasa lay stuck on the ceiling as his body was horribly maimed and bloody. However, I heard his sinister laugh at that moment. Hee hee. Ha ha ha. Wonderful. Wonderful. Your power is indeed something incredible. I want it. I need it. Your energy will probably be the most delicious energy I will taste thus far," Muramasa exclaimed in excitement. I widened my eyes at the next moment as I noticed a dark aura appear by his hand before stabilizing and revealing his katana. He can materialize his katana next to him even if it is removed from his hands? I mentally exclaimed and noted. Once again, I was shocked at what I saw next as Muramasa began healing rapidly after he gripped his katana and looked as if he incurred no damage at all. Not only that, the flying thunder god mark I left on his body was corroded away by the dark aura around him. I quickly focused my eyes on him and said, Amaterasu. Kunino Tokotachi. Immediately a large black flame condensed into a thin straight line and pierced into Muramasa's body, lighting him ablaze and puncturing a large hole in his chest. I, however, only felt cold sweat drip down my back as I witnessed the dark aura around Muramasa wrap itself around the black flames of Amaterasu and push it off of his body before he rapidly healed the hole in his chest like nothing. I frowned, thinking to myself, not even the inextinguishable flames of Amaterasu will work. Muramasa slowly floated back down to the ground at this moment as he stared at me. You are the only one able to damage me to this extent so far. You should be proud of yourself, however, no more playing games. In the blink of an eye he faded into the darkness and reappeared next to me as he slashed his katana towards my neck. I quickly flew to one of my many kunai in the previous cavern hall and avoided his strike, only to find myself in a room full of more than 100 Muramasa clones. Just as they all rushed me, blood dripped down from both of my eyes as I said, Susanoo. Boom! A large black skeletal frame surrounding my body as 4 black arms swept outwards, destroying more than half of the Muramasa clones. Soon after, a black chakra cloak covered the Susanoo as it stabilized its form. Muramasa stood by the broken cavern wall and smirked, saying, Impressive. You don't cease to continue amazing me, but every move you make only makes me crave your energy more. He dashed forwards and slashed with his katana, prompting me to block it with a black Susanoo blade. Clink! Muramasa's katana and my Susanoo's blade clashed with one another, but what happened next left me completely baffled and astonished. The blade of my Susanoo was cracking and then broke in less than 5 seconds of contact with Muramasa's katana. I used one of my Susanoo's arms and threw a punch at Muramasa, forcing him to block with one of his arms, sending him flying to the side a few dozens of meters away. The leftover Muramasa clones jumped at me, obscuring my vision, prompting me to quickly weave my hands in the tiger, snake sign and said, wood-style deep forest emergence. Large thick branches and trees arose out of the ground around me and blocked the Muramasa clones while also crushing, strangling, and entangling them. I jumped up on a high branch, cloaking myself in my Susanoo for protection before clapping my hands, saying, water-style water shockwave jutsu. All the moisture in the surrounding area condensed and flooded the cavern below, as well as covering all the clones. I then quickly weaved the signs of tiger, snake, tiger, bird, tiger, ram, and said, lightning-style thunderbolt jutsu. Large bolts of blue lightning shot forth from my hands and struck all the water around me, effectively shocking and destroying all the Muramasa clones. At this moment the real Muramasa appeared behind me and unleashed some sort of dark aura that enhanced his physical power, allowing his katana to pierce through the armor of my Susanoo. Right before it was about to pierce my chest, I flew to another kunai in the room. To my shock, Muramasa was able to detect where I flew to and threw his katana at me. I instantly flew to another kunai, only to be met with another Muramasa clone lying in wait. I activated my Taiyugen and pierced through the chest of the clone, killing it, only for it to burst into a dark light that rushed outwards in every direction. This prompted me to fly to another kunai, but not before I felt a piercing pain in my right eye and the warmth of blood seeping down my face. I started breathing heavily as I continued to pant while clutching my right eye and frowned, thinking to myself, this isn't good. He managed to destroy my right Mangekyo Sharingan by catching me off guard with a strange attack of his. His clone burst into dark light that was actually some sort of needles formed from his dark chakra. Also, in this area he's able to detect the fluctuations of my chakra and respond immediately to where I'll teleport. I've used many techniques, strategies, and trump cards trying to ascertain his weaknesses, but the cost has been quite high. He has an enormous amount of chakra and can detect me through the murderous aura surrounding us. It might be some sort of unique barrier technique for detection that only he can use. He can cut through ninjutsu, has incredible self-regeneration skills, create clones of himself, and summon his blade to him even if he's separated from it. Not only that, he can fade into the darkness and reappear, which I reckon is another technique unique to him. He's the most formidable foe I've had to face thus far. His blade is also unfathomable. He said it's a spirit weapon and it's apparently sharp enough to cut through even my Susanoo. Think Izaya, think I told myself as I summarized everything I knew and discovered about Muramasa. Swish! I backflipped and dodged a sword strike from Muramasa before dodging to the side and grabbed his left arm. Before I could break his arm, he kicked with his right leg, prompting me to block with my left leg. We exchanged hundreds of close combat taijutsu as he sliced, thrusted, swept, kicked, scraped, clawed, blocked, dodged, elbowed, swung, pierced, deflected, stabbed, and guarded. I countered him blow for blow as I too dodged, deflected, guarded, kicked, blocked, thrusted, struck, punched, swept, ducked, swung, elbowed, twisted, grappled, sidestepped, and roundhouse kicked. We both backflipped and distanced ourselves from the other as I thought. I was able to injure him with taijutsu before, and he only healed his injuries when his katana returned to him. He also only cut through my ninjutsu using his katana, which means I need to separate him and his blade before trying to kill him. I quickly formed the snake sign and said, with style, silent strangle jutsu. A thick vine quickly appeared beneath Muramasa and entangled him. I then quickly formed the sign of ox, hare, monkey, and said, Chidori sharp spear. I molded the Chidori in my hand to extend outwards and stabbed towards Muramasa, attempting to cut off the arm holding his katana. However, the dark aura around him corroded the wood wrapped around him, letting him shift his katana to block my attack. I quickly focused my Mangekyo on his katana and said, Kunino Tokotachi. His katana shrunk at that moment, failing to block my Chidori as it pierced into his arm. I swung my Chidori spear, successfully slicing off his arm. My heartbeat quickened as I mentally exclaimed, Success! I quickly formed a Teiyugen in my right hand and flew to a special kunai that was close to Muramasa's position and then rushed towards him as fast as I could and thrusted my attack right at his chest. However, before my attack could reach him, the fallen katana materialized in Muramasa's good hand as he stabbed it towards my chest. Forced to disengage, I flew to a kunai in the distance and glared at Muramasa with my only eye left as I huffed and panted, trying to catch my breath. Muramasa had already regrew his arm as he smirked, and our battle ensued once more. Chapter 47, The War Begins. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this moment 80,000 shinobi and samurai had run off from the allied shinobi forces headquarters, following their respective captains to the battlefield. All 5 regiments separated from each other to reach their designated locations. The 2nd Division under Captain Kitsuchi were just about to settle down at their designated location when they received word from HQ about an army of white Zetsu moving underground. Kitsuchi frowned as he looked at his daughter and said, Oi, Kuratsuchi. Did HQ predict the underground route that Zetsu is taking? Kuratsuchi nodded. Dad, HQ said that they're marching about a mile out west of our location. Shouldn't we do something about this? Kuratsuchi, follow me. We're going to unearth them and take them head on. Kitsuchi turned to the rest of his division as he gave out his command. All members of the 2nd Division, listen to me. We just received word that an army of white Zetsu is moving underground a mile west from here. Kuratsuchi and I will go unearth the enemy. I want all of you to group up in at least a pair of 2 or 3. No more than 4 in a group, so as to maximize your fighting potential without hindering each other. Understood? Everyone in the 2nd Division saluted as they shouted, Yes, Captain. Kitsuchi nodded in approval as he turned to his daughter. Let's go! Swish! Just as Kitsuchi and Kuratsuchi left to unearth the enemy, everyone else began to group up. Hinata and Niji immediately paired up as Kimimaro walked over to Hanabi and said, Hanabi, since Izaya isn't here, it is my job to make sure that you're safe. If something happens to you, I'm not sure what crazy thing Izaya might decide to do. Hanabi smiled at the sentiment that Izaya would care enough about her to do something crazy should anything happen, but erased that thought immediately before replying, "Okay Maro, let's pair up. But not because I need your protection. Rather, it's because you and I have trained and know each other's fighting style. Don't keep looking down on me just because I'm a girl and a bit younger than you." Boom! It was at that moment a huge volcano-shaped rock formation appeared, spitting out thousands upon thousands of white zetsus from the top. Everyone then heard Kitsuchi's loud voice, "Attack!" All! Everyone in the second division screamed a loud battle cry as they charged forward into the midst of the white zetsu army. Bang! Boom! Bang! The sound of battle raged all around as the army of white zetsu was being decimated in the initial clash. Hanabi activated her Byakugan and dodged the ambush of two zetsus before shouting, 8 trigrams vacuum palm. She thrust out both her palms, causing powerful airwaves to smash into the zetsus, killing them as they crashed into the forest trees. Near her location was Kimimaro with sharp bones protruding out from his hands as he expertly slashed and swung his weapon, decapitating the heads from several zetsus. Just as he turned around to check on Hanabi, a giant mutated version of multiple zetsus together appeared and smashed its fist downwards at his head. Kimimaro merely scoffed as several large bone protrusions emerged from his shoulder and shot forth in an attempt to stab and lock this zetsu in place. However, before his bones could make contact with Zetsu's fist, he heard Hanabi yell out, lightning-style falling thunder. A miniature dark storm cloud appeared above the mutated zetsu and released a series of large lightning bolts, stunning and eventually killing it. The mutated zetsu finally collapsed on the ground, revealing Hanabi a few feet away as Kimimaro stood in the same spot with large bones still protruding out from his shoulder while he stared at Hanabi. "I had that under control, you know." Hanabi smirked. "I know." She then turned to engage in another fight against several other zetsus, leaving Kimimaro confused as he stood there thinking, "Izaya, please come back soon. I think you're the only one who knows how to deal with her playful nature." At this time, the 3rd Division under Kakashi stopped near their designated location near a forest edge by the border of the Land of Frost when they spotted a red signal flare in the air from a few team members of the commando unit. Kakashi furrowed his brow as he had everyone prepare for battle. Haku, who was also in this division, took note of the commando unit falling out of the sky and said, "Kakashi-senpai, the commando unit is under attack." Kakashi also took note of this as he quickly gave his orders. "Haku, Guy, follow me. Everyone else prepare your stations for battle." Kakashi, Guy, and Haku dashed on the other side of the forest to see a clearing where Sai and 2 other members of his team had fallen. Just as they were about to be attacked by 3 reanimated shinobi, Kakashi, Guy, and Haku intercepted. Cling! 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 After their initial clash, they each stood on opposite sides of each other. Kakashi quickly said, "Sai, you and the other members of the commando unit retreat behind the forest to the rest of the 3rd Division. We'll cover your retreat. Also, start preparing the materials you need to seal the reanimated shinobi." "Yes." Sai replied as he and the other members of his team began retreating. At this moment, the only female reanimated shinobi stepped forward and said, "Apologies, but it appears our bodies have been programmed to do whatever it takes to kill the opponents." 3 orbs of fire appeared around her as she prepared to attack. Guy immediately frowned as he could feel the incredible heat of balls of fire from where he stood. "Kakashi, this doesn't look good," he said with a frown. "She's the Kekkei Genkai user of the Scorch style, Pakura from Sunagakure," Kakashi said as he narrowed his eyes in wariness. He then looked at the other 2 reanimated shinobi and said, "The other 2 are Gari, a Kekkei Genkai user of the Explosion style from Iwagakure, and the 3rd is Hozuki Mengetsu, a member of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist." Just as Kakashi finished his observation, Pakura shot forth all 3 of her scorching fireballs, prompting Haku to respond by weaving the hand signs of tiger, snake, rat, snake, tiger at a speed that one wouldn't be able to see without a special dojutsu, and said, "Water-style water wall jutsu." A powerful blast of water gushed forth from Haku's mouth and intercepted Pakura's attack, causing her scorching balls of fire to turn into steam before it could reach its targets. Mangetsu stuck his finger out and said, "Water gun." A droplet of water shot forth from his finger with incredible force and pierced through the veil of the water, cutting right through Haku's body, only for it to turn into a water clone as the real Haku appeared in the air above Kakashi and Guy. Haku formed the hand-signed seal of confrontation and said, "Secret art, 1,000 flying water needles of death." All the water that was created earlier turned into sharp needles that flew towards the reanimated shinobi. They all quickly retreated as Pakura shielded herself with her scorch style. Gari used his explosion style on the ground to kick up a bunch of debris and dirt to intercept the water needles, and Mangetsu liquefied his body, letting the needles pierce straight through him. "Retreat!" Kakashi ordered as he, Guy, and Haku dashed back to the rest of the 3rd Division. The reanimated shinobi followed suit. Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan, and said, "Everyone, be careful." Mangetsu formed the signs of ox, snake, ram, and said, "Ninja art, hidden mist jutsu." A thick fog immediately followed suit, alarming Kakashi as he realized what Mangetsu was trying to do. "Everyone, beware of the silent killing technique," Kakashi reminded as he had the people group up in pairs of 4. It wasn't long after that sounds of screaming were heard as people started dying. Haku quickly dashed forth and threw 3 Senbon needles at the spot where he heard a loud blast and scream, only for his Senbon needles to be deflected. He charged towards that area and engaged Gari of the explosion style in fierce combat. Boom! Bang! Haku continued to dodge, being careful not to make any kind of physical contact with Gari's body in order to avoid being blown up. He formed the tiger hand sign, saying, "Ice-style swallow snowstorm jutsu." Icy swallows flew straight at Gari, who simply started punching outwards at each icy swallow flying in and blowing them up upon contact. With Gari successfully distracted, Haku placed his hands on the ground and shouted, "Ice-style shattering ice spear jutsu." With no chance at all, Gari was immediately impaled by several large spikes of ice, causing his body to stop moving in an attempt to repair itself. Haku immediately placed his hands together and said, "Ice-style ice prison jutsu." The ice spears that pierced Gari's body immediately formed a block of ice that froze him in place, preventing any paper and dirt to reattach themselves to his tattered form. A member of the sealing team quickly rushed over and successfully sealed away Gari. At this moment, Mangetsu was engaged in a fight with Kakashi as they both exchanged several taijutsu moves. Ting! Cling! Clank! Zing! Bang! Boom! Just as Kakashi successfully thrust his Raikiri into Mangetsu's body, it disintegrated into a water clone as the real Mangetsu appeared in the distance. Mangetsu quickly formed the signs of boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram, and said, "Summoning jutsu." Kakashi widened his eyes in surprise and wariness as 6 wooden coffins appeared, revealing 6 reanimated corpses. Who are they?" someone from the 3rd Division asked. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, staring at the reanimated corpses. "They are the former 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Akabino Jinzo, Kuriru Kushimaru, Kurisuke Raiga, Munashi Jinpachi, Amuri Ringo, and Suikazan Fuguki." Another member of the 3rd Division stepped forward and said, "Even if they are the former 7, their power is at least halved without their swords." Kakashi shook his head in disagreement, saying, "It appears they brought their swords with them." Mangetsu unraveled a scroll as 4 swords were summoned from it, revealing the Kabutawari, a giant hammer attached to an axe-like blade, the Kiba, 2 slim blades with sharp prongs protruding from it, the Nuibari, a thin longsword resembling a needle with a thin line attached to the hilt, and the Shibuki, a giant sword with a bunch of explosive tags attached on one end. The mist became even thicker at this moment as explosions and screams could be heard from Pakura's continued assault. With 7 of the ninja swordsmen, the casualties will increase. They are all masters of the silent killing technique. Guy commented. "We just have to be on our toes." Kakashi replied. Swish! Haku returned to Kakashi's side at this moment and said, "Kakashi-senpai, with those guys reanimated, we'll incur too many casualties with the mist." "I'll dispel it." Kakashi nodded. "I was just thinking of a plan to do that. If you've got one, let me hear it." I'll enter Sage mode and use a Sage-powered wind-style jutsu to dispel all of the mist in the area. I just need you guys to buy me a few minutes. Alright. Kakashi agreed as he and Guy guarded Haku. He sat perfectly still in their encirclement, sensing and absorbing the natural energy around him. Screams, shouts, and explosions continued to be heard all around until finally a few minutes later the wave and koi fish tattoo marks as well as the blue coloration around Haku's eyes appeared as he successfully entered Sage mode. He opened his eyes and stood up, clapping his hands together and said, Sage Art Wind Style Passing Typhoon Jutsu. Whoosh! A large windstorm erupted from the battlefield and in less than a few seconds, cleared up the atmosphere, dispelling the thick mist. Haku silently nodded in approval as he thought back to the time when he witnessed Hiruzen-sensei use this exact technique to get rid of his own hidden mist jutsu during their training sessions all those years ago. The mist here is much more wide-scale and so it requires more power to dispel, hence me having to enter Sage mode, Haku mentally noted. Alright. Engage! Kakashi shouted as everyone spread out in teams to fend off the enemy. Rumble. At this moment there were two more wooden coffins that appeared behind a cluster of trees. As the covers fell down, it revealed a figure clad in an all-green jumpsuit and a figure clad in the Konoha standard Jonin flak jacket. The man in all green looked around him in great confusion before seeing another person beside him and asked, where are we? The figure in the Jonin attire looked over at the voice that spoke and commented, You? Aren't you my Due? Ha ha ha. I'm embarrassed to say so, but yes, that is me. The Eternal Jinin. So, do you know what's happening? As that figure looked down at his hands and noticed the slight cracks in his skin, he commented, This is the reanimation jutsu. Might Due widened his eyes in shock at the revelation that he had become a reanimated shinobi, while the person next to him looked up and activated the Sharingan. The sounds of battle and the sight of dead bodies and blood were everywhere. That figure clad in Jonin clothes recalled the familiar feeling of the Third Great Ninja War and let out a deep sigh. Another war. Itachi, Sasuke, I wonder how they are doing. Meanwhile, Gaara stood atop a large stone column as his 4th Division company stood below and awaited the enemy. Sand continued to blow through the air as Gaara turned his head, noticing something amiss. Utilizing his sand-eye technique, he had it float in the direction where his sand detected the disturbance. Not too far off in the distance was the second Tsuchikage, who stopped walking and placed his hands on the ground, saying, Summoning Jutsu. 4 wooden coffins rose from the ground, revealing the 3rd Reikage, the 2nd Mizukage Jinjutsu, the 4th Kazekage Raza, and the legendary Sannin Jiraiya. At this moment the 3rd Reikage opened his eyes in shock and said, Where am I? Jinjutsu turned to look at A and Mu, saying, Well, if it isn't a gathering of old enemies. Jinjutsu then turned to Raza and Jiraiya with confusion. Well, but I don't know these two guys. Raza looked at Jinjutsu and replied, I am the 4th Kazekage, Raza. I've heard of your exploits from my predecessors. Jiraiya also introduced himself. My name is Jiraiya. I was a student of the 3rd Hokage and named a legendary Sannin during the 3rd Great Ninja War. Jinjutsu raised his non-existent eyebrows. 4th Kazekage? So Sunagakure has been pretty stable these past years. And legendary Sannin? What the heck is that? Mu ignored Jinjutsu and said indifferently, This is the foul jutsu of the 2nd Hokage. The dead are summoned back from the afterlife and then bound. You are summoned here by force. Jiraiya frowned in contemplation. It can't be Orochimaru? Didn't Sasuke kill him? But he's the only other person I know who can perform this jutsu aside from the 2nd Hokage. It doesn't make sense. Orochimaru? Who's that? Jinjutsu asked. Tisk, Orochimaru. That bastard. Raza exclaimed as he recalled his death by Orochimaru's hands. Then it wasn't the 2nd Hokage who summoned us? Mu inquired. Jiraiya nodded as he explained. The 2nd Hokage has been dead for a while. Furthermore, he listed this jutsu as forbidden and elected not to use it anymore. At this moment a small floating eye hovered behind a rock as it observed the gathering of these 5 individuals. Gaara was shocked as he mumbled to himself, that is, the legendary Sannin Jiraiya. And among them is also Father. He raised his hand signaling a member of the intelligence unit to stand next to him and relay the information he just discovered back to headquarters. Back at headquarters sat the 4th Raikage A, the 5th Hokage Tsunade, and the 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki. One of the members from the intelligence division at headquarters spoke at this moment, report from Gaara's 4th division. 5 enemies have appeared. They are the 2nd Tsuchikage Mu, the 2nd Mizukage Jinjutsu, the 3rd Raikage A, the 4th Kazekage Raza, and the legendary Sannin Jiraiya. What? Tsunade, and Inoki exclaimed in shock. Even my old man was revived. Said in disbelief. They were able to revive Jiraiya. Damn those bastards. Tsunade clenched her fist and gritted her teeth. Ugh, even Lord Mu was revived. This will be troublesome. Inoki remarked. At this moment Ao, the captain in charge of the sensory unit, widened his eyes in shock, exclaiming, this isn't good. Darui's 1st division will be facing many of the White Zetsu army and some powerful reanimated shinobi soon. Among those reanimated shinobi are Hyuga Hizashi, Kato Dan, Kakuzu, Zabuza, and Kisame. The enemy's commando unit is also there and has Sasori and Deidara in it. They are currently bombing the area of the 1st division. Clenched his fist in frustration. Erg! The 4th company is facing against previous Kage. The 1st company will be facing a 2-front battle against White Zetsu and reanimated shinobi while being pressured from bombs, and the 3rd company is even facing off against the previous 7 ninja swordsmen. It appears I may have to go to the battlefield myself. Shikaku stepped in at this moment and said, wait. He then continued, Lord Raikage, you are the supreme leader of the allied shinobi forces. The supreme leader must remain safe to give orders to the troops until the final stages of the war. That is your duty towards your charge. Let us first assess the situation. Kitsuchi's 2nd division is locked in a battle of attrition against the White Zetsu army right now. Kakashi's 3rd division is engaged in battle with the enemy, but they presently have the advantage. The 4th division under Gaara will be facing the previous Kage. Mifune's 5th division is free to roam and assist any division that needs it. Darui's 1st division will be facing off against the enemy soon by the sea, which is close to Kitsuchi's 2nd division. First, we'll have Mifune's 5th division provide support for the 1st division and have some of the 2nd division also assist the 1st division to completely crush the enemy by the sea. Meanwhile, Lord 3rd Hokage is also with the 5th division. Let's inform Lord 3rd that he should go to provide backup for the 4th division against the previous Kage, as the 4th division also slowly make a retreat towards the 1st division. By that time, if everything goes well, the 1st division should be able to defeat the enemy and rush towards the retreating 4th division to provide more assistance. Depending on the status of the 2nd division at that time, we may deploy the 5th division to assist either the 4th division or the 2nd division. What do you think, Lord Raikage? Pondered to himself for a moment. Will the 4th division be okay during the retreat? Even if the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen goes to assist them, it is still 4 Kage and a legendary Sannin we're talking about. Inoki stood up at this moment and said, I will go and assist Gaara's 4th division. The 2nd Tsuchikage is no ordinary shinobi. He can escape from sensory detection and can also use the Kekkei Totop particle style. If Hiruzen assists the 4th division and I go as well, not only can we buy some time for the 1st division's assistance, but we may even be able to take down the enemy. Pondered once more before agreeing. Very well. You're the only one who can use the particle style to counter the 2nd Tsuchikage. With you as the 3rd Tsuchikage, Gaara, the 5th Kazekage, and Hiruzen the 3rd Hokage, the situation may be manageable. I'll leave immediately. Inoki replied as he jumped through the air and began flying towards Gaara's division at his fastest speed. Tsunade looked at Inoichi, who was in charge of intel, and said, Inoichi, relay to Lord 3rd Hokage that he needs to go assist the 4th division as soon as possible. Yes. Inoichi replied. At that moment Hiruzen received news of what happened and started rushing towards Gar's 4th Division. He was extremely worried, anxious, and sad as his eyes started to water while thinking to himself, even Jiraiya? Not only was I forced to fight my pupil Orochimaru in the past, but now I must also face Jiraiya. Hiruzen had only just left the company of the 5th Division when he was forced to stop and dodge a barrage of shuriken aimed at him. Swish, 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 swish. He quickly pulled out a kunai and deflected 2 shuriken that curved through the air aimed at his blind spot. Ting ting! At this moment a figure appeared on a tree branch not far from Hiruzen and said, "You are still able to defend against an attack from your blind spot, Hiruzen. It's good to see that your battle experience hasn't dulled." Hiruzen's eyes widened in shock as his eyes watered once more. Looking at the man in front of him high on that branch made his heart beat faster as a myriad of emotions welled up inside him. "Uchiha, Kagami," Hiruzen said as he wiped away the tears from his eyes. Kagami smiled at his old friend. "Hello, Hiruzen. It's been a long time. You've certainly gotten older, but I'd recognize you in a heartbeat. It appears I've been reanimated by Lord Second's forbidden jutsu. I'm surprised that someone other than Lord Second is able to use this technique. If I remember correctly, Lord Second died protecting you, Danzo, Hamura, Koharu, and I back then and named you as 3rd Hokage." Hiruzen smiled, remembering the time he and Kagami served together. "Indeed. Since then a 4th Hokage and 5th Hokage have been named." Before they could continue their conversation any further, Kagami felt his personality being suppressed, so he quickly said one last sentence, "Hiruzen, please, stop me. I don't wish to hurt anyone." He quickly weaved the hand signs for the fire-style fireball jutsu whilst Hiruzen did the same. The two of them exhaled a gigantic ball of fire which scorched the surrounding forest. Kagami activated his Sharingan and jumped above, throwing out 3 kunai at Hiruzen, who parried the attack with 4 shuriken of his own. Hiruzen also weaved the signs for the Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu, causing his 4th shuriken to multiply into 10. Kagami formed the Tiger Hand sign and said, "Fire-style art of the Fire Dragon Jutsu." 5 gigantic flaming dragon heads intercepted Hiruzen's shuriken and continued towards him. Hiruzen quickly formed the signs of tiger, snake, rat, snake, tiger, and said, "Water-style water wall jutsu." A wall of fierce water intercepted the fire ninjutsu as Hiruzen expertly backflipped, dodging a kunai thrown from Kagami at that moment. "To fight against an old comrade, I will make sure to stop you here and now, Kagami, so that you may return to peace," Hiruzen said in great sorrow to himself after exchanging several moves against Kagami. At this moment Hiruzen noticed something amiss and placed his hands together, saying, "Release." The Jinjutsu that Kagami had used was dispelled before it could take effect. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes as he dodged a punch and grappled Kagami's wrist, throwing him against a tree trunk. He then quickly summoned a Fuma Shuriken and threw it, splitting Kagami's body in half, momentarily immobilizing Kagami's reanimated form as paper began to fix his body. Hiruzen formed the signs of boar, dog, ram, and said, "Earth-style mud trap jutsu." Immediately dark and murky mud appeared beneath Kagami's reforming body and covered it completely before hardening into solidified earth. He dashed forward and placed a powerful sealing tag on top, successfully sealing away the reanimated Kagami with a look of sadness on his face. He remained there in front of Kagami's sealed form for a few minutes before bowing and said, "Rest in peace, my old friend." Just as he was about to make his way towards the 4th Division, he stopped in his tracks and quickly placed his hands together once more, shouting, "Release." Immediately the area around him blurred and faded away into nothing as the real forest he was in appeared. He quickly weaved his hand signs for the Earth-style Earth Wall Jutsu, effectively blocking a barrage of shuriken aimed straight at him. Sweat dripped off of Hiruzen's head as he thought, "I knew that it felt a bit too easy defeating Kagami. So he layered a Jinjutsu right after the first one I dispelled. I really can't let my guard down against my old friend." He then re-engaged Kagami in a fierce battle. Nightfall arrived as everyone in every battlefield became anxious and stressed. In some areas the battle raged on, in others the battle came to a halt. Yet in the 4th Division neither side had made a move yet. It was also during this time that Naruto and Killer Bee had escaped from the giant turtle island where they were hidden away and proceeded to the various battlefields, while at the same time far away inside a secluded room back in Konoha, a figure groaned and sat up on the bed. He unwrapped the bandages around his eyes before slowly opening them, revealing the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. So, this is the power of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. I can feel Itachi's power flowing through me. Sasuke whispered to himself in the dark room illuminated by the moonlight. A note was left on his table as he picked it up and read the contents. The Fourth Great Ninja War? It seems Madara and Kabuto couldn't wait any longer to get their hands on the 9 tails and 8 tails. TSK. I still need to find Yugo, Karen, and Suigetsu. It appears I missed out on a lot of things while I was acclimating to my new eyes. Sasuke looked out at the moon in the sky and thought of his older brother Itachi before picking up his sword and strapping it behind his waist. Stretching his arms and legs, he jumped out the window and dashed towards the forest. Just as he jumped on a tree branch, 3 figures dashed out in front of him. "Yo! Sasuke!" Suigetsu said. "Sasuke-kun!" Karen screamed in a fangirl tone of voice whilst fidgeting embarrassingly. Yugo just nodded his head in acknowledgement. Sasuke widened his eyes in surprise. "Suigetsu, Karen, Yugo, you guys found me. Was that because of you, Karen?" Karen's cheeks turned pink as she nodded her head and replied, "Ahem. Yes, Sasuke-kun. Your aura disappeared so suddenly back then, but we followed the chakra signatures of the Konoha shinobi in the vicinity, and when we got near Konoha, I sensed your chakra again. We waited here on the outskirts of the village for you. We were so scared when that Pain guy attacked the village. And then when you left the village, you went along with some other guy. We couldn't find the right time to approach you until now." Sasuke just stared at the 3 of them for a moment before saying, "I see. I was going to search for you 3, but now that you're here it'll save me some time." "Eh? Then do you still have somewhere you're going?" Suigetsu asked. Sasuke remained silent for a moment as he looked at the 3 before him as the image of Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi flashed past his mind. He recalled Kakashi's words of how Team 7 was waiting for his return as he clutched the 3 items in his pocket. A box of soldier pills, his old forehead protector, and Izaya's special kunai. "Do you know about the Fourth Great Ninja War?" Sasuke asked. "Oh! Yeah, we should stay away from that. It's getting dangerous out there, you know." Suigetsu chimed in quickly. Sasuke shook his head. "I'm going to the battlefield." "What?" Suigetsu shouted in shock as it was the last kind of place he wanted to be in. Yugo nodded and said, "I'll follow where you go, Sasuke." Sasuke turned to look at Konoha once more before dashing off into the night, followed by Yugo, Karen, and a grumbling Suigetsu. Chapter 48, Spirit Weapons and the 4th Division. Crash! Boom! Several walls of a dark cavern broke and shattered as a dark Tengu chased after me, rolling and tumbling uncontrollably through the air. Guh! I groaned, coughing up some blood as I crashed into the 5th wall that finally stopped my momentum. Damn Muramasa! After all this time he's still as strong as ever. Every time I'm able to separate him from his katana and create an opportunity to seriously injure him, he's able to counter with some weird technique of his, or he's able to materialize his katana in time to counter me. I mentally curse it as I lay in a rubble of stone, dust, and blood. TSK. I clicked my tongue and clutched my right arm, taking a moment to sense all the areas on my body where Muramasa injured me with his katana. The wounds won't stop bleeding after he cut me with his blade, even with the regenerative abilities of my body. That blade of his is really strange. Every cut and wound on my body that was inflicted by something other than his blade eventually stops bleeding, but wounds inflicted by that blade won't stop bleeding. My body's regenerative powers are enough to replenish my blood loss for now, but it won't do me any good if I keep bleeding non-stop and my chakra depletes to 0. Swish! Muramasa jumped down from the ceiling with his katana in hand as he aimed to pierce it through my heart. Once again I flew to a different kunai, avoiding imminent death, causing a scowl to appear on Muramasa's face. I took note of his growing frustration and anger as our battle continued to rage on. Muramasa clenched his katana in his hands as he once again missed his killing blow, contemplating in frustration. Never once had he had this much trouble catching and killing someone he deemed his prey. It irritated him greatly that this one insect of a shinobi was taking so long to kill. Although he liked to play with his food, that was only up until a certain point and only if it was under the condition that he had absolute control. However, this game of trying to catch and kill a mere shinobi who had less than a third of his total chakra was getting out of hand. I merely stared at the back of Muramasa as blood dripped down my mouth while sporting a sorry look with cuts, wounds, bruises, and injuries all over my body. Just as I was racking my brain for another plan, I heard a voice speak in my head. "You there, kid?" Eh? I widened my eyes and looked around, unable to find the source of the voice. Then I heard it again. "Kid. To survive this long against that spirit, you aren't half bad. But if you keep this up, you'll end up dying. How about I lend you a hand?" Before I could respond, Muramasa swung his katana, forcing me to teleport to another kunai, once again dodging one of his many failed lethal blows from our drawn-out battle. I continued to avoid Muramasa's onslaught while doing my best to split my focus between staying alive and listening to the voice in my head as I responded, "Who are you? Where are you? And how can you help? If you've got an idea, I'll take it. I'm running out of ideas myself." That mysterious and ancient voice spoke again. "Min, you would do well to listen to me. However, if I am to help you, then you must also help me." Bang! Boom! I dodged two perilous strikes to my life as I simply nodded. "Speak your mind." Once again that ancient voice spoke. "Muramasa is a spirit weapon. The katana and sheath are his true vessel. His soul is bound to it, that is why he can materialize the blade to his hand. He is only using that tengu called Sajobo as his temporary host so he can move around freely. Although that tengu is truly dead, his body is acting like the house for Muramasa's spirit. In order to defeat him, you must expel his spirit from the body and back into the katana and sheath. Then you must seal his soul and suppress it in both the katana and sheath so he will not be able to reign free nor exert his malicious influence." Thwack! I swung a powerful kick at Muramasa's head, successfully sending him flying across the cave as I responded to that mysterious voice. "All right. Easier said than done. How exactly do I expel his spirit from the body? And how do I seal his spirit into the sheath and katana? I'm pretty good with Fuinjutsu, but even I don't know a seal strong enough to contain this guy." The voice responded once more, "I know. I will help you expel Muramasa's spirit from that tengu's body and force it back into the katana and sheath. The sealing technique you need to use is called the Four Symbols Fiend Seal. I will transmit to you how to activate the technique. Use it to seal Muramasa's spirit back into the weapon. Lure him to my location." I quickly nodded in agreement. "All right. Where do I find you and what did you need me to help you with?" "Near the first cavern hall there are 3 tunnels. Take the one on the left. There you will find an old lamp alit with crimson fire. Remove the seal on the lamp and I will be able to aid you. However, my power is limited. Over time I have been greatly weakened, and once I leave the lamp I will need another place to dwell. I've been watching you this entire time and have noticed that your body is quite interesting. You wield the ocular powers of the Sharingan and your physical body has great vitality. The way you can help me is to seal my spirit into your body utilizing the 4 Symbols Divine Seal. With your body it may be able to help me regain my powers and survive instead of dying off." I was incredibly stunned at this moment after hearing what this mysterious voice just said. Bash! Bang! Boom! I dodged Muramasa's onslaught, moving to the left, then right, then left again, and started making my way towards the lamp's location, recalling the memory of an old worn-out scroll I found in Danzo's hideout about the Uzumaki clan. "It can't be, can it?" The voice said to look for a lamp that contained fire, and this voice wants to teach me how to perform the 4 Symbols Divine Seal and the 4 Symbols Fiend Seal? Didn't that old scroll I found mention an old lamp that contained the eternal flame and that it contained the secrets to the four symbols sealing jutsu? Boom! I did a quick backflip, dodging another lethal strike to my head as I slid across the floor and into the designated location that the voice instructed me to go. Immediately I spotted an old and ancient lamp with a crimson flame inside pulsing like a warm heartbeat. Crack! Bang! The entire left tunnel collapsed, revealing Muramesa's furious and monstrous-looking form reeking of sinister bloodlust. I didn't waste another second tearing off the seal on the old lamp. The moment the seal was removed, space and time in the surrounding region instantly froze as I felt a ripple in my mind. My heart rate quickened and my eyes widened in shock as images and information appeared in my head. The way to perform the four symbols fiend seal and the four symbols divine seal was instantly imprinted in my memory as time and space began to move once more. Muramesa screeched and swung down with his blade, only to widen his eyes in shock as a bright crimson light blinded him and filled the entire region with a majestic aura that ascended into the skies. His spirit was ripped out from within Sajobo's body and forced back into the katana and sheath. I quickly cut my arm, smearing some blood on 24 different kunai as I slightly wavered and fought to remain conscious from the blood loss all at once. I arranged the kunai in a pattern of 4x4x4x12 which surrounded the katana and sheath and formed the signs of dog, ox, boar, tiger, ox, boar, tiger, dog, boar, tiger, ox, dog, tiger, dog, ox, and boar, clapping my hands at the end saying, sealing jutsu for symbols fiend seal. A giant purple light erupted from my hands, and a giant seal connecting the blood-stained kunai appeared surrounding the katana and sheath as all the murderous aura in the region was reabsorbed into the weapon before the seal shrunk, leaving a mark on both the katana and the sheath. Fwish! The purple light slowly dissipated, leaving only the light of a giant flame floating in midair as it spoke in this moment. Impressive. Even though you have only just acquired the knowledge of how to perform the seal, to actually be successful on your first try is commendable. It appears my gamble has paid off in choosing you. You cannot leave this island with your current strength, as the seals and barriers placed around it are much too powerful. It will take you at least 3 years to break through. I will do you one more favor and destroy this barrier so you can leave, however it will drain my power once more. After I destroy the barrier, use the four symbols divine seal I taught you to seal me inside of you immediately. I will be completely drained of strength and have to recuperate. I won't be able to converse with you for last few things I will tell you before I break this barrier is that the spirit you fought is actually a physical spirit weapon named Muramesa, which is also the katana you see before you. Place a four symbols divine seal on it and it will slowly siphon off his power into yours, allowing you to wield him freely, though it may be a few years before you are able to. Do not draw that blade until enough of your aura is mixed with it, which will let you have control over its power. The second thing I will tell you is that the tunnel to the right contains another spirit weapon. A spirit weapon that was sealed away by Muramesa. Remove the seal and bind it to your soul with blood and chakra. You should be able to wield its power without much harm. I think you will find it useful. Lastly, when I am sealed inside of you, do not be alarmed. Your body's self-regenerative power and ability to recover chakra will be slower than normal, as I will slowly siphon off those powers to revitalize my spirit. Take care to not be damaged too horribly. Now, are you prepared? I took a moment to consider what this crimson flame said before nodding my head. I am ready. Do you have a name? The flame simply said, "You may call me Senko." In the next moment, a blinding crimson light flashed throughout the entire island as a loud cry of a majestic bird resounded from the mountains before a shattering sound was heard, signaling the destruction of the barrier. I quickly smeared blood on my hands and weaved the signs of snake, bird, dragon, tiger, bird, dragon, tiger, snake, dragon, tiger, snake, bird, tiger, snake, bird, dragon, and clapped my hands at the end saying, sealing jutsu for symbols divine seal. My hands glowed with a golden light and a large circular seal appeared beneath a small crimson flame that floated in front of me before it was absorbed into the seal and imprinted itself on my abdomen. I immediately gritted my teeth as I groaned, "Ku! What the heck is this flame?" I can feel an incredible amount of power from it, but at the same time I can feel my body's regenerative properties slow down. My body feels incredibly hot, but in a comfortable way. It almost feels like I could walk through lava and be completely fine. But I probably shouldn't try that, I silently mused to myself. The feeling lasted for a few more seconds before the golden light surrounding the cavern dissipated and everything returned to normal. Phew! I breathed out a sigh of relief. It's finally over. That was rough. The prep for the 4 symbols divine seal is a lot less than the 4 symbols fiend seal. I wonder why. I took a moment to observe my condition and smiled mockingly to myself. At least all my wounds aren't bleeding profusely anymore. Probably cause Muramasa has been sealed away, so the special ability of his blade to cause my wounds to bleed non-stop is rendered obsolete. But now my wounds are going to take a lot longer to heal. Normally my body would be healing them all right now, except nothing is happening. And my chakra is getting pretty low. I touched my right eye and frowned as I realized that although my wounds stopped bleeding, my Sharingan was still destroyed. Well, I was debating how I should utilize Shusui's eye, but I guess now is as good a time as any to test out the limits of this body of mine. Taking a seat on the floor, I took out a red scroll, unfurling it, and formed the hand-signed seal of confrontation. Unseal! Poof! A cloud of white smoke appeared and cleared away, revealing a liquid container with a Sharingan inside. Now I wonder how this will go. Non-Uchihas are supposedly unable to awaken the Mangekyo. Since I was able to, my body must have at least become somewhat similar enough to that of an Uchihas. So will Shusui's Mangekyo Sharingan remain as is, or will my body that's good at harmonizing bloodlines be able to assimilate Shusui's DNA from his eye and evolve it to an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Using the medical ninjutsu I learned during my years as an Umbu, I dipped my hands in the jar and held Shusui's Sharingan. With glowing green hands, I transplanted Shusui's Sharingan in my right eye and instantly felt a burning sensation in my head. At this moment, Senko, who was just sealed inside of me, took note of what I was doing and exerted a little bit of his power into my right eye, causing a crimson light to shine in the dark cave before everything returned to normal. I clutched my eye and felt a pounding headache rage on inside me for a few minutes before calming down. Alright, I'm sure Senko just did something, but I have no clue what. Seems like my right eye is undergoing some sort of change. Doesn't seem like I can use it for a while. I looked down at my abdomen where the seal was placed and said, "Oi, Senko. What did you just do? I thought you were going to sleep right away or something." I waited a few moments, but no response came from him. Letting out a sigh, I shrugged my shoulders in defeat. I'm not sure if sealing a foreign spirit in my own body was a great idea or not, but under the circumstances I didn't have much of a choice. And I couldn't exactly try to trick Senko and go back on my word, since he's definitely an existence that's stronger than even Muramasa, I mentally noted. I took out another blindfold and tied it around my eyes before looking down at the weapon lying on the ground. It was a violet-colored sheath, and the katana itself was a purple blade that had a violet-colored hilt with black diamond patterns. So this is Muramasa. I walked over and picked up both the katana and sheath. The symbol of the fiend seal was left imprinted on both the sheath and the base of the blade. After putting the katana back in the scabbard, I performed the 4 symbols divine seal once more as Senko had instructed, causing another sealing mark to appear on both the sheath and the katana. I widened my eyes in shock and weariness as I felt my soul link up with Muramasa, causing small amounts of dark, sinister, and murderous chakra to mix with my own. Is this going to be okay? I took a moment to observe my condition after the linkage and heaved a sigh of relief after feeling my chakra slowly assimilate Muramasa's dark aura. Strapping Muramasa to the left side of my waist, I followed Senko's instructions and entered the right tunnel. After reaching the end, I took note of a blue-tinted katana with a black and blue hilt mounted on the wall with intricate sealing tags strewn throughout the room. Above the weapon was a name carved on the wall that read Masamune. Masamune? Senko said this one might be helpful to me, as long as it doesn't go wild like Muramasa. I whispered softly to myself with a bit of hesitation. After a few more moments of quiet contemplation, I decided to go with it and removed the weakest part of the seals after studying the formation for a bit. CRRRSSSSHHH. After the successful removal of the first, the rest of the ceiling tags lit on fire and burnt away, leaving only Masamune. A bright blue and silver light fluttered around the weapon, releasing an aura that felt like being embraced in the protective care of one's mother before dissipating. Well, that was certainly different than Muramasa. I walked forward and dripped some blood along with infusing my chakra into the black and blue weapon. Just as the red drops of blood infused with my chakra touched the blade, the blue-silver light erupted once more and covered my body before the light disappeared along with the weapon. It's gone! I closed my eyes and focused within myself as I sensed a sleeping spirit dwell inside. I wonder if this is what Itachi feels with his spirit weapons. Or maybe he doesn't feel anything. Honestly, it's a mystery to me how Itachi got his hands on his spirit weapons. From my past life, I remember people thought that Itachi awakened them with his Susanoo. If that's the case, then his Susanoo was a natural-born monster. Itachi's spirit weapons were incredibly powerful. I wonder if my Susanoo will be able to wield Masamune and whether it has some unique skills like Itachi's Totsuka blade. I took one more look around, finding nothing but the carnage left behind from my battle against Muramasa. Letting out a deep breath, I finally walked out of that damn hellhole and stood on the still barren mountainside. Hopefully I didn't miss much. Muramasa said that time and space were distorted here. It felt like I was only gone for a couple of days. No way the Great Ninja War started or anything like that yet, right? I said to myself, taking a glance at the sky. Why? A warm wind blew past a large open desert with rock formations erected in various areas as Gaara stood atop a rock column alongside Inoki, who turned to Gaara and said, "With the area Hiruzen was in, he should have arrived by now. It appears he has been delayed. We can't afford to wait much longer. The previous Kage and Jiraiya are closing in on us. Kazekage, let you and I make a preemptive strike from the distance and see how they respond." Gaara turned to Inoki and said, "Very well. Be careful." Inoki smirked. "Heh. I may be old, but I'm quite experienced. Allow me to show you that I have not forsaken myself." Gaara nodded and lifted his hands, causing a large amount of sand to rise in the air, moving it towards the previous Kage and Jiraiya. The reanimated Kage and Jiraiya stopped in their tracks at this moment as they saw the gigantic wave of sand coming towards them. Genjutsu was the first to speak. "Oh! Look at that! What a large amount of sand!" Raza furrowed his brow as he thought about Shikaku. He quickly placed his hands on the ground and said, "Gold dust." Immediately a large amount of golden sand erupted from the ground and crashed into the oncoming wave of regular sand, forcing it to fall down right before them. As he turned his head upward, he widened his eyes in surprise, seeing Gaara instead of the Shikaku. Gaara floated atop a sand cloud, looking down as he said, "Hello, father." Raza frowned. "Where is the One-Tails?" "The One-Tails is no longer with me. It has been gone for a long time now." Gaara lifted up his hands to ensnare the four Kage and Jiraiya with sand, only for Mu and Jiraiya to successfully dodge. Inoki snuck up behind all of them and said, "Particle-style atomic dismantling jutsu." Mu turned, utilizing the same jutsu, while Raza released Gaara's entrapment, allowing the previous Kage to move out of the way from the collision of both techniques. A giant cavity was created in a sphere of bright white light before dissipating. Raza and Gaara continued their attack on one another as Raza asked, "What do you mean Shikaku is gone? I am no longer a Jinchuriki. The Akatsuki extracted the One-Tails from me and I had died. It was Granny Chiyo and my friends that saved my life." "Friends? You have friends?" Raza asked in disbelief. Gaara stared at his father for a moment as he thought about his past. "Father, even though you tried to kill me 6 times, and each time my fear and hatred of you grew, I no longer hate you. I can understand why you did it. I am now the 5th Kazekage. It is a leader's duty to eliminate threats against one's village. We must protect it." Raza stared in shock. You are the Kazekage?" Inoki, floating aside Gaara, chimed in, "That's not all. He's also the commander-in-chief of the Allied Shinobi Forces main battle regiment." Despite his age, he's not only Kage, he also has the respect of all the other Kage. Mu looked on with interest and commented, "No wonder. I thought I sensed a mix of different chakra from multiple villages. Imagine that. Shinobi forming an alliance." Jiraiya smiled and said, "Allied shinobi forces? I wish I was alive to see the day that something as incredible as that was formed. It is unfortunate that I have to witness such a great event as a reanimated shinobi on the opposite side. Who was it that reanimated us? I thought that Sasuke had killed Orochimaru." Gaara turned to Jiraiya answering, "It was his subordinate Kabuto. He learned how to use the reanimation jutsu and summoned you all back from the dead. He is working with the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki's leader is Uchiha Madara, and he has declared the fourth great ninja war. We shinobi of the 5 great nations have banded together to prevent Madara from ending the world." The previous Kage and Jiraiya immediately widened their eyes in shock at this revelation. "Madara? He isn't dead yet?" Mu said in disbelief. "Guh, I had a feeling something drastic was going to happen in the world." Jiraiya mumbled. The third Raikage spoke at this moment, "If Uchiha Madara is truly still alive, then quickly seal us away. We don't want to be pawns for his plans. We don't have control over our own bodies and are set to counter the enemy automatically. Be prepared." "Understood," Gaara said as he unleashed a giant wave of sand once more whilst Raza countered with a wave of his own gold dust. Inoki finally gave the signal for the rest of the 4th Division to engage in battle. Jiraiya furrowed his brow as he, and Jinjutsu rushed towards the 4th Division shinobi. Mu and Inoki also began engaging in a battle of their own. Damn this jutsu. I don't have control over my own body. After all that time searching for the answer to peace, I am being used as a pawn to go against the very peace I fought for. Naruto, please stop me." Jiraiya lamented aloud as he jumped in the air and clapped his hands saying, "Barrier probe." Immediately an invisible sphere rippled out from his body, erecting a sensing barrier around him, allowing him to detect anyone who gets near him from all directions. He then formed the signs of boar, tiger, and said, "Earth-style dark swamp jutsu." At this moment the 4th Division split its members into 3 units to face Jinjutsu, and Jiraiya. Many of those facing Jiraiya had fallen prey to his dark swamp jutsu and started sinking deep into the murky, sticky mud. "Aya! Help! Don't come any closer! Stop!" Screams of panic and fear were heard all around from all 3 units. Jiraiya dodged multiple ninja tools aimed at him, including those from his blind spot due to his erected barrier warning him in time. He scowled at his own body for reacting in time and shouted, "There is a barrier around me. Either find a way to remove my barrier or simply overwhelm me with attacks from all sides." At this moment he felt his body acting on its own again and shouted, "Anyone, quick! Block with water style." He then formed the signs of rat, ox, dog, horse, monkey, boar, tiger, and shouted, "Fire style great fire destruction jutsu." He took a deep breath and exhaled an incredibly powerful and large flame from his mouth, while several allied shinobis banded together and said, "Water style water bullet jutsu." KRRRSSSHHH. Steam and smoke filled the air as several water bullets collided with Jiraiya's fire ninjutsu. Push! At this moment Gaara had managed to successfully seal away his father, the 4th Kazekage, Raza, and joined up with the 3 units that were currently engaging Jiraiya, Jinjutsu, and A. He frowned as he took note of the casualties. Jinjutsu had summoned some sort of giant clam and was releasing a Jinjutsu which confused the unit engaging him. The 3rd Raikage was devastating the unit facing him as his speed was too fast and his power and defense too great, whilst the unit facing Jiraiya suffered just as many casualties against Jiraiya's mastery over many different jutsus. Inoki returned to Gaara's side at this moment and said, "Lord Mu has used one of his jutsus to turn invisible in order to hide from detection. Until he's found, we need to deal with these other 3 as quickly as possible." "Where the heck is the 3rd Hokage?" Gaara nodded and said, "I will support all 3 units to minimize casualties. You should pick a unit to help and quickly try to seal away the reanimated shinobi." Hopefully we buy enough time for the third Hokage to join us. He must have been held up with a battle of his own. Min. We can only do that for now. Anoki agreed. Chapter 49, Joining the War. The moon rose in the air as the darkness of the night blanketed the world in a cold shadow. A few days had already passed since the beginning of the war. Each battlefield struggling to gain the upper hand. The casualties continued to climb higher and higher. All members of the Shinobi Alliance were currently on edge, and the decreased visibility of the night didn't help to alleviate their symptoms one bit. It was also at this time of the night that two of the most highly skilled and powerful reanimated shinobi dashed through the forest in complete silence. They made absolutely no noise as they traveled to their targeted destination. The first to speak was the reanimated shinobi who had white hair and was clad in blue armor. I never imagined that I would succumb to my own jutsu. The first time was Orochimaru's doing. Now someone else has gained control of this technique. If there is one thing I regret during the time I was still alive, it would be the creation of this jutsu. The other reanimated shinobi simply sighed as he said, "We cannot undo what has already been done, Lord Second Hokage. We can only hope that someone will be able to find this jutsu's caster and undo the technique. I have a bad feeling about the destination this jutsu's caster is making us head towards." Tobirama frowned as well as he too had a bad feeling. "You know who I am, but I do not know who you are. You possess the Sharingan, so you are from the Uchiha clan. What is your name?" "I am Uchiha Itachi." Tobirama nodded in acknowledgement. "Itachi, eh? You seem quite young. Since I don't know who you are, you must have been born after my time. How is the Uchiha clan doing these days?" Itachi's facial expression faltered a bit at the question. After a momentary pause he replied, "They are all dead, at least most of them." Tobirama widened his eyes in complete shock. "What do you mean all dead? Don't tell me that the clan tried to do something drastic, prompting the village to take them out?" "TCH, I knew something like this might have happened." Itachi let out a sigh in lament. "I was the one to kill them." "What? You? But aren't you a member of the Uchiha clan? Why did you end up killing your own clan members?" "I was given an ultimatum from Danzo. Back then the third Hokage relinquished his position to the fourth Hokage. During that time something happened and the Nine Tails was unleashed upon the village. The fourth sacrificed his life to protect the village and sealed away the Nine Tails. The third took up his position again as Hokage, and after investigating the matter the village discovered that the Nine Tails' attack on the village was under the control of the Sharingan. They ostracized the Uchiha clan in suspicion and stripped away any influence the clan had in the village. This resulted in angering the clan, and over time they planned a coup d'etat. In order to prevent any bloodshed in the village and to prevent the possibility of another war breaking out, I accepted Danzo's ultimatum and massacred the Uchiha clan, save for my innocent little brother. I chose to bear this burden for the clan and the village to uphold the honor of the Uchiha name and to prevent unnecessary bloodshed. I wished for my little brother to grow up and kill me, which would be the end of that matter." Tobirama had a pensive look on his face. "I see. How admirable of you. Despite being an Uchiha clan member, you are a true leaf shinobi. Although I am technically dead and my words hold no particular weight now, as the second Hokage, I thank you for preventing a calamitous event from befalling the leaf. Was it discovered who controlled the Nine Tails with the Sharingan?" Itachi didn't care for Tobirama's words of thanks and completely ignored his sympathy. "The one who controlled the Nine Tails to attack the village was Madara." "What? Impossible. My brother killed him." Itachi shook his head as he replied, "The reason we are being used for war with the five great nations is because of Madara's instigation. With your ability to use the Flying Thunder God and my prowess in Jinjutsu, I have a feeling that we're about to do something drastic. We're getting close to our destination." Tobirama frowned once more, unsure of how to feel about everything as he sensed a large building with people inside up ahead. "This isn't good. That must be the headquarters of the Shinobi Alliance. Don't tell me the caster of this jutsu is going to have us assassinate the ones in command of this war?" Itachi frowned as well. "It seems that may be the case. Swoosh! They continued on their way to silently infiltrate the Shinobi Alliance headquarters, which at this moment had a frustrated-looking A and Tsunade seated at the main table along with Shikaku as main strategist, Ao as the sensor unit captain, and Inoichi as the information unit captain. Tsunade spoke up to break the silent tension in the room. Inoichi, relay to us the current state of the battlefields. Yes. Inoichi replied as he focused to relay the relevant information. The 1st Division under Captain Darui is under heavy pressure. They are fighting a night battle against the White Zetsus who can somehow completely transform themselves to look like members of the Alliance. They are also being bombarded by powerful bombs from Deidara in the sky and are having trouble facing off against Sasori and his 100 Puppets technique. They are also having great trouble at trying to deal with Sasori's poison techniques. Hyuga Hayashi was heavily injured by the reanimated Hyuga Hizashi. The Sound 4 ninja were resurrected in their location but have been dealt with and sealed away. The problem is that they are by the ocean, which gives an advantage to the reanimated Kisame and Zabuza. Even with the help of Mifune's 5th Division and half of Captain Kitsuchi's 2nd Division, they are sustaining heavy casualties. The 2nd Division under Captain Kitsuchi is also suffering losses as they are currently only at half strength. Not only are they under attack from the most amount of White Zetsus, but they are also being attacked by several powerful reanimated shinobi such as Hanzo of the Salamander, Chio of Sunagakure, Konan of Akatsuki, and Fu and Torian, who were subordinates under Danzo. Many of the shinobi in the 2nd Division have fallen prey to Hanzo's poison as well as Chio's use of poison. In the 3rd Division under Captain Kakashi, they are struggling to maintain their location. They have successfully sealed away Pakura of the Scorch style, Gari of the Explosion style, and 3 of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, but the other 4 are much more difficult to deal with as they have their swords with them. Another problem is that Might Due and Uchiha Fugaku have been reanimated. With his undying body, Might Due's inexhaustible use of his 8 inner gates technique is devastating the 3rd Division. Luckily, he has not yet unleashed the 8th gate. Uchiha Fugaku is also an extreme problem as his prowess with his Sharingan and use of Jinjutsu in combination with Due's Taijutsu is currently too difficult for the 3rd Division to counter. The only reason they are currently holding out is thanks to Kakashi's many battle strategies, Sakura's healing prowess, and Haku and Gai's ability to stalemate Fugaku and Due. I don't know how much longer they will be able to keep this up though. As for the 4th Division, they have retreated as far as they could. If they keep retreating, they will bring too much chaos to the 1st Division, so they elected to stand their ground and fight. They have successfully sealed away the 4th Kazekage, but the 2nd Mizukage, 2nd Tsuchikage, 3rd Reikage, and Jiraiya are dealing massive damage and causing many casualties to the 4th Division. And you already know that the 5th Division is providing assistance for the 1st Division. Lord 3rd seems to be locked in a fierce battle as well, which is why he has not yet arrived at the 4th Division. Naruto and Killer Bee, with both of your consent, are traveling right now to reach the other battlefields. Tsunade, A's advisor Mabui, and Shikaku clenched their fists in frustration after hearing the situation of all the battlefields. Shikaku racked his brain for a solution. He thought that with half the 2nd Division and the support of the 5th Division they could help the 1st Division overwhelm the enemy quickly, but reality proved different. There were too many variables to account for, and Kabuto and Madara seemed to be just as cunning of strategists. The biggest issue was that the Alliance didn't have enough information going into the war to prepare better countermeasures against the enemy. Just as Shikaku was going to speak up, Ao, captain of the sensory unit, shouted, "Oh no! I sense 2 incredibly powerful signatures heading our way." Tsunade and they stood up in alarm and shouted, "Who?" Before Ao could give an answer, a loud bang sound could be heard as dust and debris filtered out of the hallway into the large room of the HQ. 2 shadowy figures appeared in the cloud of smoke before revealing them as Tobarama and Itachi. Everyone was completely shocked. Uchiha Itachi? And the 2nd Hokage Tobarama? Shikaku shouted in alarm. A frown and immediately cloaked himself in his lightning armor, shouting, "How did you get here so quickly?" Tobarama sighed with an apologetic look and said, "In the past, when I met the 2nd Reikage for meetings, we once held discussions in this room. For precautionary measures, I once placed a marker for my Flying Thunder God Jutsu in a well-concealed spot in the previous room. That is how we arrived so quickly. Before anyone could say or do anything else, Itachi reacted and said, "Run." Without control of their reanimated bodies, Tobirama formed the tiger sign and said, "Jinjutsu Infinite Darkness." The room was immediately filled in complete darkness, blocking out all sight. However, Itachi remembered the position of all the people in the room and expertly threw out a barrage of shuriken at their locations. PSH, 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 PSH. Blood splattered and screams were let out in the darkness, only for no one being able to see or do anything. Tsunade and they began to feel a bit of panic inside, but with their years of experience they immediately calmed down and were able to sense the danger of the shuriken, effectively dodging just in time. With both of them calmed down, they took a moment to remember their relative position in the room and dashed backwards, throwing out a powerful punch behind them. Boom! Immediately both of their fists made contact with the wall behind them and created a hole leading to the world outside and away from the area of influence of Tobirama's Jinjutsu. Tobirama watched as Tsunade and escaped the influence of his Jinjutsu and nodded in approval. Excellent choice. This Jinjutsu is a bit different from other Jinjutsus as it only affects those who enter its sphere of influence. As long as you leave the range of this technique, you won't be affected. Itachi stood off to the side with a look of sorrow as he stared at the dead body of Inoichi beneath him. "I'm sorry. This wretched jutsu has forced me to do something against my will." Tobirama walked over to Itachi also with a look of sorrow on his face. "It is as you said. This is war. We can only hope for someone to find the caster of the jutsu and release this technique." Itachi simply replied with a sorrowful voice, "To think that you would be the one to cast Jinjutsu instead of me." Tobirama looked around at the dead bodies before saying, "My brother and I developed this Jinjutsu to help fight against the Uchiha clan back in the old days. Anyways, it appears that with the Reikage and Tsunade escaping, our task is complete." He then placed his hands on Itachi's shoulder, teleporting them both away. Tsunade and Ei had both fallen all the way down to the ground after they punched a hole in the wall to escape. They looked up and noticed the dark sphere of Tobirama's Jinjutsu disappear, prompting them to return to the room. Tsunade quickly summoned Katsuyu and had her slugs attach themselves to the bodies of everyone in the room. After a few seconds of silence, she clenched her fists and screamed, "Aha!" She punched out at the wall to her right, completely destroying the entire right half infrastructure. O was also furious and shouted in rage and anger as he smashed the table in front of him. Both Kages stood there in complete silence as they took a moment to grieve the dead. Inoichi, dead. Shikaku, dead. Ao, dead. Mabui, dead. Everyone in the room had died save for the two Kages. Akatsuki. Madara. Curse you! A shouted at the top of his lungs, bashing the room to pieces to vent his anger. Tsunade scowled as the look on her face was the fiercest expression she had ever put on and shouted, "Enough! Reikage, you and I are the only ones left. I swear I will end Madara and this damn war. Until then, you and I must keep it together. We need to relay what happened here to the Kazekage, Tsuchikage, and Lord Third Hokage, as well as the other division captains. We need to move our HQ and discuss a plan of action immediately." A huffed and panted in extreme anger as he attempted to calm down his rage, whilst Tsunade turned to Katsuyu's clones in the room and said, "Katsuyu, I know you have a small clone by Sakura's side. Relay to her that we need their intelligence unit to connect to the Reikage and myself so we can quickly come up with a way to reach the others." Katsuyu nodded in sadness and replied, "Yes, Lady Tsunade. I will have my clone do so right away." Swish! Swish! Tobirama and Itachi dashed through the dark forest as the moon lit up the dark sky in what would have been a nice peaceful night had they both not have committed such a cruel act a few moments ago. It wasn't long before they both stopped in front of a forest clearing by a sparkling blue river and approached a figure sitting down on a boulder nearby. Itachi walked over and said, "Nagato." Nagato turned to see both Tobirama and Itachi walk out from the dark forest. "Itachi, you've returned. It seems that the caster of this jutsu will pair us up once more." Itachi nodded as he had a look of sorrow on his face. Nagato, taking note of Itachi's downcast expression, commented, "The jutsu caster must have had you do something painful." Itachi let out a sigh as his body involuntarily supported Nagato's frame before they turned around to face Tobirama. "Since the two of you are traveling together, it appears that the caster has his own plans for where my destination will be," Tobirama commented. Without anyone saying another word, they dashed off in separate directions, parting ways. Tobirama headed towards the direction of Kakashi's 3rd Division as Itachi and Nagato followed the river to some unknown destination. They continued to follow the river all night, walking along the dirt path on the side in complete silence as morning soon rolled around the corner. Itachi was the first to break the silence. "We've been walking for quite a while now. We must be nearing our opponent soon." Nagato glanced at Itachi. "I sense a similar chakra signature to your own. In fact, I sense 2 of them." Itachi widened his eyes in surprise and asked, "What do you mean 2? "I sense one on the battlefield in the far distance and one that is approaching us." Nagato frowned as he also sensed Jiraiya's chakra, whilst Itachi furrowed his brow, lost in his thoughts. "One is undoubtedly Sasuke. Could it be Kabuto has reanimated father?" Itachi noticed Nagato's change in facial expression and asked, "Are they close?" Nagato smiled as he stared off in the distance. "This feeling is familiar. There are many others heading in this direction. 6 individuals to be exact. One of them also has a similar chakra to yours, Itachi." The sounds of footsteps approaching became louder and louder until 6 figures came to a complete stop. Naruto and Killer Bee stood in front of Nagato and Itachi, while Sasuke, Yugo, Suigetsu, and Karen stood behind Nagato and Itachi. Naruto took note of the reanimated shinobi in front of him, exclaiming in shock, "Uchiha Itachi? Nagato?" Sasuke was the next to exclaim in shock, "Big brother?" They also caught a glimpse of each other at this moment, nodding in acknowledgement, but were too shocked at the appearance of the 2 reanimated shinobi in front of them to exchange any words of pleasantries. Nagato took a good look at Naruto and said, "Well, I never imagined that I'd be forced to fight you again, Naruto." Itachi glanced behind him, saying something similar. "Sasuke, I also didn't think I'd be forced to face you." Nagato continued speaking at this moment. "You've changed a bit, Naruto." Naruto nodded with a smile. "Yeah, this is the Nine Tails chakra cloak. I call it my chakra mode. I'm in control of the Nine Tails power now." Nagato smiled as he felt the immense power and warm aura coming off from him. "I see. You have changed. Not just the power you possess, but rather your facial expression. Your resolve is strong now. Have you finally overcome hatred, Naruto?" With great confidence, Naruto replied, "Yeah. I thought about a lot of things after we fought. As my senior, you taught me about pain. Izaya helped me confirm my resolve, and the training I did at the Waterfall of Truth with B, getting to meet both my mom and my dad when learning to use the Nine Tails power, I have all of you to thank for where I am at now." Nagato smiled once more as he listened to Naruto speak of his experiences. "I see. Then I'm glad. Naruto, there is one other thing I must tell you." "What is it?" Nagato frowned before speaking. "It appears that the caster of the reanimation has also revived Jiraiya-sensei." Naruto widened his eyes in shock as his heartbeat quickened. So even Jiraiya-sensei was. He whispered to himself. Before Nagato could say anything, Naruto looked up with confidence and said, "Don't worry. I've learned a lot from everyone. I will confront Jiraiya-sensei so that he can finally rest in peace. That means I will help you too, Nagato. In the end, you were able to let go of your hatred in front of Izaya and I. I will stop you here so you don't have to spread the hatred that you worked so hard to let go of." Nagato's facial expression softened as he realized that even though Naruto learned of Jiraiya-sensei's resurrection, he didn't let the hatred consume him. Sasuke spoke up in sorrow at this moment and said, "Itachi. So you were also reanimated. Even after all the precautions taken to protect your body." Itachi remained silent for a moment before responding, so Izaya was able to bring back my body and keep it protected. Does this mean you've awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Sasuke's eyelid twitched when he heard what Itachi said, as it meant Izaya was truly speaking the truth back then. So it's true then? That you agreed to let Izaya protect your body? That he convinced you to tell me the truth? Nagato raised his eyes in surprise listening to their conversation. Truth? What truth, Itachi? Itachi shook his head, ignoring Nagato's question. Sasuke, it's true. But don't say any more about me to the village. In the end, it was a decision that I chose. I would like to keep it that way. You know the truth. So does Izaya. That is enough for me. You are my pride and my one and only younger brother. I have already left everything I had for you. I'm currently being controlled by the enemy, and they have already forced me to perform horrible acts of war against my wishes. I will entrust you to stop me and seal me away. Sasuke had a downcast look on his face as he stared at Itachi before nodding his head. Itachi noticed Sasuke's downcast look and smiled at his little brother. Sasuke, you've grown. It is because I have entrusted everything to you that I must tell you this. Most likely, Father has been reanimated as well. What? Sasuke exclaimed in shock. Before Itachi could explain more, he shouted, Fire-style fireball jutsu. Nagato also placed his hands out in front of him and said, Almighty push. A giant ball of fire shot out at Sasuke while Naruto and Buu were pushed extremely far away. Sasuke quickly formed the hand signs for the same fire-style technique and shouted, Yugo, Karen, Suigetsu, stay out of this. Fire-style fireball jutsu. Two giant balls of fire crashed into each other as Yugo, Karen, and Suigetsu dashed in the far back, watching the confrontation of both sides. Nagato quickly formed the summoning hand signs and said, Summoning jutsu. Poof! The giant billed beak bird carried Nagato on its head as a giant dog, ox, rhino, crustacean, chameleon, and 3 centipedes appeared. Whoosh! Sasuke and Itachi exchanged several moves of taijutsu while Sasuke asked, What do you mean Father was reanimated? Itachi blocked a punch from Sasuke and threw a kick to Sasuke's head as he replied, Nagato sensed 2 chakra signatures similar to my own. One was you. My guess is that the other was Father. He was probably reanimated and is fighting on a battlefield somewhere. Quickly seal me away and go stop Father. Sasuke pulled out his sword and swung while Itachi pulled out a kunai and deflected the sword. Ting! Swing! Cling! Fling! Why did you kill the clan? I've been thinking about everything you did the entire time. Everything you did it for the village. Just what is a village? Why would you kill the entire clan for the village? What does it mean? Sasuke asked with mixed emotions as he continued to clash with Itachi, whose facial expression softened at Sasuke's question while he continued to dodge, parry, and strike. A village. To understand what a village is, you have to understand its history. Sasuke, before the concept of a village there was only clans and unending wars. Back in those days was an era known as the Warring States. People barely lived past their 30s. Each clan fought for their own benefit without a care for anything or anyone else. This led to constant chaos. Even children would not be spared the taste of war. Clans would be hired to fight battles to help expand the lands of small countries. In the end, it didn't matter to the clan who they were hired to kill, and it didn't matter who they sent from the clan to do the job. All that mattered back then was that the job was done. There was no stability or rules, only bloodshed. The 2 major clans of the past were the Uchiha and the Senju. These 2 clans had clashed for decades, with both sides losing many of their brothers, sisters, fathers, mothers, and children during their ensuing war. Eventually both sides became weary of all the fighting and deaths, and one day the future first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, offered the Uchiha clan a peace offering. They accepted the peace offering and the fighting finally stopped. Madara, the head of the Uchiha clan at the time, as well as Hashirama, the head of the Senju clan, decided to band together and form the village hidden in the leaves. The reason is because they wanted the fighting to stop. They no longer wished to war against one another and no longer wished to see their own clan members, which included the children, to suffer at the hands of war. Finally, peace and stability was brought about in the world. With the Uchiha and Senju clan banding together, their strength was unmatched, and this allowed for the children of the clans to grow up and finally experience a life other than that of bloodshed. Children were able to learn what joy was. They were able to experience the joys of playing in the water during summer, the joy of playing in the snow during winter. They came to know a bit of the light that exists in the world other than having to experience the wrenching pain of poison from an enemy or the sharp pain from the enemy's knife. In time, many other clans saw the peace and power of the village hidden in the leaves brought about by the union of the Senju and the Uchiha. Some joined the village while other clans formed their own. The life expectancy of not only shinobi, but of other people had increased due to a more stable foundation. A system was created, and that was the system of the shinobi villages. Villages are not perfect. I understand that there are many flaws that exist in the system of a shinobi village, but even if there are flaws and even if villages had continued to war against one another, it was no longer the burden of a single clan, and that allowed for many members of each clan to continue to live on. Not only this, when many people of different backgrounds come together, then greater things can be accomplished rather than being on their own. For instance, the growth of an economy, of education, of a home, of entertainment, of music, of art, and many more. In a village, there are things that tie people together that go beyond just a clan. Having common interests with others in the subjects I mentioned earlier. There are also bonds that you forge with others that can tie people together. There is the stability of a home, a land, a country, a family, the company of friends, children, and many things that are more important than just a clan. A clan is only a name that one carries with them. It has its own rules and regulations and restrictions. A clan is only the root, it is not the part that sprouts and blooms. A village is formed of many clans, therefore it has many roots. However, when these clans join together, they create something meaningful. They create a place that one can call home. A place where one does not need to be bound by the rigid rules of a clan. They no longer need to be completely tied down to only one stagnant place and have the freedom to explore and experience things that were unavailable to them before. That is a village, Sasuke. That is why I had chosen to remove our clan. One clan alone does not have the right to choose how a village is run. Even if the clan was temporarily ostracized, they turned to violence too quickly for the answer and became too lost in their emotions and sense of superiority. Our clan had become too short-sighted and would risk the lives of innocent people just to fulfill their own motives. Not only would this weaken the village and cost the lives of many innocent people, but it would also allow outsiders who wished for the downfall of the village to act and potentially wipe out not only the other clans, but perhaps the village itself. There was the potential for the instigation of another great war. In order to prevent that from happening, I chose exile and to bear the burden of the clan. The system of the shinobi village is not perfect, but it is something worth fighting for that is greater than just a clan. A village is progress from just a clan, and I'm sure in the future that there will be progress from that. Sasuke's expression softened at Itachi's explanation and reasons and backflipped away from Itachi's reach as he closed his eyes for a moment to let everything sink in. He recalled the faces of Naruto, Sakura, Kakashi, and Izaya. Recalled the memories of his old missions and the amusing stupidity of Naruto. The very affectionate Sakura. The always late Kakashi. The calm and mysterious Izaya. He recalled the feeling of what bonds were as the memory of the Chunin exams resurfaced in his mind. Back then he had risked his life to save Sakura and Naruto from Orochimaru in the Forest of Death. He recalled the look of relief and joy on Team 7's faces when he returned to Konoha after his fight with Itachi. And he felt the box of Sakura's soldier pills, his old forehead protector given to him by Naruto, and Izaya's special kunai stored away by his side at this moment. He let out a deep breath and finally opened his eyes, revealing the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. I see. Perhaps you are right. A village isn't perfect. It isn't without its flaws, but it does seem to be progress from that of a clan. And I suppose there is progress even now from that of a village. In this war, the 5 great nations and villages have banded together as one into the allied shinobi force to face off against Madara. They were able to put aside their differences to work together. Whether they will remain that way after the war is unpredictable, but I suppose it remains a fact that they have banded together here and now, and that can count as progress from a village to just shinobi. Sasuke raised his sword in front of him as he looked at Itachi with a look of great sorrow. Big brother, I will uphold the honor of the clan, I will stop you here and now, and I will go and stop father as well. Itachi smiled at Sasuke as a feeling of warmth and pride filled his soul. Forgive me, Sasuke. I'm counting on you. At the same time that Itachi and Sasuke were engaged in combat, Suigetsu, Karen, and Yugo fought against Nagato's Rinnegan summons, whilst Nagato himself engaged in combat with Naruto and B. Boom! Swish! Clank! Lariat! B shouted as he successfully struck Nagato off of his giant drill beak bird and down towards the forest. However, B was shocked as his chakra was being drained by Nagato. Nagato's hair color changed from ash white to red as his complexion became much better. Before B could disengage, Nagato placed his palm on his shoulder and said, "Almighty push." A powerful gravitational force thrusted B straight down into the ground, creating a large crater from the impact. Whoosh! Naruto jumped down towards Nagato with an axe kick from above, only for a tongue to shoot out of nowhere and ensnare him. Guh! It's his damn invisible chameleon summon! Naruto shouted as he struggled to escape out of its grasp. Nagato arrived before him and placed his hands on Naruto's chest, saying, "Human path." As he pulled his hands away from Naruto, a translucent blue and white aura emerged from Naruto's body, extracting his soul. Greatly alarmed, Naruto grabbed onto the aura being pulled out of him and shouted, "Nagato! Oi! What the heck is this technique? I don't remember you having something like this. Oi! Can you hear me?" Naruto frowned as he stared at Nagato. Nagato could only shake his head and said, "I'm sorry, Naruto. My body is restricting me from telling you about my abilities. It appears the caster of the reanimation doesn't wish to suppress my personality yet, but he's restricting what I can reveal." Naruto gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, what do I do? I'm losing strength as he's pulling this thing out of me. I know ninjutsu doesn't work, but I can't escape his grasp. Nagato raised his left hand and said, "Naraka path." A giant head with Rinnegan eyes rose from the ground not far from him and opened its mouth as he slowly walked towards it while pulling on Naruto's soul. B, recovering from his earlier clash with Nagato, jumped from the sky and struck down at him, only to be caught in several mechanized arms. What the hell? This guy is strong. He's got a bunch of weird techniques, yo! B said as he struggled in Nagato's grasp. At this moment, Sasuke shouted, "Susanoo!" A large purple arrow shot forth towards Nagato, prompting him to stick his hands out at his side and said, "Almighty push." The powerful force knocked the arrow aside, letting Sasuke use this moment to have one of his Susanoo's arms chopped downwards at Nagato. This forced Nagato to release his hold on Naruto's soul and jump backwards with B in his arms to avoid being crushed. However, this was also enough time for Naruto to kill the chameleon holding him and create a chakra arm that grabbed B, wrestling him away from Nagato's grasp. Fwish fwish fwish! Sasuke, Naruto, and B grouped up with their backs against the others as Sasuke commented, "Heh, I can't believe you got caught in something like that, Naruto." Naruto smirked. "Oi, I was just warming up Databeo, but thanks, Sasuke." B furrowed his brow as he said, "What the hell, yo? These guys are strong as heck, yo. What should we do then? They won't stay down unless we can seal them." "TSK. I don't know any jutsu to seal them. Do you, Sasuke?" Naruto asked. Sasuke frowned. "I don't either." Just as they were all racking their brains, Nagato released a black mass of gravitational energy into the air, causing everything in the vicinity to be sucked in towards it. Immediately, Naruto and Sasuke had a sense of déjà vu as they remembered how Izaya instructed them to defeat this technique. Naruto quickly shouted, "B! Use your most powerful long-range attack and shoot it upwards." Sasuke and I will do the same. It's how we defeated the technique last time, Databeo. B nodded as he semi-transformed into the 8 tails and created a tailed beast bomb, whilst Naruto created a Raisin Shuriken and Sasuke activated his Susanoo using his Yasaka Magatama beads. Boom! Fwish! A powerful force was generated from the blast of all 3 techniques, effectively destroying Nagato's jutsu, creating a giant plume of dust and debris that flew in every direction. At this moment, Itachi utilized his Susanoo's Tatsuka blade and stabbed at the position where Sasuke was, only to find that not only Sasuke, but Naruto and Killer Bee had disappeared. He quickly raised the Yata mirror of his Susanoo behind him just in time to block a barrage of 30 kunai. The dust and debris finally cleared, revealing Sasuke, Naruto, Bee, and one other person standing in front of them. A man whose clothes were torn, ripped, and shredded in multiple areas. A man who had multiple bloodstains all over his body. A man donned with the striking features of snow-white hair and a black blindfold over his eyes. Izaya? Everyone exclaimed at the same time. Itachi widened his eyes as he turned to Nagato, who was now by his side, and said, "You also know Izaya?" Nagato nodded his head. "I do. He was the one who showed me that there could be a different path to peace and the one to shed light on the errors of the peace I attempted to create." "I see. So he was able to help you as well, Nagato?" Itachi said softly. Sasuke looked at Izaya's battered form and commented, "I know you said you were going to a potentially dangerous place, but where the hell did you go to be in such a sorry state?" Naruto had a confused expression as he commented, Izaya, are you okay? You don't look so well, Databeo." I simply smirked at hearing their comments. Let's just say that I had a rough time, but in the end it was handled. I took note of Itachi and Nagato nodding my head, acknowledging their presence. Itachi. Nagato. I'd like to chat with you both a bit longer, if only it were under different circumstances. Apparently, I missed quite a lot of things while I was on my excursion. Itachi and Nagato nodded. The war began a few days ago. And I see you're still wearing your blindfold. Itachi commented. I silently brought my hands up behind my head and unfurled my blindfold, keeping my right eye shut as it still needed time to assimilate with my body, and replied, Itachi, you are someone who I greatly admire and respect, and also one of the few who know my secret. It would be a dishonor to face you without revealing this. I furrowed my brow and continued, but what do you mean that the war began a few days ago? Do you really mean that? As I expected, everyone ignored my comment about the war and were instead shocked to see me reveal my left eye as a Sharingan, except for Itachi. Sasuke was the first to speak in complete shock. Sharingan? Why do you have a Sharingan? Without taking my eye off of Itachi and Nagato, I responded as best as I could. I don't think I have much time to explain given the situation, but, in short, I was an experiment of Orochimaru's. Abandoned when I was 5. Ended up in the leaf. Met with Itachi. You know the rest. We can talk all you want later. First, let's seal away Itachi and Nagato. B. Provide support. I'll perform the seal. Sasuke, Naruto, hold on to one of my special kunai and engage Itachi and Nagato in combat, getting as close as you can to them. Also, is it true that it's been a few days since the war started? I took note of Naruto and Sasuke's complex expressions, knowing that they were probably struggling to rein in their emotions of shock in order to focus on the current more pressing task at hand. Eventually they both nodded along with B as they replied, all right. We'll do as you suggested. And yes, the war already started a few days ago. Chapter 50, Reunion with Hanabi. Boom! Bang! Boom! At this moment 6 shinobi were engaged in a heated battle of epic proportions that had been going on for more than 3 hours now. They were exactly Sasuke, Naruto, Killer Bee, and myself engaged in combat against Itachi and Nagato. Trees flew in the air as they were chopped down or uprooted. Water from the river sprung forth towards the sky for hundreds of meters before falling back down. Craters of tens and hundreds of feet wide and deep were formed from the force of the battle. Wire! A fierce high-pitched whistling of the wind could be heard as an orange blade swung downwards through the air with great force while a purple blade swung upwards, both clashing at the halfway point. The blast generated from the contact of the two great Susanoo blades decimating the forest surrounding Itachi and Sasuke. Whoosh! Amongst the scattered trees being thrown around through the area was also Killer Bee, who tumbled through the air as he turned, twisted, and rolled uncontrollably past the clash between Itachi and Sasuke. He was launched incredibly far away from Nagato's attack while Naruto attempted to launch a Raisin Shuriken only for it to be completely absorbed by Nagato's Predator Path ability. I took note of Nagato's temporary lowered guard and quickly threw my special kunai at him and Itachi while activating the kunai shadow clone jutsu, creating more than 1,000 kunai. They shot forth like bullets launched from a Gatling gun, leaving only a white and silver streak of light wherever they passed. Itachi quickly shielded himself with his Yata mirror while Nagato utilized his almighty push ability, deflecting my attack. Just as Nagato ended his jutsu, Naruto quickly stuck his hand under the ground and created an orange chakra arm that rose up from beneath Nagato, capturing him and preventing him from moving. I used that chance to form the snake sign and stuck out my right palm, saying, "Wood style with snake jutsu." A giant wooden snake shot forth from my hand at high speeds, biting Nagato's body before completely smothering him in a tight coil of wood with a sealing tag on it. Just before Nagato was completely sealed away, he smiled and apologized. "Sorry for the trouble I caused. Take care, everyone." Itachi smiled in approval as he praised, "Good job. Now quickly seal me away next." Sasuke had his Susanoo shoot a purple arrow at Itachi, who blocked it with his Yata mirror. Naruto created several clones to attack and distract Itachi while Bee shot forth a tailed beast bomb. Once again Itachi used his mirror to block the beast bomb. I used this chance to once more launch a barrage of hundreds of kunai shadow clones aimed at the back of Itachi's Susanoo, while Sasuke kept Itachi's Totsuka blade occupied by attacking with his own Susanoo's sword. Just before all of my kunai were about to hit their mark, I activated the power of my left Mangekyo, shrinking them to a fourth of their actual size. The piercing power of my attack increased exponentially and punctured a hole in the back of Itachi's Susanoo. Itachi quickly jumped out of the protection of his Susanoo only to be met with Naruto's punch. Just as he placed his arms up to guard, I teleported to Naruto's location and placed my right hand out as a wooden snake emerged once more. Just as the snake was about to engulf Itachi, he incinerated it with his Amaterasu and jumped backwards away from us. Right as he landed on a treetop, Sasuke managed to grab Itachi's body with his Susanoo's purple hands and squeezed, crushing Itachi's reanimated body. As Paper quickly tried to reassemble his form, another wooden snake emerged from my hand and finally ensnared Itachi. As he was being sealed, he smiled one last time and said, "Izaya, take care of everyone." "Min." I nodded. Itachi turned to look at Sasuke as the wooden snake began to slowly cover his entire frame. "Sasuke, I'll leave the rest to you." Sasuke could only nod in sorrow as he watched his older brother become completely sealed. Thud. I dropped down on one knee as I started to pant heavily. Huff. 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 I took in some deep breaths and mentally frowned as I observed my stamina and chakra reserves. Senko is really taking a lot of my energy. Currently Naruto in his chakra mode has the most chakra out of Sasuke and I, then Sasuke, then me. Normally I have more chakra than Sasuke, but Senko's taken at least half of it. Not only that, the speed at which I recover my stamina and chakra are far slower than it normally is. Senko wasn't lying when he said I should take more care not to get injured. On top of that, I just finished my fight against Muramasa and didn't get a long time to rest. Itachi and Nagato were tough to deal with when they are together. It would have been more difficult if Nagato were more mobile. I had to mostly rely on Naruto, Sasuke, and Bee in that fight and save my chakra for sealing them away. Well, even with only half my chakra reserves, it should still be okay as long as I'm careful about how I spend it and plan my resting periods appropriately. A moment of silence befell the area as two wooden coffins containing the soul of Itachi and Nagato stood side by side. Naruto and Sasuke walked before those wooden coffins deep in their thoughts. Sasuke snapped out of his thoughts first as he said, "Suigetsu, Yugo, Karen." Go with Naruto and Killer Bee. You three provide assistance for them. The three of them were hiding in a corner away from the insane battle that took place earlier after they had successfully got rid of Nagato's summons. After hearing what Sasuke said, they were immediately confused and wanted to protest, but Sasuke spoke up again in that moment. Izaya, I want you to send me as close as you can to the battlefield that my father has been reanimated in. I'll stop him. I widened my eyes in surprise after hearing what Sasuke just said. Placing my blindfold back on, I focused my senses to find out that there really was another signature that closely resembled Sasuke's and Itachi's. Alright. I can indeed sense that there is a chakra signature that is similar to yours. It seems that his presence is near Kakashi's and Haku's. I paused momentarily, checking and making sure that I would still have enough chakra reserves left to protect myself before facing Sasuke again. Aren't you going to ask me more about my Sharingan? I watched Sasuke's facial expression change from a complicated look to a look of indifference as he replied, I'm curious, but I don't care about that right now. Big Brother trusted you and he seemed to know that you had it for some time now. You've also helped me out before. I don't know why you've been keeping it a secret, but I imagine you have your reasons. As long as you aren't like Danzo, then it doesn't really matter that much to me. Like you said, we can talk more later. Right now the most pressing issue is for me to stop my father. Naruto quickly cut in at this moment. Sasuke, are you sure you don't need help? Sasuke shook his head. Naruto, don't you need to go stop Jiraiya? I widened my eyes in surprise again as I listened to Sasuke and Naruto's conversation. Even Jiraiya was reanimated this time? I focused my senses and increased the scope of my detection range, confirming that Jiraiya was indeed reanimated a bit further away. Naruto snapped me out of focus as he responded to Sasuke. One of my clones has reached that battlefield. I will free Jiraiya-sensei from this jutsu while the real me and B go find Madara and stop him. What will you do, Izaya? I stood up still in my tattered and disheveled form. I'll try to find the caster of the reanimation and stop the technique. There's a place I want to check out. Then, be careful. Naruto replied. I nodded my head and walked next to Sasuke, placing my hand on his shoulder. You ready? Min. He responded. Not a moment later I teleported him away to Kakashi's location. I watched as Karen, Yugo, and Suigetsu grumbled, dashing away with Naruto and Killer Bee leaving me all alone. Something feels off. If memory serves me correctly, the Great Ninja War only lasted 2 days. But according to my estimations and the information that Itachi, Nagato, Naruto, Bee, and Sasuke provided during our fight, the war has already been going on for about 4 or so days. Also, shinobi that weren't reanimated before in my past life are being reanimated right now. I suppose this is a great ninja war after all. Seeing it in my past life and living it in this life, I need to be a bit more cautious. Things aren't going as expected. I quickly dashed off in the direction of where I recalled Kabuto was supposed to be from the memory of my past life. After traveling for a few hours non-stop, I finally arrived at the mountain graveyard. This is supposedly where Kabuto remained in hiding. Once I confirm he's here, I'll need to rest for a day or two to recover enough chakra to fight him. I jumped down into the ravine, walking past a giant pile of bones from the corpse of who knows what creature and into the cavern. Looks similar to what I remember in my past life. I noted as I walked past the stalagmites protruding from the ground. I focused my senses on the area but found nothing. I searched around with my Sharingan and scoped out the entire area but still came up empty, causing a frown to appear on my face. It can't be, Kabuto isn't here? Did the story really change so much from what I remember? Itachi was able to see through the barrier Kabuto set up with his Sharingan, but there's nothing here. Where the hell could he have gone? I stood in silence contemplating what to do. Guess I'll check out how the rest of the Alliance is currently doing right now first then. I only did a quick sweep for Fugaku and Jiraiya's chakra signatures before. Let's see how the Alliance is holding up as a whole. I closed my eyes and focused deeply on the energies around the world, only to be completely stunned. What is going on? Everything seems to be in disarray. Isn't Shikaku supposed to be the strategist at HQ? And Hanabi? Why is she on the battlefield? Isn't she supposed to remain behind in Konoha managing the Hyuga clan? My heart rate sped up as I took note of how dire the reality of the situation was in every battlefield. Why is it like this? This isn't what happened at all in my memories. I can't afford to be lazing around here. I quickly placed my hand up in the seal of confrontation, activating the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, disappearing from the graveyard caves. Meanwhile, the 2nd Division, under Captain Kitsuchi, continued their fierce battle with the enemy. Boom! 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 Large explosions filled the battlefield from all sides as paper bombs went off. Konan floated in the air as she watched on in horror at what she was being forced to do. She stuck out her palm and activated some more of her paper bombs to explode. Boom! Aya! One of the shinobi from the 2nd Division screamed in agony as his right leg was blown off of his body. Blood pooled everywhere as someone tried to run to his aid. As that shinobi got near, both his head and the injured shinobi's head were decapitated from Hanzo, who was standing in a nearby forest hidden from sight. No! Hanabi yelled out in anguish as she witnessed this all play out. She felt extreme rage well up inside of her. These past few days she had gotten to fight alongside these people and considered them her comrades. She felt her emotions continue to fade a little inside every time she witnessed someone on the battlefield die that she couldn't save. It especially hurt when it was someone right in front of her. Hanabi stared at Hanzo with her Byakugan and shouted, "You bastard!" Just as she was about to charge towards Hanzo, she quickly stopped herself and jumped backwards, dodging a well-timed strike from one of Chiyo's puppets. Hanzo smirked and said, "Not bad, girl. Even if your Byakugan lets you see that attack, you actually possess the reflexes to dodge it. But what will you do about this?" At that moment, a giant salamander popped up from under the ground and attempted to swallow Hanabi, only for her to successfully counter by jumping in the air and spinning at a rapid speed using the 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. The powerful force of the rotation hit the head of Hanzo's salamander, knocking it back, letting Hanabi retreat a safe distance away. The salamander opened its mouth once more as it spewed out a large amount of purple gas. Just before it could reach her, she jumped back and thrust out her palm, shouting, 8 trigrams vacuum palm. A powerful force of air shot forth, blasting the poisonous gas away before she had the chance to inhale it. Konan, floating in the sky, pointed her finger downwards at Hanabi's location, causing several hundred paper shuriken to fly in her direction. Kimimaro, fending off a horde of white Zetsu not too far away, immediately noticed and quickly said, "Skeletal wall frame jutsu." A giant and sturdy wall made of bones appeared just in time to intercept the barrage of paper shuriken as Hanabi retreated next to Kimimaro's side. "Maro, we need to move back. We've accomplished our mission of distracting them so the other members of the Alliance could retrieve the wounded. If we stay out here any longer, then the ones they'll have to be retrieving would be our bodies." Kimimaro nodded. "I'll try to create an opportunity to retreat." At that moment, several hundred paper bombs fell from the sky towards Kimimaro and Hanabi. Hanabi quickly formed the tiger sign and shouted, "Fire-style art of the dragon flame jutsu." 5 large flames in the shape of a dragon head flew in the air, causing the paper bombs to explode in the sky, while Kimimaro quickly placed his hands on the ground, shouting, "Dance of the seedling fern jutsu." Hanzo and Chiyo immediately retreated as thousands upon thousands of strong, sharp, piercing white bones protruded from the ground in all directions. With the smoke in the sky caused by the earlier explosion obscuring Konan's vision and the bones forcing Hanzo and Chiyo to retreat, Kimimaro and Hanabi quickly dashed back to the safety of their camp. Just as they walked back through the tent areas in their completely battered and war-worn look, they heard a scream of anguish and agony. This caused them both to have a look of surprise on their faces, since the direction of the shout came from the main tent just up ahead. "Isn't that the tent where Captain Kitsuchi was staying at?" Hanabi asked. "Min." Kimimaro nodded, furrowing his brow as he felt a bad premonition coming on. They both walked to the main tent, which was currently being guarded by 2 shinobi members who had expressions of grief and sorrow on their faces. Hanabi and Kimimaro saluted the 2 guards, to which they did the same. "Our mission is accomplished. We are here to report to Captain Kitsuchi," Kimimaro said. The expressions of the two guards immediately faltered at the mention of Kitsuchi's name. It was at this moment that a voice could be heard from inside the tent. "You can report to me. I am the new captain of the 2nd Division," Kuratsuchi said as she opened the flap of the tent and walked out. Hanabi and Kimimaro opened their eyes wide in shock after hearing what Kuratsuchi just said. Kuratsuchi took note of their expressions and quickly wiped away her tears, putting on a stern face. Captain Kitsuchi died in battle. He died a death befitting of a shinobi. And he died a death that I, his daughter, can be proud of. Before his death he named me captain of the 2nd Division. What is it that you need to report? Kimimaro closed his eyes, taking in what he just heard, knowing that for there to be any sort of order in the chain of command and amongst the troops he couldn't falter here, so he replied, "Yes, Captain." Reporting, Hanabi and I have successfully distracted the enemy shinobi, allowing for most of the wounded to be retrieved from the battlefield. The reanimated shinobi Konan has placed paper bomb traps on the east and north areas of the battlefield. For now Hanzo and Chiyo have retreated back deep into the forest. Fu and Torian have not made any movements, and Konan doesn't seem to be pressing her attack any further than the area she was stationed in. Kuratsuchi nodded in appreciation for Kimimaro's willpower to continue his tasks even when he just learnt that his original captain just passed away. "Then you are dismissed for now," she replied. Just as Maro and Hanabi were about to walk away, a shinobi from the intelligence division rushed over with a pale look on his face. Kuratsuchi frowned, noting that it was probably bad news. "What is it?" "Report immediately." That shinobi quickly nodded his head in a nervous response. "Our reporting, and news from HQ. HHQQ was attacked and everyone died except for the F5th Hokage and the F4th Raikage." "What?" Everyone who was close enough to hear the news shouted in complete and utter shock. Boom! Before anyone could move, a figure fell from the sky and crashed into one of the tents nearby, leaving it in shambles. Everyone immediately took up a battle stance as they focused on the figure shrouded in the rubble. Hanabi raised her eyebrows in surprise as she could clearly see who it was with her Byakugan. "And Naruto?" she exclaimed in confusion. To her knowledge, a Naruto clone had already stopped by their division yesterday, so why was Naruto here again? Unless this wasn't a clone? Or maybe it was another clone? Everyone relaxed their guard a bit as they heard Hanabi say Naruto's name, only to be completely shocked in the next moment as another figure descended in that pile of rubble and began attacking Naruto. Bang! Naruto was knocked flying through the air but was quickly caught and brought down to safety by Hinata. "Naruto-kun, are you alright?" Hinata asked. "Why yeah. I'm fine. I'm actually just a clone but ran into Madara Databeo." Naruto grumbled as he steadied himself in a standing position. His chakra mode wore off of his clone at this moment after exhausting its power. A figure soon walked out of the rubble, revealing Tobi's form in his new mask and purple clothing, holding a giant gunbai fan. Kuratsuchi immediately reacted and formed the signs of hare, ox, dog, snake, shouting, lava-style quicklime jutsu. A white sticky cement like glue shot forth from her mouth straight at Tobi, who simply walked forward, letting the attack phase right through him. Kimimaro placed his hands on the ground, shouting, "Dance of the Seedling Fern Jutsu." Hundreds of white bone protrusions erupted from the ground all around Tobi, who stood completely still as the white bones also phased through him. After Kimimaro's technique was completed, Tobi began walking forward again, only for Hanabi to shout, lightning-style falling thunder jutsu. A dark storm cloud hovered above Tobi and struck downwards, once again phasing through him. This caused everyone to frown and become extremely anxious. Tobi just stared at everyone with indifference, especially at Naruto, and said, "HMPF. So you're only a clone. Not worth my time. Now then. Since I'm already here, should I just kill everyone now or go find the real Naruto?" Everyone became angry at Tobi's statement, who made it seem like he could just kill them whenever he wanted, like a fly swatter swatting away some insignificant insects. Tobi couldn't care any less about what everyone was thinking and jumped up in the air as one of the Jinchuriki under his control, Fu, transformed into her tailed beast form of the 7 tails, which had the looks of a flying rhinoceros beetle. Toby looked down at the 2nd Division camp below and commanded, "Kill them." The Seven Tails charged up a massive tailed beast bomb in the air, and just as it unleashed its attack, the bomb crashed right into a giant space-time barrier seal midair before being completely absorbed and disappearing. With the large-tailed beast bomb no longer obstructing Toby's view of the camp below, he took note of a tattered, worn-out, disheveled, and beaten-looking figure. Narrowing his eyes, he said to no one in particular, "Karasuma Izaya." Boom! In the far distance, a giant explosion could be seen and heard as I had teleported the tailed beast bomb away to a barren location. "No one is hurt, are they?" I asked as I stood out in front of everyone. Kuratsuchi, who was just named captain, breathed out the breath that she was secretly holding in. She felt despair from the bottom of her heart when she saw the giant-tailed beast bomb. After all, she had just been named captain, and she resolved herself to fulfill the role that her father entrusted to her. However, she felt that she was about to let everyone down by not being able to protect anyone when she was faced with the power of a tailed beast. She silently thanked the heavens that this wasn't the end of the road for them. Hanabi had a different reaction than Kuratsuchi at this moment. "Izaya?" she whispered as she stared at my back. I continued to stare straight at Toby, who scoffed at me. Well, you look worse for wear." I put on my best poker face and said, "The next bomb will be dropped right on your head." Toby just laughed and laughed some more in amusement. Ha 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 ha. I will say that I was quite surprised when someone of her caliber did not turn up at the very beginning of the war. For a moment I thought that perhaps you had come to understand exactly what I was trying to do and decided not to interfere for the sake of making the world a better place. For you to turn up now, I truly wonder what it is you were up to. Always so curious about my affairs. If I didn't know any better, I'd say that you're in love." Toby immediately scowled at my remark. "HMPF. You all can live another day. I've business to attend to. Cherish what days you have left." Toby turned to Naruto's clone, "especially you, Nine Tails." The 7 Tails turned back into Fu as they both vanished into thin air within a swirling distortion. I collapsed at that moment with Hanabi jumping forward to catch me. Huff. 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 I panted, trying to catch my breath, taking note that my stamina was really near rock bottom. I frowned, thinking to myself, my chakra was already pretty low after my fight with Muramasa. Then I helped fight Itachi and Nagato right after, and now I had to use nearly the rest of my chakra to send something as large as a tailed beast bomb away. It's a good thing I'm skilled at controlling my own chakra. "Senko, please hurry up the process a bit so I can have my normal reserves back," I silently lamented. Hanabi held me in her arms as I leaned back in her warm embrace and looked up at her face, which had some light dirt smeared on her cheeks. "Hi," I softly whispered. She clenched her fist and looked at my battered form, but was unable to bring herself to say anything to me. She simply turned her head to look at everyone else and said, "Izaya needs rest. I'll show him to his quarters." Kuratsuchi sighed in relief after truly confirming that they were alive in reality and that this wasn't a jinjutsu. She nodded at Hanabi. "Very well. You do that. We need to discuss the news about what happened at HQ. Kimimaro, go round up all the available platoon leaders and have them come to the main tent for an emergency meeting." "Yes." Kimimaro nodded. He looked at me and placed his hand on my shoulder comfortingly before he dashed off. Kuratsuchi looked at me as well and whispered, "Izaya, you came just in time. Get some rest for now. We'll talk later." I nodded my head as Hanabi placed my arm over her shoulder and assisted me in walking to her tent. Plop! She dropped me down on her mattress and continued moving around the room, grabbing bandages, a bucket of hot water, and a bunch of other various items in order to patch up all of my wounds. I watched as she sat down in front of me in complete silence, as if she were waiting for something. I quickly understood and removed my battered shirt, revealing all the scars and wounds I received from my battle against Muramasa. We sat in silence as she continued to clean and patch up my wounds. My heart ached at the sight of her. I could tell that deep in the depths of her eyes she was suffering. Suffering from the trauma of war. The trauma of death. I knew that she was bottling it all up because she thought that letting out her emotions for what she felt would make her weak. I could tell that she didn't want to be seen as a weak and unreliable person. I could see that she wanted others to be able to rely on her and come to her for help. I watched her continue to work in silence as she moved to my neck area and cleaned the wound I received there from my fight against Muramasa. I watched her long beautiful dark brown hair fall and caress the side of her face as she looked down to dip the cloth in her hand into the basin of warm water. I took in the sight of her slightly shaking eyes every time she took a new cloth to clean a new wound on my body. The thoughts of my time with Hanabi all these years flitted past my mind as I sat completely still in front of her like an obedient patient as I recalled our memories together and how every time we met I would learn something about her. By now I had gotten to know her quite well, so I knew how headstrong she was. I knew she was reliable. I knew she was kind and caring. I knew she had a side to her that was always teasingly playful. I knew she was stubborn at times. I knew she was smart and quirky. I knew all these things about her, and I have always known these things about her. So I knew, at this very moment, she was hurt. She was hurting inside, and she kept it all to herself. I clenched my fist and mentally scolded myself. Stupid, stupid. Everyone here is a living, breathing person with their own thoughts, own emotions, and own dreams. What about me? What the heck do I want? What the heck have I been doing? So what if I knew about certain aspects of this world because of my past life's knowledge? I tried to live in this world, continuing to choose my actions based on what I knew from my past, hoping to guide the world on the path that I knew about, but this isn't some sort of game. I'm not some sort of god, and I can't know for sure if things are going to happen exactly as they did as I remembered. Things change, yet I still stuck onto the idea that things will play out the same as they did even if I stepped in a bit here and there. But the situation is different now. I have absolutely no idea what's going to happen next. I don't know how things will turn out. All I know is that Hanabi is right in front of me. All I know is that if I didn't show up when I did, she might not have been sitting here before me at this moment. I clenched my fist even harder and felt my heart throb in pain. If I feel such pain when I think about the possibility of Hanabi not being next to me anymore, then Hanabi must be suffering even more than me. Not only did she have to witness her comrades die right in front of her in this war, she felt what it was like being unable to save them even while being so close. And now she sees me all battered and torn up. Just as I'm worried that I might have lost her, she's just as worried that she could have lost me. What an idiot I am. I watched as Hanabi's hands slightly trembled as she worked on cleaning the 14th wound on my body. She took the warm washcloth and started cleaning the long scar that ran across my chest. It was at this moment that I raised my arms and pulled her small frame into my chest, embracing her in a tight hug. I held her close to me while she remained completely still in my arms. This prompted me to hold her even tighter to me, wanting to make sure that she knew I was real. That I was in front of her here and now. As I held her in my arms, I lowered my head and said in a soft whisper, "It's okay. It's not your fault. You're okay, you can let it out. I'm here, Hanabi, I'm here." Immediately after those words left my mouth, I felt her entire body tremble and shake uncontrollably. I felt the wet drops of tears on my chest and a quiet sob from Hanabi. It wasn't until another second had passed when Hanabi's sobs turned into loud cries of anguish and sorrow and pain as her tears streamed down her cheeks. She cried and cried and cried some more as she shouted in frustration in my arms. Why? Why couldn't I save them? They were right in front of me. We were comrades. Nari, she had a son back home. Then had a wife. Suki was only 1 year older than me. She had a baby brother back home. She was going to introduce us after the war. She was so happy when I told her I'd visit her home. We were supposed to share all of our stories together, the good and the bad. But I couldn't do anything for them. I trained so hard. All for what? What did I even accomplish in the end? They still died. Hanabi continued to shout and cry as she let out all of her anguish and frustrations out at once. I remained silent as I listened and continued to hold her tightly to my chest. Sniff. Sniff. After a long while the only sound that could be heard was some soft sobbing noises as Hanabi reined in her emotions. She rubbed her head softly into my chest as she fiddled with the necklace I gave her a while back. "Izaya?" she whispered almost inaudibly. I voiced back as I cradled her in my arms. "I don't want to lose you," she whispered. "I'm right here," I whispered back. "But you won't always be." My heart lurched at her words, knowing exactly why she said that. And I remained silent for a while, not knowing what to say. Hanabi, sensing my silence, clenched her hands into a fist and apologized. "I'm sorry. I'm being selfish. Forget what I just said. I don't want to hold you back." I frowned and looked down at Hanabi as I placed my fingers under her chin and lifted her face upwards to look at me. "I never once thought that you were holding me back. Rather, it's the opposite. The thought of you gives me strength. Tell me, do you think I hold you back, Hanabi?" Hanabi widened her eyes as she quickly replied, "No. No. You give me strength, Izaya. The thought of you is what gives me the strength to move forwards." I stared down at Hanabi for a moment, considering her words before replying, "Then never forget that. We're each other's strengths." I brought my lips closer to hers as we shared an intimate kiss. It wasn't a kiss fueled by desire or lust. It was a kiss of unwavering love. A kiss of unwavering loyalty and of unwavering trust. It lasted for a few seconds before our lips parted ways. Our faces, still incredibly close to each other, allowed us to feel the warm breath of the other person. I swallowed as I fought hard to resist doing anything more. Hanabi noticed my internal struggle and smirked as she watched my Adam's apple move from swallowing down my desire for another taste. She felt her body heat up and finally took note that it was just us alone in her tent. Before I could pull my face further away from her, she reached up with both her arms and entangled them around my neck, bringing my lips down to meet her own. We kissed. Then we kissed again and again and again. I lost it completely and forgot the reason why I stopped earlier. Her lips tasted like sweet cinnamon and I just wanted more and more. I wrapped my left arm around her neck and my right arm around her waist as I held her close to me. Hanabi didn't complain as she turned her body straddling my waist and wrapped her arms around my neck. "Izaya," she whispered in between our kisses. I smirked as I heard her call my name and kissed the soft nape of her neck. "Hanabi." At some point during our heated makeout session, I had ended up laying down on the mattress with Hanabi lying on my naked chest as we both panted heavily, trying to catch our breath. Hanabi traced her fingers over the scars on my chest that she didn't get to bandage up yet and frowned. "How did you get these?" After taking a couple more deep breaths, I placed my hand on top of hers, which was tracing the scars on my chest. "Before I came here, I discovered the Tengu Sajobo. He was possessed by a powerful spirit. I fought a fierce battle against him and the end result was his defeat and these wounds. Because of certain circumstances during that fight, my body's ability to regenerate and recover chakra are currently below average. I'll recover to my peak condition in time. I'm not exactly too keen on the details, but the state that I'm currently in is just temporary." Hanabi furrowed her brow as she struggled to come to terms with how I lived my life. In the end, she clicked her tongue and let out a soft sigh. "You idiot, always doing such dangerous things on your own. Did it hurt?" I sat up on the mattress after Hanabi got up and returned to dressing up my wounds. "Would you believe me if I said it didn't hurt?" Hanabi narrowed her eyes and pressed down really hard on a large cut on my leg. "He-s-s-s-s-s-s-s-s-s-s-s." I winced in pain from Hanabi's action, which caused her to frown. "You could just be honest, you know. You don't have to act so tough in front of me, okay?" I nodded. Then, you too, Hanabi. Earlier you were suffering inside because you kept everything to yourself. But when you're with me, you can let it all go, okay? All the pain and hardships and frustrations. The anger, the sadness, the hurt. I'll share them all with you." Hanabi remained quiet for a moment, but in the end she nodded with a smile. I smiled as well and pinched the sides of her cheeks. "Wow, my girlfriend has such a beautiful smile." Hanabi narrowed her eyes as she slapped my hands away and said, "W's girlfriend?" Who said I agreed? I put on a fake hurt look and said, then, was I the only one who thought we were together this whole time? If you don't want me then Hanabi covered my mouth with her hands as her cheeks flushed bright red. You need to make these things clear. How would I know we're considered together if you don't say it properly? I smirked and removed her hands from my mouth, holding them in my own while staring Hanabi straight in the eyes. Then let me make it clear. From now on you're mine and no one else's. Hanabi pouted. You make me sound like I'm some sort of object. I rubbed the back of my neck awkwardly. Then, from now on I'm yours and no one else's. Better? PFFFFFFT. Ha ha ha. Hanabi laughed and wiped a tear from her eye as she finished up dressing my wounds. You're an idiot, she smiled, but you're my idiot. Chapter 51, Vice Captain. A cool breeze softly swept through the air, causing several torchlights to flicker back and forth while lighting up the surrounding camp of the 2nd Division in the night. For now the sound of battle halted as different platoons took their turns on night watch duty. Amongst the many tents in the camp was a medium-sized one that was off on the side with the symbol of the Hyuga clan marked out front. The inside was devoid of any light as two figures lay asleep in comfortable silence beside each other. The sounds of footsteps could be heard coming closer and closer until the sound stopped just outside this exact tent. Ahem. Hanabi? Hanabi, are you there? A voice whispered from the outside. Hanabi let out a soft groan and lazily rubbed her eyes as she looked down at Izaya's peaceful sleeping form. The voice outside the tent said once more, Hanabi? Hanabi turned her head towards the front of the tent as she heard someone whisper once more, so she slowly got off the mattress, being extra careful not to wake Izaya. She draped a light blanket over her shoulders so as not to expose too much of her skin in her thin nightgown and poked her head outside the tent. Yes? She replied as she took note of the shinobi standing outside her tent. He had short brown hair, a chiseled face, bright green eyes, about the same age as Izaya, was 174 centimeters tall and well built. Amongst the many shinobi in the 2nd Division, this shinobi could be noted as one of the more handsome ones. Hanabi widened her eyes in surprise as she recognized who it was. Kai? What are you doing here? Over the past few days only half of the 2nd Division remained stationed in this area while the other half left to assist the 1st Division, therefore everyone at this camp had gotten to know each other pretty well. She and Kai had fought alongside together on more than one occasion and had become well acquainted. Kai smiled as he stared at Hanabi with interest before replying, Hey Hanabi. Were you sleeping just now? Sorry to wake you. Hanabi shook her head, It's alright. Did you need something? Kai stared at Hanabi a bit longer than normal, causing her to raise her brow with impatience. Ahem. You look pretty tonight. He finally let out. Hanabi furrowed her brow in annoyance. Don't tell me that's why you woke me up. She responded with a frown as she thought back to a certain someone's peaceful sleeping form inside the tent and how it'd be much nicer to go back to that instead of standing here outside. Kai rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. Well, actually, since you're one of the platoon leaders, Captain Kuratsuchi wanted you to come to the main tent. We just learned that HQ was attacked last night and HQ hadn't set up an effective way to communicate to the other divisions at that time, so not much got accomplished. That's why the captain is calling all the platoon leaders back to the main tent right now, as HQ finally acquired the manpower to form a more stable means of communications. Since you and I are platoon leaders, I thought we could go together. At this moment inside the tent, I rolled over a bit and moved my hand to Hanabi's side of the mattress as I attempted to pull her closer to my chest, only to grab nothing but empty air. I immediately snapped out of my sleepy state and sat straight up on the bed as I looked around for her. I turned towards the front of the tent and let out a sigh of relief as I felt Hanabi's presence just outside. I stood up in the darkness of the room and stretched my arms and back, letting out a quiet yawn as I made my way over. Hanabi, what are you doing out here? I said groggily as I lifted up the flap of the tent and stood right behind her, still completely shirtless, albeit several white bandage wraps did cover my frame. I voiced as I noticed another shinobi in our presence. Hanabi turned her head slightly to look at me and smiled apologetically. Izaya, sorry, did we wake you? I shook my head and smiled warmly at her as the memory of our confession to each other a few hours earlier flitted past my mind. She smiled just as warmly back at me until we both heard a loud, ahem. We both snapped out of our thoughts, remembering that we weren't alone. Hanabi stepped to the side a bit as she introduced, Izaya, this is Kai. Kai, this is Izaya. I tilted my head in confusion as I noticed the contorted expression on his face, but nodded in his direction, acknowledging his presence, and greeted, hello. I took note of the sour face he made as he stared at me with daggers, only making me more confused. Pretty sure I've never met this guy before. Why does he seem so hostile? I silently thought. He finally greeted back and said, hello. Narrowing his eyes he continued, Izaya, is it? You do realize whose tent this is, right? I looked behind me, noticing the symbol of the Hyuga clan before turning back to Kai. I do. This is the tent of the Hyuga clan, and more so, the personal tent of one of the 2nd Division's platoon leaders, Hyuga Hanabi. Kai clenched his fist as he replied with gritted teeth, then might I ask why you emerged from her tent? And furthermore, why you happen to be half naked? At this moment I mentally smirked, knowing exactly why this guy named Kai seemed so agitated. So he's interested in Hanabi, huh? Should I mess with him a bit? I pondered amusedly to myself. Kai snapped me out of my thoughts as he said, well. Just as Hanabi was about to intervene, I stuck out my left hand and grabbed her arm, pulling her into my embrace, which caused her face to flush pink. Izaya? What are you doing? She asked sheepishly. I held her close to my chest and replied, I don't know. I just really missed you all of a sudden and wanted to hold you closer since I couldn't find you next to me when I woke up. Do you not like it? Hanabi's cheeks turned completely red as she softly buried her face in my chest and arms. HMPF. You're teasing me again. But this is okay too. I smirked and turned back to face Kai, thinking to myself, if looks could kill, I'd probably be dead. Oh, wait. I suppose looks could kill if he had the Sharingan or a special dojutsu, all well technicalities. It was at this moment that Hanabi snapped back to reality, pushed off my chest and shouted, ah. We can't be idling around here. Captain Kuratsuchi has called for another meeting. We can't keep her waiting too long. She then rushed back inside her tent, leaving Kai and I alone. He spoke up first without concealing his hostility. Who the hell are you? Hanabi and I have fought life and death battles together. You're just a complete stranger. Don't think that just because you have good looks that you can do whatever you want. If you want to play around, then go bother some other poor soul. Hanabi is special. She deserves better than you. I frowned and clenched my fist at Kai's remark. You're right. You and Hanabi have fought alongside each other and protected each other in this war. I sincerely thank you from the bottom of my heart for protecting her. But don't you dare say that you know what she deserves. You don't even know who I am. Who are you to judge whether I'm fit to be with her or not? And just so you know, whether or not you would be willing, I would gladly give my life for her. She's more important to me than you know. If you're jealous, then fine. But don't go spouting your bullshit to me. I turned around and re-entered the tent, leaving behind a frustrated-looking Kai. Hanabi took note of our little argument outside and looked at me apologetically. Izaya, sorry. You just returned from a harsh battle and even saved the camp from being completely destroyed. Kai wasn't around at that time, so he doesn't know how great you are. Don't listen to anything he said. I let out a soft sigh and walked over to Hanabi, hugging her one more time, prompting her lips to curl involuntarily in a smile. You've been hugging me a lot lately. She quickly followed up, not that I'm complaining. I closed my eyes and replied, it's because when I feel you physically in my arms, I know it's real, and it helps me relax. Besides, were you trying to defend that Kai guy earlier by saying that he wasn't around so he doesn't know how great I am to justify his actions? Hanabi pouted. You know what I meant. Stop teasing me. I'm always on your side no matter what, okay? He is right about what he said though. How you both fought alongside each other and protected each other on the battlefield. That creates a sort of bond between people that are stronger than most other bonds. She looked up at me and smirked. Jealous? Maybe. Heh. Good. But you don't have to worry. I think that the bond you and I have is the strongest. Good. You better. Hanabi smiled before pushing off my chest and handed me some clean clothes. Alright, get dressed. You're going with me to the meeting. Even though you're technically not a platoon leader with the 2nd Division, the fact that you could stop a full-on attack from a tailed beast bomb means that your words hold incredible weight. When did you get so strong as to be able to do that anyways? I poked her forehead before putting on the clean clothes she gave me. I remember telling you a long time ago that I was strong. Believe me now? I watched her cute face puff up as she started walking out of the tent. I know you're teasing me, but other people might think that you're boasting. You should be a bit more humble. Yes, ma'am. I grinned. I quickly grabbed Muramasa and strapped it back to my waist before chasing after her. To my surprise, Kai was actually still waiting outside the tent for us. He noticed my presence as well but ignored me and turned towards Hanabi. You ready, Hanabi? I watched Hanabi awkwardly nod her head before she quickly grabbed my hand, pulling me to her side. Let's go. We've delayed long enough, she said and started walking off while pulling me along. I noted the scowl on Kai's face as he trekked behind us in silence. It wasn't long before we made our way back to the main tent with several guards surrounding it. Halt! One of the guards said. Platoon leaders and high-ranking officials only. Another stated. One glanced at Hanabi and Kai saying, Ms. Hanabi and Mr. Kai are free to enter as you both are platoon leaders. Kai triumphantly smirked and commented, well, looks like you're out of luck here, Izaya. This is a gathering for the elite members of the Shinobi Alliance where we make incredibly important decisions. He then turned towards Hanabi. Let's go. We can't keep them waiting. I'm sure Izaya can find his way back to his own tent. At that moment, Kuratsuchi's voice could be heard from inside the tent. I heard someone say, Izaya? Let him in. The guard stepped to the side, granting me entry as I observed Kai's confused and sour expression. I simply shrugged my shoulders and shook my head in disapproval of his actions, walking inside with Hanabi beside me. As we got inside, I took note of everyone present standing around several people in the middle from the intelligence division who interlocked their hands together, forming hand signs. I walked over to stand next to Kimimaro and Niji with Hanabi beside me. After we settled in, Kuratsuchi finally spoke. Alright, everyone's here now. Kai quickly interrupted. Excuse me, Captain, my apologies for speaking out of turn. I was just wondering why someone with no merits like Izaya is here? Kuratsuchi and several other people frowned at Kai's comment. She stared at Kai, which put him under a formless pressure for several seconds before she responded, Do not interrupt me again. I will say this only once. Izaya is an invaluable asset to our Shinobi Alliance. I've heard of his exploits and feats from the 5th Hokage during the war meetings. I didn't really think that it would matter much if he returned in time to participate in the war or not. After all, he is just one shinobi. However, after yesterday's incident when Madara attacked and was about to cause massive destruction to this camp by unleashing a tailed beast bomb, it was Izaya who saved us and prevented the destruction. She turned to look at me and said, I don't know what you've been up to until now, but the fact is that you are here now and your strength is needed. She then returned her attention to everyone else. Any more unnecessary questions? After a moment of silence, she nodded her head. Good. Then let's begin. HQ has finally got their hands on enough manpower to establish a decent connection with all intelligence division members in the Alliance. They'll be making contact soon with all the leaders of each division. It was at this moment that the 4 shinobi in the center of the tent lifted their heads and said, HQ is starting the connection. We will link everyone in this tent to HQ and the rest of the division leaders. Zing! Everyone felt a slight ripple in their minds before we all noticed that we were connected to HQ and the other division leaders throughout the alliance. The first to break the silence was Gaara. What exactly happened? Tsunade sighed as she explained, we were ambushed at HQ, somehow Kabuto managed to reanimate the second Hokage and Uchiha Itachi. He used their reanimated bodies to attack us. The second Hokage had a flying thunder god marker in one of the rooms set up from a long time ago, so they were able to bypass the barriers and traps that were set up. Everyone died except for the Reikage, and Shikamaru and Ino have taken up the mantle of their fathers, Shikaku and Inoichi. What we need to discuss right now is where we're going to move HQ. We're currently moving about, and if we can't find one stable place to strategize and give orders, then the Alliance is going to constantly be disadvantaged. There was a moment of pause before I decided to chime in, as I had already learned about this incident from Hanabi earlier, so I knew that this time's war would be drastically different from the war I knew about. Lord Fifth, if a new HQ needs to be set up, then I suggest placing it at one of the division battlefields. Tsunade widened her eyes in surprise as she recognized the voice. Izaya? Is that you? When did you get back? Never mind, don't answer that. Why do you suggest setting up HQ at one of the battlefields? Yes, it is me, Izaya. The reason is because the enemy has reanimated extremely powerful shinobi, and we don't know when they might employ a similar or an even more underhanded tactic, hence HQ will need powerful shinobi to stand as guards. However, many of the skilled shinobi from each nation is out on the battlefields fighting the war. It'd be safer to have HQ at one of the battlefields where it'd be surrounded by skilled shinobi at all times. I suggest having HQ moved to either the 3rd Division battlefield or the 2nd Division battlefield. The Reikage spoke up next. Your idea sounds fine, why the 3rd or 2nd only? I may have only just returned, but I've heard about the current situation on each battlefield. The 1st Division is too chaotic. There's the disadvantage of being by the sea, which gives more power to the reanimated Zabuza and Kisame. There's also Deidara bombing from the sky and Sasori's 100 puppets technique mixed with his potent poisons on top of an army of white Zetsus that can mimic other shinobi. There are too many variables and it causes too much stress. Adding protecting HQ on their list could break them. The 4th Division is fighting against previous Kage. The Kazekage and Tsuchikage are there, while the 3rd Hokage and Naruto should be arriving there soon. Although the enemies are Kage, the situation should still be manageable with Naruto and 3 Kage from the Alliance there. That means the 4th Division could win that fight. If they do win, then they should go to provide support for everyone else. The 5th Division is already helping the 1st. That leaves only the 3rd Division or the 2nd Division, as these two battlefields don't seem like they'll be ending soon and they are the least chaotic, so HQ won't have to move a lot and defending it will be a more manageable task. Everyone listening in on the conversation took a moment to contemplate my suggestion before agreeing. Kakashi broke the silence first. Izaya's plan sounds like the best course of action to take. I suggest HQ move to the 2nd Division battlefield. We're having a bit of a difficult time ourselves. We have to face my Due, who can utilize the 8 inner gates formation without exhaustion, as his body won't feel the backlash of the technique. Guy, on the other hand, needs a lot of rest in between use in order to recover. We also have to face off against Uchiha Fugaku. Sasuke has helped a great deal to alleviate the pressure from Fugaku's assault, but the 2nd Hokage is also here. It appears he joined this fight after the enemy had him attack HQ. We're only managing to hold him off thanks to Haku. What I'm most worried about, though, is if the enemy has Due activate the 8th gate. Inoki responded next. Ugh, that does sound like a problem. One should not take the 8th gate's release lightly. And with his reanimated body, he could cause massive casualties on his own to the Alliance. I shook my head to myself as I asked, Kakashi-senpai, you said that he hasn't released his 8th gate yet, right? Has he unleashed any of the other gates? Kakashi nodded. He has, up to the 7th. But only the 7th so far. Why? I suspect that the enemy is hesitant on letting Due use the 8th gate, and so your division shouldn't need to worry too much about that possibility unless the enemy is truly cornered and left with no other options. Therefore, continue your fight with everyone carefully. Try to seal Due first. Hiruzen was also listening to our conversation, so he chimed in, "Why do you believe that the enemy is hesitant on having Due activate the 8th gate Izaya?" Hiruzen-sensei, to my knowledge, the release of the 8th gate allows one to temporarily gain immeasurable power greater than that of the 5 Kage. A technique that strong means that it's possible my Due would become so powerful that he would be able to break free from the control of the reanimation jutsu and use that power to assist the Alliance in defeating the other reanimated shinobi on that battlefield. Then, after the use of the 8th gate, his body would probably break down, needing the reanimation to put his body back together. At that time, the sealing core would be able to seal his body without any hindrances, and the battle would be won for the 3rd division. Everyone who was listening contemplated my analysis and agreed that it sounded like a very plausible theory. Anoki chimed in and said, "Oi, 3rd Hokage, so you are in this mental meeting as well. How far away are you anyway?" "Ahem. I should arrive in the morning. I was delayed from a fierce battle. My apologies." Hiruzen responded. The Reikage commented at this moment, "You are Izaya, huh? It appears the Leaf has quite a capable shinobi. We are nearing the time limit before HQ has to move again. Your suggestion from earlier sounds like a good plan. Which division are you currently stationed at?" "The 2nd division. I replied. "Then that is where we'll move HQ. We'll arrive in a few hours," Tsunade said. Before the connection was lost, Kuratsuchi said, "Come from the south side. Conan has placed traps on the east and north side." "Very well," I replied. I lifted up my head as I felt the connection cut off, only to feel everyone's eyes on me at this moment. Kuratsuchi broke the silence first. "Izaya, I didn't know you were such a strategist. To think that you'd be the one to lead the discussion amongst the leaders of the Shinobi Alliance. It's a shame you weren't around for the pre-war talks." I shook my head. "I merely gave my suggestion. It's nothing impressive." "No, you're wrong. On the contrary, what you just did was very impressive. Under the pressure of this war, everyone has been on edge and are constantly stressed. In these conditions, it becomes hard for anyone to come up with a plan so quickly and analyze situations as well as you did. I recognize your talent, and so, by my authority as captain of the 2nd Division 1, hereby name you vice captain." "That is an order." "Eh? Me?" I said in shock as I pointed to myself and looked around the room. Other than Kai, who looked unhappy, the expressions of everyone else's face showed that they were expecting an outcome like this. I felt Hanabi squeeze my hand encouragingly. Kuratsuchi said it was an order, and she said it in front of so many people, which means I can't even refuse the position even if I wanted to. She sure knows how to get what she wants. I let out an inward sigh and saluted everyone in the room. "I accept the position as vice captain. On my charge, I will do my utmost to assist Captain Kuratsuchi and the entirety of the 2nd Division, no, the entirety of the Allied Shinobi forces to victory." "Yeah. Congratulations. We're counting on you. Do your best." Words of congratulations and encouragement could be heard all around the tent for a few minutes before everyone slowly trickled out of the room except for Kuratsuchi and I. "Is there something you need of me, Captain?" "Yes. I'd like to discuss with you on a plan of action regarding the battle here. I'm sure you've heard about most of the situation from Hanabi already, but I'll brief you anyway. We're fighting a two-front war here against both reanimated shinobi and white zetsu. The reanimated shinobi are Hanzo, Chiyo, Yamanaka-fu, Toryun, and Konan. Currently, our forces are suffering from Hanzo and Chiyo's use of poison. Fu and Toryun are manageable right now since they mainly need to get close in order to do any real damage, but Konan is a tricky opponent. Her paper bomb techniques and ability to fly make her hard to deal with. I want to hear if you have any suggestions." It might have been tough dealing with Hanzo and Chiyo's poison before, but once HQ gets here we'll have the aid of Lord 5th Hokage. She's fought against Hanzo before and countered Chiyo's many poisons in the past, so she should be able to deal with those matters. Fu and Toryun shouldn't be a huge problem since Toryun needs to get close to his target to be effective. Fu can only use his mind-controlling jutsu on one person at a time, which will leave him vulnerable on the battlefield. Since that's the case, we can predict who he'll target, and that's most likely the leaders of the battlefield. Knowing who he'll likely target makes it easy to counter him. We have Niji, Hinata, and Hanabi on our side. With their Byakugan, they can easily find Fu before he has a chance to use his jutsu and defeat him. To deal with Torian, we should have long-range fire style and earth style users engage him. Earth style to hinder his movements and fire style to counter his poisonous bugs. Even though the 2nd Division specializes in short-range combat, there ought to be a few members who can utilize long-range jutsu. Leave Chiyo to Kimimaro. Chiyo only utilizes her poison by coating the weapons of her puppets. With Kimimaro's bone manipulation Kekkei Jinkai, it'll be hard for her to injure him, and Maro is highly skilled. With the right team to support him, he should be able to fight without any hindrances and defeat her. We'll let Lord Fifth take out Hanzo. To deal with Conan, the best person to combat her would be you, Captain Kuratsuchi. I've heard about your abilities to use the quicklime lava style. The liquid cement nature of your jutsu is the perfect counter to stop her paper techniques. If you can successfully coat her body once with your jutsu, her technique will be useless. As for the White Zetsu army, leave it to me. I watched Kuratsuchi silently contemplate as she rubbed the bottom of her chin before she slammed her palm with her fist excitedly. Alright. Your plan actually sounds pretty doable. I'll also discuss with HQ when they arrive. How exactly do you plan to deal with the army of White Zetsu? I smirked. Do you remember how the 4th Hokage won a battle against 1,000 Iwagakure shinobi? The look on Kuratsuchi's face immediately widened in surprise at the realization. I took that chance to pull out one of my special kunai and said, I'll use the same strategy by using these. I have plenty of these kunai stored in scrolls. As long as the Alliance members throw these out on the battlefield, I'm confident in taking care of the rest. Naruto's clone already swept through the camp to ensure no White Zetsu has infiltrated by impersonating someone, and the security checks have been well done since then, so we shouldn't have to worry much about the identity of our fellow Alliance members. I took note of Kuratsuchi's complicated look on her face and knew that she was somewhat conflicted, since I was about to use the same strategy to defeat the White Zetsu army that the 4th used to defeat her village's shinobi during the 3rd Great Ninja War. In the end, she let out a long defeated sigh and said, Very well. I can't believe that I'm consenting to a battle tactic that was used to defeat us in the last Great Ninja War, but it can't be helped. If you're capable of accomplishing the same feat the 4th Hokage was with this strategy, then I'm glad this Great Ninja War isn't one between villages. I think we all would have suffered at your hands otherwise. Don't worry, I wouldn't dream of using it against the Alliance, Captain. HMPF. You're dismissed. I nodded my head and left the tent, but not before I heard her whisper, cheeky bastard. Just as Tsunade had stated, a few hours later the members making up the new HQ arrived at our camp and set up a special tent. I walked over after they settled in to greet Tsunade. Lord Fifth. She turned her head and nodded in acknowledgement of my presence. Izaya, I see you finally decided to join us. Kuratsuchi already filled us in on the details of your plan. It sounds plausible. If all goes well, we should soon have the advantage despite having only half of the 2nd Division stationed here. We'll put your plan into action after I've made my rounds to the field hospital and assessed everyone's condition. I need to administer the antidote to Hanzo and Chiyo's poisons and get everyone back up to fighting shape. Then we can only do that. I need to rest and build up my chakra anyways. I need ample time to store up enough for the future battles. Did something happen to your ability to heal? Sort of. I don't know how long it'll take for me to make a full recovery, but I do know that my condition is only temporary. Tsunade frowned as she placed her hand on my forehead and frowned some more. What happened? Your chakra and vitality flow are extremely slow. Even your chakra reserves seemed like they dropped. At this rate, it will take you a few days to be in fighting shape. I let out a sigh and nodded. I know. Like I said, my condition is only temporary. I just don't know how long it will last though. Could be a few weeks, months, maybe a year before I recover my peak condition. But I feel that once I recover I'll be even stronger than I was before. Give and take, I suppose. Tsunade just let out another long sigh as she started walking out of the tent. Alright, rest up then. We won't be heading out for a serious confrontation for another week or so anyways. That's plenty of time for you to recover enough chakra for battle. In the meantime, if you've got other ideas, don't hesitate to let us know. Especially discussing with Shikamaru. I watched Tsunade head for the field hospitals after she finished saying what she had to, leaving me standing all alone awkwardly in the middle of the giant tent. So the second Hokage was revived, then the possibility that Kabuto can revive the first Hokage is pretty high. It must be because the first and second weren't sealed away by the Reaper Death Seal. At least he won't be able to revive the fourth Hokage then. The question is whether he has the real Madara in his hands this time as well. I walked out of the tent and stared up at the dark sky, whispering to myself, I hope Haku is doing alright. Chapter 52, 3rd and 4th Division. 3rd Division. The night was long and cold as everyone was extremely tense, wary, and exhausted both mentally and physically. The reason? It was because the onslaught never stopped. Amongst the reanimated shinobi left were Uchiha Fugaku, Might Due, Jinen Akabino, Kushimaru Kuririn, Jinpachi Minashi, Amiri Ringo, and out of nowhere the second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Haku stood with his back against Sasuke and Kakashi's at this moment, waiting to see how the enemy was going to strike next. They kept up this formation all throughout the night as morning had finally rolled around the corner. Even with the warm touch of the sun's rays shining on the 3rd Division, it did nothing to alleviate everyone's stress. Oi! Don't come too close to me. You might hinder my movement. Hey, be quiet. What if the enemy hears and comes this way? Save me, I don't want to be here any longer. Maybe it'd be best if I just die now. End my suffering. Don't come over here, don't come over here, don't come over here. Voices and whispers could be heard all around as the entire 3rd Division was on edge. Haku frowned, noticing the tension rising amongst everyone, and said, Kakashi-senpai, we can't keep going on like this. Ever since Lord Second arrived on the battlefield, the enemy has been attacking non-stop and they won't let the division members rest. It's already been 24 hours of no sleep and constant fighting. At this rate we'll defeat ourselves. I can still go on for a few more hours, but even I'm starting to get weary and I have more stamina than most. I'm afraid most of the members in the division are already out of commission. Kakashi frowned as he too realized this was a problem and said, I know. I'm trying to think of a way to solve this problem. To stall Due, Guy activated the 7th gate and he has to rest after using up his power. Due, on the other hand, can continue without rest as a reanimated shinobi. In order to ensure that we keep casualties to a minimum, I take Guy's place to stall Due after Guy's energy runs out, but that means I can't help the others fight against the 4 remaining members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The swordsmen easily utilize that moment of opportunity to deal massive damage to the alliance. And every time we dispel the mist, one of them just activates it again. Even with numbers on our side, it doesn't help much with how skilled our enemies are. Thanks to Sasuke, he's been able to help counter Fugaku's use of Jinjutsu against the alliance members. On top of that, we need you, Haku, to keep Lord Second at bay, as you are the most skilled water-style ninja here and your Sage Mode can help you detect and defend against his Flying Thunder God Jutsu. The only reason why our division hasn't completely fallen apart yet is because Sakura has been keeping up her healing of the members, but I'm afraid at this rate Sakura won't be able to keep up and will start to fall apart. Sasuke, Haku, if either one of you have any ideas, I'm all ears. Both Sasuke and Haku remained silent for a moment before Sasuke spoke. Why don't we have the Intelligence Division contact Izaya or Shikamaru and see if they have any ideas? I'm better suited to fighting and finding counter strategies on my own than planning a wide-scale tactic. Haku nodded in agreement. Kakashi let out a soft sigh. It can't be helped. Will you two be okay on your own for a bit? Sasuke and Haku nodded. Kakashi quickly dashed off to the intelligence unit stationed in their division and contacted HQ that was now stationed at the 2nd Division battlefield site. After Kakashi felt the connection link up, he spoke. Izaya, Shikamaru, are you both there? Kakashi? Shikamaru and I said at the same time. I need the both of you to help me strategize. Kakashi proceeded to tell the details of what was happening, leading Shikamaru and I to ponder for a bit. After thinking about their situation, I spoke out, Kakashi-senpai. Why don't you just have the 3rd Division utilize the same tactic you use with Guy? Kakashi exclaimed as that possibility totally slipped his mind. Shikamaru nodded and said, I think that's the best strategy to go with. Have your members pair up in groups of 3. Then you should separate your division into 3 sections. The first section will be the ones who continue battle. The 2nd and 3rd will be allowed to rest. The resting period will be 4 hours. After 4 hours, let the first section rest and the 2nd section take their place. After another 4 hours, the 2nd section rest and the 3rd section takes their place. Rinse and repeat. With you, Haku, Sasuke, and Guy keeping Fugaku, Due, and Lord Second at bay, the rest of the alliance members only need to worry about the 4 swordsmen that are left. Have them focus on defense and countering. From what it sounds like, only you 4 are capable of keeping up against Fugaku, Due, and Lord Second. In order for the 4 of you to get some rest, I suggest using the same tactic but with shorter resting periods, say 2 hours between each cycle, with Sakura focusing mainly on healing you 4 to help make up for the reduced resting period. Once Guy recovers, Sasuke should get some rest. It'll be up to Kakashi, Haku, and Guy to do their best to hold down the fort against those 3 reanimated shinobi. After 2 hours, Kakashi, you rest while Sasuke, Guy, and Haku take up the mantle. Then Haku rests after that. Rinse and repeat. The hope is that either you 4 are able to find an opportunity to defeat your opponents over time, or the other alliance members are able to defeat the 4 swordsmen and lend their aid to you guys. I nodded my head after listening to how Shikamaru decided the setup. Kakashi-senpai, Shikamaru is right. You'll have to work at it like that for now until you find an opportunity to win or until reinforcements are available. Kakashi nodded his head. Alright, thanks to both of you. The plan sounds like it'll work. Let's hope nothing goes awry. Kakashi cut off the connection and quickly gave out his orders according to the plan that was discussed. Kakashi nodded his head, approving of how much more organized this setup was, and returned to Haku and Sasuke's side. How did it go? Haku asked. Men, Shikamaru and Izaya were able to come up with a strategy to help the division members get some rest. Once that comes back, Sasuke, you go get some rest for 2 hours. Then we'll rotate and I will get some rest once Sasuke returns. After that it'll be Haku, and we'll continue this rotation until a more favorable situation occurs. Sasuke and Haku nodded at the new plan. At that moment, a giant water dragon came rushing towards them, prompting Haku to furrow his brow and quickly wave his hand sign, shouting, Ice-style freezing mist jutsu. He expelled an incredibly cold white mist from his mouth that instantly froze the water dragon and shattered it into nothing but ice crystals. It'll be about another hour before Guy returns. Hold out until then, Kakashi said as Sasuke and Haku nodded. The 3 of them dashed off to engage their respective enemy. Bang! Haku threw a kick straight at Tobirama's head unsuccessfully as Tobirama blocked and grappled his leg. He swung Haku through the air and spit several sharp water needles at him, to which Haku responded by spitting out ice needles to counter. Ting! 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 Haku landed just as the water and ice needles clashed. He placed his hands on the ground, shouting, Ice-style shattering ice spear jutsu. Just as incredibly sharp and large ice spikes rose from the ground to pierce Tobirama, he expertly dodged by activating his Flying Thunder God Jutsu and flew right next to Haku, who he marked earlier when he grappled his leg. Tobirama stabbed at Haku's neck with a kunai, successfully cutting right through his throat, only for his kunai to become stuck as Haku turned into a cold frosty ice clone. Tobirama widened his eyes in shock and said with praise, Excellent job reading my movements and countering my Flying Thunder God Jutsu. You substituted yourself with an ice clone just in time. Haku nodded as he was in the air slowly falling down and replied, I'm honored to be praised so highly by you, Lord Second Hokage. I'm familiar with facing the Flying Thunder God because my big brother can also use it. He's also better at teleporting with the Flying Thunder God than you are, Lord Second, Haku mentally thought to himself. Tobirama widened his eyes in surprise that another shinobi managed to learn his Flying Thunder God jutsu. Your big brother must be quite a remarkable shinobi then. Haku nodded, affirming Tobirama's statement as he formed the hand-signed seal of confrontation, activating his crystal ice mirrors jutsu. 20 ice mirrors surrounded Tobirama as Haku fell into one of the mirrors, projecting his image across all 20 and condensed chakra in his hands, forming them into ice needles. He expertly threw them out at great speed. Tobirama quickly defended by creating a powerful water wall that blocked the ice needles before he clapped his hands and said, Water-style Waterfang Bullet Jutsu. From the water he created with the water wall, multiple powerful conical pointed shaped pressurized water spread out in all directions, crashing towards the mirrors and shattering them. Haku was forced to jump out of the mirrors as he silently acknowledged Tobirama's strength with the water style and thought, Lord Second is a really difficult opponent. Should I conserve what chakra I have left and slowly stall until it's my turn for rest, or should I try a forceful approach and summon one of the 3 guardians to help me out? The summoning time won't be that long though with my current chakra reserves. Not too far away was Sasuke engaged in his fight against Fugaku while they conversed. He dodged several kunai from his father before appearing by Fugaku's side and successfully kicked him in the chest, sending him flying. At this point Fugaku had learned from Sasuke of what happened to both of his sons after the massacre of the clan. He felt incredible sorrow deep within his heart as he was forced to continue his fight with Sasuke against his will. Sasuke blocked a punch from his father at this moment and said, Father, why did you choose the clan over the village? Fugaku dodged a sword strike from Sasuke as he performed a backflip to distance himself. You've already learned the truth from Itachi. There isn't much more for me to say. I failed as the leader of the clan. Even if I was the current clan head, I never truly held much power. My will was too weak. I was pressured by the clan and couldn't pacify or manage their dissatisfaction well enough. I realized that, should the clan go against the leaf, that it would not end well for the clan. The only true way for the rebellion of the clan to succeed was if Itachi had agreed to help us. However, you already know of the decision Itachi made. After Itachi began distancing himself from me and the clan, I had already guessed which side Itachi had chosen. However, the pressure the clan placed on me had only continued to intensify. I knew that without Itachi's help in the coup d'état, the Uchiha clan would not be able to succeed no matter how much military might we possessed. In the end, we were still only a single clan amongst the rest of the village. It is because I came to this realization that I decided to remain as the clan head until the very end. Even if I could not quell the anger of the clan, I would bear the burden as the clan head in taking on the pressure of war talks and leading the preparations for battle. I, who had experienced the horrors of the Third Great Ninja War, did not wish for an internal war with the village. The same was true for Itachi. I had bought as much time as I could. The night before the clan would wage war against the village was the night Itachi had made the decision to massacre the entire clan. I spoke to Itachi on that fateful night and heard what his plan was as well as what his ideals were. After hearing everything about how and why Itachi came to the decision he did, your mother and I gladly accepted our fate and chose to die without any resistance. This is why I am proud of your brother. I did not have the courage to stand up to the clan, nor did I manage the clan well enough. In the end, I could do nothing. I could do nothing for the clan, and I could do nothing for my sons. It was Itachi who had the courage to stand up to the clan. It was Itachi who was decisive enough to make a firm decision. And it was through Itachi's choice that allowed you to live, Sasuke. Perhaps everything could have been avoided if I had tried harder to speak and discuss with Lord Third, however, I didn't. I am a failure as a clan head. And I am a failure as a father. The burden I had to bear was nothing in comparison to the burden I had left to Itachi. But if what you said is true, then Itachi is truly already dead. And I have died a long time ago. Sasuke, you are the true pride of our clan and the only surviving member left. Itachi left everything else to you. I also leave everything else in your hands. Although I am a reanimated shinobi right now, it is still my soul that is trapped in this body. Just as I am proud of Itachi, Sasuke, as you stand before me right now, I can truly say from the bottom of my heart that I am truly proud of you. Both of my sons had the courage to do what I could not. Both of my sons had the will to bear the heavy burden of their father and their clan. There's nothing left for me to say except this. I am proud of you. And as your father, I love you, my son. Quickly seal me away so that I may be with your mother and brother. His body involuntarily moved as he re-engaged Sasuke in a fierce clash of hand-to-hand combat. Sasuke dodged, blocked, punched, and kicked as he successfully created some distance from Fugaku. He stood atop a boulder looking down at his reanimated father. A single teardrop fell down the side of his cheek. Father, you don't have to worry. Leave the rest to me. I understand now. What a clan is. What a village is. What bonds are. What love and hatred is. I will carry on the burden of the Uchiha clan and rise above their darkness and truly restore their honor. Sasuke focused his Mangekyo on Fugaku and said, Amaterasu. He widened his eyes in shock at what happened next. Instead of Fugaku being lit aflame by the black fire, Fugaku had instead activated his own Mangekyo and used Amaterasu to counter. Furrowing his brow, Sasuke whispered to himself, Father also has the Mangekyo and can use Amaterasu? 5 shuriken flew in his direction, which he expertly deflected using his sword of Kusanagi and then made a dash straight for Fugaku. Swish! He swung his sword only for Fugaku to block with a kunai. Sasuke immediately channeled his Chidori into his sword, greatly increasing its cutting power, and cut right through Fugaku's kunai. Just before he could cut Fugaku down, he backflipped out of the way as another Fugaku attacked from beneath the ground. So Father can also use the Shadow Clone. I was too young back then to know exactly what abilities Father was capable of. After spending all this time fighting Father, I know that he's not as strong as Itachi. The only reason Itachi was sealed away so quickly was because Izaya, Naruto, and Killer Bee assisted. But of all the things possible, I never imagined that Father would also possess the Mangekyo Sharingan. He stared at Fugaku while contemplating his next move, only for his intuition telling him something was off. Boom! A giant explosion destroyed the ground where Sasuke was just standing as a figure held Sasuke by the arms, successfully dragging him out of the blast radius just in time. That figure channeled their chakra into Sasuke, dispelling the effects of a powerful Jinjutsu on him, prompting Sasuke to open his eyes wide in shock. Jinjutsu? Impossible, Father was able to cast a Jinjutsu on me? But not even Big Brother Tsukiyomi works on me. Thud. As he landed on the ground once more, he took notice of the person who just saved him and widened his eyes in surprise. Sakura? She let out a breath of relief. Sasuke-kun, are you alright? I'm fine, but what are you doing out here? Shouldn't you be in the field hospital? Sakura shook her head. It's alright. I finished healing those with serious injuries. The other medics can take care of the others. I also finished healing Guy. I was informed of the plan Kakashi-sensei implemented, so I came to get you since it's your turn to rest. Sasuke remained silent for a moment but ultimately nodded his head, noting his low chakra reserves. He had already expended a lot of chakra after fighting Itachi, and he had Izaya send him to fight Fugaku right after without rest. The main reason why he hadn't tried harder to seal away his father earlier was because he still wanted to speak to him. The downside was that the battlefield was chaotic enough to cost him more chakra than he would have liked. Turning back to face Fugaku, he was careful not to let his guard down while saying, Sakura, thanks. Her cheeks flushed pink for a moment before returning to normal as she simply nodded in response. At this moment, Fugaku made eye contact with Sasuke once more, only for Sasuke to feel something off, so he quickly gathered his chakra saying, release. He was instantly freed from Fugaku's Jinjutsu and came to an understanding as he thought, it's just like Itachi's Tsukiyomi ability. I was caught in the Tsukiyomi once, but since we're blood related, I have a higher chance of breaking free. The power of Father's Mangekyo Jinjutsu is weaker than Itachi's Tsukiyomi. He caught me in it the first time because I was unaware of its power. Now that I'm aware of it, I can break free of its control. I'm not exactly sure what kind of genjutsu it is, but since it stems from the Mangekyo, it'll be tricky to deal with if anyone gets caught. Fugaku silently nodded in approval at Sasuke and Sakura. You there, young girl. Good timing. Thank you for saving my son from my earlier attack. Sakura widened her eyes at the revelation of Fugaku's words, as she now knew that this reanimated shinobi was Sasuke's father. Fugaku turned to Sasuke and said, now that you've been hit with my Mangekyo's Jinjutsu ability once, it shouldn't have much of an effect on you anymore. You are blood-related, so you can feel when you're being affected. Others, however, cannot. This Jinjutsu ability is called Amatsukami. It shares its name with Uchiha Shirsue's Mangekyo power, but mine is much weaker. It requires me to make brief eye contact with my opponent and lets me place them under a powerful suggestive Jinjutsu controlling all of their senses for 5 seconds. There is also a 5-second interval before I can utilize this technique again. I advise someone fight me at long range and keep me at bay to stall me until you finish your rest, Sasuke. I can tell your chakra reserves are getting low. Swish! Kakashi arrived next to Sasuke and Sakura at this moment. Guy is back to fight my Due, so go ahead and rest, Sasuke. I'll stall Fugaku until you return. Sasuke stood completely still for a moment in contemplation, but ultimately agreed. Alright. This may be a selfish request of mine, but I would like to be the one to defeat my father. After he confirmed that Kakashi agreed to his request, he took off with Sakura to the nearby field hospital. Sakura began dressing the wounds on Sasuke's body as he sat completely still, not knowing what to say. The mood in the tent became a bit awkward as the only sounds were the ones made from Sakura shuffling around and grabbing various medical tools. It wasn't long before Sakura finished patching up Sasuke's wounds and started putting everything away. She broke the silence between them first. I'm all done, Sasuke-kun. Just get some sleep and rest. I'll be back every half hour to check on you and restore your chakra. Just as she was about to leave the room, Sasuke felt internally confused, so he said, wait. His one word caused Sakura to immediately halt her footsteps. She slowly turned around to face Sasuke once more. Is there something else you need, Sasuke-kun? Aren't you going to say anything about me leading Konoha for the past 4 years? You don't have anything to say to me about how I treated you and Naruto all this time? Sakura's facial expression became a bit pained as she listened to Sasuke, but in the end she shook her head. A long time ago I was pretty useless. All I did was talk and complain. I spoke about a lot of things and said a lot of nonsense that I couldn't back up with my own strength. I always relied on you, Naruto, and Kakashi-sensei. Then, one day someone gave me a wake-up call. They forced me to re-examine myself and face the truth that I was all talk and no action. They taught me that it was okay to be weak, but not okay to remain weak. After realizing my situation, I resolved myself to never be that scared, helpless, and useless girl ever again. I don't want to see you or anyone get hurt in front of me and be unable to do anything about it. I've felt what that was like in the past. Never again will I go back to that. I refuse to be so useless. So even though it hurt to see you leave, I knew I couldn't do anything about it. I wouldn't have been able to stop you anyways. I realize how foolish I was back then. I don't have the right to criticize you for your actions, Sasuke. I'm just glad that you're back now. I've trained and worked really hard to get to where I am right now, and I'm still going to work even harder. Right now my power is only good enough to remain standing right behind you and Naruto. But I promise that one day I'll be able to stand beside you both. And Sasuke-kun, I never stopped believing in you. Even when you were gone for those 4 years, I never blamed you. Sasuke stared at Sakura, unsure of what to feel and what to say. Eventually he put on an apologetic expression as he recalled the memory of what Izaya once said to him when they conversed atop the head of the 4th Hokage's stone face. Flashback. Honestly, I'm surprised that those two even want to talk to me still after everything that's happened. Surprised that they still want to hold on to their bonds with you? Don't underestimate those two. One is a serious blockhead who is too straightforward for his own good. The other is hopelessly and blindly in love. Well, even if it seems a bit naive of her, she has never given up on you. She has always continued to believe in you, and everything she does is done with great passion and vigor and hope. I think you can travel without being too worried about such complicated things like what a village is and what a clan is. Take it slow, Sasuke. Take your time to think about such things. Come up with your own answer. See for yourself what the world is like. When it gets complicated, talk to the yellow-haired, straightforward one. He's sure to give you the most ridiculous but yet simple answer and keep you grounded. When you feel that you're wallowing in the dark again, go see the pink-haired, blindly in love one. You don't even have to say anything to her yet. She'll take care of you with great love and attention. She'll just be happy that you're in her presence. And I think that kind of comforting silence will help light up your darkness. And when you feel like you do want to talk about complicated matters, I guess I'm the one you're stuck with, Sasuke? End flashback. Sasuke walked over to Sakura and stood in front of her. He lightly touched the bandaged areas where Sakura patched him up and thought to himself, guess Izaya was right. Literally right, he said internally as he recalled how just a few moments ago Sakura really did just patch him up in complete and utter silence. After a moment of silence between him and Sakura in close proximity, he finally mustered the will to say, Sakura, I'm sorry. I guess I made you and the others worry. I've finally decided. I'm returning to Team 7. Sakura's body trembled at Sasuke's words as she unconsciously shed some tears. She didn't know why the simple sentence of hearing Sasuke returning to Team 7 made her feel so happy. Sasuke, on the other hand, felt a bit panicked as he wasn't expecting such a reaction from Sakura, so he didn't really know what he should do. He inwardly breathed a sigh of relief when Sakura stepped forward and embraced him in a tight hug, since he didn't have to think about what action to take anymore. He was a bit surprised as what he thought was going to be an awkward hug turned out to be nice and comforting, even though the one who seemed to be the one needing comforting was Sakura. He slowly wrapped his arms around Sakura and lightly hugged her back. I suppose this isn't so bad, he said to himself. A large desert filled with sparkling sand and large tall rock formations painted a scene that would have been pleasing to the eyes if not for the constant sounds of screaming and the smell of blood and death in the air as two sides of shinobi clashed in what looked more like a one-sided massacre than an actual battle. On one side stood the members of the 4th Division along with the Kazekage Gaara, the Tsuchikage Inoki, and clone Naruto, while on the other side stood the 3rd Raikage, the 2nd Mizukage Jinjutsu, and the legendary Sannin Jiraiya. Inoki, Gaara, and Naruto were thinking of the best strategy to take when finally Hiruzen arrived on the scene. Inoki let out a relieved sigh and said, 3rd Hokage, you're finally here. With Naruto's help we managed to seal away the 2nd Tsuchikage Mu already. Without wanting to delay the situation any further, they began filling Hiruzen in on what the current situation was. Naruto chimed in and said, please Lord 3rd, let me face Jiraiya-sensei. As his student it is my duty to stop him. Hiruzen took a moment to take in Naruto's incredible transformation as he looked at Naruto's 9 tails chakra cloak, mentally thinking, Lord 4th, your son has grown up splendidly. He has even managed to learn how to control the power of the 9 tails. Gaara spoke up, snapping Hiruzen out of his mental thoughts. Do you have any suggestions, 3rd Hokage? Hiruzen nodded as he immediately came up with a plan. Here's what we'll do. Naruto, we shall leave Jiraiya to you. Kazekage, Tsuchikage, you both go and subdue the 3rd Raikage. His defense, speed, and power are too great. Only incredibly powerful wind ninjutsu can cause him some light injuries, but with Inoki's particle style it won't matter how great his defense is. Kazekage, you can counter the 3rd Raikage's speed with your ability to manipulate sand, granting you a much wider range to help capture and hold him down. Work with the other shinobi to corner the Raikage to give Inoki the chance to defeat him with his particle style. I will deal with the 2nd Mizukage. The 3 of them nodded after hearing Hiruzen's plan and immediately separated. Swish! Just as Jiraiya launched a powerful fire-style ninjutsu at the Shinobi Alliance, Naruto appeared and destroyed it utilizing the powerful force generated from a Rasengan. Jiraiya immediately widened his eyes in shock as he stared at the person in front of him. And Naruto? Is that you? He asked, almost not believing his eyes. Naruto nodded. Sensei, I'm here now. I see. I see. Ha ha ha. I see. Naruto. I've been waiting for you to come and stop me. What is that form of yours? Is that the power of the Nine Tails? Naruto smiled as he looked at the excited face of his old master. Even if his master was currently being controlled by the enemy, he was glad that he got to see his master once more. Pervy Sage, I was finally able to learn how to control the Nine Tails chakra. This is my chakra mode database. I got to meet my mom Kushina and my dad, the fourth Hokage. They both helped me learn to control the Nine Tails. Jiraiya widened his eyes in shock when he heard that Naruto was able to meet both Kushina and Minato. Oh! So Minato was able to seal a small portion of his consciousness along with his chakra in the seal. Ha ha ha. I knew you would be able to control the Nine Tails chakra one day. Naruto, I can rest at ease now. I know you'll be able to stop me. Naruto nodded. Sensei, I meant Nagato. Jiraiya's facial expression softened with a complicated look in his eyes. Nagato, so you two met. I knew you both would one day meet after I had failed to stop him. Naruto smiled and said, don't worry. Although Konoha suffered some heavy damage, it was salvageable. Also, in the end Nagato was able to come to terms with his pain and find peace with himself. Jiraiya stared at Naruto in deep contemplation and smiled with relief. Naruto, I knew you were the one. I've already died. And from the looks of it now, there is nothing more I can teach you. You have overcome many difficult obstacles. There may only be more difficult obstacles ahead, but I believe in you. My body is not under my control, so quickly stop me and seal me away. Naruto nodded with confidence. Never going back on my word and never giving up. That is my ninja way. Don't worry, Sensei, leave it to me. Bang! Jiraiya and Naruto dashed at one another with incredible speed and power. After several exchanges of taijutsu with neither coming out on top, both Jiraiya and Naruto shouted at the same time, Big Ball Rasengan. Two giant blue spheres of massive violent rotating powers of energy clashed into one another, causing a large explosion that kicked up a powerful force of wind, sand, and debris into the air. The force generated also knocked them both back a good distance away from each other. Just as Jiraiya landed on his feet, he placed his hands together and shouted, Hair Needle Sanban. His long white hair stretched taut and became extremely sharp as they fired away at great speed towards Naruto. Naruto quickly recalled his training with Haku and the time Haku spent teaching him some wind ninjutsu, which he was thankful for in this moment. He quickly weaved the hand signs of tiger, bird, boar, rat, and clapped his hands shouting, Wind-style air cannon jutsu. After taking in a deep breath, he exhaled an incredibly powerful force of air that easily repelled the hair needles from Jiraiya's jutsu and continued to make its way towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya jumped into the air to dodge the blast of air cannon as he looked at the now destroyed area where he was at. Naruto! Not bad. You actually learned some ninjutsu other than the Rasengan. Just as Jiraiya turned to look back at Naruto, he widened his eyes in shock, seeing a violently spinning Rasengan that was shaped like a wind shuriken releasing a high-pitched noise. What is that? He thought. Naruto looked at his old master with sadness in his eyes as he said, Jiraiya-sensei, this is my new jutsu I developed called Wind-style Rasen Shuriken. Leave the rest to me. Jiraiya smiled as he listened to Naruto and watched as the Rasen Shuriken approached his body in the air. Just before he was hit, Jiraiya let out his last words. Yeah, Naruto, I've left everything to you a long time ago. I couldn't be any prouder of you than I am right now. The tale of Uzumaki Naruto, your story is only beginning and it'll only get better from here on out. I know it. Boom! Just as Jiraiya finished speaking his last words, he was hit by Naruto's Rasen Shuriken, causing a gigantic explosion to occur before dissipating. The sealing core immediately sealed Jiraiya away before he could regenerate, while Naruto stood on the side in silence for a moment. He thought back to the prophecy that the Great Toad Elder had predicted for him. Toad Gramps said I'd meet an octopus that'd help me out. He said that I'd be given the sealing formula Dad left behind for me and that I'd be forced to fight someone important to me. He also told me that I'd meet an old friend of his from long ago, but he couldn't see much because it was too dark. According to the elder, the darkness could be due to him being unable to predict any further, or it could mean something ominous. Anyways, B must have been the octopus talked about, and I already received Dad's sealing formula for the 9 tails. Fighting someone important to me must have been Jiraiya-sensei. Hiruzen, Inoki, and Gaara arrive by Naruto's side at this moment, having also successfully sealed away the 3rd Raikage and the 2nd Mizukage. This snapped Naruto out of his thoughts as he bowed deeply in respect to his late master. After the 4th Division counted their losses and reorganized their formation, they immediately set out to the aid of the other divisions. It was also at this moment that deep within an unknown area in a dark cave sat Kabuto, who clicked his tongue in annoyance. What to do? I never expected that so many of my valuable pawns would be sealed away so quickly. Itachi, Nagato, Mu, Jinjutsu, the 3rd Raikage, Raza, Jiraiya, Kagami, half of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and others. I suppose I'll bring out that card. Hee ha ha ha. Kabuto moved a white stone piece on the board as he licked his lips in anticipation. I went through a lot of trouble and effort and was incredibly lucky to find this shinobi's DNA. With him around, it won't matter if you sealed away the reanimated shinobi. It'll take some time to prepare his full body, but once it's done, he'd out to give the Alliance a headache to deal with. Chapter 53, Ashina Uzumaki. 2nd Division. A cold breeze blew through the air as the temperature in the surrounding area dropped to 12 degrees Celsius. White snow blanketed the landscape as many in the Shinobi Alliance lightly shivered from the new frosty climate. Hanabi was currently standing outside the tent of HQ for her shift on guard duty with a large warm fur coat draped over her shoulders to keep her warm as she pondered to herself. The war started on October 6th, but it's already December 9th. The 4th Division successfully defeated Jiraiya and the previous 4 Kage, so they had immediately set out to provide reinforcements for the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Division battlefields. With their aid, the war has slowly begun to tip in favor of the Alliance. The 1st Division was alleviated of a great deal of pressure, and the 3rd Division was able to seal away the remaining 4 ninja swordsmen. All that's left is sealing away my Due, Uchiha Fugaku, and the 2nd Hokage Tobirama. They were a bit trickier to deal with due to the new variable of a large white Zetsu unit joining in the battle, but the situation was still manageable. As for us, the 2nd Division, the reanimated Fu, Toryun, Chio, and Konan have already been successfully sealed away. All that's left is to seal away Hanzo, which Lord 5th Hokage is dealing with right now. The white Zetsu here have mostly been dealt with thanks to Izaya. As she thought of Izaya, she started to pout and frown a little. It was at that moment that Hinata, who was also on guard duty alongside Hanabi, noticed her pouting facial expression and let out a small laugh. Hanabi, hearing Hinata laugh to herself, turned around and said, "What's so funny?" Hinata's cheeks turned pink as she was caught and smiled sheepishly. "In nothing." Hanabi narrowed her eyes, unconvinced. "Liar." "Spill." Hinata let out a sigh of defeat. "Ahem. It's just that you were pouting. And you only pout like that when you're thinking of Izaya." It was now Hanabi's turn to have her cheeks flush pink as she realized her sister Hinata found her out. Do I really pout like that when I think of him?" Hinata smiled and nodded her head. "Yup. You do that when you think of him, and you usually always say how he's probably doing something stupid and dangerous all by himself. You then complain about how he never brings you along and dash." Before Hinata could finish, Hanabi rushed over and placed her hand over Hinata's lips. "Okay. I got it. No need to spill out my secrets. Geez, I mean, sure, I know he's capable, but can't he be a bit more aware of how worried I am when he leaves so suddenly and is gone for days on end?" Hinata chuckled as she said, "You're pouting again." Hanabi stood back on her spot and turned her back to Hinata, grumbling softly to herself. HMPF. It can't be helped though. It was his 17th birthday 6 days ago, but he hasn't been back for nearly 2 weeks. Even though we're at war, I at least wanted to celebrate his birthday with him. even if it would only be a small and short event. Hinata's facial expression softened as she too shared a similar sentiment with Hanabi. She wanted to celebrate Naruto's birthday with him, but because of the things going on in the war, Naruto wasn't ever in one spot too long. She stared at Hanabi's back for a moment before attempting to console her. It can't be helped, Hanabi. Izaya is an invaluable asset to the Alliance. He's so skilled that everyone was incredibly shocked at how he single-handedly defeated over 3,000 White Zetsu in under 20 minutes with his Flying Thunder God Jutsu. In fact, people have even been saying that his speed and skill is on par with the 4th Hokage's. They even started calling Izaya Konoha's White Flash. Some even call him by the moniker of the Blind Warrior. Even Maro has a title that people have been calling him by as Bone Demon Kimimaro. Hanabi let out a soft sigh in defeat but smiled in the end. Right. Konoha's White Flash. She couldn't help but be happy that everyone had acknowledged the strength and skill her boyfriend possessed. She continued to smile at the fact that Izaya was truly hers and hers alone. Hinata continued where she left off. Anyways, due to Izaya's plan in defeating the reanimated shinobi and his help in suppressing the White Zetsu army, the 2nd Division has been able to breathe more easily now. With most of the reanimated shinobi sealed in this area, it makes sense that HQ would assign Izaya the mission of searching for the location of Kabuto. He comes back every now and then to report his new findings. Maybe he'll be coming back soon. So don't feel too down, Hanabi. Hanabi nodded her head in silent agreement. At this moment, both Hanabi and Hinata lifted up their heads to see Tsunade return to camp proudly. A shinobi from the 2nd Division went up to her and asked, Lord 5th Hokage, you've returned? Tsunade nodded triumphantly. Hanzo has been successfully sealed away. All that's left are the few remaining White Zetsu, and we'll clean up this area of battle. Then we can provide aid to the remaining 1st and 3rd Division. That'll only leave Madara and Kabuto. Who? Yeah. All right. Celebratory shouts and cheers could be heard all around as the mood of the 2nd Division camp instantly went up. Niji walked over to where Hanabi and Hinata were with Kai right behind him. Hanabi, taking notice, said, Is it time to change shifts already? Kai stepped forward with a smile and responded, That's right. Niji and I will be taking over for you both. Get some rest, Hanabi. Niji sighed and slightly shook his head, knowing that Kai still hadn't given up on chasing after Hanabi, even though everyone in camp knew by now that Hanabi and Izaya were together. Hinata quickly walked forward and pulled Hanabi away with her as she said, Thanks. We'll leave things here to the both of you then. Hanabi smiled at her older sister's quick thinking and simply let herself get dragged away so she didn't have to deal with Kai. It's not that she didn't like Kai or anything, but he was rather annoyingly persistent. No matter how she rejected his advances, he still came back in the end. Just as Hinata and Hanabi made their way back to their tents, they both stopped in their tracks at the sight of the person up ahead. Hanabi let go of Hinata's hand and nodded with her head encouragingly. Go ahead, Hinata. Looks like Naruto's waiting for you. Hinata slightly blushed but nodded her head sheepishly. Sorry, Hanabi. She then rushed off to meet Naruto, leaving Hanabi standing by her tent all alone. Geez. Look at her, she's so happy just seeing Naruto. That Naruto is probably just a clone too. Well, at least they've been able to get a lot closer during the war. She briefly thought of Izaya before she blushed and shook her head. I definitely do not act like Hinata when I see that idiot. Nope, definitely not. I hope. Maybe. Ugh. She slowly gripped the necklace that Izaya had given her a long time ago. Even though he said he'd be back for it, in the end he decided to let her keep it. Idiot. Hurry back already. She whispered softly to herself before walking into the warmth of her cozy tent away from the biting cold outside. 3rd Division. Boom! Bang! Boom! At this moment Haku was locked in a fierce battle against Tobirama as they both unleashed a barrage of incredibly powerful water ninjutsu against the other. Haku had the edge as he was currently in Sage mode, which gave his ninjutsu even more power. Through their battle they had drastically transformed the terrain around them into one of a watery lake from the use of their overbearing jutsus. Haku quickly did a backflip and dodged a barrage of shuriken before quickly placing his hand on the water's surface shouting, "Sage Art, Water-style Water Dragon Jutsu." He watched Tobirama expertly dodge in the air and prepare an attack to counter, but this caused Haku to smirk as he finally succeeded in luring the second Hokage into his trap. He formed the hand-signed seal of confrontation and said, "Sage Art, Ice-style Crystal Ice Mirror Jutsu." Two mirrors appeared at once. One behind Tobirama's retreating form and another right next to himself. Haku quickly slashed out with a sage-powered wind style through the mirror, successfully splitting Tobirama's body in half, who praised, "Good moves. Your skills are first class amongst shinobi. Quickly seal me away." Haku nodded and quickly placed his hands in front of him. Sage Art, Ice-style Ice Prison Jutsu. A frosty block of ice quickly froze Tobirama's reanimated body, preventing it from reforming. After a few minutes the sealing corps arrived on scene and successfully sealed away the second Hokage. Haku finally let out a long sigh of relief and released his sage mode as he walked back to the 3rd Division's camp. As he was walking around, several people stood up and greeted him. "Welcome back, Silent Killer." "Frost Needle, great work." "Yeah, great work, Frost Needle. 1,000 needles. I heard you successfully defeated the second Hokage. Awesome work." Haku's cheeks flushed red as he simply nodded and continued to quickly walk away in silence, wanting to escape from the embarrassment he felt. After all these months of battle, people started calling him Frost Needle Haku, or 1,000 Needles Haku, from his use of his Senbon needle throwing skills against the unexpected White Zetsu army that attacked them a while ago. Not only that, but he also utilized the silent killing technique to get rid of a lot of the White Zetsus during the night, prompting people to call him Silent Killer Haku. Unfortunately, it didn't stop there. During his battle against the second Hokage for all these months, people also started calling him Haku of the Ice Style, or Ocean Sage Haku, for his prowess in using the Ice Style Kekkai Jinkai and his ability to enter Sage mode to boost the strength of his water ninjutsu. He finally breathed out a sigh of relief once he made it to the main tent where Kakashi, Sasuke, Guy, and Sakura were. Sasuke smirked as he saw Haku's embarrassed facial expression and said, "What's the matter? You successfully defeated and sealed away the second Hokage. That's an impressive feat, Haku of the Ice Style. Or perhaps you prefer Ocean Sage Haku?" Guy quickly placed his hands over his mouth as he attempted not to laugh while Haku's face turned even redder. Sakura lightly punched Sasuke's arm and said, "Sasuke-kun, stop teasing Haku. Besides, I recall that people also started calling you Demon Eye Sasuke. Or maybe you prefer the one when they call you Sasuke of the Sharingan. No, maybe you like it when the girls call you Lord Sasuke." Sasuke's cheeks also turned slightly pink from embarrassment at Sakura's comment, so he quickly looked away and coughed, trying to change the topic. "Ahem. Shouldn't we discuss what we're going to do now?" Kakashi let out a soft sigh. "Haku, Sasuke, don't be bothered about the titles people are calling you guys by. It's actually not so bad. It means you've both made a name for yourselves amongst your fellow shinobi peers and have been recognized as belonging to a different class of shinobi." Haku finally reined in his emotions and said, "What do you mean by belonging to a different class of shinobi?" "Well, it essentially means that you've been classified by the shinobi world as a ninja who is stronger and more dangerous than the average ninja. For example, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. They are so named due to the world recognizing their strength as being a cut above the rest. And it's kind of true, after all they did do a considerable amount of damage to the division. Another example would be the 4th Hokage. He earned the title of Konoha's Yellow Flash for his unmatched speed and agility. In the last great ninja war he was such a famous shinobi with a strength that was recognized by the entire world that a fiancé order was given to anyone who saw the 4th Hokage on the battlefield. And, in truth, the 4th really was a shinobi with strength far above the rest. So for both you and Sasuke to be given titles and nicknames amongst the rest of the division means they have recognized that your strengths are a cut above the rest." Guy chimed in at this moment as well, nodding in agreement with Kakashi. "That's right. The fact that Sasuke has been given the moniker of Demon Eye and that Haku has been given the moniker of Ocean Sage means that you both are now in a class of shinobi that stands above the rest. You both would easily be ranked as S-rank level shinobi in battle prowess. Don't forget, even Kakashi has a title that has been recognized by the world of shinobi. Sakura nodded as she recalled Kakashi's title and said, "That's right, Kakashi-sensei is also called the Copy Ninja." Kakashi felt his cheeks ting a bit of pink at that name and quickly steered the conversation away. Anyways, that's all it is. So don't feel too embarrassed about such things. The reason why they give you such titles is not only because they recognize your individual strength, but it also helps them cope with the current war situation. You see, people have an innate feeling of safety and security when they fight alongside someone well-known or famous. They feel their confidence and motivation increase, and this is a great help to their psyche. In battle, the state of one's psyche is incredibly important and can make up the difference between winning or losing or surviving and dying. But, enough about that. We finally successfully sealed away my Due, Uchiha Fugaku, and the second Hokage. We'll let everyone rest for 4 hours before we move out. I hear that the 2nd Division is just about to finish up their end of the battle, so that only leaves the 1st Division. They seem to be managing their situation well, and with the added might of us, the 3rd Division, the battle by the sea should be won in due time. Guy nodded in agreement. Before anyone could do or say anything else, a huge earthquake shook the entire campground, greatly alarming everyone in the 3rd Division. Kakashi, Guy, Sakura, Sasuke, and Haku quickly ran outside to take a look at what was happening and were greatly shocked to see a giant 20-meter bear and a giant 18-meter lizard wreaking havoc over the area. What's going on? Where did these creatures come from? Guy said in confusion. Just before the bear's claw was going to swipe down and kill a group of shinobi, Haku immediately activated his ice-style crystal wall jutsu to block the attack. Sasuke quickly jumped in the air and arrived near the giant bear, activating his Mangekyo Sharingan. A purple skeletal frame appeared around his body as a thick skeletal fist swung out, striking the bear in the face and knocking it back several meters away. Sakura also jumped in front of a group of shinobi and thrust out her palm upwards, successfully stopping the stomping feet of the giant lizard before it could crush the members of the 3rd Division. She pulled back her right fist and concentrated her power before punching out and shouting, "Shannaro!" The lizard flew back a few dozens of meters from the force of Sakura's powerful punch and knocked right into the giant bear, causing it to fall down again. At that moment, a figure appeared in front of the two giant creatures, causing everyone to be completely shocked. Haku spoke out first as he was greatly confused. "Lord Second? But how? I'm certain I sealed you away. There's no way my senses in Sage mode were unable to detect whether you were a clone or not." Tobirama nodded and quickly said, "It's true. You sealed me away. But the enemy has reanimated a very skilled shinobi. Listen to me, you must all go and guard the other sealed reanimated shinobi immediately. The one the enemy has reanimated is called Uzumaki Ashina. He was the first clan head of the Uzumaki clan and the most skilled Fuinjutsu user to have ever lived. He can easily undo the sealing techniques you all placed on the defeated reanimated shinobi. You must not let him get to them." Boom! A large wind of dust and debris kicked up in the area as Guy and Kakashi stood a few dozens of meters away opposite of Ashina and Tobirama. The moment the two giant creatures appeared, the two seasoned Jonin duo immediately had a bad feeling and had rushed out of the campsite to scope the area while Haku, Sasuke, and Sakura dealt with the creatures. They had run into Ashina and immediately engaged him in a fierce fight, preventing him from unsealing anyone else and forced him back by Tobirama's side. Ashina quickly formed the summoning jutsu, causing 4 large clouds of white smoke to appear and dissipate, revealing a giant dragon 25 meters tall, a giant snake 20 meters long, a giant chimera 18 meters tall that looked like a half-lion half-snake creature, and a giant black boar 15 meters tall with thick muscles and 2 large tusks. Including the giant bear and giant lizard, there was a total of 6 giant beasts that stood with imposing might. Everyone in the 3rd Division immediately faltered and felt an enormous pressure bearing down on them. Noticing the situation turning bad, Haku, Sasuke, and Sakura quickly dashed out in front and said, "Summoning jutsu." Poof! 3 white clouds of smoke appeared, revealing a giant purple snake named Aoda, the giant frame of Katsuyu, and the figure of a huge terrifying-looking shark who was precisely Nade. Haku looked down and was surprised that it wasn't Mazu he summoned. "Nade! So it's you this time instead of Mazu." In a deep, dark, and devilish voice Nade replied, "Of course. He's always trying to hog the show, wanting to come out instead. I had to scold him how he hasn't once led Deiko or I respond to your summon yet. So who are the unlucky fellows?" Nade furrowed his non-existent eyebrows as he stared at the 6 summons in front of him and the 2 reanimated shinobi nearby. "Nade, those 2 down there are reanimated shinobi. They're called Senju Tobarama, the second Hokage of the village I'm from. The other one is called Uzumaki Ashina. He's a powerful Fuinjutsu user and the one who summoned these 6 creatures." Nade stared interestingly at the 6 creatures and the 2 reanimated shinobi before nodding his head. "I see. Not bad, not bad. I sense powerful chakra from those 2 reanimated shinobi. And his summons are pretty unique. Alright kid, I'll help you out. It's been a while since I've stretched my fins in the outside world." The 6 creatures immediately rushed forward, beginning their attack. Aoda and Sasuke quickly engaged in a fierce battle against Ashina's summoned snake and chimera, whilst Sakura and Katsuyu fought against the summoned lizard and bear from before. Nade remained unmoved as a giant boar and giant dragon rushed straight at him. He simply took a deep breath in and shouted, "Heavenly Sage Art, Grand Pool Explosion Jutsu." Just as the dragon and boar came within 5 meters of Nade, he opened his mouth and released a giant torrent of water that instantly engulfed everything within 50 meters of him before all the water rose into the air, creating a giant 200-meter long, wide, and deep floating aquarium. Everyone in the surrounding area instantly widened their eyes in disbelief at the display of such powerful water ninjutsu. Even Haku didn't believe what he was seeing. This is the power of Heavenly Sage mode?" Haku exclaimed in shock. Nade simply laughed. "Ha ha ha. That's right kid. This is the kind of power that everyone at Ryugajo Palace has been trying to train you to acquire. The truth is, I haven't achieved perfect Heavenly Sage mode yet. Only Awa Tatsumi, the ruler of Ryugajo Palace, is a perfect Heavenly Sage. The power of a perfect Heavenly Sage is even greater than this. You can tell when someone has become a perfect Heavenly Sage when a unique cloak of chakra is emitted from their body. As you can see, I don't have anything like that. But, even as an imperfect Heavenly Sage, I'm no pushover." Haku simply remained silent in continued shock for a few moments longer before he snapped out of his stupor. "Nade! If I knew you had this kind of power, I would have summoned you to help me fight against Lord Second a long time ago." "Heh, well kid, maybe it wasn't so bad that you didn't summon us to help you out in that fight. I can tell that the guy you call Lord Second is pretty tough. And I can tell that you got much stronger since we last met. So even though it might have taken you longer to beat him, the trade-off was that you got insanely stronger. This is beneficial on your road to becoming a Heavenly Sage." At this moment the dragon and the boar could no longer hold their breath and drowned, disappearing in a puff of smoke, prompting the giant water aquarium to dissipate. Sasuke and Sakura also finished their fight against their summoning opponents as well and regrouped next to Haku. Just as everyone turned their attention to Tobarama and Ashina, both reanimated shinobi pulled their chakra together before Ashina placed his hands on the ground and said, "Summoning Jutsu." A gigantic cloud of white smoke larger than all others appeared at this moment. Nade immediately widened his eyes in shock and exclaimed, "Impossible. No. Incredible. To think that that reanimated shinobi had a summoning contract connected to this devil." Haku immediately felt worried after hearing what Nade said. "Nade, what is it? I don't even see his summoning?" Just as Haku finished his sentence, Aoda screamed in pain and disappeared in a puff of smoke, prompting Sasuke to jump onto Katsuyu's head next to Sakura. "What happened?" Sasuke said in alarm. Nade quickly chimed in. "Oi, little girl on the slug's head. You better recall your summoning and get on top of my back." I'm afraid only I will be able to survive this. Sakura immediately did as Nade suggested and jumped onto Nade's back along with Sasuke, Kakashi, and Guy. Not a moment later, a large pool of water erupted from beneath the ground, spanning for 500 meters in all directions and continued rising. Haku widened his eyes in shock and alarm. Nade! The Alliance members. Nade narrowed his eyes and shouted, "All right. Leave it to me." He quickly swiped out his fins and shouted, "Heavenly Sage Art, Grand Shark Precession Jutsu." Thousands upon thousands of small water bubbles in the shape of a shark immediately swam forth and swallowed as many members of the 3rd Division as they could, safely keeping them away from the torrent of the gigantic whirlpool in the area and also avoiding large sharp teeth-like protrusions that stuck out and swirled around with the whirlpool. The entire ordeal lasted for a total of 5 minutes before the giant whirlpool disappeared in a puff of smoke. This also caused all the bubble sharks to dissipate and release the members of the 3rd Division that Nade was able to save. Nade panted heavily, trying to catch his breath since he was completely exhausted after the enormous amount of chakra he expended to protect his body and as many of the 3rd Division members as he possibly could. Haku frowned as he took a look around at the destruction caused by what just happened. He also had an apologetic look as he patted Nade's back comfortingly. "Nade, sorry to make you work so hard. Thanks for saving as many people as you did." "Heh. Indeed, you should be thanking me. That was a lot tougher than I thought. I never imagined that I'd ever run into that summoning ever again." Kakashi frowned as he tried to make sense of everything that just happened and asked, "What was that? Didn't Ashina say summoning jutsu? Don't tell me that enormous pool of water with sharp protrusions sticking out of it was a summon?" Nade lightly chuckled. "That's right. It's an incredibly ancient and old creature of the ocean. Its official name is Sokanashi. Truly a monster of the deep. We 3 guardians of the Ryugajo Palace call it the devil of the ocean. What we faced just now was merely a small portion of its true size. I never imagined that a human could have actually signed a summoning contract with Sokanashi. But from the looks of it, it isn't a summon he can call very often. Seems he needs the help of someone else's chakra pool just to call a small piece of it to battle." Nade diverted his attention from Kakashi and back to Haku. "Kid, the first battle you summoned me into and I had to face a real monster. I suppose the outside world really has gotten a bit more interesting. Anyways, I've spent too much chakra, so I'll have to leave you. I took the liberty of securing the other reanimated shinobi you all sealed away. I sensed those 2 called Ashina and Tobarama go after them, so I figured I'd thwart their plans. They disappeared from the area pretty quickly after that. Sorry, I couldn't save everyone from the attack." Haku shook his head and replied, "No, Nade, you don't have to apologize. Without you we all might have been done for. You've done enough. Get some rest." "Min. Then off I go." With a puff of smoke, Nade disappeared, prompting Kakashi, Guy, Sasuke, Sakura, and Haku to fall down and land on the wet ground. They all stared at the disoriented 3rd Division and frowned. Kakashi stepped forward and said, "Guy, Sasuke, Haku, go confirm and secure the sealed reanimated bodies that Nade grabbed for us. Sakura, go check on the Alliance members and heal the injured. I'll report to HQ and see what our next plan of action should be." "All right." Everyone responded before dashing off to complete their tasks. Kakashi quickly found the surviving members of the intelligence unit stationed with them and had them connect him to HQ. Shikamaru, Tsunade, and the Reikage immediately felt their minds connect to Kakashi's, who said, "HQ, this is Hatake Kakashi. Reporting. We had just finished sealing away the last 3 reanimated shinobi, Uchiha Fugaku, Mai Due, and Senju Tobarama, when we were ambushed by a reanimated Uzumaki Ashina." After hearing Ashina's name, both Tsunade and the Reikage felt cold sweat drip down their back. Tsunade clenched her fist and asked, "Are you sure it was Uzumaki Ashina? As in the first clan head of the Uzumaki clan?" Kakashi nodded and confirmed, "Yes. No doubt. It was Ashina who unsealed Lord Second Hokage, and it was Lord Second who told us that it was Ashina." Lord Second also told us that we need to return and guard all sealed reanimated shinobi before Ashina gets to them and unseals them. Ashina summoned some sort of strange creature that was powerful enough to wipe out our location. Many of the members in our division suffered injuries and even death. It was thanks to Haku that anyone even ended up surviving. Shikamaru noticed Tsunade and the rakish sour facial expression, so he asked, "Excuse me, but who is this Ashina guy? I heard you all say that he's the clan head of the late Uzumaki clan, and he sounds like a problem considering he can undo our sealing techniques, but it shouldn't be too big a deal with how much more manpower we can lend out now. Right?" Tsunade shook her head. "Shikamaru, Ashina is a bit different. He's incredibly dangerous. I would argue that he's even more of a threat than the second Hokage. The reason is because he's the forefather of all of Konoha's Fuinjutsu. On top of that, he has sealed away many dangerous and strange creatures throughout the years. As long as those creatures aren't dead yet, he can summon them under his control. His individual skill as a shinobi is no lesser than that of the second Hokage either. I heard a story from my grandfather, the first Hokage, a long time ago, that Ashina developed some extremely formidable Fuinjutsu, and one shouldn't fight him too carelessly or they would end up losing their life. The third Hokage might know more since he was a student of the first and the second. Anyways, we need to deal with the problem of Ashina being able to undo the sealing of the already sealed shinobi." Kakashi nodded in agreement. "Lord Second and Ashina have already left. I just received word from Haku, who used Sage Mode to locate their chakra. They're headed to the area where Jiraiya and the previous 4 Kage were defeated and sealed." The Raikage frowned as he turned to Shikamaru and asked, "Well then, any plans?" Shikamaru contemplated for a bit as he pieced together various bits of information before replying, "Here's what we should do. Kakashi, I know Sai is in your unit. His ability lets him remain mobile and seal away enemy shinobi. Kakashi, you're skilled in tracking others with your summonings, and Haku can find them through Sage Mode. Sasuke's battle strength will also be needed. Leave Guy and Sakura in charge of the 3rd Division for now. They'll lead the 3rd Division towards the 1st Division battlefield while you, Haku, Sasuke, and Sai chase after Ashina and Lord Second. From our end, the 2nd Division is almost done as well, so we don't need as many shinobi stationed here. Lord Raikage, you, Kimimaro, and Niji should head out from our side and cut off Ashina and Lord Second in a pincer attack. At this stage in the war, it should be okay for you to make an appearance on the battlefield. Hopefully with this setup we'll be able to prevent Ashina from unsealing any more reanimated shinobi, at the same time successfully defeat both of them and seal them away for good. We'll also contact Lord 3rd Hokage and have him leave the 1st Division battlefield to rendezvous with you all, since he would probably have the most knowledge on how to defeat Ashina." Everyone took a moment of silence to take in Shikamaru's plan before nodding in agreement. The Raikage stood up and prepared to head out as he said, "I'll get Kimimaro and Niji. We're heading out immediately. The war is close to being over. Once the 1st Division wins their battlefield, it'll only be Madara and Kabuto left. We can't let Ashina unseal any of the reanimated shinobi, or it'll only prolong this war." As the mental link cut off, Kakashi left to relay the orders he received from HQ while the Raikage disappeared, quickly bringing Kimimaro and Niji with him. An hour had passed since the mental meeting with Kakashi when a figure appeared inside the tent of HQ. Tsunade looked up from her seat a bit startled, but immediately calmed down as she took note of the familiar figure in the room. "Oi, Izaya, you've been taking off here and there. This time you've been gone for about 2 weeks. At least Naruto and B give their reports of their location every few days. You should learn to do the same. Find anything on Kabuto?" I turned to face Tsunade and put on a thoughtful look before replying, "Yes and no. I've found some clues of where he could be, but haven't found him yet. I plan to do a thorough sweep of those locations soon, but I do feel strongly about one location in particular." "And that is?" "Most likely, Kabuto is hiding within Ryuichi Cave." Tsunade widened her eyes in shock as she exclaimed, "What? Ryuichi Cave? Impossible. Are you telling me that he was accepted as a disciple of the White Snake Sage and entered that sage land? If that's the case, then it'd be really hard to get to him. I nodded at Tsunade's statement. Indeed, it'd be a bit tough to get to him. One can't simply walk into one of the legendary sage lands, so it's actually the perfect hiding spot for Kabuto. I'll need some time to think about this further. I feel that it's highly possible for Kabuto to be hiding there, but it isn't the only possibility. If I'm unable to discover Kabuto in any of the other locations I want to scope out, then I'll think about trying my hand at Ryuichi Cave. Tsunade let out a long sigh but nodded. Very well. Sorry for the trouble, but we'll leave that to you, Izaya. Just as I was about to respond to Tsunade, the entire 2nd Division campgrounds trembled and shook as a powerful wave of chakra erupted in the near distance. Bang! Boom! Bang! Loud explosions went off all around the area. Tsunade and I quickly rushed outside of the tent and frowned at the sight in the near distance. Not too far away stood a battered Naruto and Killer Bee as they fought to catch their breath. Immediately Tsunade and I dashed out and arrived before both of them, followed by Kuratsuchi, Hanabi, Hinata, Kai, and many others of the 2nd Division. Tsunade quickly began the process of healing Naruto and Bee as she asked, "What happened? How did you both end up like this?" Naruto gritted his teeth as he responded, "Bee, Suigetsu, Yugo, Karen, and I were all searching various old bases of Orochimaru's, hoping to find Kabuto hiding in one of them, but we ended up running into Madara along the way. After fighting for a while, Bee and I led the fight away so the other 3 wouldn't get caught up in the battle. He should be arriving soon." No later than the last sentence Naruto spoke, a swirling distortion appeared about 300 meters away, revealing Tobi completely unscathed with his gun-by fan strung behind his back and 6 reanimated shinobi by his side. Everyone frowned and became extremely anxious at this moment. Tobi took a few steps forward and commanded, "Hand over the 8 and 9 tails. I found them first. It's only right that they remain with me." Tsunade scowled and was about to step forward to face him when I stood out instead. "Lord 5th Hokage, don't." The 6 reanimated shinobi by his side are the previous Jinchuriki. No doubt they hold the power of the tailed beasts within them. On top of that, they each have 1 Sharingan and 1 Rinnegan, so they probably have the powers of Nagato as well. We need you to stay back and heal Naruto and Bee. Until then, I'll face him and discern his abilities." Tsunade frowned and argued, "Just you? Are you insane? That is Uchiha Madara with 6 Jinchuriki that can undergo tailed beast transformation, and they wield the power of the Rinnegan." Hanabi also protested, "Izaya, stop trying to do everything on your own. Let us help." Kuratsuchi took this moment to chime in as well. "Oi, I know you're tough, but even you can't take on 6 perfect Jinchuriki along with Madara." I turned around to face everyone and took a good look at the current group before shaking my head as I thought to myself, if Maro or the Raikage were here, then they'd be of some help. Lord 5th might be of some help, but her role is currently better suited to healing Naruto and Bee. Hanabi has gotten stronger, but I'm afraid something might go wrong in the fight. I heard Kuratsuchi click her tongue as she said through gritted teeth, "You do realize that I'm the captain of the 2nd Division, don't you? You think we'd just get in the way, huh?" Before anyone could continue to protest, Tobi had Fu transform into the 7 tails and fire a full-powered tailed beast bomb. This caused everyone's eyes to go wide in shock and tremble in fear, as no one knew what to do in order to prevent being hit. I quickly weaved the signs for snake, horse, rat, ram, and placed my hands out in front of me, immediately erecting a space-time barrier saying, "Flying Thunder God Jutsu, Guiding Thunder." The tailed beast bomb was instantly absorbed into the barrier seal and disappeared, creating a giant explosion in the distance a few seconds later. I then returned my attention to everyone in the 2nd Division. I understand everyone's resolve to fight. I don't doubt anyone's ability nor their strength. But, for now, I think the best strategy for us to use is to have everyone here watch me fight Madara and look for gaps in his attacks. Search for his patterns and find moments where you can counter. My skill set is the best to stall Madara and the Jinchuriki until Lord 5th can get Naruto and be in fighting condition again. I stared at everyone's frustrated facial expressions, knowing that they all felt completely helpless and that the tailed beast bomb from earlier further drove them into self-demoralization. I shook my head in disapproval and shouted, "Who are you fighting this war for? My loud voice instantly shook everyone out of their own thoughts as I continued. Do you think I'm purposely fighting alone? For what? Glory? I don't need such a vain thing like that. I am fighting so that I can protect the things that I hold dear. And I am fighting for the sake of the world. I hope you all haven't forgotten what you all are fighting for. Maybe you're fighting because you have a son or daughter at home that you wish to protect. Maybe you have a wife or husband you wish to protect. Maybe you fight for your village. Or country. Or people. Maybe you fight for your own sense of justice. Maybe you fight for your friends. Whatever you are fighting for, don't forget it. Your efforts in the war are not any less than one single moment of any battle. Do what you can do, and leave what you can't do to your comrades. Am I not your comrade? I watched as the eyes of every shinobi stationed here at the 2nd Division battlefield widened their eyes in realization that they had temporarily got caught up in the heat of the moment and forgot what they were fighting for. Instead, they were caught up in the feeling of wanting a hot-blooded battle and to prove their worth, to prove that they were making an important difference in the war effort. Then, when faced against a tailed beast bomb, it made them doubt their worth. But after they listened to my scolding speech, they recalled the very reason why they resolved themselves to fight against Madara. I nodded my head in approval as everyone's mood became spirited again, so I shouted once more, "Am I still not your comrade?" "You are," they shouted back. "In all our battles together, have I once forsaken any of you?" "No." "Have you all forsaken me?" "No." "Have you all forsaken yourselves?" "No." "Then do you still consider me your vice-captain?" "Yes." "Then stand firm with your resolve and trust in your vice-captain's judgment, for I have not forsaken myself. And I have not forsaken any one of you. Understood?" "Yes." "Vice-captain, we're counting on you. You're Konoha's white flash. We'll believe in you. With vice-captain on our side, anything's possible." "Right." Vice-captain was the one who planned the defeat of the reanimated shinobi and defeated most of the White Zetsu army on his own. I can't believe we were so foolish thinking that it was all over just because of one-tailed beast bomb. I'll choose to believe in Vice-Captain Izaya's words. Tsunade widened her eyes in amazement as she noted the complete turnaround of the 2nd Division's mood from earlier and smiled to herself. Kuratsuchi just let out a defeated sigh. Honestly, I know I said that I was the captain, but why do you sound more like the captain right now?" I gave her an awkward smile before standing in front of Hanabi, who had a pained expression on her face. I gently placed both my palms on the side of her cheeks and bent down to kiss her forehead. "I promise that I'll come back to you." Before she could respond, I dashed away and stood out between Toby and the 2nd Division. Toby smirked as he said, Well, the lone ninja, Karasuma Izaya. I hear that you've been called Konoha's White Flash and the Blind Warrior. Fitting titles. And quite the impressive speech you gave. I had hoped to break their spirit with that attack of mine. To think you'd be able to nullify the psychological effect it had. I think that it is time I kill you. You seem to be posing more of a problem than I originally anticipated. I scoffed at Toby's remark and spun a special kunai in my hand. You have to have the skill first. So, shall we dance? Chapter 54, The God of Shinobi. At this moment 8 people stood in the distance unmoving amongst a field of white snow as a cold wind blew through the air, while hundreds of people from the 2nd Division stood on the outskirts feeling incredibly nervous. One member couldn't hold in his anxiousness and finally said, "Captain Kuratsuchi, Lord 5th Hokage, is Vice-Captain Izaya really going to be alright on his own against Madara and his 6th Jinchuriki?" Kuratsuchi frowned, completely doubtful herself, but didn't want to bring down the mood, so she remained silent. Tsunade scowled and said, "Quiet. Pay attention and don't take your eyes off of the battlefield. Observe every detail. If we can find even just a single instance of an opening or weakness in Madara's attack, then it'll be advantageous for us." She then returned her focus to healing Naruto and B. There was finally movement in the battlefield as the 6th Jinchuriki rushed out at great speeds. I narrowed my eyes in complete focus as I watched Yagura, Fu, Rashi, Utakata, Yujito, and Han begin their attack. They fanned out their formation trying to box me in their entrapment, so I quickly threw out the special kunai in my hand straight at Fu and dashed out to my right, engaging Yujito in close combat taijutsu. Bang! Boom! Swish! A fierce battle quickly broke out as the snow in the surrounding area fluttered through the air from the clash of both sides. I quickly dodged a right punch from Yujito and swept her legs, prompting her to jump in the air to dodge. I flew to the kunai I threw at Fu in order to dodge a timely attack by Yagura and kicked straight at Fu's forehead from her blind spot. She expertly dodged as her eyes were linked with the others, and she countered by throwing a right uppercut. I quickly thrusted out my palm and caught her fist, not letting go, while marking her with my Flying Thunder God Seal before creating a Teiyugen in my hand and struck out towards her head. Before my technique landed, Utakata rushed over and stuck out his palm, shouting, "Almighty push!" I felt my body immediately tumble through the air and away from Fu, unable to land my attack. Just as I steadied myself midair and was about to land on the ground, Han appeared behind me and released a large amount of boiling steam. I quickly placed my hands together, activating a wind-style ninjutsu that swept away Han's attack and twisted my body just in time to meet Han face to face. He threw a strong kick at my head, which I dodged by ducking down and performing a reverse leg sweep at his one leg planted on the ground. Before my attack could connect, Rashi appeared and struck down with his fist. Just before I was hit, I dropped several paper bombs and flew to Fu's side, who I marked earlier. A loud explosion went off from the bombs I set, damaging Han and Rashi as I quickly formed another Teiyugen in my hands and struck at Fu's body. I widened my eyes in surprise as Fu instantly transformed into a red chakra mode, which greatly enhanced her speed and power. One of her tails swept out to intercept my attack and successfully saved her body from being turned into ash, but the force of my attack sent her flying through the air for several tens of meters, crashing about on the ground and causing several deep craters to form. I narrowed my eyes as I took note of Yujito, Yagura, Rashi, Han, and Utakata also transforming into their red chakra mode. Yagura and Yujito rushed straight at me as we engaged in a fierce contest of taijutsu. During these months, my right eye had finally recovered and, to my surprise, had evolved into the eternal Mangekyo. I silently breathed a sigh of relief as it was easier predicting and reading the movements of the enhanced Yagura and Yujito with both eyes instead of one. I quickly dodged, blocked, kicked, punched, jumped, swept, grappled, twisted, jabbed, guarded, and countered, successfully surviving the onslaught of Yagura and Yujito. However, I felt my entire body burning with pain after every strike, so I quickly backflipped away and created some distance between us. I frowned as I noted the burn marks and steam coming off of my body. So, the chakra cloak is such a high mass of energy that it releases incredible heat from the body. Anything coming into contact with it for too long will end up being burned and possibly even melt away, I said to myself. I snapped out of my thoughts as I took note of the chakra cloak Fu in the distance, amassing a large amount of energy. She's preparing to bombard me with a bunch of mini-tailed beast bombs. I quickly took out a special kunai and threw it in the air, activating the kunai shadow clone jutsu. In less than a few seconds, hundreds upon hundreds of kunai rained down from the sky and spread out across the battlefield. It was also at this moment that Fu opened her mouth and started unleashing a barrage of small red condensed orbs of energy straight at me. Bang! 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 Every time an orb of energy came close to hitting me, I instantly flew to another kunai, ensuring to fly from one kunai in the distance to another on the opposite side, which forced Fu to turn her head every time, making her lag behind in her attack. Just as I dodged the 30th mini-bomb, I took note of a bunch of bubbles, a large lava field, and a giant cloud of boiling steam that covered all the areas where my special kunai were. I also took note of 5 large red chakra hands sweeping out in my direction. So they're cutting off my escape routes by covering all the areas where my kunai are by using Han's boil style, Utakata's exploding bubbles, and Rashi's lava style, while Yagura and Yujito are trying to hold me down for Fu's attack? Nice try, but it won't work. Just before the chakra hands were about to grab me, I smirked and disappeared, flying next to Fu, who was still marked with my Flying Thunder God Seal despite transforming into a red chakra cloak. Before she could react, I pulled back my fist and shouted, 8 extreme fists, 7th fist of splitting. Zing! A brilliant golden light illuminated my hands as my fist connected right on top of Fu's head, immediately stopping her barrage of mini-tailed beast bombs and struck her down into the ground, creating a giant crater 30 meters deep. I nodded my head in satisfaction, taking note that my fist was unharmed from the heat of Fu's tailed beast chakra cloak. As I thought, the 8 extreme fists can help nullify the damage that the heat of the tailed beast chakra cloak emits, since this technique also emits a powerful energy off of my arms. I looked down at Fu's battered body, who was knocked out of her chakra cloak and back into her regular reanimated form. Before I could try and seal her away, a large purple chain dragged her back into the mouth of a giant statue in the distance. Without time to assess the situation any further, I quickly jumped out of the crater that was now pooling with steaming hot lava, while Madara, Yagura, and Yujito struck out with their enhanced tailed beast fists. Just before their fists made contact, my body exploded, creating a powerful force that blew both of them away and back down to the ground, while the real me was higher up in the sky. I quickly formed the snake hand sign, shouting, "Wood style with snake jutsu." I stuck out both palms at the fallen Yagura and Yujito as 2 large wooden snakes quickly rushed out and ensnared both Jinchuriki. As they bit into their bodies, it began to disrupt their chakras, slowly suppressing their red chakra cloak transformation. Once again, a purple chain pulled both Yujito and Yagura into the mouth of a giant statue in the distance. Toby, who watched the entire ordeal happen, frowned as he whispered to himself. Before he jumped into the air, he had already activated the Shadow Clone Jutsu. The Shadow Clone was the one who jumped into the air first, distracting everyone from what his real body was doing. He then activated the Shadow Clone Explosion Jutsu and forced back Yagura and Yujito, granting him a moment of opportunity to suppress their chakra. Impressive. It's unfortunate that I can't move from my spot if I want to use the Jinchuriki to this extent, along with the power of the Rinnegan. At this moment, Rashi, Han, and Utakata left the areas they were guarding and rushed back to join the fight. Rashi quickly released several large rocks of lava in front of me, while Han stood behind me and unleashed a cloud of boiling steam. Utakata also stood behind me and stuck out his palm, saying, "Almighty push." This forced the boiling steam to rush me faster, while also pushing my body towards the incoming lava rocks. I quickly dropped a special kunai on my spot before disappearing and flying to one of my kunai in the distance, as none of them were being guarded by anyone anymore. Just as their combo attack ceased, I flew right back to the kunai I dropped between them and struck out with a Taogen straight at Rashi. I scowled at the next moment as Rashi absorbed my jutsu, whilst Han performed an axe kick at my back. I immediately ceased using any ninjutsu and performed a backwards roundhouse kick to deflect Han's attack. At the same time, I threw my special kunai right at Utakata, who sidestepped to dodge. Just as my kunai flew by Utakata, I took that chance to fly next to him and quickly activated another Taogen. Utakata quickly guarded his side with one of his chakra tails, successfully surviving my attack while being blown off into the distance. I turned to face Han and Rashi, but was surprised that instead of pressing another attack against me, Han, Rashi, and Utakata jumped away and regrouped next to Toby. I let out a quick sigh of relief as I finally had a bit of breathing room and took note of Toby's upset expression through his eyes. However, everyone else in the 2nd Division simply stared on in complete shock from the battle they were witnessing. One shinobi couldn't contain his disbelief and exclaimed, "Is this real? Vice Captain actually went toe-to-toe against 6 perfect Jinchuriki?" After the first spoke out in disbelief, many others began to voice their own disbelief and excitement. "No way! Vice Captain is amazing! What? He can actually fight against 6 transformed Jinchuriki at the same time when 3 of them are even Kekkei Genkai users? Vice Captain is insane! What a monster! Ha ha ha! He's a shinobi from my village. That's right. He's Konoha's White Flash. I can't believe he fought all of them by himself. He even beat 3 of them and forced the other 3 to retreat. Is he really blind? Heh! He isn't called the Blind Warrior for nothing. Is he a god?" As the chatter continued to go around, it became louder and louder, causing Toby to frown more and more. I stood a good distance away from Toby and the 3 Jinchuriki as I prepared myself for their next move. Toby spoke first as he said, "You did well to last this long. You even managed to defeat 3 of them. Not even the 9 tails and 8 tails fought as well as you did against all 6 of the Jinchuriki. You're too kind. I simply did what I had to. Throughout our fight, I was wondering what kind of battle style you would employ. I have to say you prepared an interesting setup. You currently possess only a single Rinnegan, which limits your abilities. You only have 6 Jinchuriki, but you've collected 7 tailed beasts. I reckon without a host for the 1 tails you aren't really using it. The 6 Jinchuriki can maneuver their bodies better with their 1 Sharingan. With their 1 Rinnegan they share a field of vision covering each other's blind spots. They also each possess 1 ability of the 6 paths. However, I reckon those abilities aren't of much use to you except a couple such as the Preta Path's ability to absorb ninjutsu and the Deva Path's ability to push and pull objects. Since they are reanimated shinobi, the Naraka Path's ability to restore damaged objects is not as valuable to you. Neither is the Azura Path's physical enhancement since they can undergo tailed beast transformation. The human path will only be useful if you can get your opponent to stay still and you don't have any summonings that can be called forth through the animal path. You gave Rashi the Preta Path ability and Utakata the Deva Path ability. You mainly had Yagura, Yujito, and Fu attack me with Taijutsu hoping to distract me from Rashi's Lava style and Han's Boil style. You would then use Utakata's Deva Path to support the others however they need it. Unfortunately, with only a single Rinnegan their abilities are diminished. I made sure to observe carefully. Rashi can only absorb ninjutsu that's in front of him. The absorbing barrier from the Preta Path ability doesn't cover his entire body like it normally would. As for Utakata, I was wondering why you had him defend with his chakra tail instead of using his Rinnegan ability to push me away from my last attack, but I'm quite certain now that it has to do with being weakened by having only a single Rinnegan. My guess is that the interval time between each push and pull of the Deva Path is at least twice as long as normal. You probably can't use the catastrophic planetary devastation jutsu either. On top of all this, you never joined in the fight. It's probably because if you wish to utilize the full effectiveness of the 6 Jinchuriki and the Rinnegan you need to conserve your chakra and completely concentrate on controlling them or you might lose control. Toby frowned some more and said in a deep and dark tone, "I admire your intelligence and skill in battle. This makes me want to kill you even more. With the 9 tails and 8 tails still recovering, let's see you survive this." I immediately frowned as I felt an immense amount of chakra beginning to gather around the 3 Jinchuriki left. They instantly transformed into their full on-tailed beast, revealing the 4 tails, the 5 tails, and the 6 tails. I narrowed my eyes and racked my brain for how to counter the next attack as 3 separate tailed beast bombs charged up in the air. I took note of the fearful look in everyone's eyes who were watching while Naruto and B widened their eyes in shock and worry as they hadn't completely healed their injuries and recovered enough chakra yet. Tsunade clicked her tongue and shouted, "Just 10 more seconds." However, the tailed beasts finished charging up their attack and released 3 tailed beast bombs towards me and the rest of the second division. I clicked my tongue and quickly jumped back while placing my hand on the ground shouting, "Summoning Jutsu, Quintuple Rashomon." I then quickly rushed to stand in the line of fire of another tailed beast bomb and weave the signs for the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, guiding thunder, aiming the technique at the last tailed beast bomb on my right while also shouting, "Susanoo." Just as I completed my movements, 5 giant monstrous gates appeared in a plume of white smoke and intercepted one of the tailed beast bombs, shifting the direction of its trajectory, causing it to fly off into the distance. At the same time, a large space-time barrier seal caught and absorbed the giant-tailed beast bomb on my right, teleporting it away as I stood unmoving, cloaked in my dark black-colored Susanoo between the second division and the last oncoming tailed beast bomb. Just as the last tailed beast bomb arrived before me, my Susanoo unsheathed a black and blue katana, the spirit weapon Masamune, and blocked the giant bomb with the flat of the blade. Zing! A bright blue-silver light illuminated the area for a split second as a powerful force of wind was generated from the impact before the tailed beast bomb was immediately reflected back in the direction from where it came. Toby widened his eyes in shock as he watched everything play out. In less than a few seconds, the reflected tailed beast bomb arrived at Toby's location and exploded, decimating the area. I immediately dropped to my knees and panted heavily at the near impossible feat I just performed while Naruto and B quickly jumped down to support me. I let them stabilize my wobbly body while I assessed my situation. That was definitely a gamble, I thought to myself. Stopping 3 different full-on tailed beast bombs is pretty tough, especially with my lowered chakra reserves. Even though my right eye is active again, Senko still hasn't woken up in these past few months. Just as the smoke and debris cleared up in the surrounding, a swirling distortion appeared once more, revealing Tobi's form. He scowled, looking down at the knocked-out Rashi, Han, and Utakata before summoning the giant statue of the 10 tails and reabsorbed them into its mouth. Then, with a sinister voice he said, to stop 3-tailed beast bombs simultaneously while not being a Jinchuriki yourself, the quintuple Rashomon, a space-time barrier seal, and, Susanoo, you aren't actually blind, are you? Who are you really? After the Uchiha clan were massacred, there should not have been anyone who was left alive that possessed both eyes of the Mangekyo Sharingan other than Itachi and Sasuke. Did Itachi somehow hide your existence? I smirked at Tobi's confusion. I'm not obligated to answer you. Tobi frowned in frustration and caution. To perform the Susanoo, that means you possess a pair of extraordinary eyes. But even with the Susanoo's blade, you shouldn't have been able to reflect a tailed beast bomb unless you somehow possess a spirit weapon similar to Itachi's Yata mirror. How did you come by such a weapon? I slowly regained my footing and stood on my own without anyone's support as I stared straight at Tobi. Alright, I'll humor you a bit since it doesn't really matter whether you know or not. It's a spirit weapon called Masamune. As for how I acquired it, let's just say that I encountered a bit of a setback and unexpectedly ran into some good fortune at the same time. Its destructive power is only about the same as a regular Susanoo's blade, so you don't have to worry so much about that. But as long as I defend with the flat of this blade, it possesses the power to reflect all things that touch it. As a blade, the amount of surface area it can cover is not as great as Itachi's Yata mirror. However, it makes up for that with its ability to reflect the attacks that it does successfully block against. Tobi stared at us for a brief moment before grabbing the gunby fan from behind him and stood in a fighting stance. The 8 tails, the 9 tails, and Izaya. It seems I will need to get a bit more serious about this. The 10 tails statue opened its mouth, releasing the 6 Jinchuriki once more, prompting Naruto to immediately transform into his chakra mode. I took note of the difference in Naruto's chakra mode this time from when I saw him fight Nagato and thought, seems he and Kurama got closer and became good buddies before he and B got here. His chakra mode is more complete this time. We all felt the 6 Jinchuriki amass chakra and immediately transform into their complete tailed beast form, prompting B to also completely transform into the 8 tails. Naruto got in his fighting stance and said, Izaya, thanks for buying some time. B and I will take over from here. I walked over to stand next to Naruto and replied, thanks for the offer, Naruto, but I can still keep going. Tobi, standing on top of the 10 tails statue, merely laughed. You don't honestly believe that you have a chance now, do you? I slowly untied my blindfold and replied, we'll never know unless we try. You see, earlier I wasn't using my full strength. But since you already know I possess the Mangekyo Sharingan, then there's no reason for me not to use it. I tied my blindfold onto Muramesa's sheath and slowly opened my eyes, activating my Mangekyo Sharingan. My left Mangekyo took on the pattern of a black swirl with 6 tomo on the outside, while my right Mangekyo took on the pattern of a black swirl at the center with 4 straight lines in the shape of an X and 6 tomo on the outside. I took note of Tobi's shocked expression from his widened eyes as he commented, your eyes are similar yet not. Both are Mangekyo, but their patterns are slightly different. You couldn't have possibly unlocked the Eternal in one and not the other. I shrugged my shoulders. Who knows? You should be more worried about yourself. However, in my head I also didn't have much of an idea since it was all Senko's doing. At that moment Tobi's 6 tailed beasts pulled together their chakra and formed one massive tailed beast bomb while Naruto created his own. In less than a few seconds the 2 giant tailed beast bombs were fired at each other. Naruto shot his a bit lower, causing both bombs to blow up in the air, creating a giant destructive cloud of energy in the atmosphere. The ground started to shake in the next moment as all 6 giant-tailed beasts rushed at B, Naruto, and I. Just as they got within 100 meters, I quickly placed my hands together and shouted, wood-style, deep forest emergence. Large wood tendrils sprouted from the ground and began to attack and hinder the movements of all 6-tailed beasts as I attempted to separate them from one another. This gave a moment of opportunity for B to reach the 5 tails and punch it straight in the face, sending it flying off in the distance. Naruto charged right at the 2 tails in his giant Kurama form and struck out with his claw, sending the 2 tails staggering backwards. Just as the 3 tails curled up in a ball and rolled towards Naruto with great speeds, I formed my Susanoo around me and pulled out the black and blue Masamune, swinging it right at the 3 tails. Toby, standing on the 10-tailed statue away in the distance, narrowed his eyes in confusion as he noted that my distance was much too far away to hit the 3 tails. What happened next, however, shocked him greatly as he watched the spirit blade that was supposed to be too far away strike the 3 tails and knocked it on its side before it could make it to Naruto. Toby shouted in shock, "Impossible!" He frowned and quickly disappeared. I nodded in satisfaction before turning around and struck out with my fist as I sensed Toby's presence behind me. My fist slipped through his head as he swung out with his gun by fan. I quickly jumped in the air, dodging his attack, and quickly flew to one of my many kunai still laying around on the battlefield before the 7 tails in the air could hit me. Naruto and B continued to engage in a heated confrontation against the 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 tails, while Toby and the 7 tails chased after me. Just as I dodged another attack from Toby, I heard him say, "What did you do? I thought you said that your spirit blade only has the power to reflect objects that come into contact with it?" I smirked and dodged an attack from the 7 tails before replying, "I don't recall saying that reflecting objects was its one and only ability. That was your own convenient assumption." I threw a kunai at Toby only for it to slip right through him. Just as it appeared behind him, I flew to it and struck out with a Teiyugen right at his head only for me to slip through him again. It was at this time that the 7 tails completely slammed down at our location, forcing me to fly away to another kunai. I watched Toby walk out from the dust and debris unharmed and scoffed. So he used the 7 tails to attack both me and him, since he knows he won't be harmed if he just phases through the entire attack. Not a bad strategy. At this moment, I started to feel the throbbing pain of my burnt limbs from my earlier scuffle against the chakra-cloaked Jinchuriki and frowned. I can't have this battle go on too long. I need to recover my chakra and heal my wounds. I quickly noticed something wrong as Toby didn't continue to press his attack against me. I turned my attention to Naruto as I felt Toby's presence near him and saw that he successfully stuck a black rod in Naruto's body. Shit, he sure works fast. I cursed as I made my way over as quickly as I could. Just as he was about to grab Naruto, I focused my right Mangekyo on him and said, "Amaterasu." This forced him to instantly phase right through Naruto and disappear. In the next moment, however, he reappeared beneath Naruto and began sucking him in his dimension, but I quickly made it just in time and kicked Naruto out of the way. In less than a second later, I disappeared and ended up inside a world filled with blue columns and empty space. I took a look around and clicked my tongue. TCH. Great. Now what? I stood up but winced in pain as my body began to ache all over. Well, at least Toby will have a harder time fighting Naruto and be right now, since anytime he phases through objects I'll just pummel that portion of him on this side. But I need to get back somehow, since I'd rather not be stuck in his dimension. At this moment I felt a voice speak up in my mind. "Aren't you unlucky?" Wait, Senko? Is that you? You're finally awake. Have you recovered? No. I'm only waking up momentarily. I know everything that's going on since I can see from inside you. You do? So how come you're up now? And I've been meaning to ask, before in the cave against Muramasa, what did you do to my eye? Senko let out a sigh. Just listen to me and don't talk back. The longer I remain awake, the more energy and power I have to take from you. I'm temporarily awake because you're stuck in a different dimension. Your enemy's dimension. That's not good. Get out. My life is tied to yours after all. You practice a unique ability. I believe you call it the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. That lets you teleport to any markings you have within the same dimension. What you need to do is come up with a way to teleport to one of your markings from a different dimension. Luckily, this dimension doesn't seem like it exists too far away from the one you're from. I'll pass on to you a little piece of knowledge I have on dimensional transportation. See if you can make use of it to connect to your seals on the other side. As for your eye, I use my power to force your body to assimilate it and evolve into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Don't ask more about this since I don't have time to explain. We can talk more once I've actually recovered. And remember to take care of your body. I told you not to get too seriously injured. After Senko finished saying what he had to say, it went completely silent inside my head again. I let out a sigh and shook my head. Well, I was hoping to get to chat with Senko a bit, but guess that's not happening anytime soon. TCH. He took a lot of my chakra and vitality again. How much does he need anyways? There has to be some other way to supplement him other than having him suck me dry. I instantly felt a throbbing sensation in my head as a bit of information regarding dimensional space-time transportation was imprinted in my memories. I frowned to myself. I see. Each dimension has a different resonating frequency. To enter one dimension from another, you have to either sync up with that frequency or be able to forcefully tear through it. To do this with the Flying Thunder God, it might be possible. With the information Senko provided, my own chakra should also have its own unique frequency. It should also be similar to the frequency of the dimension I'm from. Since my Flying Thunder God seals have my chakra imprinted in them, they each emit the same frequency. All I need to do is create a resonating seal that responds to my markers that will allow me to link up to them even across dimensions. The problem is teleporting to them across dimensions is going to take a lot of chakra. I sat in complete silence for a while, running through simulations and piecing together the information that Senko gave me, trying to work it in with my Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Alright, I think I got it. I stood up and formed the hand signs of horse, ox, rat, bird, hare, ram, and said, Flying Thunder God Jutsu, gate crossing. I immediately felt my mind link up with my Flying Thunder God markers and smiled mockingly to myself. I succeeded, but now that I can sense we're there, it's going to take an insane amount of chakra to jump dimensions. Honestly, I'm lucky I even have enough chakra left over to make the jump. TCH, can't be helped, I guess. After resolving myself and crossing my fingers that my new jutsu would work, I pulled together my chakra and activated the technique, instantly disappearing from Tobi's dimension. Thud! I groaned as I lay flat on hard ground next to one of my special kunai. My body ached and hurt everywhere. Taking a quick look around me, I inwardly rejoiced and noticed that I actually made it back. At that moment, a large shadow was cast over my body before I saw the four tails fly through the air and crash into the ground not too far away from me. Well, seems that Naruto and B are still doing okay. I said to myself. Yup, my chakra is super low. With how low it is, I have one good attack left in me. How to get rid of Tobi with my one good attack left? I pondered as I remained sitting on the ground. Boom! A large crater appeared next to me as something crashed by. As the smoke and debris dissipated, it revealed Naruto's form, who walked out of the crater in complete anger as he shouted, Madara! Damn you! Bring back Izaya! Right and dash! Before he could finish his sentence, he took notice of me sitting on the ground next to where he crashed. Izaya? Izaya? What? But how data bayo? I smirked and slowly stood up. What can I say? I'm not so easy to get rid of. At that moment, Tobi widened his eyes in extreme shock. I am possible. How did you escape? Even with the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, it should be impossible for you to return. He quickly had all six-tailed beasts return to his side and began having them create six-tailed beast spawns. I sneered, as this was exactly the kind of opportunity one was waiting for. With the last of my chakra, this should do it. I forced the rest of my chakra into my right eye and said, Amaterasu. Immediately the six-tailed beasts lit up in black flames and screamed out in agony, forcing them to stop their tailed beast bombs. The mass of energy they accumulated dropped and exploded in their midst, causing a giant explosion. After the dust and debris dissipated, all six-tailed beasts had turned back into their Jinchuriki forms, causing Toby to frown as he utilized his Kamui and removed the black flames from their body. The giant 10-tailed statue opened its mouth and sucked in the battered Jinchuriki before disappearing in a cloud of white smoke. I smiled as I sensed Toby's chakra getting low and said, "Seems our battle will have to be postponed." Toby scowled as he slung the gunby fan on his back and began to slowly vanish. Before he completely disappeared, his dark voice echoed in the surrounding area. "This won't be the last of our encounter. I will have the 8 and 9 tails." The second he completely vanished, I dropped to the ground only to be caught in the arms of Hanabi, who had tears in her eyes. She gripped me tight and struggled to let out, "Why, you disappeared. I thought that I would never see you again." "Idiot!" I closed my eyes and let myself rest in Hanabi's embrace while everyone else remained silent for a moment, taking in everything that had just happened, staring at all the destruction in front of them. The surrounding area was littered full of giant cracks, trenches, craters, hot lava, and steaming rocks. There was no indication of any snow ever being present in the first place. I winced in pain as I felt the burn marks on my body start to ache. Hanabi quickly supported my frame over her shoulder and brought me to the field hospital. "Thanks, Hanabi." She quickly blinked away her watery eyes and nodded. "Just hurry up and get better." I smiled and squeezed her hand comfortingly as I lay down on a mattress and tied my blindfold back on. Tsunade made her way over with great haste and began emergency treatment, healing my wounds as she said, "How reckless of you. Fighting 6 perfect Jinchuriki like that and then fighting against 6 fully transformed tailed beasts. Honestly, I don't know what to say." I smiled as I noticed that while it seemed like Lord Fifth was scolding me, she was actually smiling in relief. Naruto and B also stood by my bedside as Naruto chimed in, "Izaya, thanks for saving me from Madara earlier. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have been caught in his technique." "I'm sorry. But the next time Madara shows up, we'll pummel him for sure." B nodded as he crossed his arms and started rhyming, "Naruto is right. You really put up a fight, yo. We thought that you were gone, but you showed us we were wrong." "Oh yeah." Tsunade quickly finished healing my major wounds and patched up my arms and legs in bandages. "Alright, that should do it, Izaya. Get some rest. Your wounds should be completely healed by tomorrow. With Naruto and B here, we should be able to take care of anything unexpected. After you've rested up, you can give your report to HQ. Since you were able to escape Madara's technique, that information will be valuable." I nodded my head and replied, "Actually, his ability isn't that hard to understand, so I'll just tell you now. It's a space-time ninjutsu that lets him transport objects close to his vicinity into another dimension unique to him." Tsunade gave a thoughtful look. "I see. Well, I still want a full report later. For now, go and rest." I thanked Tsunade and quickly said my goodbyes to everyone else before Hanabi dragged me away. As we left the field hospital's tent, we were greeted by a large crowd of people who started saying words of gratitude and encouragement. "Vice Captain, please sign an autograph for me when you have the time." "Vice Captain, that was amazing. Get some rest." "Vice Captain, you are my new goal." "Vice Captain, thanks for your hard work." "I always believed in you, Vice Captain." "Haha, that was expected of Konoha's legendary White Flash. To fight against 6 perfect Jinchuriki and stop 3 tailed beast bombs. Then fight against Madara and 6 fully transformed tailed beasts alongside Naruto and B. Vice Captain, you're just like the god of shinobi in the legends." "You mean like the first Hokage Senju Hashirama?" Yeah, just like him." "Right, the first Hokage could probably fight against 6 perfect Jinchuriki and stop 3 tailed beast bombs also, right? Vice Captain can even use the wood style. Wasn't the first Hokage hailed as the god of shinobi?" "Hey, doesn't that mean Izaya is like another god of shinobi?" "You think so?" "God of shinobi. Konoha's white flash and god of shinobi. Amazing! Vice Captain, just how much more power are you hiding from us? It doesn't matter, I'm just glad Vice Captain is on our side. Yeah. Hey, don't forget about Naruto and B, they were awesome too. Oh right! To think that they could control the power of their tailed beasts so well. As we continued to walk through camp hearing everyone's conversation, I started feeling a bit uncomfortable, so I leaned down whispering in Hanabi's ears, "Please hurry, I'd rather be out of public sight right now." Hanabi nodded and quickly pulled me along to her tent, finally out of the open. I let out a soft sigh of relief. Oof! I groaned as Hanabi quickly pulled me into a tight hug. "That was dangerous of you," she said softly. A warm smile graced my lips at the feel of being in Hanabi's warm embrace. "I know. You could have gotten seriously injured. I know. You could have died. I know. I thought I lost you forever. Madara attacked Naruto and I know you saved him, but why does it have to be you? What if you never came back?" "I know." Hanabi frowned. "Stop saying I know. If you know, then don't do it. It's bad for my heart." Before I could respond, she covered my mouth with her soft, smooth hand. "Don't say anything. I'm just venting my frustration. I know what kind of person you are. And I chose to be with you, so I'll deal with it somehow." I felt my heart skip a beat at her words and grabbed her waist, lifting her into the air, and smiled at her. I knew my girlfriend was understanding. She pouted at the difference in our physical strength and smacked my arms. "Put me down." "No. Izaya." I smirked and spun her in a circle, causing her to let out a small scream and laugh. "Ah! Haha! Izaya, stop." After confirming that she was smiling again, I slowed down my step and came to a halt, bringing her close to my chest and into a tight hug. "I'm sorry. I know you were scared, but I had to. Fighting by myself was the only way to ensure minimal casualties. And I couldn't let him get his hands on Naruto and the Nine Tails, since that's what he wants the most." Hanabi buried her face in my chest with a frown. "HMPF. At what cost though?" I leaned back while still holding Hanabi in my arms and forced us both to fall down on her mattress, prompting another startled scream from her. I rolled us over so she was beneath my frame, our face just inches apart. Instead of thinking about what bad outcomes might happen, let's just enjoy the happy ones. Hanabi let out a soft sigh. "You really are an idiot. I'm mad at you, but I'll let it go. This time." I smiled and quickly leaned down to kiss her lips, which put a smile back on Hanabi's face. "Cheater," she whispered. "Yup." I acknowledged as I gave her another kiss. This time the kiss between us was deeper and longer. The second our lips separated, we both took a deep breath and then locked our lips once more. I slid my tongue between her soft, sweet lips, wanting to explore as much of her as I could. She let me in with no resistance. I felt the soft touch of her tongue on mine as they pushed, pulled, and gently caressed the other. I was getting lightheaded, drunk on her taste. I felt her hands roam over my back, then to my chest, before feeling her slip her soft, milky hands under my shirt and touch my abs. I let out a soft and deep grunt from her actions and grabbed her right hip, pulling her body closer to mine while letting the weight of my body fall on my left arm so I wouldn't crush her fragile frame. I nestled my face into the nape of her neck and took in deep and heavy breaths. "Hanabi, we can't, we shouldn't, I'm losing my willpower here." Hanabi struggled to calm down her own breathing as she felt her entire body heat up. "Izaya, do you trust me?" I simply nodded my head against the side of her neck, which caused Hanabi's body to shudder from the warm, tickling sensation of my soft, snow-white hair. "Then, let me see your eyes, please." I took a momentary silent pause and finally calmed my breathing down before lifting up my head to look Hanabi in the face. "All right," I replied softly. Keeping my eyes shut, I slowly and expertly untied the blindfold with one hand before dropping it on the side of the mattress. I could feel Hanabi staring at me in anticipation, causing the corner of my lips to rise in a slight smile. After a few seconds passed between us, I slowly opened my eyes, revealing the bright blood-colored black Tomo pattern Sharingan. I felt Hanabi's body shake the moment our eyes made contact, and I felt her slightly shift her body a bit. 1 second passed between us in complete silence as we locked eyes. Then another and another. A comfortable silence filled the room as we stared at each other. Before long, a strange feeling passed through me. It was as if staring at Hanabi's eyes allowed me to feel everything that she was, all of her warmth and love and compassion and playfulness, but all of that slowly drove me to a single growing emotion within, desire. I surmised that she must have been feeling something similar as I watched her bite the corner of her lip and suck in a deep breath. Her small action just now broke me completely, so I suspended both her hands above her head in a tight grip with my left and reclaimed her lips in a wild frenzy. Just a little more. Hanabi. I won't go too far, yet. But I need to feel you. Please. I let out between deep breaths and beta kisses, letting my right hand roam free. MMPF. Izaya. And not fair. She let out in soft moans as she struggled to free her arms. I smirked against the nape of her neck and released one of her hands before grinding my body into hers, forcing out a moan from Hanabi. Ah! MMPF. Izaya. Her free hand gripped the back of my hair as her legs pulled my body deeper and closer into her own. For a while the only sounds within the tent were heavy breathing, soft sighs, low moans, and the sweet cry of our names. At some point we had fallen asleep. I woke up first since I was a pretty light sleeper. Not only was I trained to be that way from my past life, but I also trained that way in this one. On top of that, I hated falling asleep too deeply since my mind was plagued by nightmares of death, murder, and torture. Although it's been getting a bit better now since sometimes I dream of Hanabi, my dreams are still mostly filled with nightmares. By now it had already turned completely dark outside. I sat up and took a look around the darkroom, seeing my shirt laying on the ground next to my blindfold and Muramasa. Turning my head, I caught sight of Hanabi's ripped shirt strewn across the room and smiled happily to myself before looking down at her peacefully sleeping form. I listened to the calming sound of Hanabi's breathing and laid back down beside her, pulling the blanket up to cover her exposed shoulders. This action prompted Hanabi to turn around, so she was facing me as she slowly opened her eyes. Izaya? She said with a soft yawn. I smiled at her cuteness before replying, sorry. Did I wake you? Hanabi shook her head and snuggled closer to my chest. It's fine. I was just checking to see if you were still here. My heart skipped a beat as I thought to myself, honestly, she's too cute. I draped my arm around her, holding her close, and rubbed small comforting circles on her back. I'm still here. Go back to sleep. Okay. Oh, and Izaya? Happy late birthday. I smiled at her words and dipped my head down to kiss her forehead. You're going to be the death of me. Hanabi pouted, I better. Wait, what do you mean by I better? It means, you do so much dangerous stuff already that you'd probably live longer if I happen to be the death of you instead. Ha 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 ha. Hanabi pouted. What's so funny about that? You know it's true. She grumbled towards the end. I smiled and squeezed her frame closer to me. Well, what you said is oddly romantic. Hanabi smiled into my chest. Heh, you know it's true. Okay, don't worry. I plan to live for much longer, so I guess you'll have to put up with me for a long time to come. Hanabi felt her heart flutter and snuggled as close as she could to my chest. Good. Chapter 55, Everyone Gathers. 3 days had passed since Tobi attacked with his Jinchuriki, but there was no sign of him since that incident, I thought to myself as I laid in bed. I turned my head to see Hanabi getting dressed in her battle outfit and did my best not to pounce her. She took notice of my staring and smiled. Seen enough? I took a moment, committing to memory her half-naked, half-dressed look, and took a deep breath to steady the slightly quickened heart beating in my chest. I smiled warmly and playfully and shook my head in response to her. Nope. I think you have to start over. I watched her slowly walk over to me and bend down close to my face. Just as I leaned in to kiss her lips, she stopped and ruffled my hair. Hey! I exclaimed in surprise. Hanabi stood back up and laughed. Ha ha ha. It's time to get up, Izaya. I let out a soft sigh, plopping back down on the bed. Not fair, Hanabi. What about my morning kiss? Not unless you wake up. I know you're only refraining from getting up so you don't have to face everyone outside. I let out another sigh. It's been 3 days. 3 days! I don't think I'm gonna get used to being called God of Shinobi all the time. My power isn't even close to that level. It's an undeserving title. I felt the side of the bed dip down a bit as Hanabi sat next to me and ran her fingers through my hair, something new that she had been doing lately, but I found it oddly relaxing, even though it made me feel like she was treating me like a pet dog sometimes. Izaya, you're just gonna have to get used to it. You can't predict how everyone's going to react. That just shows you how incredible everyone thinks you are. You're Konoha's White Flash, the Blind Warrior, the Lone Ninja, and now God of Shinobi. Don't worry though, you aren't alone. Kimimaro is being called Bone Demon Kimimaro. In fact, since he's so skilled in taijutsu, he's also being called Konoha's Pale Beast. I shifted my head and looked up at Hanabi, surprised. Really? Since when did people start calling Maro as Konoha's Pale Beast? That sounds just like Might Guy being referred to as Konoha's Blue Beast and Rock Lee as Konoha's Green Beast. Hanabi shrugged her shoulders. I don't know, it just happened one day and I guess it stuck around with people. Besides, I hear you two aren't the only ones gaining a lot of recognition. I heard Haku is being called Silent Killer Haku, Frost Needle Haku, Thousand Needle Haku, and even Ocean Sage Haku. Oh, and get this, Sasuke is being called Demon Eye Sasuke, Sasuke of the Sharingan, and the Dark Fire Shinobi. So you don't have to feel so embarrassed anymore. Once more I let out a sigh in defeat. Hanabi smirked. You'll start sounding like an old man if you sigh so much. It's still so early in the morning. I nodded my head and finally got dressed. Just as I finished strapping Muramasa to my waist, I grabbed Hanabi's hand. Hanabi, I'm leaving today. I'm going back out to search for Kabuto. After hearing what I said, she frowned but nodded silently. I knew you'd have to get back to that at some point. Don't worry about us here. Even if Madara does come back, we should be able to handle him. Naruto and B are still here and they've recovered by now. Also, the 1st Division finally won their battle yesterday and are heading to our location along with the other half of the 2nd Division, 3rd Division, 4th Division, and 5th Division. Even the White Zetsu army has been completely defeated. The only ones remaining are Uzumaki Ashina, the 2nd Hokage Tobirama, and the 3rd Raikage, who Ashina managed to unseal before the scouting party we sent after him arrived. And of course Madara and Kabuto. I nodded my head in agreement. The lives lost in the war though. Hanabi nodded in sorrow as well. I heard. Asuma-sensei died. Choza died too. Baki from Sunagakure and Dodai and C from Kumogakure also died. A whole lot of other shinobi passed away as well. I hope the war ends soon. I stepped forward and gave Hanabi a tight hug. She looked up at me as I looked down at her. A peaceful silence fell between us as she tiptoed on her feet while I lowered my head and we shared an intimate kiss. Be careful, she whispered. You too, I whispered back before teleporting away. Hanabi stared at the empty spot I was just at for a few seconds before saying, I don't think I'll ever get used to that. She walked out of her tent and over to HQ, seeing Tsunade deep in thought writing a letter. After another minute passed, Tsunade finally put down her pen and folded the letter up, placing it in an envelope and sent it off with a bird. She finally took notice of Hanabi's presence in the room and said, Oh. Hanabi! You're up. Where's Izaya? He better still not be asleep. Hanabi smiled and shook her head. No, he left already to resume his search for Kabuto. Tsunade let out a sigh. He didn't even bother to walk through the camp, eh? Hanabi let out a soft sigh. He says he feels a bit embarrassed that people are still calling him God of Shinobi. Just as Tsunade stood up from her seat and opened her mouth to say something, two wooden coffins with ceiling tags popped up randomly in the HQ tent, startling everyone inside. "What the hell?" Tsunade exclaimed. She walked over to the two wooden coffins and shook her head as she read the note attached. Hanabi tilted her head in confusion and asked, "Lord Fifth, what does the note say?" Tsunade clicked her tongue. "TCH, Hanabi, you should teach your boyfriend a bit of discretion. Honestly, that guy is a bit too random sometimes. He could at least give us a heads up." Hanabi blinked her eyes, still confused, and smiled awkwardly. "Haha, I apologize for Izaya's behavior. He can be a bit unconventional at times, but I promise I'm sure he means well." Tsunade just waved her hands. "It's fine. I'm not reprimanding him or anything, so no need to be so defensive for him. These two wooden coffins contain the sealed Itachi and Nagato. Izaya sent them here since we haven't heard word of Ashina's whereabouts for the past 20 hours. We've secured all the sealed reanimated shinobi by now except for these two, since it wasn't the Allied forces that sealed them away. Izaya was worried that Ashina would make his way to their body, so I guess he got there first and sent them here." Just as Tsunade finished saying what she had to say, a loud commotion was heard from outside HQ. "What's going on now?" Tsunade questioned aloud as she walked out of the tent. The moment she walked out, she was greeted by the sight of the rest of the Allied shinobi forces. The 1st Division led by Darui, the 3rd Division currently being temporarily led by Guy and Sakura, the 4th Division led by Gaara, and the 5th Division led by Mifune. With all the major battlefields won, everyone had decided to gather where HQ was stationed. After a few hours passed getting everyone settled into their camps, the major leaders of the Allied forces sat around a large table inside HQ's tent. They were Tsunade, Gaara, Inoki, Darui, Kuratsuchi, Guy, Mifune, Shikamaru, and Ino. Tsunade was the first to speak. "Shikamaru, tell us the status of the overall situation." He nodded and replied, "The war began on October 6th. It's currently December 12th. Over these months we finally defeated the White Zetsu army and sealed away most of the reanimated shinobi. Unfortunately, there is still the reanimated Ashina, 2nd Hokage, and 3rd Raikage left to seal. Kakashi, Sasuke, Haku, Sai, Lord 3rd Hokage, the 4th Raikage, Kimimaro, and Neji are searching for them. Izaya is currently searching for the whereabouts of Kabuto. He has a good idea of where Kabuto might be, so we'll leave it to him. As for Madara, we don't know what he's up to. He attacked us 3 days ago, but thanks to Izaya, Naruto, and B, they were able to force Madara to retreat. The total casualty loss on our side is extensive. We began the war with over 80,000 shinobi and samurai, but only a little more than 42,000 are left. Once again, the only enemies left are Madara, Kabuto, Ashina, the 2nd Hokage, and the 3rd Raikage. Now that all members of the Alliance have won their battlefields, it's only a matter of hunting down the leftover enemy." Everyone in the room nodded in silence, as they were glad that the war was slowly coming to an end, but felt that the cost to get this far was too much, as nearly half of the entire Allied shinobi forces had been wiped out. The ground slowly began to tremble and loud noises of combat could be heard from outside, quickly prompting everyone in the room to rush out. They were all greeted by the sight of Ashina, Tobirama, and the 3rd Raikage locked in combat against Hiruzen, Kakashi, Haku, Sasuke, Neji, Kimimaro, and the 4th Raikage, whilst Sai sat hovering in the air waiting for a chance to seal one of the reanimated shinobi. Ting! Cling! Bang! Boom! Dust and debris kicked up in the air as both sides separated from each other to create some distance. Tsunade and Sakura quickly rushed over and began healing as Tsunade asked, "What's the situation?" Kakashi narrowed his eyes, focusing on the enemy shinobi as he replied, "Lord Fifth, after preventing them from unsealing the other Kages and Jiraiya, we tracked them non-stop for several days. We were finally able to catch up thanks to the 4th Raikage, Kimimaro, and Neji cutting them off in a pincer attack. Unfortunately, they've been really tricky to deal with since they keep moving about. It seems like Kabuto was controlling their movements and had them come here. I'm guessing this is where the enemy is planning to make their final stand. Gaara frowned and prepared for battle while saying, if this is where the enemy is planning to make their final stand, then that's fine for us. While the Mizukage is protecting the feudal lords, the rest of us have all gathered here. Our collective might should be enough to stop them. Hiruzen clutched onto his summoned adamantine staff and furrowed his brow before adding, indeed we have everyone's combined strength, but we must be cautious in how we handle these three enemies. None of them are ordinary. Inoki, Gaara, you two should once again combine your might to defeat the third Reikage like last time, but this time have the fourth Reikage assist you both. Haku, Kimimaro, Tsunade, you three handle Lord Second Hokage. Sasuke, Kakashi, you both assist me in dealing with Ashina. He's tricky to deal with due to his mastery over Fuinjutsu. Even I am not privy to all of his secret techniques, and the ones I am aware of are all incredibly dangerous. One wrong move and it will be the end of your life. Before anyone could even respond, a small ripple in the air appeared as a figure slowly popped into existence. Inoki scowled. Uchiha Madara. So you decide to show yourself. Naruto and B quickly jumped down to join the others and prepared to fight as well. Tobi stood next to Ashina, Tobirama, and the third Reikage before scoffing at everyone. Well, it seems that Izaya is not here. That'll make destroying you all even easier. The fourth Reikage frowned and responded, what does Izaya being here have to do with anything? Even without him here will be enough to crush you. Tobi laughed as he stared at everyone. Izaya is the only one amongst all you shinobi that I had actually been quite wary of. After all, he has been the one to consistently throw my plans out of array. First Itachi, then Nagato, and now I find out that his strength is at a level that lets him duel against even several-tailed beasts when he isn't a Jinchuriki himself. With style, Flying Thunder God, Mangekyo Sharingan, he can even escape from my space-time ninjutsu. Reflecting in hindsight, he should have been the first one I killed. But no matter, I merely admire his skill and give credit where credit is due. In the end he'll still end up like the rest of you. Locked away in the infinite Tsukiyomi. Naruto clenched his fist as he immediately entered his complete Nine Tails chakra cloak and shouted, that's not gonna happen. We'll stop you and put an end to this war. Tobi weaved the signs for the summoning jutsu and placed his hands on the ground, calling forth the giant Ten-Tails statue. Then I'd like to see you try. At that moment Tobirama standing nearby weaved the hand signs for the summoning jutsu as well and placed his hands on the ground. Two wooden coffins rose up next to him as everyone became extremely wary since they hadn't expected there to be any more reanimated summons joining the war. The wooden covers slowly fell to the ground, revealing two reanimated shinobi that stood unmoving. White steam rose in the air off of their bodies as they slowly came back to life. Everyone immediately felt cold sweat drip down their backs and foreheads as they stared at the two newly summoned reanimated shinobi. Hiruzen stared in shock and disbelief as he stuttered, I am possible. That's Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. How? Naruto widened his eyes in shock and asked, Old Gramps Third, what do you mean Madara? Isn't Madara the guy wearing the mask over there? Inoki shook his head as he also felt disbelief wash over him. No, Naruto. That reanimated shinobi is definitely the real Madara. He looks just the same as he did back then. But it's not only Madara. Even the first Hokage has been revived. Naruto clenched his fist. Then if that masked guy isn't Madara, who is he? Gaara stood out and got serious as he replied, it doesn't matter. He still needs to be stopped. Third Hokage, it appears we need to rethink our strategy. Hiruzen nodded. It would seem so. It was at this moment the Mizukage appeared next to Tsunade. Tsunade turned her head in surprise. Mizukage, you arrived just in time. How did you know? May, the Mizukage prepared herself for battle and replied, it was Shikamaru who informed me of the situation. With the Hokage's protection squad they were able to teleport me to you with the Flying Thunder God Jutsu marked on your body. Inoki nodded acknowledging May's presence but spoke up, it's good that everyone is gathered, but we need a new strategy. Does anyone have any brilliant plans? Shikamaru quickly entered everyone's thoughts with Ino's help and said, I have a suggestion. Haku, you'll have to take on the second Hokage on your own. You were able to fight him evenly last time, so you'll have to do so again. Naruto, B, Sasuke, Kakashi, Guy, you 5 take point on fighting the Masked Man and his reanimated Jinchuriki. 4th Raikage, Lord 5th Hokage, 5th Mizukage, 3rd Tsuchikage, 5th Kazekage, you 5 are the 5 Kage of the 5 great nations and possess the greatest strength out of everyone. You must take on Madara and the 1st Hokage. Lord 3rd Hokage, you know Ashina's powers the best. You must face him and take him down. Kimimaro will provide you assistance. As for the 3rd Raikage, we'll have the division captains face him. So that'll be up to Darui, Kuratsuchi, and Mifune. We'll have the allied forces provide assistance to all battlefields. Everyone quickly nodded in agreement. All the while on the other side the reanimated Madara looked at Hashirama and said, Well, Hashirama. This was unexpected. I was not expecting to be revived in this form. Nor was I expecting you to be revived alongside me. Hashirama frowned and replied, Madara, was this your doing? No. As you can see, I am also currently a reanimated corpse. Hashirama focused his power and attempted to break free from the control of the reanimation, but to no avail. Madara smirked as he watched Hashirama. There's no need to try anymore. Even I am unable to break free from this jutsu currently. You and I were brought back with quite a bit of power, but because we are dead we were not brought back with our full power. Hashirama let out a deep sigh in regret and said, It appears that whoever the caster of this reanimation jutsu is, they have enhanced the binding with Sage Mode. They most also likely used my cells to increase the power of the binding. Madara merely nodded. It would seem so. It's a shame I won't be getting to fight against you. He then noticed Toby standing not too far away and frowned before asking, Why are you wearing that mask? No need to be shy. And it appears that this is a newly formed allied shinobi force. Their headbands say shinobi. By the way, what happened to Nagato? This was not the form I was supposed to be revived in. Toby frowned and unhooked the gunby fan from his back before tossing it over to Madara, who caught it. Toby then proceeded to say, Nagato betrayed us. I am only wearing this mask so no one would recognize me. That way I could instill fear into the heart of the world as Madara. Madara laughed, ha ha ha. But you are Madara. Madara is he who rejects the world. Everyone frowned as they listened to Madara and Toby's conversation, becoming extremely confused at how the two knew each other and what they were talking about. Hashirama frowned as he said, Madara. So you plan this? In a way. Not everything seems to be going according to plan, but since I've been revived in this form I can help steer everything along. I do find it a pity that you are revived as a member of this allied force, Hashirama. If you stood with this newly formed shinobi alliance, then perhaps some of them would still survive. However, as you are bound by this jutsu and forced to fight against them alongside me, I'm afraid none of them will be leaving alive today. Madara! Don't go overboard! Do your best to resist the binding. Hashirama shouted. Madara only shrugged. Hashirama closed his eyes and immediately sat down, saying, Everyone, do not approach me. My body is set to counter all of you. I am currently doing my best to restrain my body with my own power and preventing it from moving forward. However, if you approach me and attack, my focus will wane and I may end up losing complete control. Madara scoffed. Very well, Hashirama. You can just sit there and look pretty. I will deal with these shinobi on my own. Even if you don't join me in killing them all, it won't mean much. They'll still die in the end. The only difference is that they may last a bit longer than if you had joined in from the start. A palpable tension soon filled the air as both sides stared at the other. Madara smirked when he noticed that no one from the allied forces made a move first, so he cracked his knuckles and jumped down shouting, Fire style, majestic destroyer flame jutsu. A giant blast of fire spanning a wide area immediately erupted on the battlefield, prompting Mei to rush out and counter by shouting, "Water style, water pillar jutsu." Immediately a giant clash of fire and water caused a large fume of steam to erupt in the air. After Madara's initial attack, the other reanimated shinobi followed suit and engaged in fierce combat against the allied forces. Bang! Boom! Bang! Ting! Cling! No! Run! Watch out! Dodge it! Move! Help! Bang! Boom! He's too fast. My arm. Fire style, for Crap, they're too strong. Don't falter. The 5 Kage are fighting alongside us. Shit. Brother! No! Father! Don't come closer! Screams of terror and cries of death rang throughout the battlefield as Madara and the others continued to lay waste to the Shinobi Alliance. Even though the other Kages tried to help, with a disoriented mob of shinobis thrown into the mix, it was difficult for any of them to fight with their true power, and so the death rate continued to climb. Hashirama, who was sitting not too far away, scowled at his powerlessness to do anything and could only put his faith in the current 5 Kage and the allied forces. Inoki frowned at the state of chaos the battlefield was in and quickly shouted, "Everyone! Stay back! We 5 Kage will take on Madara. The rest of you wait for a chance to help support us and the other battlefields." At Inoki's loud command, the allied forces quickly withdrew to the side, creating enough space for Mei to activate her lava-style jutsu, creating a large pool of murky acidic fluid that sprayed straight at Madara. Madara quickly jumped backwards and into the air, only to be met with the Raikage punch. Just before Madara fell into the large murky lava, he activated his Susanoo, protecting his body from being melted. As the Raikage jumped down to strike down Madara, he had his Susanoo punch the Raikage away with its 2 left fists. Inoki quickly appeared in the air above Madara and shouted, "Particle style, atomic dismantling jutsu." A large silver-white cube formed in his hands and shot straight towards Madara, who transformed his Mangekyo into the Rinnegan and absorbed Inoki's attack. This instantly left the 5 Kage baffled and shocked. Before they could say anything else, Madara placed his hands together and shouted, "Wood style, deep forest emergence." Hashirama and the 5 Kage opened their eyes wide in shock again as they watched Madara devastate the landscape. Gaara quickly created sand platforms for the other Kages to stand on so they wouldn't be caught in Madara's jutsu. While they continued to engage in combat, Naruto, Kakashi, Guy, Bee, and Sasuke engaged Tobi and his tailed beasts in a fierce fight. Bang! Boom! Just as Sasuke's sword was about to slice off Tobi's head, he phased right through, cutting nothing but air. Before Tobi could strike down Sasuke, Naruto arrived from above and struck down with a Rasengan, forcing Tobi to phase right through the ground and disappear. Before Naruto and Sasuke could be hit by the 3 tails, Bee transformed into the 8 tails and quickly arrived to smash the 3 tails right in the face, sending it flying through the air. The 2, 5, and 7 tails charged up 3-tailed beast bombs and shot them forth, to which Naruto jumped forwards in his 9 tails chakra cloak and knocked the 3 bombs off into the distance. Tobi reappeared and grabbed Guy, preparing to suck him into his Kamui dimension when Kakashi quickly arrived and struck out with his Raikiri, forcing Tobi to release Guy and slip through Kakashi's attack. Their battle raged on for another hour or so before Tobi reappeared off into the distance, his mask full of cracks and tears, until finally, it broke into pieces. The first to react was Kakashi and Guy, who were incredibly shocked. "Why, you're Obito!" "No! Impossible! How? Why?" Kakashi exclaimed in confusion and disbelief. Guy furrowed his brow, also greatly confused, but retained a level head. Naruto frowned and asked, "Who's Obito?" Guy, seeing that Kakashi was still in a state of shock, replied instead, "He used to be a comrade of ours and a fellow classmate. He was a member of Kakashi's team back in the day. We thought he died during the Third Great Ninja War." Obito stared at Kakashi with indifference as he prepared his next attack. Kakashi's body shook involuntarily as his mind and emotions were in complete turmoil. Obito! Why? You were alive this entire time. Why didn't you come back? Why didn't you let me know? Why are you doing this? Obito scoffed at Kakashi and replied, who cares? You don't have to feel so remorseful, Kakashi. But, if you really need an answer, then I guess it's because you let Rin die. No matter, I've long since gotten over it. There's no need for me to care about this kind of messed up reality. I will amend this world and make it right. Naruto, hearing everything going on, gritted his teeth and shouted, Kakashi-sensei. This is no time to be depressed. Right now we need to stop what he's trying to do. Naruto is right. Kakashi. Right now the fate of the world rests in our hands. Guy remarked. Sasuke frowned as he stared between Kakashi and Obito before chiming in, Kakashi. I don't know what really went on between you two or who this Rin person is, but I'm guessing you couldn't save her in the end. I guess you couldn't save this guy either. You once said a long time ago when we were still Genin that you wouldn't let your friends die. I'm guessing you became like that after you couldn't save this Rin and Obito person. Then you told me when I returned to the village that I shouldn't try to do everything on my own. You should practice a bit of what you preach. Kakashi. I'm not very good with words. But if Izaya were here, I'm sure he'd say something like, no burden is too heavy to carry. As long as you realize that you don't have to carry it alone. You may not know it, but there are those around you who are always ready to step in and give a helping hand when you least expect it. You don't have to wallow in the darkness alone. Don't forget everything that has happened that has gotten you to this point. And in the end, if you still have feelings of guilt and lingering regret left over, then the only way you can repent is by living and doing all you can to make right by them. So you don't have time to feel depressed. I'm sure he'd say something like that. Kakashi widened his eyes in surprise at Sasuke's words. He never took Sasuke as one who would be able to formulate his words so well. On top of that, he never imagined Sasuke would ever talk this much either. At that moment, Sakura arrived before Kakashi and began healing his injuries as Naruto and Sasuke stood out in front of him. Kakashi felt his emotions stir as he looked around him to see Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto by his side before hearing Sasuke speak once more, besides, I am your student after all. It is only natural that the student take on his sensei's burdens as well. If you no longer have the will or strength to protect those around you, then leave it to me. I'll do it for you. Naruto and Sakura smiled at Sasuke's words and they both said at the same time, no. Leave it to us. After all, together we are Team 7. Kakashi felt his eyes water as he looked at Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura and once more remembered the feeling of wanting to do everything he could to ensure the safety of his precious students. He quickly blinked away his tears and stood up, healed from Sakura's medical ninjutsu, and clenched his fist with a newfound resolve. Yeah, you guys are right. I'm sorry for showing my students such a pathetic side of me. We are Team 7. I feel a bit ashamed, but please help me carry this burden of mine. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura nodded with confidence and said, Amen. We'll deal with him together. Guy, standing off to the side, scratched the side of his cheek, being completely forgotten by the others, and mumbled to himself, don't forget about me, I'm still here too. Where's my team? Obito smirked amusedly as he watched everything play out and laughed before placing his hands together. The large statue of the 10 Tails opened its mouth, releasing purple dragon chains that bound all of the tailed beasts under his control and dragged them back into the statue. He then placed his hands on the ground and shouted, Uchiha Flame Formation Barrier. A giant red barrier immediately formed itself around the 10 Tails statue as Obito stood unmoving from his spot with a sinister smile. You lot are a bunch of persistent cockroaches. I suppose I'll have to speed things along. Even without the full 8 or 9 tails, it should be fine. I'll just use 10 tails to capture them for me. This caused Kakashi, Guy, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura to frown in confusion as a bad premonition flitted past their minds, while not too far away was Madara, who was locked in battle against the 5 Kage. Madara furrowed his brow as he took notice of Obito's actions and said to himself, HMPF. He's going to prematurely awaken the 10 tails? How hasty. It appears he can't handle his opponents. Guess I shouldn't keep playing around with the 5 Kage then and help capture the 8 and 9 tails. At this moment, with the help of the allied shinobi forces, the third Reikage was finally successfully sealed away again. However, they couldn't find a chance to help the 5 Kage defeat Madara, so they opted to help seal away Ashina, Tobirama, and defeat Obito. The problem was that Ashina had summoned more than 8 different kinds of creatures onto the battlefield, each with their own unique characteristics and strength, preventing the alliance from interfering with Tobirama and Haku's fight, as well as Obito and his tailed beasts. The third Hokage, who was engaged in a fight against Ashina along with Kimimaro, also warned the alliance members to keep their distance from Ashina, else they'd be subject to being sealed away by one of the Uzumaki clan's secret sealing jutsus. Hiruzen dashed forwards and struck downwards with his staff, prompting Ashina to dodge to the side, where, at that instant, Kimimaro created a protrusion of hundreds of bones to appear from the ground to impale Ashina. Unfortunately, the attack failed as Ashina quickly summoned another creature that took the hit for him before jumping back and arriving by Hashirama's side. Hashirama immediately had a bad premonition and shouted, "No! Ashina, don't!" Ashina let out a sigh and shook his head apologetically. "I'm sorry, Hashirama. My body is moving on its own. It appears the enemy has decided that you can no longer sit out of this battle." He then placed his hands on Hashirama's back and said, "Seal." A circular patterned seal appeared on Hashirama's back, suppressing Hashirama's power by a small fraction, which immediately caused him to lose his power to resist the reanimation. He stood up and clenched his fist before yelling out, "Everyone! I no longer possess the strength to resist the reanimation. Prepare yourselves." He then placed his hands together and created thousands upon thousands of giant wood tendrils that erupted from the ground, aiming to destroy the alliance. Everyone, including the 5 Kage and Hiruzen, immediately felt panicked. They were already having a hard enough time dealing with Madara and Ashina, and now that they had to face Hashirama as well, which only made them feel despair, but they did their best not to show what they felt on their faces. Haku, who was currently engaged in combat against Tobirama, was also monitoring the situation and noted that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Just as he dodged an attack from Tobirama, a giant creature on the battlefield summoned from Ashina appeared behind him and opened its giant maw to swallow him. Unable to dodge while in the air, he quickly weaved the signs for the summoning jutsu and placed his hands behind him. With a small puff of smoke, a tiny octopus appeared. Haku immediately widened his eyes in surprise, as he was hoping to summon either Mazu or Nade, but instead it was Deiko. Haku only had time to say one word, "Deiko?" Deiko let out a tiny, high-pitched evil laugh and quickly shoved Haku out of the way before the giant creature snapped its mouth shut, swallowing Deiko whole. Haku fell to the ground a little ways to the side and watched this play out, prompting his heart to skip a beat in panic. "No! Deku!" he shouted in anxiousness and anger. Just as Haku was going to make a move to save Deiko, he halted his footsteps and watched as the giant creature that swallowed Deiko started to swell abnormally in size. In less than a few seconds, it expanded to more than twice its original size, and a fraction of a second later 8 large tentacles pierced right through the creature's body, causing it to disappear in a puff of smoke. All that could be heard inside the white smoke was a loud, dark, and evil-sounding laugh. "Mwahaha! Ha! Freedom! So this is the world outside? Fear me! For I am Koromadako, the monster of the deep." Deiko's dark voice resounded for miles and miles, causing shivers to run down the spines of everyone who heard it. As the smoke cleared, it revealed a giant orange octopus 40 meters tall and wide. At that moment, the voices of disbelief, shock, fear, and astonishment could be heard all around. What the hell is that? It's the largest creature I've ever seen. It's bigger than even the tailed beasts. Is that an octopus? In no way! Wait! Didn't Ocean Sage Haku summon that thing? Then it's on our side? Amazing! Right? Ocean Sage Haku is amazing. Haku also stood in a daze as he stared at Deiko's current size and tilted his head in amazement that the little octopus no larger than his hand turned into a monster 40 meters large. In fact, Mazu had once told him that Deiko could grow large enough to swallow him, and Mazu was already about 25 meters tall and 40 meters long. That meant that Deiko could likely grow even larger in size than right now. Haku immediately snapped out of his thoughts as large wood tendrils made their way to him. He quickly dashed up on one of Deiko's tentacles and shouted, "Deiko! Watch out!" Deiko sneered and said, "Come closer to my body and hold on tight." Haku nodded and did as Deiko commanded. Right as he got close to Deiko's center body, Deiko curled up all 8 tentacles. The large wood tendrils arrived at this moment, so Deiko quickly torqued his body in a clockwise tornado motion and spun incredibly fast as he released all 8 of his tentacles, using them as a powerful whip that destroyed all the wood tendrils aimed at him and Haku. Large amounts of dust, debris, dirt, wood, and rocks flung through the air from the force that was generated. Tobirama, who was about to be caught up in the storm of the attack, quickly used his flying thunder god jutsu to teleport away just in time. Hashirama, who saw everything happen, nodded his head in approval and astonishment. "Excellent work, young one. Not only were you able to protect yourself, the force generated from your defense was strong enough to ablate most of the wood tendrils aimed at the Shinobi Alliance." Madara, who was not too far away, narrowed his eyes and whispered to himself, "It seems I really can't play around with the 5 Kage. Apparently the Alliance still has some interesting and capable shinobis left on their side. I'll wait just a tiny bit longer though before I go grab 8 and 9 tails myself. I'm curious to see how the Alliance will deal with Hashirama. And I think I'll join in the fight against that young shinobi instead. The 5 Kage are a bit boring to battle against." Madara jumped next to Hashirama and immediately activated his perfect Susanoo, slashing out with his blade, which cut off the top of several mountains in the distance. The force of the blow generated a wind so strong it blew the 5 Kage rolling off into the distance, creating several large craters. Hashirama scowled and yelled, "Madara! Didn't I say not to go overboard?" Madara scoffed. "You're one to talk. Utilizing your deep forest emergence to lay waste to the Alliance. Besides, your body is moving on its own anyways. Even you aren't in control of your own techniques." Hashirama frowned as he couldn't disagree with what Madara said. The next instant he placed his hands together and shouted, "Wood-style wood golem jutsu." A giant wooden human-like golem with a wood dragon on its back appeared, just as large as Madara's perfect Susanoo. The appearance of these 2 giants caused the Alliance to feel lost and hopelessness, as none of them had anything that could compete against the perfect Susanoo or the giant wood golem. Haku, who stood on top of Deiko's giant head, felt incredibly anxious as he stared at the titanic abilities of Madara and Hashirama. Deiko narrowed its eyes as well and said, "Well, I must hand it to those 2 shinobi over there. Those are 2 impressive techniques. In my largest size I can grow to about 80 meters tall. But those 2 behemoths over there are over 140 meters tall. You humans sure have some crazy abilities." Haku clicked his tongue, noticing the depressing mood of the Alliance. "TCH. I'm not giving up." He bit his thumb and let some blood leak out on his palms before shouting, "Summoning jutsu." 2 giant puffs of white smoke appeared, revealing Mazu and Nade. Mazu was the first to speak. "Kid, you called all 3 of us out? It seems you must really be in a bind." Nade furrowed its brow as he stared into the distance and replied, "Of course he's in a bind. Just look up ahead. Those 2 shinobi over there possess a freakish amount of chakra. Not only that, but the techniques they're using right now are downright out of this world. Even the 3 of us may not stand a chance against them. Probably only the great Aotatsumi could fight them head-on by himself." Haku quickly chimed in, "Please, Deiko, Nade, Mazu, I need your help to take down Madara and Hashirama." The 3 guardians of Ryugajo Palace nodded in seriousness. "Very well. Consider it done." Madara smirked in the distance as he stared at the 3 giant summonings and at Haku by their side, saying, "How amusing. This seems like it could be fun." That shinobi definitely seems worthy to tangle against. I'd never seen those kinds of summon creatures before. They possess some sort of deep power within them. The only thing I regret is not being alive to feel the raging blood and pounding heart in the heat of battle. Don't you agree, Hashirama? Hashirama clenched his fist and replied, I only hope he will be able to defeat us. Soon after, the perfect Susanoo, giant wood golem, and the three guardians began to move closer to engage in a battle unlike any ever seen before. Chapter 56, Battle for the World begins. Whoosh! A giant blue sword struck downwards at Mazu's head but was countered by a giant blue wave that arrived just in time for Nade's attack. Mazu slammed the ground with its tail and shouted, Heavenly Sage Art, Earth-style Grand Chasm Jutsu. The earth began to shake and tremble as a large trench in the ground opened up beneath both Madara's perfect Susanoo and Hashirama's wood golem. The trench was so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. Just as the perfect Susanoo and wood golem were falling down into the bottomless pit, the Susanoo spread open its wings and flew into the air while giant wood tendrils sprouted out from the sides of the trench, creating a foothold for the wood golem and lifted it back safely onto land. Deiko took this chance to whip out 3 of its giant 80-meter-long tentacles and whack the wood golem off balance while he used 2 of his other tentacles to grab the Susanoo's leg and slammed it back onto the ground. Bang! Boom! 2 giant craters formed from the fall of both the wood golem and the Susanoo. Nade took this chance to create a giant sphere of water that enveloped both the wood golem and the Susanoo. Haku quickly weaved his hand signs and shouted, Sage Art, Freezing Mist Jutsu. He breathed out a large cold frosty mist, freezing the water that held the golem and Susanoo. However, just before the mist could cover the entire water dome, it was slashed apart from a giant blue Susanoo's blade. Right after, 3 giant wood dragons erupted from underneath the ground and entangled Mazu, Deiko, and Nade in a tight vice grip hold, draining their chakra. Haku frowned and was about to activate a jutsu to help free the 3 guardians when another giant wood dragon appeared and wrapped itself around Haku. Ugh! Damn it! Haku cursed in frustration as he felt his strength leaving his body. Kimimaro immediately felt his heart clench as he monitored Haku's fight against Madara and Hashirama. He quickly calmed his emotions and said through gritted teeth, I won't let you hurt my brother. 9 dragons breathing, 8th breath. Maro circulated 8 cycles of deep breathing. After all this time, he had been able to formulate up to the 8th breath and laid the foundations for the 9th. He had yet to even activate up to the 6th breath during the entire war, but at this moment he went straight to activating the 8th. As soon as he finished taking in the 8th breath, his body released a dense purple aura that gave off a feeling of incredible power. He took one look at Hiruzen and said, I'm sorry, Hiruzen-sensei, Haku needs my help. Hiruzen nodded, go. I will hold off Ashina. Maro nodded and took one leap forward. The speed at which he moved was so incredibly fast that the sound and destruction left in the wake of his one leap didn't appear until after a fraction of a second later. Just as Madara threw out 4 Yasaka Magatama beads at the 3 guardians and Haku, a loud bang was heard accompanied by a flash of purple light. Madara widened his eyes in surprise as he took in what just happened. His 4 beads were instantly shattered and Hashirama's 4 wooden dragons were destroyed. He stared at the purple aura-cloaked shinobi standing next to Haku and said amusedly, impressive. I don't recognize the technique you're using, but it seems to be taijutsu and senjutsu. Who are you? Kimimaro ignored Madara and turned to Haku. Are you alright? You aren't hurt, are you? I'm sorry it took me so long to get here. Haku shook his head while taking a deep breath. I'm fine, Maro. You made it just in time. He took a quick glance at Maro and asked, is this the result of the 9 dragons breathing technique? You've perfected it then, Maro? Kimimaro shook his head. Not yet. This is the 8th breath. I've surmised how to circulate the 9th, but I'm not sure what the repercussions might be yet, so I won't use it unless I'm forced to. I can't protect you or Izaya if I'm dead. Haku nodded in approval. That's fine, Maro. I'd rather you not use it if it puts your life at risk. Will you be okay with the 8th breath? Kimimaro nodded. Madara and Hashirama stood side by side as they stared at Haku and Kimimaro with great interest. Hashirama spoke up first. Incredible. I'd never seen that kind of taijutsu before. It seems to be a sort of sage mode, Madara remarked. Hashirama nodded his head in agreement. Yes. It's different from the type of sage modes I'm familiar with. His body releases a stream of purple natural energy that enhances all of his physical attributes. It's like a sage mode specifically for taijutsu. It appears he hasn't completed the technique yet, but it should be close to perfect. Madara narrowed his eyes as his Sharingan analyzed the flow of natural energy in Kimimaro's body. How interesting. It enhances his physical capabilities like the 8 inner gates, but without the serious drawback the 8 inner gates puts on the user. It's probably because he is using natural energy to not only give his body more power but to also repair his body's injuries. Still, to withstand such a dense amount of natural energy all at once, he must have a unique body. Before any side could continue their conversation, another large wooden dragon erupted from the ground and attacked Kimimaro, who simply jumped in the air and struck out with his fist. Bang! The wooden dragon was knocked off to the side in the distance. Madara laughed in excitement and shouted, "Impressive. Your speed and power are a bit lower than the Raikage and the Hokage's, but not by much. When you combine both together you are definitely stronger than the Raikage and the Hokage. The both of you are much more entertaining to fight than the 5 Kage." Madara's Susanoo unsheathed its sword and slashed outwards at both Haku and Kimimaro with great speed. Before the attack could connect, Mazu shouted, "Heavenly Sage Art, Earth-style Grand Hill Formation Jutsu." The ground trembled and giant hill-sized earthen mounds appeared beneath the Susanoo's feet, displacing its body upwards, causing it to miss Haku and Maro. Haku and Nade took this chance to attack in tandem as Nade shouted, "Heavenly Sage Art, Water-style Shark King Jutsu." A giant water shark twice as large as Nade erupted from the ground and bit down on Madara's Susanoo, knocking it into the ground before covering its entire form in a lake of water. Haku weaved the signs of bird, snake, and ram together, shouting, "Sage Art, Freezing Mist Jutsu." The cold frosty mist enveloped the entire lake, freezing it over and Madara and his Susanoo with it. Unfortunately, a large blue light erupted from the frozen lake as Madara freed himself from the attack. He laughed hysterically in excitement. Ha ha ha. In all my years, the only one who had been able to fight me to such an extent was Hashirama. Show me more of what you can do. Not far away, Hashirama placed his hands together and said, "Wood style, deep forest emergence." Giant wood tendrils erupted on the battlefield, trying to ensnare Haku, Maro, and the 3 guardians. Maro quickly jumped down on the ground, weaving the signs of snake, ram, dog, and shouted, "Boneyard Grave." Immediately after, large bones and skeletal structures erupted from the ground, clashing against the large wooden vines. After several seconds of wood shoving against bone, both jutsus came to an end, leaving the battlefield completely changed into a mixture of a wooden forest and a bone graveyard. Hashirama raised his eyebrows in surprise and praised, "Incredible. You can manipulate your bones and calcium to such an incredible extent. What a rare ability. You utilize the natural energy you absorb to further strengthen and increase the scale of your bone manipulation, such that it was able to stop my wood style. It appears there are shinobi who can still fight at Madara and my own level in this day and age." At this moment, Tobirama appeared by Ashina as they pulled together their chakra before Ashina shouted, "Summoning Jutsu." An incredible amount of water flooded the area and was beginning to spread for hundreds of meters. Haku widened his eyes in shock. Not this again. He summoned that Sokanashi thing. Deiko frowned and chimed in, "Oi, kid. I can stop that thing, but I'll have to exhaust the rest of my chakra to do so. I won't be able to help you out further after though." Haku nodded, "Please stop it then, Deiko. If you don't, then a lot of the Alliance members could end up dying." Deiko nodded. "Very well, Nade, Mazu, protect the kid well." Deiko quickly jumped into the center of the giant whirlpool that was Sokanashi and spread out all 8 of its 80-meter-long tentacles. He then proceeded to channel all of his chakra outwards and spun in a counterclockwise direction, getting faster and faster and faster and faster until a giant gust of wind was generated right in the center of the whirlpool's summoned beast. The whirlpool attempted to spin clockwise and suck things into itself, but was stopped from Deiko generating a force that spun in the opposite direction. It didn't take long before Sokanashi disappeared in a puff of smoke along with Deiko. Haku silently whispered to himself, "Thanks, Deiko." Madara scoffed as he watched everything play out and took note that Obito was losing quite badly. He also took note that the 10 Tails was about to revive and let out a soft sigh. "Guess it's time I go get the 8 and 9 Tails." Hashirama, hearing what Madara said, became alarmed and shouted, "Madara! Don't!" Madara ignored Hashirama and placed his hands together along with his Susanoo, forming the signs of ram, snake, and bird simultaneously. Only a few seconds passed before the entire battlefield was blanketed by a dark shadow. A giant meteorite fell from the sky, giving off a despairing pressure to the entire alliance. Even Haku and Maro gritted their teeth, unsure of how to handle it. The 5 Kage who had just regathered could only clench their fists in frustration and nervousness as they racked their brains for some sort of countermeasure. At this moment Mazu spoke up. "Oi, kid. I gotta hand it to that shinobi over there. He just performed an incredible jutsu. I can stop the technique from falling in this location, but to deflect something as large as that meteorite will take the rest of my chakra. If I don't deflect it, I'm positive I can survive the impact of that thing and protect you too. The downside is that a lot of other people here will probably die. What do you want me to do?" Haku clenched his fist and replied without hesitation, "Please Mazu, stop that meteorite." Mazu nodded. "Very well." Fwish! A powerful wind was generated around Mazu's body as he began gathering his chakra all at once. Only 2 seconds passed before his body was cloaked in a powerful green light. Heavenly Sage Art, Grand Body Cannon. Bang! Mazu's 25-meter-tall and 40-meter-long body shot forth at a great speed, arriving before the massive meteorite and smashed right into it. A green light flashed across the sky for a split second before a loud thundering crashing sound could be heard from the impact. The giant meteorite was immediately shifted off its trajectory and flew through the air, crashing into the ground away from the Shinobi Alliance. Mazu disappeared in a puff of smoke right after. Madara widened his eyes in shock. Incredible. That giant catfish was able to deflect a meteorite that large. What is this heavenly sage art he keeps using? He then said rhetorically, "But now that he's gone, who's going to stop the second one?" In merely a few seconds after the first meteorite was deflected, another soon filled its place in the sky. Haku exclaimed in shock, "What? It can't be?" Nade, resting nearby, let out a sigh. "I anticipated this. I could sense something amiss through Heavenly Sage mode. After this one there isn't any more. Since Mazu deflected the first one, I'll do you a favor and stop this one. Be careful on your own though, kid. I'll also have to use up my chakra to deflect it." Haku nodded his head. "Sorry, Nade." "Thanks." Nade began gathering his chakra as a turquoise color of light erupted off his body and shouted, "Heavenly Sage Art, Water-style Grand Shark Embodiment." A dense amount of gushing water formed around Nade's body in the shape of a giant 30-meter shark before he shot forth into the air and straight at the meteorite. The moment Nade made contact with the meteorite, a flash of turquoise-colored light filled the air before dissipating. The giant meteorite flew through the air and landed next to the first one that Mazu deflected safely away from the Alliance. Just like Mazu, Nade disappeared in a puff of smoke right after. Madara smirked amusedly as he said to himself, "That kid has quite the unique summons." He then turned to Hashirama. "I'd like to stick around and fight them a bit more, but it seems my accomplice is about to lose. The 10 Tails is also about to awaken, so I'll leave things here for you." Madara didn't wait for Hashirama's reply as he dashed off towards Obito. Swish! Snow fluttered through the air as I dashed through the cold frozen forest and made my way to Ryochi Cave. After sending Itachi and Nagato's sealed corpses to HQ, I immediately set out to look for Kabuto. After I confirmed that he wasn't in any of the other places I had thought of, I quickly set out for Ryochi Cave. I hope he's here, and I hope I can even get through to Ryochi Cave. I crossed my fingers as I came to a halt in front of multiple giant cave entrances. This is it. Now hopefully I won't get lost. I whispered to myself and set out into a large dark cave. After walking for a few minutes inside the seemingly never-ending cave, I finally noticed a change in the air as white mist began to surround the area. That's odd. This white mist came too quickly. I turned to look behind me only to find that the path I took to get here disappeared. When I turned back in front of me, I took note of several bright lights in the distance. Furrowing my brow, I walked forward and arrived before a giant palace that looked unnaturally lavish, especially for being located inside a giant cave. At that moment, the doors of the palace opened, revealing a lady in ceremonial clothing. She put a smile on her face and walked towards me, saying in a sweet and gentle voice, "Welcome to Ryochi Cave, traveler. You must be weary from your long journey. Please, come inside and rest for a bit." I smirked as I stared at the palace and the lady in front of me, as my Sharingan saw right through their facade. The lady tilted her head in confusion when she noticed that I remained standing in the same spot unmoving, and asked, "Is there something wrong, traveler?" "Of course there's something wrong. Did you think that I couldn't see through your Jinjutsu? I came here to find someone. And in order to find someone, I wish to meet the White Snake Sage, not to play your games." This caused her to frown as the palace disappeared, turning back into fog. She also turned into a sinister-looking snake and sneered at me. "Ho! So you figured it out already? I'm impressed that you knew this was a Jinjutsu. You didn't even flinch. All those who come to Ryochi Cave come seeking power. To meet Her Majesty, you need to pass some trials. If you fail, then I could eat you. How unfortunate that you saw through this ploy. I really wanted to eat you." I watched her slowly fade away into the fog as she finished her last sentence. I let out a relieved sigh as I thought, this is a good sign. I thought I might have to wander the caves aimlessly and smash through everything to get the white snake's attention, but it appears my presence has been noticed. I continued my trek forward in the dense fog and arrived before a giant wall that blocked the path ahead. I snuck a glance behind me, taking notice of another lady in white ceremonial clothing. "So, another one of your trials, eh?" She chuckled and said, "That's right. My name is Ichikishima. I won't make it easy." Before she could finish speaking, I flared up my chakra and created a powerful pressure that weighed down on the area, directing most of my aura at her. She immediately felt her mind go blank and panicked at the sense of danger. A powerful, sharp, killing intent entered her mind, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. The giant wall blocking my path immediately disappeared into nothing but fog as I stood unmoving, staring at the scared white snake lady. After another second passed, I reined in my aura and the atmosphere became calm once again as it filled up with thick fog. I watched the snake called Ichikishima take in deep breaths to steady her mind as she slowly lifted her head and stared at me with a bit of fear in her eyes. I spoke in that moment. "I told your companion earlier. I don't have time to play your games. I'm looking for someone and I need the help of the White Snake Sage." Ichikishima shivered in fear as she couldn't forget the dense killing intent and powerful aura that invaded her mind earlier. She simply nodded and said, I apologize. I was only doing as I was ordered. I will leave you be." She then disappeared into the fog. Just as she disappeared, another snake lady in white ceremonial clothes appeared in front of me, standing a bit away in the distance. I furrowed my brow. "Another trial?" She let out a soft sigh and shook her head. "It appears there is no need to test you. I can sense that you are strong already. As you heard earlier, those that come here abandoned everything in order to gain power. But you seem to already have power. You truly have not come to learn from Her Majesty the Great White Snake Sage?" I simply shook my head. "I told your companions already. I only seek to find someone. In order to find them, I need the assistance of the sage. I only wish to speak with her." She let out another sigh as the fog slowly dissipated. Soon after, a large temple-like building appeared. She stepped off to the side and said, "Go on ahead. You will find Her Majesty inside." I nodded my head in appreciation and quickly made my way inside. It was a giant hall with a long red carpet stairway that led to the top. Without wasting any more time, I dashed forward and made my way to the top. Just as I made it, I took note of a giant old white snake sitting on a throne with a cigarette in her mouth. We both stared at each other for a moment before she let out a puff of smoke and spoke in an old and wise ladylike voice. "Well now, you are quite an interesting youngling. You possess such a powerful aura already at your age, even without the power of Senjutsu. You are also capable of dispelling the Jinjutsu trials that people take to get here and contain a hidden powerful bloodlust that even struck fear in one of my subordinates. You say that you wish to talk. What is it that you want to say to me?" "Thank you for meeting with me, Lord Sage. I am looking for a man named Yakushi Kabuto. I have strong reason to believe he is hiding within the Ryuchi caves. I ask that you point me in the right direction." The sage laughed and took another puff of smoke. "So, Kabuto, eh? Your reasoning is not unfounded. He is indeed hiding somewhere in Ryuchi Cave. He's an intelligent man and found his way back into Ryuchi on his own. But I have no interest in the affairs of the world outside. So long as it does not have anything to do with Ryuchi, I will not care for it. Search for him on your own. What I am interested in is you. Are you sure you do not wish to learn Sage Mode from me? I can grant you even greater power than the power you already possess. You can become an unrivaled existence." I shook my head. "All I wish is to know where Kabuto is." The sage frowned and smirked sinisterly before saying, "Ha ha, well then, I will see if you have what it takes first for me to give you such information." Fwish! Without warning, she lunged forth and opened her maw to snag me. Before I could even react, a powerful crimson light flashed in the area for a split second, filling the entire temple with blinding radiance before disappearing. When everything calmed back down, I furrowed my brow in confusion. What was that? I thought to myself. I turned my attention back to the sage, who was sitting completely still on her throne with a complicated emotion on her face. I was about to ask what happened, but she spoke up first. "Hey, ha ha ha. Well now, it appears I was too hasty. I had wanted to give you a gift and brand you with a sage mark, but it seems my power is unnecessary for you. I had failed to realize that you already have a capable sage master beside you." I only became more confused as I thought back to the blinding crimson radiance from earlier. Does she mean Senko? I pondered. She noted my confused look and chuckled before popping another cigarette in her mouth and taking a long puff. "You wanted to know where Kabuto was?" As I made a rude gesture, "I will humor your request this once. Walk through the corridor behind me and take the 27th tunnel on the right. You will find him there." I nodded in appreciation and watched as she slowly slithered off into the darkness of one of the many tunnels before making my way down the dark corridor. It wasn't long before I stopped in front of the 27th tunnel entrance. I took a deep breath before walking in. A few minutes later, I took note of a dim light towards the end of the dark pathway. Just as I made it to the end, I was greeted by the sight of a large and spacious cavern that had glowing turquoise-colored stones that decorated the walls and ceiling. It was the only source of light in this place. I took a moment to admire the amazing view, but was snapped out of my thoughts after hearing Kabuto's voice. "Oh, Izaya? I'm surprised you managed to find me. I never expected that anyone would ever be able to discern my location." I stood a few meters away from Kabuto as I looked down at the board with white pebbled pieces in front of him. "I'm here to stop your reanimation jutsu." Kabuto licked his lips as a giant snake hissed from under his robe. "Stop the reanimation? Unfortunately, you cannot. This jutsu has no risk. If you kill me, then the reanimation still won't stop. I'm afraid you are out of luck." I untied the blindfold covering my eyes at that moment, which caused Kabuto to widen his eyes in shock as I continued on. "Well, that isn't true. Every jutsu has a weakness. Certainly there are jutsus that are extremely powerful, however, no matter how powerful a jutsu is, there is always a flaw. After all, jutsus were created in our imagination of them. As we humans are not perfect, so too are our jutsus. Kabuto stared at me with his shocked eyes a while longer before licking his lips and asked in confusion, "Why do you possess the Sharingan?" I suppose there's no longer a need to hide this fact. A very long time ago I was an experimental subject of Orochimaru's. He implanted the Sharingan in my eyes and abandoned me after he thought that I had died. But as you can see, I am alive and well. That is also the reason why I can utilize the wood style. I noted Kabuto's shocked expression once more as he stared at me warily before exclaiming with excitement, "So you are actually an experiment of Lord Orochimaru's? Then that means you rightfully belong to me. After all, I am the one who inherited Orochimaru's will." He. Ha ha ha. What a splendid surprise. You will be my early present and reward for engaging in this war against the 5 great nations. I let out a disappointed sigh at Kabuto's reaction. It appears you aren't very aware of the current situation you are in. Never once has Orochimaru been able to capture me. And I'm currently much stronger now than I was back during the times when he and I fought. I'm not boasting or anything, however, you shouldn't count your chickens before they hatch. Kabuto smirked. We'll see about that. I already told you that you can't kill me or the reanimation jutsu will never cease. I smirked as I pointed to my left Mangekyo. That's fine. I'll just place you under a Jinjutsu and have you release the technique. I've been saving this just for you. Kabuto frowned a bit before smiling sinisterly and mockingly. You tell me your plans so easily. Are you that confident? Just because you possess the Sharingan does not mean that I'll let you cast a Jinjutsu on me so easily. At this moment another voice spoke as a person walked out from the shadows and stood next to Kabuto. Izaya. You've been a thorn in our side during the entire war. It's time you finally disappear. I frowned as I took note of this new figure. In my past life, if I remember correctly, there should be 2 of these guys. There's this spiral-faced pattern Zetsu who controlled Yamato's body and another Zetsu with a weird Venus flytrap protrusion from its waist. This spiral-face-looking one took over Yamato-sensei's body in order to enhance his wood-style jutsu to inhibit the allied forces towards the end of the war. Seems he was by Kabuto's side this time. Probably keeping watch over him for Obito. As for the other one... Kabuto licked his lips, interrupting my thoughts as he said, "Unfortunately the odds don't seem to be in your favor." I scoffed at Kabuto's comment. You seem awfully sure of yourself. I turned my attention back at the spiral-faced Zetsu and scowled. Bastard, so this is where you've kept Yamato-sensei all along. Who are you exactly? You look like White Zetsu but different. Kabuto and the spiral-faced being slightly flinched in surprise as it said, "Wow. How did you know that I took over his body?" There's no point in telling you. You won't be sticking around anymore anyways after I'm through with you. So? Which are you? White Zetsu? Or something else? He laughed before responding. Actually, I am Toby. I've existed since long ago. He, not that you need to know that. Oh, let me guess, you existed since the time of the God Tree, haven't you? Toby widened his eyes in shock. How do you know about that? I told you, didn't I? That you don't need to know since you won't be sticking around for long anyways. I just wanted to confirm if that was the case. And judging by your reaction, it seems to be true. Kabuto, listening nearby, frowned in a bit of confusion since he didn't really understand our conversation. I turned my head and took note of Anko's incapacitated body in the corner of the cave before questioning Kabuto. Anko? Did you perhaps absorb Orochimaru's chakra from her curse mark seal? She's still alive. Kabuto smiled more and more. You are incredibly insightful, Izaya-kun. In fact, ever since I first met you I felt you were different. You possess true skill amongst shinobi and have the intellect to match. Your power of foresight and deduction makes you quite a thorny opponent. However, it makes me look forward to obtaining your body even more. As for why she is still alive, there aren't many who can survive after receiving a cursed seal. She'll make a worthy test subject for me. Without wasting any more time, he placed his hands together, creating 4 giant snakes beside him and launched them forward to strike me down. I quickly dodged backwards to create some more space between us. Just as the 4 giant snakes were about to reach me, I activated my Susanoo to grab the 4 snakes in a tight vice grip and created a Taiyugen in my hands. I focused on the Taiyugen, compressing its golden form to half the size it was normally and thrust it outwards, forcing the dense energy to fire at an incredibly high speed akin to that of a golden laser beam, which instantly penetrated the body of one giant snake and caused it to disintegrate. Without stopping the technique, I shifted my palm to direct the thin golden beam into the bodies of the other 3 snakes, turning them all into ashes before canceling my jutsu. Kabuto looked at me with wariness. So that is the Susanoo, and your other technique. I don't believe I've seen or heard of it before. It's called Taiyugen. In other words, Sun Sphere. It is my own original jutsu. What I used just now was a derivative of that jutsu I call the Taiyugen beam. Kabuto frowned as he noted how dangerous the technique was. I watched him remove his cloak and show his true appearance and form as a dark shadow was cast over his eyes. He stood in a battle-ready stance and spoke seriously. Unfortunately, you won't be able to cast Jinjutsu on me. I have temporarily blinded my eyes, so you won't be able to make eye contact with me. And on top of that, this place is my battleground. I shrugged my shoulders. I can feel and see the power of natural energy running through your body. So you've acquired Sage Mode. I will commend you for that, as not everyone is skilled enough to master such a technique. Kabuto furrowed his brow. Oh? So you know about Sage Mode? Then you should be aware of how much more powerful one becomes after acquiring this technique, yet you seem rather unfazed. I admit that your Susanoo and that original technique of yours is quite powerful. With both, you probably think that you have an impenetrable defense and an unstoppable offense. However, you are wrong. Your Susanoo is strong indeed, but you can't hide in it forever. And while your offense is strong, you can't use it to kill me, so there's absolutely nothing I need to worry about. I not only have the power of Orochimaru, but even the ability to absorb natural energy from studying Yugo, the power to liquefy my body from studying Suigetsu, and the ability to self-regenerate from studying Karen of the Uzumaki clan. I even absorbed the power of the Sound 4 ninja. Ha ha ha. You should just come with me quietly and accept your fate. I ignored Kabuto's remark as I quickly dodged to my left and performed a backflip, dodging 2 giant wood tendrils that erupted from underneath the ground. Toby chimed in as he said, "You haven't forgotten about me now, have you?" I clicked my tongue in annoyance and placed my hands together, creating wood tendrils of my own, intercepting Toby's wood techniques. Toby laughed and placed his hands together, shouting, "Wood style, Kanzeon Lotus King." Boom! The ground shook as a large and giant wooden Buddha with 100 hands behind it stuck out with an imposing manner. I frowned and quickly threw out a special kunai, activating the kunai shadow clone jutsu. More than 1,000 kunai lay spread out across the giant cave. Kabuto snuck up behind me and struck out with his fist. However, I sensed his presence long ago and sidestepped his attack. Before I could counter-attack, one of the large wooden hands from the wooden Buddha struck down at my head, forcing me to fly away to one of my kunai in the distance. I let out a soft sigh, saying to no one in particular, "Guess I'll deal with Toby first so he can't interfere with my fight against Kabuto." The wooden Buddha struck out with several of its wooden hands, so I countered by forming the snake hand sign and shouted, "Wood style, Advent World of Flowering Trees." Large wood tendrils erupted from the ground and intercepted the giant wood hands, but it didn't stop there. The wood tendrils continued to spread throughout the cave, forcing Kabuto to constantly shift around to prevent himself from being ensnared, while the wooden Buddha had its movement obstructed from the now dense forest in the cave. Soon after, large red flowers bloomed from several large branches and released some pollen into the air. Kabuto frowned and quickly jumped into the air on top of the tall wooden Buddha's head next to Toby, who praised, "Impressive. You're certainly well accomplished in wood style. Yamato and myself can't perform jutsu of that scale on our own. If we inhale the pollen, it'll incapacitate us." 2 of the 5 wooden faces at the very top of the wood Buddha's main head opened their mouth and spewed out a powerful fire and wind combo ninjutsu, destroying the pollen and flowers from my jutsu. Then all 5 wooden faces opened their mouths right after spewing out a combination of fire, wind, water, lightning, and earth ninjutsu all at once. I quickly placed my hand on the ground shouting, summoning jutsu, quintuple Rashomon. 5 giant monstrous gates appeared and intercepted the 5 nature techniques. I then activated my Susanoo and drew the blue and black colored katana, Masamune, from its sheath and swung the blade right through the Rashomon gates. The blade phased right through the gates as if the gates were non-existent. The blade extended itself, becoming longer and longer before reaching the giant wooden Buddha and slashed right through the 5 wooden faces atop the wooden Buddha's head. Toby and Kabuto both had expressions of shock and confusion on their faces as they witnessed what just happened. All they could see was a giant blue and black blade slash right through the Rashomon gates without causing any damage and arrive before the wooden faces, slashing them apart. As they remained shocked, the Rashomon gates disappeared in a puff of smoke, revealing me safely inside my dark, shadowy, and black-colored Susanoo holding Masamune in its hand. Toby narrowed his eyes and said, "What did you do just now?" I simply ignored his question and slashed out once more with Masamune. Toby quickly tried to counter by having his wooden Buddha thrust out with many of its wooden hands. Bang! A loud sound rang throughout the cave from the force of the collision. Kabuto quickly weaved his hand signs and shouted, "Sage Art, Water-style Great Waterfall Jutsu." A powerful torrent of water rushed out towards my body. However, I quickly had my Susanoo turn the blade of Masamune onto the flat edge and intercepted Kabuto's attack. His powerful jutsu struck the flat of Masamune and was immediately reflected straight towards the giant wooden Buddha. "What?" Toby and Kabuto exclaimed in shock at the same time. They both jumped off the Buddha's head in opposite directions as the reflected water jutsu crashed right into it. I stared straight at the wooden Buddha with my right Mangekyo and incinerated it with Amaterasu. Just as Toby landed on the ground, I disappeared and flew to a kunai near his position. Toby widened his eyes in alarm and realized his mistake as he proceeded to curse aloud. Before he could finish his sentence, I struck his neck, bashing him into several large wooden branches before ensnaring him with a wooden snake, causing his chakra to become chaotic, preventing him from being able to mold any into jutsus. I arrived before him once more and formed the hand signs of snake, ram, hare, dog, and snake. Wood style, wood dragon jutsu. The ground beneath Toby trembled as a large wooden dragon with golden eyes wrapped itself around him along with the wooden snake and bound him tightly while absorbing his chakra. Toby struggled to free himself, but to no avail. He stared at me and cursed, "Damn you! Release me!" I shook my head at his futile attempts. "You won't be able to escape me. The wood snake will prevent you from molding your chakra, and the wood dragon will drain you of your chakra. Soon you won't have the strength to hold onto Yamato-sensei's body, so just sit tight. I can't have you interfering with my battle against Kabuto." After confirming that he truly couldn't move anymore, I dashed over to where Kabuto was, who stared at me very warily. "Impressive. I never imagined that you would have mastered the wood style to this extent. Furthermore, I never imagined that you also have the ability of Amaterasu. On top of all that, the blade of your Susanoo is very peculiar. I pride myself at collecting data and information. I have information on you as well. However, I must admit that the data I have on you seems to be completely obsolete. You're much more powerful than I had originally thought. Tell me, how exactly did you do all of that with your Susanoo? I'm very intrigued." I formed the hand of my Susanoo and had it hold Masamune in its hand as I took a moment to marvel at this spirit weapon of mine before responding to Kabuto. "This blade of mine is known as Masamune. Even I didn't imagine I would ever come by a weapon as unique as this one. It has the power to reflect all things that come into contact with the flat edge of the blade. It will not cut anything that I deem as my ally. That is why you saw it phase through the Rashomon gates. It also has the power to extend its length. The only drawback of this weapon is that its attack power is ordinary in strength. But I suppose it also depends on what kind of weapon you compare it with to gauge its attack power as ordinary." Kabuto licked his lips in wonderment. "I wonder how you came by this weapon of yours. If you were able to obtain it, then perhaps, if I defeat you, I can claim this weapon for myself." I stared at Kabuto for a moment deep in thought as I contemplated what course of action to take regarding Kabuto's fate. He frowned when he noticed that I didn't take any action against him, so he jumped backwards to create some distance between us before forming his hand signs and shouted, "Sage Art, White Rage Jutsu." Kabuto spit forth a red aura in the shape of a dragon that held a purple pearl in its hand. The moment it coiled around the pearl, it released a loud screech and blinding white light that inhibited my eyesight and ears. He quickly dashed towards me when he took note that his jutsu was effective. As he approached closer and closer to my position, the snake attached to him struck out with its maw in an attempt to incapacitate me. However, just as it got close to my body, I disappeared and flew to a kunai in the distance, prompting Kabuto to stop in his tracks. He turned around to face me as his technique came to an end. I slowly reacclimated my sight and hearing to the surroundings, taking note of Kabuto's disappointed look as he said to me, "You truly are a thorny opponent. I remember now that you were a sensory-type ninja and an incredibly good one at that. Not only do you possess a powerful offensive and defensive skill, you also possess the Flying Thunder God Jutsu that lets you move around effortlessly. I had hoped to incapacitate you enough to disrupt your concentration and capture you, but it appears I was a bit too hasty." I simply stared at Kabuto and then thought about Itachi before smiling just a bit. "Kabuto, my presence has changed quite a few things from how they were meant to play out. I did my best to guide most things along the path that they were supposed to go. Whether or not I was successful in this matter I do not know, but I'm sure that if it were a certain someone standing here in my place before you now instead of me, they would try and help you regain who you truly are." I watched Kabuto frown in confusion. "What do you mean?" "Kabuto, you said that you inherited Orochimaru's will. But what is it that Orochimaru truly wants? And what is it that you want? Don't confuse the two and call it your own will." "TSK. And what would you know? Orochimaru failed to destroy the leaf. Then I will do it instead. Orochimaru wanted to pursue the truth of ninjutsu. He is dead, so I shall do it in his place. All my life I was raised as a spy. In order to become someone who could be trusted, medical ninjutsu was drilled into me. I went from one village to the next spying and pretending to be someone who I was not. Living a life full of lies. I had no friends who knew the real me. No one to call family. I continued to work on suppressing myself. By the time I stopped knowing who I was anymore, the leaf decided to stop trusting me and relieve me of my missions. I worked for the good of Konoha, but all I got in the end was disgrace and dishonor. What has Konoha ever done for me? There is no one who understands anything about me. Less someone like you, Izaya." I took a moment to take in what Kabuto said and let out a soft sigh. "Unfortunately, I understand you well, Kabuto. I can't tell you the details, but I understand well what the life of a spy is like. Especially one that works as a spy in the dark. The one thing that is lamentable of your fate is that you didn't have one thing to hold on to even in your darkest of hours. You became a spy without truly knowing what you were fighting for. You only did the tasks you were assigned because that is all you knew. Kabuto, you have been freed from that kind of life though. It may have been harsh, but you no longer need to dwell in the darkness. Learn to accept who you truly are. Not this culmination of mixed things that you obtain from others. The power that you have is all from absorbing the power of others. Orochimaru, Suigetsu, the unique ability to absorb natural energy of Yugo's clan, the power of regeneration from Karen, and even the abilities of the Sound Four. You mistake these things as your own. You mistake Orochimaru's will as your own. Even now your form resembles Orochimaru. It is as if you are trying to become another Orochimaru. Before this battle ends, I will help you reclaim who you truly are. At least, I am sure that is what he would have done." As I said those last words, Itachi's image flashed past my mind as I thought, "Itachi, I will fulfill this role for you." Seeing that our conversation wasn't going anywhere productive, Kabuto and I re-engaged in our battle. Chapter 57, The Reanimation Released. I dashed around the giant cavern that was currently filled with giant tree branches and sharp stalagmites as I dodged one attack after another from Kabuto. The turquoise glow of the cavern walls was the only source of light given to us, not that either one of us needed it to see. With Kabuto's Sage Mode and my Sharingan on top of my sensory perception, we fought just fine with or without the light. However, the light did help someone else who was also in the cave, hidden away in a small inconspicuous corner observing the fight. It was precisely the original White Zetsu. He squinted his eyes and completely focused on the battle before him, not wanting to miss a single detail. Boom! Bang! Kabuto dodged one of my giant wood-style jutsus and snarled, shouting, "Sage art, inorganic animation." The surrounding stalactites and stalagmites warped inwards in an attempt to crush my body, only to crush nothing but air as I flew to a different kunai in the distance. Kabuto scowled, "Izaya. On second thought, perhaps I should just kill you. There's still always Sasuke I could take. You're seeming to be a bit more trouble than it's worth to take alive." I took note of his frustration and replied, "Kabuto, remember the things that we have talked about. You must acknowledge your true self. One cannot do everything on their own. Those who try to shoulder the burden of everything on their own will eventually fail in the end. Accepting what you can do and what you cannot do. That is how one moves forward." "Shut up. You don't understand a single thing about me. Everything I have is my own power. Your words are but the words of a loser. You are nothing more than an experiment of Orochimaru's. And now you will soon be nothing more than an experiment for me. Dead or alive." Kidamaru, Spiral Spider Web Jutsu. The face of Kidamaru appeared on Kabuto's stomach as it spit out a thick giant web impervious to blades. Before it could ensnare me, I focused the power of my left Mangekyo and said, "Kunino Tokotachi." The giant web quickly turned into a small tiny web and whizzed by, becoming stuck on the wall behind me. Kabuto quickly formed some hand signs and said, "Sage art, water-style water bullet jutsu." A powerful stream of water quickly approached me as I quickly countered by activating my Teiyugen beam. The golden dense energy beam collided with Kabuto's powerful sage-powered water style. However, the dense beam of energy slowly began to pierce through Kabuto's technique and rush straight at him, forcing him to dodge to the side to avoid being pierced. As he dodged, the face of Taiyuya holding a flute appeared on his stomach as he said, "Taiyuya, demon flute chains of Fantasia." As the sound from the flute began to play, I quickly pulled back my fist and shouted, "8 extreme fists, 7th fist of splitting." My right arm lit a glow in a golden light as I punched outwards towards the sound coming from the flute, generating a terrifying force of wind that effectively disrupted the sound traveling on the airwaves, stopping Kabuto's Jinjutsu from being completed. I appeared behind Kabuto at this moment, and with a special kunai, I slashed towards his head, prompting him to dodge sideways. The blade of my kunai missed just by a centimeter. However, I quickly placed my palm on Kabuto's back and marked him with the Flying Thunder God Seal. Kabuto stretched out his palm behind him and stabbed his hand right through my chest, only for my body to disappear in a puff of smoke. Kabuto widened his eyes in shock and exclaimed, "Shadow clone?" It was at that moment that I flew to his side and slashed with my kunai, which connected with one of Kabuto's horns on his head, cutting it off. Kabuto hurriedly dashed to the side and distanced himself from me, touching the area I cut. "I forgot I had these," he said as he rubbed the area of his missing horn for a bit. I smirked as I looked at Kabuto and said, "Your fate has been sealed." I watched as Kabuto instantly frowned in weariness and confusion as he replied, "What are you talking about? Don't think that you've won just because you got a lucky hit." The figure of a snake Orochimaru appeared on his stomach as it launched in my direction with its maw wide open. Forming the snake hand sign, I said, "Wood style, silent strangle jutsu." Thick branches of wood vines erupted from the ground and ensnared Kabuto's attack, holding it in place. It was at this moment that the mouth of the snake-like Orochimaru opened, revealing Kabuto as he charged forth with great speed, cloaking his hand in chakra, creating a sharp chakra scalpel. Just as he was about to reach me, I shrunk my body to a fifth of my height with the power of my Mangekyo, causing Kabuto to miss his attack. The snake attached to Kabuto's body turned and was about to snag me, but I flew off to one of my kunai in the distance, successfully avoiding his retaliation. Immediately after, I appeared right behind Kabuto as I slashed at his head with my kunai, prompting him to once more dodge to the side and stab me with his hand. I smiled and whispered, "Izanami." His hand pierced through my chest only for my body to disappear in a puff of smoke. Kabuto smirked. "The same trick, huh? Shadow clone again." Not a second later I teleported to his side and slashed at his head with my kunai. The blade sliced off one of Kabuto's horns as he dashed off to the side to distance himself from me and said, "Ha, nice try," appearing behind me once more and aiming for my head. "It won't work though." I stood there unfazed by Kabuto's words and replied, "Your fate is already in my hands. Thanks to the Uchiha's forbidden jutsu known as Izanami." This prompted Kabuto to smile. "Shall we put that to the test then?" he shouted as he rushed at me with his chakra scalpel while I shrunk in size once more and flew off into the distance before the snake attached on his body could strike me. Kabuto smirked. "Well, this is like déjà vu. Let's end this already." I shook my head. "Your fate is in my hands now, but you are the one who can decide it and choose how that fate shapes your destiny. Remember what I've told you. And think hard about it. Acknowledge who you are, Kabuto. Accept who you are. Forgive yourself for the things you couldn't do. Rise above the darkness that is your past." Kabuto scowled and shot forth the snake-like Orochimaru on his stomach at me once more as I stopped it with the wood-style, silent strangle jutsu. Once again Kabuto emerged from its mouth and rushed at me with his chakra scalpel, forcing me to shrink my size with the power of my left Mangekyo to avoid being hit and disappear into the distance before the snake attached to his body could snag me. I then appeared behind Kabuto and slashed with my kunai once again as Kabuto destroyed my shadow clone. The real me flew to his location right after and successfully cut off his horn as he dashed away. It was at this moment that Kabuto realized something was wrong as he rubbed the spot on his head where his horn should have been cut off already. While Kabuto struggled to make sense of what was happening, I stood in front of his true unmoving body as my left Sharingan went completely blind. It's done. Kabuto will be stuck in the Izanami until he learns to acknowledge his true self and step out from the darkness. Itachi, I deprived your role from you, so it is only right that I step forth and fulfill that which you couldn't do yourself. I smirked as I took note of the original white Zetsu far off in the shadows of the cave. Just as I took note of him trying to slip away, I waved some hand signs and said, "Wood style, wood dragon jutsu." The ground and cave walls shook as a scream of shock from Zetsu could be heard. "Ah! Impossible!" Whoosh! The wooden dragon held Zetsu in its mouth as it brought him over next to me. Zetsu stared at me in disbelief. How did you know I was there?" I scoffed at Zetsu. "I knew you were hiding there a while ago. It's true that you would have escaped my notice had it not been for Kabuto. When he used his white rage jutsu, it affected you too. It hindered your ability to hide your presence for a short moment, which I picked up on. Since then I've been monitoring your position." Zetsu had a look of fear in his eyes as he lay unmoving in the wood dragon's mouth. I tapped his shoulder and created a wood snake to also ensnare him, preventing Zetsu from molding any chakra for extra precaution. I took a sweep of the surrounding area with my senses and noticed that Yamato-sensei was finally separated from Tobi's body and that Anko was safely wrapped away in one of my wood-style tree branches. Letting out a sigh of relief, I turned my attention back to Kabuto and gently placed my hand on his eyelids. I lifted them up and exposed his eyes to my right Mangekyo. Sharingan, Jinjutsu. After looking through Kabuto's memories, I controlled his body to form the signs of rat, ox, monkey, tiger, dragon, and boar to release the reanimation jutsu. The instant Kabuto formed the last hand sign, a slight breeze filled the entire cave as his connection with all the reanimated shinobi in the world was severed, releasing their ties to the material plane. I smiled in relief as all the reanimated shinobi would finally be able to return to the Pure Land. Zetsu snarled and cursed at me, but I ignored him and sat down, taking out a red scroll. Guess it's now time to make use of Shirsui's second eye. Puff! A clear liquid jar holding a Sharingan inside appeared from the scroll in the next second. It was also at this moment that I heard Senko's voice. "So, finally going to replace that of yours eye? I'll lend you some power to evolve it into the eternal Mangekyo since your body can't handle doing it on its own. It took almost 2 months last time before your right eye adjusted. But should be pretty quick this time since you're right, I already went through the process. I'll go back to sleep right after. I let out a defeated sigh at Senko's remark. Senko just comes and goes as he pleases, doesn't he? I removed my blinded left eye and replaced it with Shirsue's. Once again a familiar burning sensation coursed through my head as a bright crimson light erupted in the area before disappearing. Zetsu widened his eyes in shock. What the hell was that? I ignored Zetsu and put my blindfold back on, giving my left eye some time to transform. Doesn't seem like it'll take long. Probably about an hour or two before my left eye adjusts. I took a moment to sense how the flow of the war was going, however, my face paled at what I was sensing. What? Why is Tsunade, Naruto, and Sasuke's life force so weak? Why can't I sense Hiruzen-sensei's chakra? Or the Reikage in Suchikage? The next instant I felt a massive wave of power from the direction of the battlefield and shuddered. This is Madara. He's alive? Oh no, don't tell me he was actually able to extract the 8 and 9 tails. I took a moment to calm down and let out a sigh of relief after sensing that Haku, Kimimaro, and Hanabi were still alive and well. TCH. What do I do? I turned my head to look in the dark corner of the cave as I sensed a being watching from the shadows. Come out. I know you're there. An old and ancient laugh resounded throughout the cave before the old white snake sage slithered out of the dark and into the light. You were able to sense my presence. Impressive. I furrowed my brow. You watched the entire fight, didn't you? She laughed again and nodded. I didn't want to miss out on something as entertaining as that. Besides, your battlefield happened to be inside my home. But what I do is the least of your concerns. I know you also felt the massive wave of power just now. I clenched my fist knowing she was right and once again tried to think of my next plan of action. Then it hit me. I glanced up at Kabuto and then the Snake Sage. White Snake Sage, I have a presumptuous request I'd like to make of you. Oh? What is it? Kabuto absorbed Orochimaru's Sage Chakra from Anko's cursed seal mark. He should still be alive somewhere within Kabuto. I'd like you to revive him. The sage gave me a curious glance. How interesting. You want me to revive Orochimaru? Is he not your enemy? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. If Madara completes his plan, then we'll all suffer. There is something I need Orochimaru to do. She hissed once before replying, I can indeed revive Orochimaru from Kabuto's body. But why should I? I stared at the sage, holding back my frustration and irritation as I thought, is she really going to play around with words at a time like this? After taking a moment to calm my emotions, I replied, I recall that you weren't interested in anything unless it concerned Ryochi Cave. If Madara succeeds in his goal, then all living beings in the world will come under his control. That includes all those of Ryochi Cave. I plan to stop Madara. To do that I need Orochimaru's help. And to revive Orochimaru I need your help. The sage laughed amusedly before agreeing. Very well. You're a very interesting person, Karasuma Izaya. Then I will revive Orochimaru for you. I watched as her tail stuck onto Kabuto's body and released her powerful Sage Chakra into him, which resonated with Orochimaru's Sage Chakra. In the next few seconds that followed, a large white snake protruded out from Kabuto's shoulder and opened its large maw, revealing a slimy Orochimaru as he crawled out of it. Orochimaru slowly stood up and looked at me while laughing. Hee. Ha ha ha. To think that all this time you were one of my original experiments, Izaya-kun. Ha ha ha. Not only that, but you were also the one to facilitate my return into the world. He licked his lips before calming down his emotions. You've gotten quite strong. Izaya-kun. It appears I no longer have the strength to pose any threat to you. So, why have you facilitated my return? I took a moment to take in Orochimaru's revived form before turning to the White Snake Sage. Thank you for your help. She nodded. I have done my part and shall take my leave. You let me witness quite an interesting battle, youngster. Now go on and stop Madara. Just before she slithered away she paused momentarily and said, Orochimaru. If I were you, I'd be careful of this one. Orochimaru chuckled to himself. Of course. He's much stronger than me now. Besides, after dying and witnessing everything that has happened through Anko and Kabuto, I have no desire to act so recklessly. So, Izaya-kun, what was it that you needed me for? Orochimaru. I need you to revive the fourth Hokage. He frowned at my words. The fourth? And how do you propose I do that? I have tried in the past, however, it failed. That's because you don't know about the Reaper Death Seal Jutsu of the Uzumaki clan. Reaper Death Seal? What is that? It is a powerful Fuin Jutsu that was developed by the Uzumaki clan. It was the same jutsu that the fourth Hokage used to seal away the Nine Tails when it attacked the leaf all those years ago. Because he was sealed away from using that jutsu, his soul did not reach the Pure Land, hence, you couldn't reanimate him. I need you to release him from the belly of the Reaper and perform the reanimation on him. We need his half of the Nine Tails that he sealed away with him. Orochimaru gave me a complicated and curious gaze. How do you know so much about this? I shrugged my shoulders. Is there a need for me to explain myself to you? You aren't the only one who does their research. He laughed before nodding in agreement. Very well. If you teach me about this Reaper Death Seal Jutsu, then I will revive the fourth. However, I require a sacrifice for the reanimation jutsu. I nodded my head towards Tobi and the original White Zetsu. Don't worry. We have 2 suitable sacrifices at the ready. We have to hurry. Things aren't going very well for the Shinobi Alliance at the moment. Time is of the essence. Boom! Bong! A large plume of smoke and dust rose into the air as the Ten Tails wreaked havoc over the battlefield. Standing atop its head were Obito and Madara. Haku and Kimimaro frowned as they wanted to head over to assist the Shinobi Alliance, the 5 Kage, Naruto, Sasuke, and the others in fighting against the Ten Tails, but they were being held up by Hashirama, Tobirama, and Ashina. Haku scowled. Damn it! If only I could enter Heavenly Sage mode. Kimimaro was just as frustrated as he dodged a golden chain strike from Ashina. Damn! His golden chains are incredibly durable and very powerful. If Haku and I get caught in them, then we might not be able to break free. On top of that, the first Hokage is incredibly strong himself even though he isn't at full power. And the second Hokage supporting them and providing cover fire is really annoying. The natural energy in my body is starting to run low. I won't be able to maintain my current state much longer. Guess I'll have to go all out and hope it's enough. Kimimaro dodged to his side and avoided another chain strike before doing a backflip to create some distance between himself and Ashina. Just as he landed, he raised up his arm and blocked a kick from Tobirama. Before he could counter, Tobirama flew away next to Ashina. Kimimaro focused his breath and shouted, 8 extreme fists, 8th fist of moving. He dashed out and threw a super powerful punch straight at Ashina. Just before his fist was about to connect, Ashina guarded himself by creating a chain wall in front of him. Boom! Kimimaro frowned but didn't let up. He quickly punched out with his left fist and shouted, 7th fist of splitting. 6th fist of elevation. 5th fist of striking. 4th fist of swaying. Boom! As the 4th fist made contact with Ashina's chains, it immediately caved in from the force of the strike and blew him several hundreds of meters away into the distance. Swish! Kimimaro chased after Ashina's body, flying through the air, and struck down with his fist, shouting, 3rd fist of entanglement. Just before his fist could make contact, Tobirama arrived behind Ashina's battered form and teleported them both away. Boom! Kimimaro's fist ended up striking the ground, creating a giant cavity hundreds of meters deep and wide. Kimimaro looked up from his spot and took note of Ashina and Tobirama's body in the distance. He pulled back his fist and shouted, 2nd fist of spinning. Bam! The force from Kimimaro's punch was so powerful that even from hundreds of meters away, Ashina and Tobirama were still hit from the air cannon generated from Kimimaro's fist. It was such a devastating blow that Ashina and Tobarama's reanimated forms were actually semi-destroyed. Kimimaro huffed and panted as he felt the energy drain from his body. Haku was engaged in a fierce fight against Hashirama when he noticed Ashina and Tobarama's semi-destroyed forms, so he quickly disengaged from Hashirama and placed his hands together shouting, "Sage Art, Ice-Style Ice Dragon Jutsu!" A giant frosty dragon condensed in the air and shot out towards Tobarama and Ashina. Just before it could swallow Tobarama, he flew away with his flying thunder god jutsu, leaving only Ashina, who was successfully captured by Haku. The ice dragon quickly condensed into an icy prison that held Ashina's form inside as Haku arrived next to it and placed a sealing tag on it, sealing him away. After confirming that Ashina was sealed, Haku let out a breath of relief and dashed over to Kimimaro. "Maro, are you alright?" Kimimaro nodded as the purple aura that surrounded him earlier slowly disappeared. "Maro, what happened?" Kimimaro slowly stood up with Haku's help before answering him. "Remember, I only used the 8th breath of the 9 dragons breathing technique. It's not perfect yet. Only when 9 cycles are used will the technique be completed. I've exhausted all the natural energy I absorbed from using the technique, that's why the aura around me disappeared. Because the technique isn't perfect yet, the length at which I can remain in that form isn't great." At that moment Hashirama and Tobarama arrived before them. "Haku, you take on Lord First Hokage. Even though I don't have the natural energy to enhance my power right now, I'm still confident I can stall Lord Second Hokage." Haku nodded. "Alright, Maro. Be careful. We have to wrap this up quickly and stop Madara and the Ten Tails." As their battle ensued, Madara stood boredly atop the Ten Tails' head, watching Obito use the Ten Tails to deal with the alliance. He smirked silently to himself as he took notice of how weak the link between his reanimated corpse was to the caster of the jutsu. It seemed something must be occupying and distracting the caster of the reanimation. "If I wanted to, I could break free of their control right now," Madara whispered to himself. Just as he was deep in thought, out of the corner of his eye he noticed a dark shadow emerge behind him, causing him to smile. Finally. It's time. Obito was about to command the Ten Tails to launch another attack when he suddenly felt his movements become restricted. What's going on?" he stammered as he glanced at Madara, who was smirking amusedly. Black Zetsu completely attached itself to Obito's body at this moment, while Madara stuck black receiver rods into Obito's body and said, "Obito, since you failed at upholding your part of the deal to have Nagato revive me, you'll have to do so in his stead. We've played with the alliance long enough. You started the plan haphazardly by prematurely awakening the 10 tails, but you can't even use it to capture the 8 and 9 tails properly. Well, it's fine either way since I'm here. I've grown bored, so I will take over now." Obito struggled to regain control but couldn't, as Black Zetsu and the black receiver rods hindered his movements. "Why, you bastard. Do you really think that I'll let you control my body?" Obito struggled to shout in anger, but in the end he couldn't resist as he was forced to form the hand signs of Ram and Snake, activating the Rinne Rebirth. Ah! Obito screamed as his hair turned completely white. Madara smirked as white steam rose from his body. His reanimated form slowly became flesh and blood, and his fake Rinnegan eyes crumbled away to dust. Madara clenched his fists and smiled, letting out a maniacal laugh. Ha! Ha ha ha! Finally! I've returned! Ha ha ha! This is it! The feeling of flesh and blood. He stuck out his right hand and gripped Obito's left eye that held his Rinnegan. He then transplanted his Rinnegan back into his own eyes as blood slowly dripped down the side of his face. Everyone became extremely shocked and anxious at what just transpired. Madara controlled the 10 tails to remain still as he walked forwards and said, "Now then. 8 tails. 9 tails. You both had your freedom long enough." Just as Madara dashed towards everyone, Gaara, Mei, Tsunade, Inoki, and Hiruzen rushed out to meet him. However, before they could even react, Madara smirked and shouted mockingly, "There's no need to play with you lot anymore. Almighty push!" Boom! All 6 of the Kage were instantly blown away. The alliance members rushed to go lend the Kage some aid right as Madara stuck out his hand at Inoki and shot several black receiver rods straight at him. Kuratsuchi shouted in alarm. No! Just before she could reach him, 3 black rods struck Inoki's small body. Kuhh! Inoki groaned in pain as he coughed up blood. Kuratsuchi clutched his small frame and shouted in grief, Grandfather! No! I lost Dad already, I can't lose you too. You are the 3rd Tsuchikage. Stay with us. Medic! Get a medic here now. Where's the 5th Hokage? Inoki smiled and clutched Kuratsuchi's hands, forcing her to look at him. He coughed up some more blood as his eyes grew heavy. Kuratsuchi. Cough. It's too late for me. The rod has pierced my heart. I can feel that I have no strength left in my body. My chakra feels chaotic. Tears fell from Kuratsuchi's face as she stared at Inoki's small and frail body. Grandfather, you can't die. Inoki smiled at her. Ha ha ha. Of course I can. I am already so old. My time was coming sooner or later. I'm glad that in my last year as the Tsuchikage I have come to no longer forsake myself. I chose to believe in a shinobi and fought for something greater than just our own village's benefit. Kuratsuchi, my hope is that the world will continue to move towards a path of peace. That we, the 5 great nations, can truly come together and live in harmony. That is what I fought for. I believe that it can be accomplished. Even now we fight together as one. Kuratsuchi, I'm sorry that this is the way I pass on the mantle, but from this moment forth, I name you as my successor. The 4th Tsuchikage. Pass on the will of stone and help pave the path to peace and harmony. Inoki slowly closed his eyes forever with a smile on his face as he lay still and lifeless in Kuratsuchi's arms. She froze completely still as she held Inoki's small lifeless corpse in her arms. The surrounding ninja that came to help also stood completely silent with looks of despair and sorrow on their faces. Kuratsuchi took a few deep breaths and wiped away her tears before whispering, Lord 3rd. I accept your will. I shall carry the title of 4th Tsuchikage and make you proud. She picked up Inoki's small frame and handed him to her comrade Akatsuchi. Take care of his body. Akatsuchi nodded in sorrow and silence. At this moment Madara shouted, Limbo, border jail. Naruto and B were struck by an invisible force causing them to crash into the ground. 2 large purple dragon chains rushed out of the 10 tails' mouth and wrapped around the 8 and 9 tails, pulling them out from Naruto and B. No! A and Hiruzen shouted. A activated his lightning armor and dashed out at Madara while Hiruzen dashed out with his adamantine staff. Madara scoffed at them and shot out several black receiver rods in their direction. This forced both A and Hiruzen to pause and dodge Madara's attack. However, an invisible force stabbed A in the back with several black rods before stabbing him in the heart and kicked him away. Sasuke quickly activated his Susanoo to grab the purple dragon chain that held the 9 tails but was also soon knocked aside by an invisible force. Just as Madara arrived before Sasuke and stabbed out with a black receiver rod, Hiruzen appeared just in time and blocked the attack. However, the rod pierced straight through Hiruzen's arms and into his heart. Guh! Hiruzen groaned and coughed out blood. Sasuke widened his eyes in alarm and stabbed out with his sword only to be held in place by some invisible force. Madara smirked and took Sasuke's sword, using it to stab him through the chest. Sasuke's eyes widened in shock and pain as Madara kicked him over by a dying Naruto. All of this occurred so fast that nearly no one had the time to react to what had just happened. Sakura ran as fast as she could to Sasuke while Madara returned to the 10 tails. Sakura knelt down by Sasuke's side with wet tears dripping down her face as she desperately did her best to heal him. Sasuke-kun! Sasuke-kun, stay with me! Tsunade was also by Sakura as she tried to heal Naruto's wounds. However, the moment she placed her palms over Naruto's body, she widened her eyes in alarm. No! Naruto! Stay with me! You can't die! Tsunade activated her 100 healings mark and channeled its power into Naruto's body in a desperate attempt to keep Naruto's life force flowing. Naruto's vision blurred as he slowly closed his eyes, seeing nothing but darkness, and thought, is this the darkness that the old Toad Sage Gramps told me about in his prophecy? I can't die yet though. I still have to save the other tailed beasts. I still have people I need to protect. I feel so cold. And sleepy. In that moment Naruto completely lost consciousness. However, he felt a slight ripple in his mind and opened his eyes. Did I die? The sound of an old laugh resonated in Naruto's mind and said, dead? No, it appears not. Naruto widened his eyes in shock and stood up, seeing an old man sitting while floating in the air. Where am I? And who are you? The old man turned to face him. This is the plane inside your conscience. And I am Otsutsuki Hagoromo, also known as the Sage of Six Paths. You're the Sage of Six Paths? The sage talked about in legends? Hagoromo nodded as he floated closer to Naruto. That's right. I am the one who created the ninja creed. Naruto scratched the side of his face in a bit of confusion. So you were the one who created ninjutsu? Hagoromo slammed his staff on the ground. No! Don't confuse the ninja creed with ninjutsu. Ninjutsu has bred hatred and conflict in the world. The ninja creed was supposed to be a way to link everyone together so that they may share their feelings and thoughts with one another to better understand each other by using chakra. However, it has instead been weaponized into ninjutsu. Anyways, I'm impressed that you were able to summon my soul to you. You must have a lot of questions, and there are things that I must entrust you with. Naruto only got more confused. Entrust? Like what, old Gramps? To help you better understand, you must know the past. Naruto let out a long sigh as he stared at the old man. Old Gramps, do you think you can save the story for later? If I'm not dead yet, then I really need to hurry and get back. Something bad might happen while I'm out. Hagoromo also let out a sigh as he stared at Naruto for a moment before responding, well, although you are not dead yet, you certainly aren't that far off from being dead. You're currently being forcefully kept alive thanks to the efforts of the 5th Hokage. Unfortunately, Sasuke is also severely injured. Your friend Sakura is currently healing his wounds. Until then, you might as well listen to what I have to say. Besides, the things I need to tell you are important and related to Madara. Naruto's expression turned serious after hearing what Hagoromo said, so he simply nodded. Alright, old Gramps. I'll listen. Hagoromo nodded his head and began. Long ago my mother Otsutsuki Kagaya consumed the chakra fruit of this world and attained immeasurable power, subduing this land. She ruled by force and power, and that power began to consume her. People began to fear her, and she eventually came to be known as the Rabbit Goddess Demon. She later gave birth to 2 sons. My brother Hamura and myself. In the past, Kagaya abused her power using the power of the God Tree and sent people to their deaths as sacrifices to it. To atone for the sins of our mother, my brother and I fought her and the 10 Tails, the incarnation of the God Tree. After a long and arduous battle, we succeeded in sealing the 10 Tails inside of me and defeated Mother. Years later, I was blessed with 2 sons. The elder named Indra and the younger named Azura. Indra inherited my powerful chakra, but Azura did not. Indra was exceptional and a prodigy, while Azura struggled and had to work much harder to obtain the achievements he did. Indra and Azura walked different paths in life. Indra possessed strong visual prowess and perceived that power could achieve anything. On the other hand, nothing ever went well for Azura. In order to obtain the same power as his older brother, he needed the cooperation of others in addition to his own effort. He came to understand that he was able to become strong from the help he received of the others around him. From the way the younger brother lived his life, I caught a glimpse of new possibilities for the direction the world could evolve and mature, and so I named him as my successor. He would be the one to lead and be the guardian of the ninja creed. However, Indra did not accept my decision and a conflict ensued. Even after their flesh perished, the chakra that each of them honed continued to reincarnate over time. You are my son Asura's reincarnation, and Sasuke is my son Indra's reincarnation. The first generation reincarnates were Hashirama as Asura and Madara as Indra. Madara was obsessed with power and stole some of Hashirama's. The power that he stole eventually assimilated into his body and evolved into something similar to my own. It allowed Madara to awaken the Rinnegan. Right now Madara is no longer an incarnate of Indra. He is currently taking possession of the 10 Tails and becoming the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, obtaining power close to my own. He is even trying to go further and obtain the power of my mother Kaguya. Mother possessed the power of the Sharingan and Byakugan, and she used her visual prowess to cast the infinite Tsukiyomi on the populace. That jutsu will ensnare all living creatures onto the branches of the God Tree and place them under a Jinjutsu. This will allow for the caster of the technique to control everyone ensnared by this jutsu. If all chakra were to be reunited into one again, then a new chakra fruit will bloom. That must be prevented at all costs, or this world will come to an end. Unlike the previous reincarnates, you and Sasuke seem to have chosen a different path. At first Sasuke was just like Indra and sought the path of loneliness and power. And although you tend to be a bit of a fool, you too worked hard and gained power through the help of your comrades. There is also potential in your unpredictableness and perseverance. On top of that, it seems that both you and Sasuke have a good guide to light your path when the road gets dark. Naruto immediately thought of Izaya after hearing what Hagoromo said. Old Gramps, when you say guide, you mean Izaya, right? Hagoromo nodded. Correct. Although I am dead, I have been able to watch the happenings of the world all this time. I have seen how he was able to guide Sasuke out of the darkness and back to the light, and I have seen how he was able to guide you away from being consumed by hatred. Even though he isn't a reincarnation of Asura or Indra, he is almost like a reincarnation of myself. No. He would be even greater than a reincarnation of myself, as I was unable to successfully guide Asura and Indra. I am glad that I could see the day when Asura and Indra's counterparts exist together in harmony rather than stand against each other. Naruto, I must also say that I am impressed by your character. You were able to gain the trust and acknowledgement of all the tailed beasts, just as I was once told. At that moment a voice could be heard. Heh! Old man, you got that right. Shikaku remarked as he appeared within Naruto's conscience. Right after Shikaku appeared, the other 8 tailed beasts appeared as well. Naruto looked all around him and exclaimed in shock, Eh? What are all of you doing here? How did you get here? Kurama was the first to answer. Naruto, during our battle against Obito a while back, you received a small portion of chakra from each of the tailed beasts. Even though we've been extracted from you, we are able to connect to your mental plane thanks to the old man sage being here. After all, he was the one who created us. It seems that the 5th Hokage is doing her best to keep you alive. Naruto clenched his fist as he thought of how Tsunade was probably wearing herself out to try and save his own life. Hagoromo smiled and looked at all the tailed beasts as he said, Shikaku, Matatabi, Isabu, Son Goku, Kokuo, Saikin, Chome, Kyuki, and Kurama. It seems the time has come for the child of prophecy to change the world. Naruto, what do you want to do? What do you seek for the aftermath of this war? I would like to hear your honest opinions and thoughts. Naruto remained silent for a moment as many thoughts flitted past his mind before answering. Maybe I am like this Asura guy. But unlike him, I'm not that smart and I don't know about a lot of things. But I do know what friends are. And I want to protect them all. That's it. Hagoromo nodded. I see. Is that your answer then? At this moment inside both Naruto and Sasuke's mental plane, they answered at the same time. Yeah. Hagoromo nodded once more as he stared at both Naruto and Sasuke at the same time. In the past I entrusted everything to Asura and cast my attention away from Indra. That proved to be the source of calamity. This time I will share my power with both Indra and Asura's reincarnations. From this point on, Naruto and Sasuke, what you both shall do and what shall transpire will be up to the two of you. Now then, put out your dominant hand. At this moment, while Naruto and Sasuke were speaking to Hagoromo inside their mental plane, Tsunade frowned and struggled to keep Naruto alive next to Sakura, who was doing her best to save Sasuke's life. Tsunade let out a soft sigh, prompting Sakura to glance over at her and said, "Tsunade-sensei?" Tsunade hesitated for a moment but ultimately steeled her resolve and said, "Sakura, I am proud of you. You are the greatest student I ever had." Sakura had a bad premonition after hearing what Tsunade said. "Tsunade-sensei, what are you talking about? Why are you telling me this right now?" Tsunade's expression softened and saddened as she continued on. "Sakura, listen to me. This will probably be my final act as Hokage and as your sensei. Just as Jiraiya left everything to Naruto, I leave all of my will, hope, and dreams to you, Sakura. I've no doubt that you will surpass me. In fact, you may have surpassed me already. I'm glad I got to be your teacher. I won't let Naruto die. His condition is worsening. After having the 9 tails extracted from him, he'll undoubtedly die without having another tailed beast or some external source of great vitality placed inside to resuscitate him. I never imagined that I would end up using this forbidden jutsu of mine one day." Sakura's entire body trembled as she stared at Tsunade, who was hovered over Naruto. "Tsunade-sensei, don't tell me, you dash." Tsunade cut Sakura off as she said, "That's right, Sakura. There's only one option left now. Without another tailed beast, we can only resuscitate Naruto by flooding his body with an external source of great vitality. And I know of only one jutsu that can do this. It is my own forbidden jutsu that I created in case for a time just like this. After I'm gone, take care of everyone, Sakura." Sakura's vision blurred as tears streamed down her face. She couldn't bring herself to stop Tsunade from performing this forbidden jutsu because she knew how important Naruto was to everyone. "Tsunade-sensei, I promise, I'll take care of everyone. Thank you for being my master." Tsunade smiled and said, "Ninja art, strength of 100 healings, final rebirth." The tattoos on Tsunade's body released a bright green light as the tattoos of the 100 healings slowly left her and transferred from her body over to Naruto's. Tsunade's body began to slowly grow old and dry as the transfer was taking place. Zing! It was at this moment that bright columns of white light illuminated the world and stretched to the sky from the release of the reanimation jutsu. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you on the actual finale. See you there.